And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist. Title: Monstrous Urges, a dark mafia enemies to lovers romance. Author: Jagger Cole. Monstrous Urges, Venomous Gods, Book 5. Jagger Cole. Monstrous Urges, Jagger Cole. 2024. All rights reserved. Cover and interior design by Plan 9 Book Design. Photography by Ren Saliba. This is a literary work of fiction. Any names, places, or incidents are the product of the author's imagination. Similarities or resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or events or establishments are solely coincidental. No part of this book may be reproduced, scanned, or distributed in any printed or electronic form without prior written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. The unauthorized reproduction, transmission, distribution of, or use of this copyrighted work in the training of AI is illegal and a violation of U.S. copyright law. Created with Vellum. Contents: Playlist, Trigger Warning, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Epilogue, Deviant Hearts. Also by Jagger Cole. About the author. Playlist: Limousine, Bring Me the Horizon, Aurora, Masters of War, Bob Dylan, Drew Sherrod, Strange Daddy, Dark Side, Bishop Briggs, Favorite, Isabel LaRosa, After Dark, Mr. Kitty, Unholy, Sam Smith, Kim Petras, Do It For Me, Rosenfeld, Scorpio, Pourvu, Nothing Burns Like the Cold, Snow Allegra, Vince Staples, Angel, Toby Mai, Dirty Mind, Boy Epic, Put It On Me, Matt Mason, Make Me Feel, Elvis Drew, Apartment, Bobby Undenov, Lose My Breath, Rhea Robertson, Into the Mystic, Van Morrison, Bad Drugs, King Cavalier, Chris Lee, Daddy, Ramsey, Fantasy, Black Atlas, Use Me, Mock McHale, The Scientist, Coldplay, Lawyers, Guns and Money, Warren Zevon. Listen to the playlist on Spotify. Trigger warning. Dear reader, this book contains darker themes and graphic depictions of past trauma. The plot heavily revolves around primal CNC play, impact play, and very rough adult acts of a dubious nature. The French have a delicacy prepared from the ortolan bunting, a small songbird, which is eaten whole. While delicious, the dish is considered so sinful and wrong that diners cover their heads with napkins while eating it. I would humbly suggest keeping that tradition in mind before you start Chapter 26. While these scenes were written to create a more vivid, in-depth story, they may be triggering to some readers. Please know your own triggers and read with that in mind. Thanks for reading. Jagger. 1. Taylor. It's not what it looks like. My eyes peer at the dark road ahead of me. Streetlights flicker past, glimmering over the windshield. My hands tighten, digging my nails into the steering wheel, wrecking my new manicure. It's not what it looks like. It's the excuse that's the most insulting part. Not the fact that 12 hours ago I came back to my apartment in the middle of the workday to find my boyfriend, Steven, with his cock down some college girl's throat. Not the fact that his bare ass and hers were planted on my brand fucking new Restoration Hardware white sofa. Not that fact that my dream apartment with the perfect kitchen and the perfect views and the perfect decor is now totally tainted. No, it's the gall of that fucking excuse. It's not what it looks like. Imagine having the balls and the utter disrespect to say that to someone, to your girlfriend, in her own fucking home. Tell me, Stephen, exactly what could one possibly be doing with their dick in another girl's mouth that isn't getting a blowjob? What bad X-rated Saturday Night Live sketch entails you accidentally probing the tonsils of a random Kappa Delta Phi sophomore pledge with your pathetically C- grade penis? I glare at the road. Except, the worst part isn't actually the excuse. The worst part is, I don't really care. I'm angry, yes, but it's at the total lack of respect for my house and my new goddamn sofa. Not at the cheating. I'm relieved. Stephen was never the one. We've been dating for close to 7 months, and I can count the number of times we've slept together on less than 5 fingers. Really. I could tell myself that it's because demanding barely scratches the surface of my workload as an attorney and managing name partner at the prestigious firm my 2 best friends and I built from scratch. I could say it's because Stephen's job as a philosophy professor at NYU, though way less stressful than mine, is just as demanding on his time and focus. But blaming our jobs is like blaming the dog for eating your homework. It's bullshit. There's a reason that 7 months into a relationship with the man who just cheated on me, we've barely ever been intimate, I've never memorized his number, and I'm not totally sure what his parents' names are. Stephen, like any relationship before him, is just checking off a box for me. Badass career with corner office? Check. Gorgeous apartment with a clawfoot tub? Check. Sexy-ass fucking Cara Porsche 911 Turbo S Cabriolet? Check. Obviously? Check. Appropriately handsome, but not too handsome, mild-mannered boyfriend with a career in academia? Check. Go ahead and tattoo Live, Laugh, Love on my fucking forehead right now and crown me Miss Basic with a capital B girl boss. Sponsored by Pinterest and some cheap rosé brand. My mouth purses again. As I leave the Tuesday evening lights of New York behind me and wind my way up the wooded banks of the Hudson, my gaze slips from the road ahead to the phone perched on its dashboard holder. Instantly, the pissed-off thoughts about Stephen and his TA disrespecting my couch fade away, quickly replaced by something different, something twisted, something dark, something sinister, dangerous and reckless, depraved and exciting. Something seriously fucking stupid, and you need to turn around right now and call Dr. Jesnick ASABSP and tell her to clear her schedule because Taylor Air is coming in hot for a landing with a full cargo of baggage. I glance at the road again, then the phone. My teeth rake over my lower lip as something heated and deliriously dark pools in my core. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm pulling off to the shoulder of the road, throwing the Porsche in park, and plucking the phone from the holder. I navigate to the app, my pulse quickening as I tap on my correspondence with him. Napoleon in exile. I'm going to make you my personal little cum slut, my fuck toy, my pretty little whore. My physical response to the message, same as every time I've gone back in and reread it, is instant. Instant and all-consuming. My breath hitches. My skin tingles with an electricity that curls my toes and makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My nipples tighten to points. Wet heat pools between my thighs, and when I shift in my seat, I shiver at the delicious friction of my panties against my core. I can't believe I'm doing this. Any of it. I mean, hell, I can't believe I'm up past 9 at night and it doesn't involve work. Much less currently driving to fuck knows where in the woods 40 minutes outside New York to play dark, dangerous games with a man who says things like, "I'm going to make you my personal little cum slut." I shudder again, my teeth biting my lower lip even harder. This is insanity. And yet, here I am. Most girls' mothers tell them the basics of how to survive in the world. Don't talk to strangers. Be aware of your surroundings. Don't put yourself in a bad situation. I think it's safe to say, don't meet strange men from the internet in the woods at night to play out primal fantasies with them is probably somewhere on that list too. At least, I assume most girls' moms teach them those things. Maybe mine never got around to it. And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Or maybe she did, and I've just forgotten it. Same as I've forgotten her and the rest of my childhood memories. All gone in an instant. Like a bad Vegas magic trick. Poof, there goes the rabbit. Poof, there goes the 9 of hearts. Poof, there goes Taylor's entire memory from before the age of 18. Don't forget to hit the craps table on your way out, folks. But this isn't the time to ruminate on lessons my mom may or may not have taught me. I've already come this far, and there's no backing down now. Not because I can't, I don't want to. At least, I'm reasonably sure I don't. Which is why I'm still driving up the Hudson, the Porsche's headlights illuminating the dark road ahead, following the map directions to the agreed-upon location. Where hell chase me, where hell catch me, where hell do whatever he wants to me. This time, the shiver that ripples up my spine is a mix of fear and excitement. It's addictive as fuck. So is the sprinkling of anxiety and the throb of nervous energy. Needless to say, none of this is me. Not Taylor Crown, attorney at law, who just had a cover piece published about her in the Legal Journal, detailing her rapid rise through the ranks of the legal world of New York, up to and including founding Crown and Black, alongside Alistair and Gabriel. I'm the girl with the Chanel skirt suits and Louboutins. The one with the meticulous schedule involving the 4 a.m. alarm so I can hit the gym and get my jogging in, wall-to-wall client and board meetings, and the standing lunch reservation at Per Se. The one with the perfect car and the perfect apartment with the perfect white couch and the cutlery that matches the kitchen fixtures. The girl with the perfectly vanilla boyfriend. I know I'm all those things because I've been all those things, robotically, for a decade. But tonight, I'm going off-book, off-script, off the fucking rails. It started earlier, after Fumi came into my office, and immediately noticed the black look on my face after my inadvertent lunchtime peep show involving Stephen and the co-ed. As usual, when it involves even the slightest whiff of my personal life, I clammed up. It works on most people, not Fumi. Eventually, she dragged it out of me. After that, it was a quick escalation from her calling Stephen a baby-dicked piece of shit, loudly, to us ditching work a few hours early and going to get cocktails. That's how we got onto the mortifying sex life, or rather, the complete lack thereof. That's how Fumi, my good friend but also my employee, bluntly told me I needed to go out and get good dick. And that's how we got talking about Club Venom. Venom, which is run by Dante, the husband of Gabriel and Alistair's sister, Tempest, is a private social club that caters to New York's most powerful, wealthy, usually criminally connected, and deviant. Mix 2 parts Eyes Wide Shut with 1 part Prohibition speakeasy vibes, throw in a heaping dash of luxury and opulence, and stir. It's a playground for the dark and devilish. A place where those with specific tastes can come to indulge their appetites. Except, to call Venom a kink club is like calling Buckingham Palace a nice townhouse. It's honestly like nothing else. The guests wear masks. Anonymity is encouraged. Upon arrival, you're invited to choose from a selection of wristbands of different colors, all signifying interest in different kinks and highlighting if the wearer is a sub or a dom. I'm technically a member, but certainly not for leisure purposes. Crown and Black has built a lot of its client base on the more colorful types in New York. Mafia dons, Bratva pahans, and the like. The type who almost certainly are members of Venom. Plus, given the club's anonymity, security, and ban on cell phones, it's a perfect place to hold business meetings with people who make their money in less than legal ways, if you can ignore the fact that there may be an orgy happening 30 feet away. I've been a handful of times, always thankful for the mask to hide the heated look on my face when I'm there. Fumi, of course, knows that I'm a member for work purposes, and suggested that it could be the perfect place for me to find some good dick, as if hookup sex is what I need to get over the mental image of seeing my couch violated so callously. But that's a hard pass. Is the idea of going to a place that indulges certain darker fantasies appealing to me, given my hidden tastes in said dark fantasies? Yes. Then again, I also think tigers are pretty neat, but there's 0% chance of me taking a stroll through the jungle looking for one. The desires and tastes I have and keep locked down tight and deep aren't the sort of desires I tell anyone about. Not my friends, never my relationships. Besides, mask or no mask, the idea of being recognized at Venom is almost crippling for my anxiety. But then Fumi started telling me about Venom's new web portal, a way for existing members to seek each other out outside the club, specifically members who have an interest in the sort of venomous, dangerous kinks that I keep buried under the floorboards. Members who want to chase or be chased. Primal kink. Something dark and throbbing teases my core as my hands tighten on the wheel. I'm almost there. I waited until Fumi went to the restroom before I snuck out my phone and checked out this web portal for Club Venom. Signing in was easy. I'm already a member, so I was pre-approved. Answering some simple questions about myself and my preferences for a partner was just as easy, as was snapping a quick picture of me from lips to waist with a few buttons of my blouse undone to give a generous glimpse of the girls and uploading it to my profile. As was choosing a stupid and admittedly kind of cringe username, Secret Slut. I mean, I'm not, but dress for the job you want. An hour later, when I glanced at the app again, my heart skipped. I had 20 message requests. Most of them even had decent opening lines. Which would be great if I was on Hinge or OkCupid and looking for a nice dinner out with a mild-mannered professor of psychology at NYU with a penchant for getting his dick sucked by co-eds on his girlfriend's new couch. But that's not what I'm looking for on the Venom site. Not even close. Let me fly you wherever you want tonight. I want you to be my dirty girl. Even a bolder one who had actually clearly read my profile and knew what I was looking for. I want to chase you, baby. I kept glancing at them whenever Fumi was preoccupied. I even almost responded to one or two. But then I saw his initial message, and after I managed to pick my jaw up off the floor, that's who I replied to. Napoleon in exile. I'm going to ruin you. This is how I know I'm supremely fucked in the head. Because that, of all things, is what captured my attention. Because Fumi was right. This is what I need. Not a date, not another boyfriend to tick a box. I need something raw and real and now. So that's how we started talking. No, I want to. No, would you like me to? I am going to ruin you. A man says the filthiest thing anyone's ever said to me, and I'm instantly all in. Paging Dr. Jesnik, we need to chat immediately. Secret Slut. That's quite the opening line. Napoleon exile. It's not a line, it's a warning. Here's another. Be sure of what you're getting into if you choose to go any further with me, or you'll regret it. I swallow as my eyes scan our message exchange again. Secret Slut. Why would I regret it? Napoleon exile. Because I'm not playing games. My tastes are singular and dark. Secret Slut. So are mine. Napoleon exile. We'll see. Napoleon exile. Your safe word will be vault. Until you use it, assume that I'll do whatever I want to you. I'll chase you and catch you and fuck you hard and mercilessly in any hole I choose. We're not gonna play. I'm going to make you my personal little cum slut, my fuck toy, my pretty little whore. Are we continuing or not? I think it was the borderline psychotic, unapologetic tone, not a negotiation.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. A decree, and yes, that pulled a trigger inside of me. Secret Slut. I'm still here. Napoleon in exile. For now. Napoleon in exile. What are your hard limits? Be very specific. A flush blooms in my cheeks as I read through the messages from a few hours ago. Secret Slut. No bathroom stuff, no animals. I mean, fine print and legal wording is my career. You've got to cross your T's and dot your I's. Secret Slut. No extreme sadism like torture or anything. No being tied up or immobilized. No anal. No other people involved. Nope. Secret slut. Nope. Napoleon in exile. You may pick 3 of those. I'd stared at the phone. Fumi was off getting us another round at the bar. Secret slut. No, those are all my limits. Napoleon in exile. Yes, and you get to keep 3 of them. That's my limit. You have 5 seconds. I know I could have, should have, just ended the conversation with Mr. Control Freak then and there. But I didn't. I might still be trying to figure out why. 4. 3. Okay, the first 3. No bathroom stuff. No extreme torture. No animals. I mean, of all the things I listed, those are simply non-starters. I sent the reply in a hazy blur, my skin tingling. I'm going to enjoy breaking you, my little slut. It's embarrassing how wet I got reading that at the bar, or how much wetter I got when he told me we'd be meeting tonight and sent me GPS coordinates to what I assume is his house outside the city, in the Hudson Valley. Before Fumi came back with our drinks, I managed to send one more message. Secret slut. How will I know it's you? Napoleon in exile. You'll know I'm near when your pussy starts to get wetter. And then the icon next to his username went dark, leaving me staring at that last line. 2 hours later, here I am. The car's GPS says I'm minutes away from his house, and when it hits me how close I am to actually doing this, something dark and twisted ripples through my soul. Yes, this is insane. But, criminals though most of them may be, I know for a fact that Dante vets every member of the club. I mean, it's not like he's letting in actual psychopaths and/or dangerous murderers who want to lure women to the woods and chop them into pieces, right? The GPS tells me to take the next turn. Up ahead, the main road goes on, but a side road winds along the hilly side of the river, up into the trees. My headlights sweep over the dark, gnarled trunks and overgrown underbrush as my tires no longer rumble over pavement, but a dirt driveway. The map says the address is right up ahead, but I didn't see a mailbox or anything when I just turned. The driveway winds higher and higher up into the trees. I frown, looking for the lights of his house, or at least a porch light or something. But then the driveway evens out to a flat clearing in the trees, and suddenly the GPS dings again. I'm here. My pulse begins to thud a little faster as I glance nervously into the darkness surrounding the car. There's no house, no lights, nothing. Just darkness and woods and the sudden feeling that I'm in way over my head. The idea of turning around and going home to read something involving my fantasy, perhaps with a familiar vibrator, instead of indulging in whatever insanity this is, becomes very, very tempting. Shivering, I pull out my phone again. Secret slut. I think you gave me the wrong address by mistake. Napoleon in exile. I don't make mistakes. My throat bobs as my eyes lift to peer into the dark woods next to the small gravel clearing. Secret slut. I don't see your house. Napoleon in exile. You wouldn't from here. Napoleon in exile. Get out of the fucking car, slut. Something vicious stabs into my chest. Something I know should terrify and appall me. Something that should set off every alarm in my head. The problem isn't that it doesn't do all those things. The problem is that it most certainly does. But I'm not leaving. I'm still here. My hands shake as I cut the engine. The headlights switch off, and a cold sensation finger walks up my spine as the darkness closes in around me. Don't do this. Do not do this. My hand extends and grabs the driver's side door handle. My brain screams at me to stop as I slowly step out with shaking knees. When I shut the car door behind me with a dull click, the interior lights stay on another few seconds, a little glow of light to keep the shadows at bay just a little while longer. Then they go out, and it's just me, the darkness, and him, somewhere. My pulse starts jangling in my ears. My blood runs hot, my core tightening as sweat slicks the small of my back. This is crazy, because I'm terrified. But the problem is, that's what I crave. The rush, the adrenaline, the danger, and the fear. The quiet throb of tension hovering in the sky before the storm breaks. The feeling of being hunted, in that split second before the hunter pounces. My phone lights up one more time. Leave the phone. You have 3 seconds to start running. After that, you're fucking mine. Shaking, my pulse roaring in my ears, I turn and set my phone and purse down on the roof of my car. I pull out the mask, we've agreed to wear them in the spirit of Club Venom, and adjust it over the top half of my face. For the first time, I realize how badly prepared for this I am. I mean, I'm wearing a fucking Versace pencil skirt, Valentino blouse, and goddamn Louboutin stilettos. In the woods. About to be chased, caught, and fucked. Panic and adrenaline throb and sizzle through my veins. As I turn to survey the dark, shadowy tree line, then it's like time slows. My spine stiffens and my breath catches. Wetness and heat pool between my thighs. That's when I know he's here. Your 3 seconds are up, little prey. The words are rough, growled in a slight European accent behind me, rasping dark and deep, like they're coming from a black cave. My chest seizes, my pulse skipping a beat as my face goes white. I start to turn, and when I do, whatever courage I had left shatters like glass. He's huge, insanely tall and broad shoulders, with a powerful chest and thickly muscled, rippling arms bulging out the sleeves of the black t-shirt he's wearing with black jeans. But it's not his outfit that has my blood turning to ice water. It's the matte black devil mask he's wearing, the bottom half open to reveal his leering, coldly beautiful, and terrifyingly malicious smile. My heart pounds as I start to back away, and he advances across the clearing toward me. "You had 3 seconds, my little fuck toy," he growls, melting out of the blackness like ink staining a sheet, like a nightmare emerging from behind the open closet door in your bedroom late at night. "You should have used them." He rolls his neck as he leers coldly at me. Too late now. It happens so fast that I freeze to the spot. 1 second, he's just standing there, radiating malice and wrath as his cold eyes stab across the darkness into my soul. The next, he's exploding toward me, ready to take me, to catch me, to devour me whole. The scream strangles in my throat, and I turn and run. 2. Taylor, get to the trees. Just get to the trees. For some reason, that's what my brain hooks onto, as if we're children playing games and the tree line is home, as if the branches and shadows will save me from whatever terror is bolting after me through the darkness. But even as I try to run, wobbling in my heels, I know how vain a hope it is. Shadows won't stop something that's just melted out of them. Regardless, I don't make it to the trees at all. I take all of 4 steps before the scream strangles in my throat as a powerful hand roughly grabs a handful of my hair. I choke on another scream as hot pain explodes through my scalp. He yanks hard with a deft grunt, spiking my adrenaline as I go faltering backward. A muscled, ripping arm wraps around my chest, yanking me against his hard, unyielding chest.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My feet kick at the dirt, as if I'm still running, but I'm not going anywhere. I know this was planned. I know I chose to be here. But it doesn't stop the sheer terror of the violent flight instinct from exploding through my system as my mouth opens in a scream of pure survival. A rough, powerful hand slams over my mouth.
My eyes bulge when I feel the iron chest behind me rumble with a dark, gravelly chuckle. "No, no, no, little prey," he rasps darkly into my ear. His lips and the scruff on his jaw beneath the terrifying mask brush against the lobe, sending shivers of fear and adrenaline chasing down my spine. "You're mine now." Something deep inside me snaps to life. The last shred of my fight or flight instinct erupts. I jab my heel back, catching him in the shin. It's like kicking a tree trunk. He barely grunts, but his grip loosens just a hint, and that's all I need. I jab an elbow back, catching him in the ribs before I explode forward out of his grip. My heart lurches up into the back of my throat as I bolt for the trees again. This time I only make it 2 steps. I cry out when his sheer size slams into me from behind so hard that my legs give out. I whimper as I crash to my knees in the dirt, his enormous frame dropping with me and enveloping me. His huge arm wrapping around my body, his hand coiling around my throat and squeezing. It's not with murderous intent, just enough to spike my pulse and send ripples of something vicious and captivating dancing across my skin. Every sense becomes more alive. A ringing fills my ears as his thumb drags slowly up my jugular. "Caught you, my little slut." I whimper as his other arm wraps around me. His hand, this one clad in a black leather glove for some reason, roughly grabbing my breasts. Before I can focus on that strange little detail, illicit pleasure explodes through my core as he mercilessly pinches and rolls my nipples through the blouse and my bra, dragging a haggard cry from my lips. "I warned you, little prey." The monster growls into my ear, mauling my nipples as I shudder against him. "I warned you what happens to little sluts who go looking for trouble in the woods at night." I cry out as he roughly rips my blouse open, scattering the buttons into the darkness. He yanks my bra down, letting my breasts spill free, brutally twisting and pinching my swollen nipples again. They fucking find it. His bare hand tightens around my throat. The gloved one twists an abused nipple between his thumb and forefinger before pushing down lower, to my thighs, yanking them wide open. He grabs a fistful of my skirt, and my pulse jangles as he yanks it up to my waist, exposing my panties. I squirm against him, my breath rasping in the tightness of my throat beneath his hand. I try and shut my legs, but instantly he slaps my inner thigh, bringing a cry of something wicked to my lips. Something desperate and achingly needy, something depraved and dangerous. My little fuck toy," he snarls darkly into my ear. His fingers play at my throat. He yanks my thighs wider apart from behind with the other hand. "You don't get to run anymore. This fucking pussy is mine now." My eyes bulge, my breath stuttering to a halt as his gloved hand boldly cups my slick center through my panties. "Whose pussy is this?" he rasps quietly, letting one single finger drag up my lips through the soaked lace. I whimper, almost not even trusting myself to open my mouth to speak. I've had almost this exact fantasy for as long as I can remember. I've dreamt of being chased like this, of being forced to my knees and used, of having my control taken from me, of giving in completely and being utterly at someone's mercy. And I realize now that fantasy doesn't touch reality. Wet dreams and fucked up internet porn pale in comparison to the raw power, wrath, and malevolence throbbing against my back with the stranger's hand around my throat. His hand slips away from between my pussy lips, reaching behind him. When I hear a metallic shick sound, my blood turns to ice. The knife blade gleams in the moonlight as he brings it around and dances it in front of me. Holy fucking fuck! Every nerve in my body explodes in panic. Every brain synapse screams at me to fight and run, because we've left fantasy and fucked up power plays behind and entered a world of insanity. You have two fucking choices right now, my little toy, the man growls into my ear. You can say the word you know will end all of this. I tense. Or, he snarls quietly. My eyes bulge as the knife lowers, his hand dropping between my spread thighs, with my knees in the dirt and my skirt hiked up around my waist. I follow the blade with wide eyes, my mouth hanging open in shock as he slowly touches the tip of the knife to my thigh. He doesn't cut me, but my skin prickles to ice as he slowly drags the point up my skin. Or you can tell me whose fucking pussy this is. He doesn't speed up or stop. He just keeps dragging the vicious tip of his knife higher and higher. I shudder, but horribly, it's not from fear. My body isn't shutting down or coiling in on itself to escape a nightmare. It's coming alive with a desire so fierce and needy that it scares the hell out of me. Suddenly, the knife reaches the apex of my thighs. My breath chokes to a halt as he lays the flat of his knife against my wet, needy pussy through my panties. That's when I know there really is something fundamentally fucking wrong with me. Because when the dark, violent stranger in a devil mask who's just lured me to the woods rubs the flat of his fucking knife against my sex, I don't recoil. I don't scream or beg him to stop or use the safe word. I whimper, and I get wetter. His chest rumbles against my back as he chuckles darkly. Such a filthy little slut I've caught, he growls. His mouth brushes my ear again. I'm going to fucking ruin you, little whore. The blade drags up and slips under the waist of one side of my panties, stretched over my thigh and hip. He flicks his wrist and cuts the lace. My breathing becomes ragged as he drags the tip across the mound of my sex, slipping it under the other side near my hip. Another flick of his wrist, and my panties drop away entirely. The whole world fades away as he sets the knife aside and lets his huge hand boldly run over my bare hip. He drags his fingers up and down my thigh before his hand slides to my stomach. His fingers splay out as his hand begins to slide lower. And lower. And lower. His fingertips are a fraction of an inch from touching me. That's when reality kicks in. The haze of dangerous lust and demented pleasure clears enough for my brain to focus for a nanosecond. What the fuck are you doing? I want him to keep going, but at the same time, I know if he does, and if he touches me, with his bare fingers, not a knife, this will have moved to a new level. This will stop being a fucked up fantasy, and I'll have crossed the line into real depravity. Because if he touches me, it won't stop until I'm actually letting a stranger from the internet fuck me in the woods. And somehow that breaks the haze. Suddenly, professional tailor hotshot, lawyer, tailor with the corner office, regulated schedule, responsibilities, and rational thoughts, is back in charge. Taylor who's in bed by 9. Taylor who has a brutal cardio routine at the crack of dawn tomorrow, followed by a full day of meetings. Taylor who barely even dates and who would never in a million fucking years drive to the woods at night to let a psychopath fuck her in the dirt with a knife in his hand and a mask on his face. I haven't even touched you yet, he growls. And this messy little pussy is already dripping at the thought of my fat cock pumping it full of my cum. His hand around my throat splays out again, his thumb stretching up over my jaw to drag across my quivering lower lip.
I think after I've fucked your sweet little cunt, he murmurs, I'll have you clean my cock with those pretty lips before I take your ass vault.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. It's like stopping the tattoo gun when it's hovering over your skin. That last gasping second of clarity before fantasy becomes a reality you can never take back. The second I blurt out the word and he freezes with his fingertips a hair's breadth away from touching my clit, I wish I hadn't said it. Don't listen to me. Ignore that. Do it anyway. Do whatever you want. Fuck me. Hurt me. The man stills, kneeling behind me, looming over me with one hand around my throat and the other splayed out almost touching my pussy. My thighs spread wide, my shirt ripped open. You disappoint me, he growls quietly. His hands drop so rapidly that I flinch and his arms unwind from around my body. He stands without a word, and I feel a hollow, cold sensation creep over me as I pull my ripped blouse over my bare breasts and turn. He's already walking away. Wait! The man pauses. His head turns, showing me that fearsome devil mask and the cold, captivating glint in one of his eyes. Wait! Too late, he rasps darkly. I don't do second chances. But feel free to stay in the woods and see what else might come for you. Without another word, he turns and walks away, vanishing into the shadows like a wraith and leaving me gasping on my knees. What the fuck just happened? 3. Taylor. It's not until I'm safely inside my apartment, leaning against the door I've just locked behind me, that I can process what just happened. What the fuck? I've spent the last hour driving back to the city in a fog, almost numb. But now that I'm home, it's like my lungs open up and I can actually breathe again. When I do, though, it hits me all at once. A shudder rips through my body. My skin buzzes with a nervous energy as my hand drifts to my neck. My fingers trace over the places where he gripped, the tenderness in my throat, my jawline, my bottom lip, before it retreats between my teeth. I look down at myself and shiver. My skirt is back in place, but the panties he sliced off me got lost to the forest when I stumbled back to my car after he left. My blouse is still ruined. I drove home wearing a suit jacket I keep in the trunk instead. My heels are dirty and smudged. My hair is a mess. I'm still shaking. From fear? Excitement? Something's wrong with me. My preference in kinks and fantasies are one thing. I'm not sure anyone can help what they're into. Sometimes I wonder if those dark desires have always been there in my head, or if they manifested because of something that happened to me during the times I don't remember. I read about that when trying to research my own fucked up thoughts and urges. The brain is insanely complex, and experiential trauma can manifest as a fetish to a survivor. The idea that something like that might have happened to me before the accident is terrifying. At times, it used to creep up on me in the middle of the night to claw at me and render me frozen in my bed. But I don't really get like that anymore thanks to the mental exercises Dr. Jesnick taught me. The beauty of retrograde amnesia is that you don't remember the past. Unfortunately, that's the curse of retrograde amnesia too. Either way, you can't change what happened in the past. So I choose to live life looking forward into the future. Yeah, a future like the one you won't have if you insist on meeting strange men with knives and a primal fetish in the fucking woods, you weirdo. Shuddering, I pull myself from the door and head down the hall to the bathroom. I shed my ruined clothes as I wait for the water to warm up, dropping my eyes to my body's reflection in the mirror. For a second, my eyes land on the bruises by my throat and on my inner thighs. My cheeks flush, remembering his powerful grip, his strength when he yanked me to the ground and pinned me there.
How, even though I work out 6 days a week, including a serious lifting routine, the man who came for me out of the shadows tonight held me fast like my strength was nothing. And god damn it, that's hot. I give myself one more honest once-over as I pull my long red hair out of the ponytail I've had it in since the drive home. I'm 33, not 23 anymore. But still, cute face, perfect smile, thank you very much, slender frame, athletic build, tall and leggy, and great tits if I do say so myself. And single. Again. I'm about to walk into the shower behind me when my gaze lands on my hip, in the small curve where the skin delves down toward the apex of my thighs. A soaring bird, a hawk maybe, with wings outstretched, holding an arrow in its talons, surrounded by a thin, circular border. The whole thing is barely larger than a quarter, and I haven't the slightest fucking idea what it means, or when I got it. Going backward, my memories literally stop at 18. That's when the drunk driver plowed into the side of the car I was in with my parents, killing them and hitting the reset button in my brain. I've tried it all: medication, electrotherapy, rapid light therapy, MDMA, counseling, so much counseling, support groups, you name it. I've tried it to bring my memory back. But 15 years later, I've given up. If it hasn't happened yet, it's not going to. And there's a beauty in the whole ignorance is bliss thing. I like the life that I've built and the friends I have. I don't need to know what lurks in the shadows of that past I can't remember. After my shower, I change into comfy clothes and head into the living room to go over notes for some meetings I have tomorrow. But the second my eyes land on that goddamn white couch, I'm instantly flooded with memories of its defilement. Again, I'm not angry. I mean, we're obviously over, but I don't really give a shit about Steven cheating on me. But still, there's no fucking way I'm staying here tonight. Good morning, Miss Crown. Amelia, my kick-ass secretary, smiles and follows me into my office. Morning, Amelia, I say absently. I'm putting on a brave face, but inside, I'm exhausted. I mean, I went to bed 3 hours later than usual in the room I booked late at the Soho Grand Hotel, where I screamed into my pillow with my hands between my legs, reliving every single insane, brutal second of my depraved encounter in the woods. You're looking amazing this morning. Amelia is a total kiss-ass sometimes, and I love her for it, even if she's totally full of shit this morning. Thanks, I smile dryly. New Pilates instructor this morning. Well, damn, lady, she grins. Go get it. She clears her throat, dropping right into business mode. So, pretty packed schedule today. You've got a meeting with Thomas Koppelman at 10 to go over strategy for his corporate takeover. Then lunch with the team from Copperline Biotech. I got you reservations at Atara, or you could do your usual per se. Atara is great. Thanks, Amelia. She nods, barely looking up from her tablet as she taps away. You wanted to sit in on the Whitlock deposition at 1:30. Oh, and Gavin Tsarenko and his people will be in at 4 to sit down with you and Alistair to talk transition with Gabriel being gone now. I grimace. Yeah, that's going to take some getting used to. But before I can delve too deeply into my own thoughts concerning one of my best friends and firm partners leaving Crown and Black, something pings in my head. Oh shit, that reminds me. I need you to create an analytics breakdown of these. I turn to grab the file folder I purposefully left in the middle of my desk yesterday. But when my eyes land on empty space, my brow furrows. Did you... I glance back at Amelia. There was a folder on my desk? She blinks. I didn't see anything this morning when I unlocked your office. No one's been in here either, obviously. I frown. You sure? Blue folder with the very professional Gabriel's bullshit written on the cover? She smirks briefly, then shakes her head. Nothing I saw, Miss Crown. Maybe you moved them last night. My brow cocks.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. No, I definitely left it on my desk yesterday before Fumi and I went to that meeting. Aka cocktails. Oh, I mean later, when you came in late last night. My eyes snapped to hers in confusion. Sorry, what?
Amelia's brow furrows. You were here, Miss Crown? In the office? Maybe that's when... No, I wasn't. I definitely wasn't. I was in the woods letting a stranger rub my pussy with a fucking knife because I'm goddamn crazy. And after that, I was showering at my apartment and then booking a suite at the Soho Grand. Amelia gives me an odd look. You definitely keycarded in. It was on the log this morning when I clocked in. She smiles a slightly confused smile. It was late, too. 1:30 or something. I can check if you want. I slowly shake my head, a horrible feeling settling over me. No, that's okay, I say quietly. Oh, you left your file cabinet unlocked, too. I made sure to lock it when I came in this morning, though. Thanks, I reply absently, turning away from her. Actually, you know what? I turn back and smile radiantly. Total brain fart. Wow, I force a laugh. That was last night, wasn't it? You need to take more vacations, she laughs. Seriously. Thanks, Amelia. No problem, she chirps brightly. I'll be at my desk. When she steps out, I swallow nervously. Fuck, this is bad. This, whatever this is, has been happening more and more. These episodes. Dr. Jesnick calls it physical involuntary discordance. It's sleepwalking, basically. 1 minute I'm asleep, the next I'm awake and moving around, even performing tasks. The kicker is, I have no memory of it later after I actually wake up. But holy shit, I came here late last night? The episodes I've had before have involved things like leaving the TV on or making myself a snack and not cleaning up the sink afterward. I tried to reorganize my financial records and tax returns one night, but I've never left my apartment before during one of the episodes. At least, I don't think I have, but how would I know? Maybe being in a new place last night fucked me up. Or maybe what you did before bed. I flush. Fuck, I didn't drive, did I? I'm still staring at Manhattan out the windows of my office with a dazed feeling when there's a knock on my door. It opens before I can even respond, and Fumi walks in. You do get that knocking first is like asking permission to enter someone else's space, right? She arches a brow with a curious smile on her lips. Okay, is this the part where you tell me I need to wait until such permission is graciously granted? I frown, exhaling. Sorry, I'm tired and cranky. She shuts the door and walks over to my desk as I slump into my chair. Fumi sits across from me in a gorgeous jade green knee-length pencil skirt and a super cute black top, her long black hair wrapped up in a top knot. So, she smirks, you're tired, huh? I start to roll my eyes. Fumi, does this mean you went through with it? She shrieks, grinning widely at me. Did you go to Venom? My face burns. Fumi, we're at work. My friend sighs heavily. We need a neon sign above your head to let me know when you're my boss Taylor and when you're my friend Taylor. I snort. What if we just say that while we're at work, I'm boss Taylor, and we stick to professional conversations that don't involve either your sex life with Gabriel or my lack of sex life with anyone? Fumi grins. Normal, professional conversations, like the one we had in the conference room yesterday when you were telling me what a shitty fuck Steven was? The like 2 times or whatever you slept together? I think there was also something about the... Okay, that was inappropriate, and I apologize, I say hastily. Fumi laughs. Apology accepted. Now tell me what the fuck sort of trouble you got into last night. You wouldn't believe me. Nothing, I blurt, lying through my teeth. I was going to meet up with someone and then chickened out. I sigh. There, happy? Fumi smiles wryly as she reaches over the desk and squeezes my hand. Hey, it's okay. You don't have to push anything. Or maybe just go on a normal dating site, Tinder or Bumble or something. They kinda seem like less pressure and not as intense as Venom. I sigh. Yeah, except... I don't know, those fucking apps? I cringe. They're awful. T, she draws. You're a boss bitch. You know that, right? I mean, you're 33 and you run a law firm. And not a strip mall one either. One of the biggest and most prestigious firms in New York. You're rich, you're in charge, you're hot.
She shrugs. Plus, you drive a sexy as fuck car. She eyes me. Let them come to you. Let them come begging to take you out. Yeah, no, solid advice, I reply on autopilot as my brain starts to drift. Except, I don't want them to come to me. I want them to chase me, and hunt me, and hurt me. Paging Dr. Jesnick. Can I ask you something? I lift my eyes to Fumi. Sure. You said you chickened out last night on someone you were going to meet? I nod. Fumi peers at me. Why? My brows furrow. Why? Why do you think you chickened out? Because I'm afraid of what I am. Because I'm terrified of setting free the darkness that lurks inside me, wanting things I shouldn't want, and giving me urges to go into the fucking woods at night. I shrug noncommittally. I don't know. Prosecution asks to approach the bench, Your Honor. I snort, rolling my eyes. Go ahead, say it. Say what? She smirks. Whatever sagey little pearl of wisdom you're dying to throw at me. Well, Fumi sighs, being one of your best friends, I think it's fair to say I know you pretty well. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's a whole part of you that you keep hidden and never want to talk about. I scowl. There is not. Taylor. I exhale, drumming my fingers on the desk. Okay, I'll give you that one. Yeah, because I'm right, she snickers. Anyway, without knowing the details of this date that didn't happen, since I'm guessing there's a 0% chance of you sharing those, correct, she grins, then my guess is you walked away because you have a hard time doing things not on your terms. My mouth twists. I'm right, aren't I? Say I'm right. I sigh. Fine, you may be right. Sort of. Partially. Fumi holds out an imaginary microphone. Could you repeat that a little louder for the folks in the back? She laughs as she stands. Okay, I can take a hint. Oh, Eloise and Tempest and I are getting drinks after work. What are my odds of getting you out 2 nights in a row? I roll my eyes. Slim to none. Your husband is seriously fucking my workload up with that whole getting elected to governor thing. Fumi smiles. If you change your mind, text me. When she's gone, I pull out my phone and open the Club Venom app again. I hate the disappointed feeling that washes over me when I pull up my convo with Napoleon in exile and see that he hasn't sent me anything. Last night may have been terrorizing and about 1,000 miles past anything I ever expected for reality. That's why I flipped out and used the safe word, shutting it all down. Now I wish I hadn't. Now I'm craving that touch of darkness I got with him. Now I want more. My lip twists between my teeth as I tap out a quick message. Secret slut. Sorry, I freaked out last night. I didn't mean to just end it like that. I wait, but there's no reply. The icon next to his username stays dark, indicating he's not even online. Secret slut. I shouldn't have used the word. I don't even know why I did. I keep waiting, but there's still nothing. Secret slut. I'd love to give this another try. The message stays unread. He's still not online. Fuck. Well, I think that went well. Alistair makes straight for the bar cart by the huge windows in his office when we walk in. It's close to 6, and most of the office down in the pit is gone, or in the middle of packing up for the day. Well, not the interns and paralegals, but that's par for the course.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist. Alistair and I have just spent the last 2 hours in a meeting with Gavin Serenko, current co-head of the Reznikov Bratva and a huge client of Crown and Blackup. Up till now, it was Gabriel who mostly handled all of Gavin's legal needs. But the jerk had the gall to go off and run for governor of New York a few months ago, and the electorate had the nerve to go ahead and vote for him. I mean, the guy is going to do a fantastic job of running the state. But it also means Alistair and I have a cubic fuck-ton of work to do trying to figure out how to divvy up his workload when he steps down as managing partner of the firm to fulfill his duties as governor. Usual? Alistair grunts from the bar cart. Please. He turns and passes me a Lafroig 18-year-old with a single ice cube. What can I say? I'm a Scotch girl.
The smokier, the better. Cheers, he mutters, clinking his glass to mine. Cheers. Someone wise probably once said, don't mix business with family. But, personally, I've never found that a problem. I mean, Alistair and Gabriel aren't my literal blood family, but they may as well be my brothers. And we've been as close as siblings, yes, including the bickering at times, since we first met. After the crash, when I woke up in the hospital without living parents, any memories, or even knowing who I was, I came here to New York to live with my great-aunt Florence. She's the one that got me up to speed with life, learning how to read again, how to dress myself, how to live. That summer spent with her is pretty hazy because my brain was still repairing itself and reteaching itself how to think. I remember being so thankful that I wasn't totally alone in the universe for that. Then I went to college, and 2 weeks into my first semester, Florence had a stroke and passed away. Then I really was alone. But 2 years of pushing myself hard later, I graduated undergrad early, passed the LSATs, and managed to get myself into Harvard Law. I was flat broke and didn't want to rack up massive student debt, so I got a job bartending at this crappy dive bar in Harvard Square. That's where I met the Black brothers. Alistair's debit card was declined on a $3 beer. Gabriel tried to argue with me that, pursuant to Massachusetts commerce law, and according to Witt versus the state of Maryland, it was on the vendor to prove that a declined card was the result of insufficient funds and not faulty machinery for collecting payment. I tossed back Velasquez versus Cardiff, which ruled presenting a means of payment proves reasonable intention to pay, thereby putting the onus on the customer, not the vendor. I won that round. Then the two assholes pretended to go to the bathroom and ran out on their whopping $6 bar tab. 2 weeks later, I found a $20 bill taped to my dorm door, along with a highly coveted invitation to the insanely exclusive study group one of the most influential professors on campus hosted every now and then. One of those study groups that's less about studying and more about, if you're here, congrats, you've made it. Turns out, Alistair and Gabriel used their considerable powers of persuasion to coax the professor who ran the group into inviting me in. And the rest, as they say, is history. We became fast friends. We all got internships at the same firm in Boston. Then we all found jobs in New York. 5 grueling years later, we poached the best clients we could, walked from our respective firms, and hung up our own shingle. Crown and Black was born. I have to say, though, it's felt weird these last 2 months, with Gabriel making his exit from the firm to the governor's mansion. He technically could stay on at Crown and Black, but it would be an ethics complaint waiting to happen, which would suck for both his reputation and ours. Alistair exhales slowly. There is one more thing we need to start discussing. I sigh. The new third managing partner. Bingo! Again, we're like siblings. My closeness with Alistair and Gabriel is what made Crown and Black the empire it is. But the balance really only works when there's 3 of us. If it's just Alistair and I running things, we're going to throttle each other at some point. I mean, lovingly, but still. Any thoughts? I lift a shoulder. You know I'm going to say Fumi. He smirks. Figured. I'm not against it for the record, but I'd counter with Elsa. She's been an equity partner for a little longer, and she's really good. Plus, clients love her. They also love that she married into the Dracos family. Alistair grins. Hey, you play the cards you're dealt. He glances at his watch. Groans. Shit, I need to cut this short. I forgot I had a meeting. I drain my scotch and set the glass down on the edge of his desk, not on a coaster, which I know drives Alistair crazy. For fuck's sake, he mutters, marching over and snatching the glass up like a worried housewife. Respect the wood. Please tell me that's your bedroom talk with Eloise? He snorts. I swear I'm going to report you to HR one day. I'll take you down with me. I hope I'm not interrupting. I jolt when I hear the voice behind me. Whirling, I stiffen and flush a little when I see the man standing tall, filling the doorway of Alistair's office with both his imposing size and his raw power. Drazen Krylov is a relatively new client of ours. I rarely interact with him since Alistair and his team handle most of his affairs. But I know his reputation and his history. Both are fucking terrifying. The physically imposing Serbian is the head of the newly reconstituted, I hear, Krylov Bratva. He also was, allegedly, a child soldier in the Balkan conflicts in former Yugoslavia in the 90s. I have no idea if that second part is true, but the man radiates a dark power that swallows the light of every room he walks into. He's also freaking gorgeous, tall, broad-shouldered and muscled, with a Henry Kyle jawline, piercing blue eyes, and dark black hair. Since he really does look like Dear Henry, and given his imposing, fierce look, Fumi and I have joked that he's evil Superman on several occasions. Tall, powerful, insanely wealthy, gorgeous, and possibly a mass murderer and committer of war crimes. So, pretty much the king of sexy walking red flag land. Alistair clears his throat as he pushes past me to shake Drazen's hand firmly, the back of which is pretty obviously Bratva ink. Not at all, Mr. Krylov. Please, have a seat. May I get you a drink? Vodka, straight up, thank you. When Alistair walks back over to the bar cart, Drazen pulls his icy blue gaze to me. I stay perfectly still, never dropping the calm professional smile. On the inside, I'm withering. I mean, the man is insanely hot, not to mention powerful and downright dangerous. I have at least a dozen clients just like him, of course, but there's something different about the Serbian. Something more. Well, I smile. I'll get out of your hair. You're not staying, Miss Crown? Oh, I don't think we need her, Alistair chuckles, passing Drazen a tumbler of vodka. You wanted to talk about zoning law, if I'm not mistaken? Well, I did, but I think there are more pressing things to discuss right now, are there not? Alistair glances at me. I glance at him. I am afraid I don't follow, Mr. Krylov, I say cautiously. His brows arch. You haven't heard, then? Alistair frowns. About? The hostile takeover attempt. Alistair scowls deeper. This is the first I'm hearing about, I'm afraid. Who exactly is trying to take over your? Drazen chuckles quietly, a low rumbling sound that sucks all the oxygen out of the room. You misunderstand, Mr. Black, he growls. I mean the hostile takeover attempt of your business. My heart skips. My face goes numb. Wait, what? Alistair is blinking like he's trying to process what Drazen's just said as the Serbian strokes his jaw. One of your competitors is about to make a play for your firm. My head whips to stare at Alistair, just as his yanks to mine. And, given that I'm your biggest client in billable hours, Drazen growls quietly.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I was hoping we could talk about that. Holy fuck. 4. Taylor, this is fucking insane. Fumi spits viciously, shaking her head and taking a hefty gulp of her cocktail. Eloise nods. How in the hell did Drazen Krylov know before you or Alistair and Gabriel? She mutters in her musical French-accented voice. I shake my head. He just mentioned connections. I don't think we need to pry too hard into that. Anyway, he's not wrong. I take a big swig of wine and then chew on my lip. The details are still coming in. But the quick version is that Fairchild, Bristol, and Lowe, a huge firm based out of Chicago with branches in London and San Francisco, is making a play for a takeover of Crown & Black, an exceptionally hostile one at that. It's not the first time Roger Fairchild has tried to sweep our firm under his umbrella. Part of his animosity stems from how fast Crown & Black took over New York. It could also be that the three of us are young. But a huge part of his beef with us is that Crown & Black's rise in the New York scene effectively blocked his attempt to open a branch here. The clients we took with us from our respective firms when we set up shop were all clients he was actively hunting. The office space we bought was the same spot he was eyeing. None of this was deliberate, of course. It's just the way it happened. But Roger is a petty little shit. And when his board vetoed branching into New York because of the business Crown & Black was doing, it sat badly with him. Since then, he's made a half-dozen attempts to try and bully us into selling to him or working under him as a subsidiary firm. Both are a hard no. The brothers and I have worked way too hard to give that asshole a chunk. Besides, we don't need him.
We thought he'd backed off in the last year, but it turns out he just decided instead to play dirty. A few months ago, the three of us decided we wanted a branch in Chicago. The market was right, we have New York clients that have a presence there, it just made sense. But instead of opening a whole new office, we went shopping for firms who were looking to sell. That's how we found Poulter and Lenz, a once great firm that was on the decline. Their founding partner had recently passed, and a lot of their core clients were jumping ship. They needed cash, we needed a foothold in Chicago. So, 3 months ago, we bought them out, with the stipulation that their employees would all keep their jobs and we'd get their clients. Win-win, right? Or so we thought, until Drazen's bombshell earlier tonight. Because now it would appear we've walked into a trap, and Roger Fairchild is the prick who set it up. How the fuck did they hide that kind of debt? Fumi mutters. Come on, I hiss quietly, bringing a finger to my lips and glancing around. Not here. I mean, it's a busy bar, and it's loud, but who knows who's listening? The only reason I'm even talking about it to either of them, despite them not being managing partners, is that they happen to be married to the other two managing partners. Sorry, Fumi huffs. I shake my head and take another big gulp of Cabernet. It was a two-step trap. Step 1 was to lure us into buying Poulter and Lenz. On the books, they looked good. Decent client base, just falling revenue. And their asking price, given that we'd keep all their employees, was extremely reasonable. What we just found out is that they were secretly had a lot of debt on the books. Think $400 million worth. It's bad enough that the firm we bought is basically a cement ball on a chain bound to our ankles, and the tide is rising. But to make it even worse, step 2 of the trap just kicked in. The debt Poulter and Lenz owes is owed in its entirety to Roger Fairchild, which means we now owe that fuck $400 million, and he's just called to collect, effective immediately. But shocker of all shockers, he's willing to drop the debt so long as we sell him Crown and Black at market rate. Alistair and Gabriel and I are going to have a meeting with the board tomorrow, I mutter quietly. But until then, Eloise clears her throat, smiling past me. They're here, she murmurs under her breath. Okay, no more shop talk, especially about this. I glance at her and Fumi. They both nod before I turn to smile as our friend Tempest makes her way through the crowd toward us with Bianca in tow, along with 2 of her ballet friends, Milena and Naomi. It's funny, I've never been a girl's girl, at least not that I remember. In undergrad, I was pretty much a loner, mostly because I had no family, no memories, and barely any money. When I got to law school, I immediately made friends with Gabriel and Alistair, and when did I have time to make female friends anyway? So it's strange, but not a bad thing, that I've suddenly found myself with this whole squad of ladies. Fumi and Eloise, of course, but also Gabriel and Alistair's little sister Tempest, who's married to Dante Sartore, head of Club Venom. Bianca, who recently married into the Drakos Greek Mafia family, who are also Crown and Black clients, is Dante's little sister. She's also an exceptional dancer in the Zakharova Ballet Company, which is how Milena and Naomi joined the squad. The fire alarm about what's happening with work is still there, but I allow myself to exhale and at least pretend to smile at the ladies around me as we order another round of drinks and lapse into normal conversation. What about you, Taylor? I blink, realizing I've been conjuring up ways to murder Roger Fairchild with my bare hands while staring at the bar. I yank my attention back to find the rest of them grinning at me. Sorry, what? Bianca laughs. These two, she jerks a thumb at Milena and Naomi, were just complaining about being chronically single. I said, single doesn't sound that bad. I mean, you're on your own and you're fucking killing it. I roll my eyes. Ah, yes, I say, turning to nod sagely at the 2 much younger than me girls. Model your life choices on the 33-year-old future cat lady who's married to her career. Definite goals. Milena snorts, pushing a strand of blonde behind her ear. Yeah, but, I mean, you're a fucking boss. Corner office, your name on the building, that sexy-ass car? I smirk. Cars don't give you orgasms. The rest of them crack up. I don't know, Tempest sing-songs. I've seen your car and I'm not convinced it doesn't. And, hey, you're not necessarily single, Fumi adds with a grin. Oh? Tempest perks up. Do tell. Nothing, I mutter, glaring at Fumi with a shut-it expression that she either misses or more likely ignores. Taylor was going on a date last night, but she bailed. I didn't, I purse my lips. I didn't bail. I had to reschedule. Oh yeah? Fumi grins at me. When did you reschedule for? Hi, yeah, still your boss, in case you forgot. She and the rest of them laugh as Tempest gives me a hug. Hey, you're all of 33. We're not putting you out to pasture yet, you know. Thanks. I feel so much better now. I roll my eyes, grinning. The rest of them lapse into a conversation involving some dating drama with another dancer at the ballet. I pull out my phone and flip to my group chat with Alistair and Gabriel. Me. I have a solution. Gabriel? Alistair? I'm all fucking ears. Me. Roger's in love with that vintage Jaguar convertible, right? We find out his usual weekend drive route and string high-tension wire across the road at neck height. Boom. Instant decapitation. Alistair. Savage. I love it. Gabriel. You two do understand the concept of premeditated murder and admissible digital evidence? Alistair. Reach behind yourself, Gabriel. That long, pointy stick you feel? Grab it and give it a good tug. See if it'll come out of your ass. Me. LOL. Gabriel. Yeah, you're totally right. I see no reason I should be concerned at all about being governor and on a thread discussing decapitating a business rival.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. You should absolutely consider politics, Alistair. I'd fucking kill it, and we both know it. Dictatorships are slightly out of vogue, Alistair. What about absolute monarchies? I touched base with Hartman, Lai, Pritchard, and Finelli from the board. Pretty sure we can count on all of them not to cave to that fucker's demands. But we need to start talking to the other members as fast as possible. Higher numbers of voting shares, incentive packages, whatever. Literally anything to make sure no one starts siding with Roger to push for this. Agreed. I'll reach out to Elaine Iverson and Carl Bouchard first thing tomorrow. The three of us chat a little longer about nailing down the loyalties of the Crown and Black Board of Directors while I feign conversation with the squad. I ignore the little icon for the Venom app. At least I try to. But after another glass of wine, I set my jaw and tap on it. I hate how disappointed I am still to have no reply from him to my last messages. I slug back another mouthful of wine, pretending to rejoin the conversation around me. Inside, I'm still fixating on the man in the mask from the woods, the one who chased me and pinned me to the dirty ground, who made me wet with a knife against my pussy, the man I freaked out on and blurted a safe word to, who then faded away, leaving me alone in the dark. In the moment, yes, it was too much, too insane, too dark, too dangerous, too everything. But now, I'm sitting here supremely pissed at myself for having chickened out and ending it before I could find out how deep I was willing to go. How far I was prepared to peer into that darkness inside myself. By now, he's obviously lost interest, which means the more times I flip back to my message exchange with him, the more pathetic I look, or at least the more pathetic I feel. Yeah, it's time to move on. And the next time, I swear I won't be blurting out any safe words too soon. The next time, I'll have the courage to explore the inky darkness hiding inside me. Switching back to Napoleon in Exile's profile, I scowl as I tap the 3 dots at the top of his profile and click block. Instantly, our chat vanishes. Then I switch to my own profile and click the little toggle back to actively seeking partner. I turned it off before after connecting with my stranger from the woods. But with it back on, other prospective partners from the app will be able to find my profile and maybe connect. Screw the psycho in the woods. Like, maybe give someone a heads up when you're directing them an hour from home into the fucking forest.
Maybe mention your knife play kink? Yeah, because you really minded both of those? Oh, shut up, self. I mean, dipping a toe into my slightly south of vanilla fetishes is one thing. What happened last night was diving head first into the deep end and only then discovering I only half knew how to swim. The next time when I connect with someone, I'm going to dial it back a little so I can explore. My phone buzzes in my hand. I blink, shaking away my thoughts and pretending to laugh at something Tempest's just said, even though I wasn't really listening. I eagerly glance at my phone, thumbing back to the Venom app. Dear Secret Slut, a match has been made for you with another member. You have both been notified. Please use this link to open a private chat with your potential partner. Like at the club itself, we encourage the use of anonymity, as well as open and honest communication. Both parties should discuss hard limits and safe words before meeting. Please be safe and enjoy your experience. My pulse thuds. The same sort of nervous, giddy, slightly scared, and very excited spike of adrenaline I got the last time teases through my veins. I click the link, feeling a ball of something clench in my core. It's not until I read his message that the meaning of his username stabs into me, making me freeze as my mouth falls open. You can run, but you can't hide. I was very clear. The safe word vault ends it. A little siren in the back of my head begins to whine in my ears. Goosebumps break out over my skin as a cold shiver snaps my spine upright. Holy shit, it's him. You can run, but you can't hide. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back. I stare at the screen, my hands shaking. You can run, cat got your tongue, my little fuck toy? Heat explodes across my cheeks. Secret Slut. You're cheating. You can't create a new user profile. You can run, but you can hide. Says the one who ended our game and is now back looking for another round. Secret Slut. Or maybe just another playmate. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe I just wasn't interested? The spike of adrenaline that stabs through me is as vicious as it is exciting. It's like taunting a wild animal through the bars of its cage at the zoo. You can run not once. That's one hell of an ego. My thought process has more to do with how fucking messy your greedy little cunt was for me. My jaw drops, my face throbbing with heat. Tell me exactly how many times did you rub that soaking pussy last night after you went home, imagining all the things I could have done to you? Holy shit, holy shit. I feign another smile at my friends before glancing back at my phone, my pulse racing. Secret Slut. Sorry to burst your bubble. I went straight to bed. Do you know what happens to lying little sluts? Jesus fucking Christ. I take a deep breath and swallow. Secret Slut. No, what? They get their faces and their asses fucked. If they do a very good job, they get daddy's cum down their throats. Holy fucking fuck. It's like dirty talk on fucking steroids. A thermonuclear level dom. It would almost be comically over the top if it weren't for the fact that I'm soaked. My pulse is hammering in my ears, making my skin tingle. My nipples have tightened and a needy ache throbs in my core. If making a new username after you blocked my other one is cheating, I don't give a fuck. I play to win, baby girl, and winning justifies any means. Secret Slut. And if I'm not into that, you nice. I might even believe you, except what you crave is blatantly obvious. I tremble, my thighs clenching together on my bar stool as I stare wide-eyed at my screen. Secret Slut. What it is you think I crave? You can run, but you can't hide. To be completely dominated.
The fancy car, the business clothes, the heels. You're someone who prides herself on always being in control. You want me to rip that away from you. That's why you met a stranger in the fucking woods, because you wanted me to be in control of you. I don't realize I'm breathing heavily or that my face is frozen until Fumi asks me if everything's okay. Startled, I pull my eyes away from the screen, mumbling out some lame excuse about texting business stuff with Gabriel and Alistair. You can one more chance, baby girl. And this time, if we're going to play, we're going to play for real. A low siren begins to whine in my ears as my blood turns to molten lead and my core clenches over and over with an embarrassing slickness coating my thighs. You can run, but you can't hide. This app has a Find Me function, top right-hand corner. Turn on location mode. My eyes bulge. Holy shit! I tap on the settings wheel and then stare at the toggle for location mode, my skin tingling. This is insane. Signing up at all was crazy. Driving out to the woods last night was dangerous and reckless. But this? Sharing my fucking location with this psycho 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Lunacy. You like Primal play? You want to prove you're not just some cute little tourist? Be a good girl and turn it on. Turn it on and leave it on.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My breath comes in panted, staccato gasps. My skin feels like it's being electrified, and the friction of my panties against my slick core as I shift in my seat is agonizing. Secret slut. And then what? You can run, but you can't hide. Then you wait. Secret slut. 4. You can run, but you can't hide. And trap you. You can run, but you can't hide. And fuck you. Even after you tell me to stop. Holy fucking shit. You can run, but you can't hide. If we play again, there is no backing out. There's no stopping it or me. Now, turn that fucking account back to not looking, because you're not. I just stare at the screen, my tongue darting out to wet my lips as my pulse roars. You can run, but you can't hide. Tick-tock, little slut. Are we going to play or not? Before I can overthink it, I let my finger toggle on the location setting. Yes, you can run, but you can't hide. Good girl. See you when you least expect it. His online status goes dark, and the black, vicious thoughts in my head swallow me whole. 5. Taylor. 2 days after learning that Roger Fairchild has declared war on Crown and Black, we've marshaled our defenses. The board, with a few exceptions, seems to be on our side and opposed to selling to him. But while it's good to have a mostly united front, it doesn't do squat against the hard truth that we just bought a company that secretly owes almost $500 million to our biggest competitor. Not exactly money we have lying around. Gabriel, Alistair, and I aren't in any sort of financial dire straits or anything. We do really well with Crown and Black. But there's great apartment, car, and fantastic retirement savings wealthy. And then's $500 million in my Scrooge McDuck vault wealthy. Suffice it to say, none of us is the latter. It puts us in a scary spot. Now I wish I could say that the current insanity in my professional life overshadows the lurking, sultry darkness in my private one. Spoiler, it doesn't. Not even a little bit. Just the sight of my phone, or feeling its weight in a jacket pocket or my bag, sends a little creeping reminder finger-walking its way up my spine. My location is on. He knows where I am. I'm still not staying in my own apartment, but that means nothing. I actually messaged tech support for the Venom app, which swears it only sees your username, not your real name, to ask them about that location setting. It's not just kind of accurate, like someone would know what building you're in. It's pinpointed to within a foot. He knows exactly where I am. Always. So, even as crazy as my real life has become, the shivering dark fantasy is still there, lurking in the shadowy places of my mind, occupying my thoughts whenever they start to stray. I think what twists me up the most and makes my skin tingle every minute of every day is not even the knowledge that I'm being hunted. It's the notion that I don't know who he is. I don't have a clue what he looks like, aside from those piercing, icy blue eyes and huge build. And it's that lingering, not knowing, tugging little sensation at base of my skull reminding me that he could be anywhere at any time that has my pulse pounding. Feel like joining us today, Taylor? Shit. Guiltily, I wrench myself out of my own head and focus on Alistair leaning against his desk with his arms folded over his chest. Gabriel's in an almost identical pose against the glass of the windows. They arch their brows at me as I clear my throat. Sorry, is this little discussion about the state of our business and livelihood boring you, T? Alistair mutters. I give him a middle finger, which makes him grin. Easy, man, Gabriel growls, shooting his brother a glare. We're all on the same side here. We're just trying to figure out a solution. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. What about the idea of restructuring the debt? I frown. Have Eloise and the financial wizards found anything there? Gabriel shakes his head. Roger's not fucking around. The actual debt amount is $399,999,999, I groan. And 99 motherfucking cents, Gabriel spits. Alistair's brow furrows. And the relevancy of that is? Rogers LLC is based in Switzerland, Alistair scowls. So, you can only restructure corporate debt to a foreign company once it's over $400 million, I groan. Motherfucker knew what he was doing. Jesus, Alistair hisses. Okay, what about nuking the deal itself? We only finalized the actual purchase of Poulter & Lenz 60 days ago. If I'm not mistaken, there's a 90-day window for us to terminate the sale and walk away. We'd take a bath on the down payment, but we'd get back the rest after settlement. He shrugs. It's still better than selling to that fuckhead. I shake my head. With a unanimous board, that's feasible. But we don't have that. Jennifer Kwan and Terence DeHoof aren't budging. I think Roger's gotten into their pockets somehow. Gabriel shrugs. Terence, maybe. I think Jennifer is just spooked by my departure. She's one of the longest-serving members of the board. I think she's worried about us going down to 2 managing partners. Well, Alistair grunts, the fuck are we waiting for then? Let's pull the trigger then. I'm for either Fumi or Elsa. He glances to me. Guessing you vote for Fumi? Well, my lips twist as I turn to Gabriel. Look, I want to, but it can't be Fumi, Gabriel sighs. Yes, she's extremely qualified, and biased as I am, I think she'd kill it. But ignoring the fact that Elsa has longer tenure, higher billable hours, and more time in general sunk into this firm, it cannot be my wife. You mean our newest managing partner banging the governor might be perceived as a slight conflict of interest? Alistair says dryly. His brother shoots him a withering look, but then rolls his eyes. To the least, yes. It'll hurt the firm, unnerve the board, hurt you politically, I add. He nods. Well, that too. But I'm thinking about my wife, Gabriel growls. It has the potential to make Fumi look like she fucked her way into the job. I exhale. Unfortunately, I agree. Not to mention certain family connections, Gabriel adds. Yeah. A few months ago, Fumi discovered that her family has deep roots in the Japanese Yakuza out of Kyoto. It came hand in hand with gradually reconnecting with her enigmatic half-brother, Kenzo. Alistair frowns. I hear you, but Elsa's married to Hades' fucking Dracos. I nod. True, but the Dracos family has significant ties to everyday people and the voters of New York. They basically run a third of the construction projects in the city, which represents a shitload of jobs. Plus, Dimitra Dracos sits on like 10 different boards for immigrant rights and fair housing. That's not necessarily a bad PR image. Meanwhile, the Morikai Yakuza? I grimace. Well, they don't have a presence in New York at all, good or bad. But Yakuza Princess might get some PR blowback. I exhale. In any case, even though she's my friend, I agree with Gabriel. Fumi's one of the best attorneys I've ever worked with. But so is Elsa, and I think she's the better choice for managing partner. Alistair smirks. Are we gonna keep ignoring the pregnant elephants in the room? Yes, let's dive head first into employment prejudice against pregnant women. That should do wonders for our public image, Gabriel says dryly. She's due like tomorrow, Alistair sighs. I grin. Then she'll take maternity leave. As long as we've got her nailed down as our third managing partner, that should do a lot to soothe Jen Kwan's boardroom nerves. Besides, you know Elsa. If we can get her to take 24 whole hours off after giving birth, it'll be a miracle. Okay, in the meantime, I'll work on Terrence DeHoof. How the hell do you suppose you'll do that if he's already in Roger's pocket? Alistair mutters.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without appeal to the angels of his better nature. Gabriel shrugs. Or there's always murder him in a dark alley. Alistair snorts. Gabriel smiles, one of his trademark, slightly mask-like smiles that have a way of freaking me out just a little. Like, maybe I'm not the only one of the three of us that doesn't allow the other two to see all of the real me. So, are we in agreement then? I say briskly, changing the subject. Pending an official board vote, Elsa Gwynn will be the new managing partner for Crown and Black? Yeah, Gabriel growls. I can't imagine better or safer hands to have at the helm of this firm while I'm gone. It's a yeah for me, too, Alistair nods. I mean, at least until someone impeaches this fucker and he needs his day job back, he grins, jerking a thumb at his brother. I roll my eyes. Obviously, a yeah for me. I clasp my hands. Shall we bring her in? Sure, let's roll the pregnant elephant in here. Gabriel shakes his head. I swear to fuck, Alistair, you are a walking HR training video of what not to do. There's a reason there's an age-old saying about the best laid plans. After all that, Elsa ends up being a big honking maybe. It turns out she does have plans to take a chunk of time off after her and Hades' daughter is born. Plus, she's got her own reservations about her marriage to Hades affecting the firm's reputation. Where I am now as an equity partner allows me certain latitude, she said earlier. It gives me the freedom to do my work for the firm, but also to take on more off-the-books sort of work for the Dracos and Kildare families. Being a managing partner would probably put an end to that. I mean, she has a point, but hey, it's not a no, so we're moving in the right direction. Hours later, after taking her out anyway for celebratory drinks, a Manhattan for me, a virgin mojito for her, I'm trudging back to the Soho Grand. I really need to figure out what I'm doing with my fucking apartment. The couch is being taken out in a few days, at least, and I think that might help me purge the mental image of Little Miss Delta Beta Skank blowing my boyfriend with her ass up in the air. I giggle to myself as I open the door to my suite, replaying the image of Stephen's "oh, fuck" face while his TA was earning an Academy Award pretending to deep-throat his uncomfortably small dick. I haphazardly drop my stuff onto a side table. I ended up having 2 Manhattans just now with Elsa, so I'm feeling a little tipsy as I kick off my heels and walk across the dark living room toward the bedroom. I don't even make it halfway there. A huge, gloved hand wraps tight around my mouth. A massive, hulking body crashes into me from behind, shoving me forward and slamming me against the windows. Adrenaline and pure fear flood every nerve in my body as my spine snaps tight and my skin electrifies. The low, masculine chuckle in my ear sends cold, liquid fear dripping down my back like blood from the tip of a knife as he holds me firm. Shoulda locked your door, baby girl. 6. Taylor, this can't be happening. This isn't real. But none of the lies I scream at myself through the roaring in my ears has any effect whatsoever. Pure, undiluted, naked fear rips its claws through my very soul.
My chest constricts, my lungs and throat burning as I scream into the big hand clamped over my mouth. I try and kick my heel back, but my attacker easily dodges it. Then, when he slams his weight into me, pinning my body to the glass in front of me, my face explodes with heat. He's hard. My blood turns to liquid fire as I feel the thick, throbbing bulge in his pants pressing and pulsing against my ass. His thigh pushes between mine, making me choke on my breath as he roughly shoves my legs apart. He keeps grinding against me as a second strong hand gets between me and the glass windows. I moan, shuddering, as he roughly mauls my breasts and brutally pinches and twists a nipple through my blouse. "Patience may be a virtue, my little slut," the man rasps darkly into my ear, grinding his fat erection against me. "But it's not one of mine." His hand leaves my breast, pulling away for a minute. When I hear the unmistakable sound of a knife opening, my blood runs cold. "You don't get to say no this time," he snarls. I whimper as the blade touches my throat. "In fact, you don't get to say anything at all. I'm going to take my hand away from this mouth now. If you scream or say anything at all without my permission, I'm going to fill it with my cock until you choke. Nod if you fucking understand." I nod quickly, trembling as adrenaline explodes through my system. His gloved hand slips from my mouth, and the heat of his breath on my neck makes me shudder. Say the fucking safe word, and I'll stop. Everything goes still as it hits me. Holy fucking hell. It's him, the man from the woods. I actually did manage to forget, with the chaos in my professional life, that my location is on and easily visible to him. And he's finally decided to use that knowledge. It's then that the raw fear inside of me starts to morph into something else, something fucked up and wicked, viciously addictive and unnervingly hungry. Being accosted in my hotel room, manhandled, and slammed into the windows with a knife to my neck and an erection digging into my ass should horrify me. It doesn't. Because when the lights go out and my thoughts take over, this is where they take me. These are the sorts of twisted, fucked up, depraved fantasies that make me gasp into the sheets at night. The violence, the complete loss of control, someone much bigger and stronger than me doing what they want, with or without my permission. Yes, it's completely terrifying that my stranger has tracked me to a hotel room, jumped from the shadows, and placed a knife at my throat as he puts his hands wherever he wants on me. It's also my ultimate fantasy, my every whimpered, whispered desire. Take control. Take anything you want. Chase me, catch me, hurt me, fuck me. The second he growls those words into my ear, any and all horrified restraint goes out the window. I shamefully realize I'm already wet, and my nipple that he twisted is already tingling and swollen with achy need. Instantly, I'm melting against the glass, the skin of my throat throbbing under his blade. "Say the fucking word, my little slut," he rasps darkly, "and I'll stop." I cry out as he bites my earlobe hard. His mouth drops, and I whimper and moan as his teeth bite into the side of my throat, sending bolts of powerful lightning crackling through my core. I look up, and my heart lurches as I realize I can vaguely make out his reflection looming behind me in the glass. He's all in black, same as before. Black t-shirt, black jeans, black boots. A black devil's mask over the top half of his face, leering at me with pure malice. "Or maybe I won't," he growls slowly. "Maybe you'll say your precious safe word, blithely thinking that will save you, and I still won't fucking stop." A dark, twisted, devious sort of need throbs and pulls at my core. Heat pools between my thighs, and I whimper as he suddenly spanks my ass brutally through my skirt. But that's a die you'll half-roll yourself, isn't it? I nod quickly as my breath quickens. My chest heaves, and I squeal as he suddenly grabs a fist of my hair close to the scalp. He twists and pushes, pinning my cheek to the dark glass overlooking the neon lights of New York. The blade at my throat slowly trails lower, the tip dragging lightly over my skin and leaving a throbbing, shivering quiver in its wake. He notches the tip against the top button of my blouse. Flick. The button slices away. The knife slides lower. Flick. With another quick twist of his wrist, that button also gets cut away. He keeps going, slowly slashing off every button of my blouse until the whole thing falls open. I shudder as he slips the blade into the front of my black lace bra. Deftly, his wrist flicks again, and I gasp sharply as he cuts my bra away, freeing my breasts against the chilly glass.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. He roughly cups one of them, his weight still pinning me to the window. The blade in his other hand teases over my ribs, fluttering just off my skin enough not to cut me. The thrill of the imminent danger of that knife dancing over my skin makes my blood roar and my head swim. I move to plant my hands against the glass, but in one motion he's yanking them both around to the small of my back and pinning them there with one hand. My pulse jangles as my breath fogs the glass in front of me. He yanks my ripped blouse and bra down my arms and twists and wraps them tight around my wrists, tying my hands at the small of my back. I feel the knife slide lower, dancing over my skirt before it slips under the hem, and I whimper when he lifts the fabric with the blade's edge. The knife twists in his hands, pushing up between my thigh and the fabric of my Chanel skirt. I jolt as he suddenly brings the blade forward, his muscled forearm rippling in the glinting lights of the city as he slices clean through my skirt. The fabric drops to my feet. His hand twists my hair at the scalp again, pinning me harder to the glass as his blade teases over the lacy waist of my thong. The tip pushes under the front. My eyes bulge, my breath hitching, and my skin erupting into goosebumps as he slowly pushes the knife down into my panties. It's sharp as fuck, but he angles it so it doesn't cut me. It's just the hard, flat width of it that pushes lower and lower, teasing so dangerously close to my pussy that for a second I truly consider how fucking unhinged all this is. I don't actually know this man at all. And I've let him follow me to a secluded, dark room where he's already said he might not even stop if I use the safe word. Vault. Say the word, girl. Say the fucking word before this insanity goes any further. But even as I mentally try and scream some sense into myself as he inches the huge knife closer and closer to my most intimate area, it's like I've gone into a trance. My pulse races, my body tingles and throbs and aches in ways I've never felt before. A warm, enveloping darkness pulls me under, making my eyes roll back and my mouth go slack against the glass, as the monster behind me shatters the line between excitement and fear, pleasure and pain, to smithereens. At the very last second, his wrist twists. The knife turns 90 degrees, and when the metal drags over my throbbing clit, it's the dull edge at the back, not the sharp honed blade that touches my body. My mouth falls open, and a haunted, aching moan falls from my lips as he rubs the dull edge of the knife over my swollen clit. He hears it too. The man rumbles a dark, sinister laugh. I cry out as he roughly pinches my nipple again, grinding his erection against my ass as he begins to rub the back of the knife back and forth over my clit. I didn't realize what a little whore I'd found, he rasps darkly, the hint of that European accent I still can't quite place, sending shivers through my core. Tell me, he growls, is it the thrill of danger that makes this slutty little pussy so fucking drippy and messy? He deftly twists the blade, letting the tip push down to just barely scratch my inner thigh. Or is it the pain that makes you such an eager little fuck toy for me?
My breath is ragged and gasping as he twists the blade back again, letting the flat side roll back and forth across my aching clit. His finger roughly twists my nipple. Then, without warning, he suddenly slaps it, not ultra-violently, but enough to send explosions of pain and pleasure searing through every nerve ending in my body. I cry out, choking on the heady rush of both feelings, the good and the bad, as they keep me in their grip. "Answer me, slut," he rasks darkly into my ear. "Both," I mule out with a breathy choke. My voice doesn't even sound like me. The confident, poised, boss lady Taylor helming a board meeting? That's not who's speaking right now. The voice that whimpers from my throat is submission personified. Breathy and scared, eager and desperate, needy and subservient. His wrist rolls back and forth. The back of the knife rubs over my throbbing clit again and again. My face burns with shame at the wet, slick, sticky sounds of my eagerness against the steel as delirium rolls over me. I'm fucking dripping. I'm so wet I can feel it leaking down my thighs and turning my thong to a soaked mess. The man chuckles darkly at my back, leaning around to let his teeth bite down hard on the hollow of my throat. What a desperate little whore I've found. What a filthy little pain slut I've uncovered, getting so fucking wet from a complete fucking stranger rubbing her greedy cunt with a knife. I shudder as his teeth drag over the bite mark he's just given me. I can't wait to watch you scream when I take every greedy hole you have, my pretty little slut. Suddenly, I gasp as his arm yanks hard. The blade cuts through the front of my thong with the ripping sound of lace against steel. In one motion, he flips the blade, and I inhale sharply as he drives it hard right into the papered wall next to the huge window I'm pinned against. My panties are dangling from the blade, pinned in place barely a foot from me. He growls as he grabs a handful of my hair, twisting my head to force me to look right at the ripped lace dangling from his knife. "Look how fucking wet you got for me, little toy," he rasps darkly. Just in case there's still a tiny part deep inside you rebelling against this, trying to tell you that you don't enjoy it, that you didn't like it when my lethal blade made your pussy almost come for me, like the filthy little cum slut that you are, he snarls. "Look how fucking messy you got for me." It's almost too much. It's so real, so engulfing, so everything. Like standing too close to a bonfire until the heat is singeing the ends of your hair and drying out your lips. Like looking directly at the sun. There's a small part of me that almost wants to say no, scream, the one word that will end all of this. And yet, even as I try and tell myself this has gone far enough, he's right. There is a rebellious part inside of me, but it doesn't want me to stop. It's not whispering that I don't want this. It's screaming for more. So the word never comes, and all I can do is shudder and gasp and whimper against the glass of the window pane in front of me, as his hand slides down my stomach and between my thighs. I moan, my teeth clamping down on my bottom lip, as he pushes 2 fingers over my clit and between my pussy lips. They curl inward, and a gasp chokes from my throat as he suddenly rams both fingers deep inside me. His hands are big, veined, and powerful, his fingers thick and strong. And when they drive up into me and instantly find that spot inside, I see stars. His palm grinds into my clit roughly, his other hand pinching and mauling my swollen, tender nipples before it wraps around my throat and squeezes. Instantly, my body responds. It's like sending an electrical current zapping through my core. My skin prickles and shivers, my toes curl against the floor. My walls tighten around his massive fingers, and my eyes roll back. Yes, just like that, my greedy little cum slut. I can feel your eager little pussy trying to milk my fingers when I squeeze your throat. He does it again and again. My gasping moan chokes in my throat, even as my pussy clamps down around his fingers. He chuckles darkly. Such a greedy whore. I've always craved violence and total submission, the utter domination and the complete loss of my control, the thrill of being hunted, stalked, and chased, the danger of a stranger looming from the darkness. But the way he's talking to me, that's new at all. His hand tightens around my throat again, making my pussy squeeze his fingers over and over. I whimper as he starts to drive them in and out hard, stroking against my G-spot with every deep thrust. I whine quietly in the back of my throat when he slips his fingers free. Such a greedy whore. I've always craved violence and total submission, the utter domination and the complete loss of my control, the thrill of being hunted, stalked, and chased, the danger of a stranger looming from the darkness. But the way he's talking to me, that's new at all. His hand tightens around my throat again, making my pussy squeeze his fingers over and over. I whimper as he starts to drive them in and out hard, stroking against my G-spot with every deep thrust. I whine quietly in the back of my throat when he slips his fingers free.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. But then he raises his hand, and I watch with wide eyes in the reflection of the window as he brings them to his mouth and sucks them clean with a satisfied groan. Your fear tastes like fucking candy, slut, he growls. I watch him bring his hand back down between my thighs. I gasp as he sinks his fingers back into me, stroking and pumping against my G-spot and my clit as I whimper and moan. His fingers slip out again. His hand lifts. This time, his glistening fingers approach my mouth. Open wide, he growls. Open that mouth and taste how messy your cunt is for me. I do, without hesitation, without even thinking about it. Am so lost in the control he has over me that my lips part without question. His slick fingers glide over them, slipping over my tongue. Suck. My lips wrap around his finger, and I do as he says. Heat floods my face as my tongue swirls around his thick finger. I taste sweet. His finger slides in and out of my lips, and I can feel myself moan as my face throbs with heat, my tongue sucking and dancing around his finger as he fucks my mouth with it. His hand pulls free, instantly delving back between my legs. 2 fingers sink back into me, stroking my G-spot as his palm grinds hard into my clit. Oh, fuck. My legs start to shake as his fingers ram into me over and over. Lewd, loud squelching sounds fill the room, along with my choked whimpers and desperate moans. I flush, feeling him pin me harder to the glass, grinding his huge erection against my ass as my thighs grow slick with need. I feel him reach between us and unzip his fly. Oh, God! His forearm ripples against my back as he pulls himself free. My eyes bulge. Holy fuck! I feel the hot, thick, huge throb of his cock pressing against my ass. He's so fucking warm, and I swear I can feel his pulse thudding as his rock-hard dick pulses against me. He feels enormous. You know what comes next, he growls, fingering me harder and faster, filling the room with filthy sounds that turn my face bright red. Your greedy little cunt is going to swallow every fucking inch of my cock. You're going to be a good little slut and take it all. You're going to feel this fucking cock in places no other man has ever dreamed of reaching.
I'm going to tear into you and fuck you until your legs give out. His teeth drag up my neck and bite down hard on my earlobe. I'm going to ruin your pretty pussy. My eyes bulge when I feel his knee jam between my thighs, shoving them wider. I can feel him stroke his huge, fat cock against my ass, sending shivers of nervous fear and eager anticipation rippling up my spine. "You made me wait, slut," he growls. "And now my balls are so full of cum, I'll be dripping out of your well-fucked hole until next week." For one brief second, reality pierces my brain. "Wait," I whimper, shaking all over. He just chuckles, shoving my legs a little wider apart as he rubs the slick, swollen head of his cock over my ass. I don't think so. I suck in a breath of ragged air. "I'm not on birth control," I whimper softly. "You say that as if I give a fuck?" he snarls, not even stopping as he pushes the enormous crown of his cock between my thighs. Wait, please." My arms strain as I try and free them from the torn blouse still wrapped around my wrists. He chuckles darkly as I try and struggle and squirm. Even if I wasn't tied, it would be futile. He's huge and powerful, rippling with muscles as he towers over me, pinning me to the glass. There's no escape from this. There's no escape from him. I shiver as his fingers slide out of my pussy. His hand slides up to pinch and roll my nipples mercilessly, bringing a tortured cry of pleasure from my lips. "Either I fuck this pussy right now," he growls, "or I take your tight ass. I'm coming in one of your holes tonight, my little slut. Pick one." That's when I know I'm a lost cause, beyond redemption or the help of Dr. Jesnik. Because when he says that, I don't recoil or get horrified or turned off. I get wetter. He rumbles a dark, malicious laugh, his muscled torso vibrating against my back. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd enjoy being my three-holed little slut, taking my cum everywhere." His teeth nip at my neck again. I'll have to remember that. My eyes flare as he pushes his big cock between my thighs. His hips roll forward, and I whimper as I feel the thick girth of it rubbing across my lips as he rams forward. I moan as I look down to see the swollen head of him emerge from between my thighs. My eyes bulge. Holy fuck. His hips rock back, easing his massive dick back between my thighs as the swollen head drags back over my pussy. Then he rocks forward again, and I watch it thrust back out from between my legs. He's so fucking big. "Tick fucking tock, slut," he growls. "Am I burying my cock in your messy little pussy?" I shiver as he glides the head between my lips back and forth. Or am I claiming this tight hole back here? He slides backward and centers the head against my asshole. Not a fucking chance. I've never done that, and there's no way in hell he of all people. My pussy," I whimper, shame exploding across my face. "You can ask nicer than that, surely." My cheeks throb. Please, what?" he snarls into my ear. "Please fuck my pussy. Are you going to be a good little slut and take every inch?" I whimper, shaking all over. "Yes, say it." My face throbs with heat, my nipples tightening as I tremble with excitement, shame, and desire. "I'll be a good little slut," I blurt, as the pure insanity of this moment consumes me. "I know you will." Without warning, he spins us around. I choke on my breath as he grabs a fistful of my hair, half pushing and half leading me across the darkened living room to the couch. Then whimper when he shoves me down face first across it. His palm comes down hard on my ass, making me yelp as he spanks me once, twice. Heat sizzles through my core, and a raw, aching need unlike anything I've ever known before burns in my core. I want this. More than anything, I need it. I feel him move behind me and shiver when I feel the hot pulse of his swollen cock stroking against my thigh, and then him slapping the head against my pussy. He grabs my hip and quickly rolls me over. My hands are still bound behind my back, and I shudder as I roll onto them, helpless, my legs spread as he looms over me. Fuck. I could see his mask before, in the reflection in the glass. But now, it's so much more. He stands over me, that dark, matte black devil's mask leering down at me with his icy blue eyes piercing into mine. His huge bicep bulges slightly, his forearm muscles rippling as he wraps a veined hand around, without question, the biggest cock I've ever seen. My jaw drops and my eyes bulge as I stare at his hand stroking up and down his fat, swollen shaft. White pre-cum beads at the tip and is running in little rivulets down his veined cock as he leers at me. "I'm going to enjoy breaking this little pussy," he snarls. "I'm going to enjoy fucking ruining it." It happens so abruptly my brain almost can't process it. 1 second, he's leering down at me, full of animal need and primal lust. And the next, that look has become one of pure hatred and malice. He's not looking into my eyes anymore. He's staring at my little tattoo. It's as if the entire energy of the room shifts. The air gets colder. The throbbing lust that's permeated the atmosphere disappears. All that remains is pure fear and palpable rage on his face. You. The word scrapes from his throat like iron being dragged across stone. His eyes move from the ink on my hip up to my face. And when his eyes stab into mine, my heart turns to ice. He doesn't look like he wants to.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My face freezes in a mask of shock and horror, not even blinking when he roughly yanks me off the couch and throws me as if I weigh nothing at all, still naked, over his shoulder. "Houston, we have a fucking problem." I go utterly numb and still, like my brain is short-circuiting. Like I'm a robot toy and someone's just yanked out my batteries. Reality doesn't feel real. I'm dreaming or imagining this. I don't even feel it when he yanks a throw blanket off the couch and tosses it over me. Suddenly, he's marching me out the door of my hotel suite. "Wait," I choke out. "I don't know." "Shut the fuck up," he hisses venomously as kicks open the door to the staircase and starts jogging down them, with me thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Please," I whimper helplessly. "Please, I have money. You don't have to." "Stop fucking talking!" He spits the words out like poison. I can literally feel the rage throbbing under his skin as I bounce against his shoulder muscles as he takes the stairs 2 at a time. He kicks open another door and we step into a maintenance hallway. At the end of it, he kicks open yet another door and suddenly we're outside in a back alley behind the hotel. And the spell is broken. Maybe it's the cool night air or the reality that this man is taking me somewhere. But as we step outside and I glance back and see the traffic on the main street at the mouth of the alleyway, I lurch back to life. "Help!" I scream as loudly as I can. "Somebody! Help! Fire!" The breath is slammed from my lungs as he whips me violently off his shoulder, hurls me against the wall behind me, and snarls close to my face, his hand around my throat and his eyes full of pure malice. "Stop
fucking talking, Annika. Something short-circuits in my brain, lights flash, a spasm tears through my body and wrenches my spine. More bright lights flicker in my field of vision, turning everything dark. The sun shines down. The flowers smell like heaven. A man laughs deeply, and a beautiful red-haired woman smiles warmly. A little girl giggles in delight. "Come play, Annika. Come throw the ball." Jerking back out of it is like waking up and realizing you're drowning. I choke, startling the man as I lurch away from the wall with a manic frenzy and terror clawing at my heart. He lets go of me, and the speed with which I react almost scares me. In a flash, I jerk my knee up hard and catch him in the balls. The man grunts, his face twisting in pain, as I kick him as hard as I can in the shin. He drops to one knee, hissing in pain, and I run. "Annika, Annika, come play, Annika." Who the fuck is Annika, and why did he just call me his wife? 7. Drazen. There's a certain irony in being referred to as a ghost when you don't yourself believe in them. That's what most call me, a ghost, a devil from hell. Something wicked this way comes, as they say. That's me. I am the thing that goes bump in the night, the blackness that even fierce, hardened grown men fear. Over the years, I've been and been called many things. A soldier, a freedom fighter and defender of my home, a killer, a terrorist, a war criminal, a monster, a demon, the headsman or Baba Yaga, the boogeyman, a force of malice and vengeance. But here and there along the way, I was other things too. A brother, a son, a husband. My gaze pierces the darkness, stabbing through the bulletproof windows of my sky-high lair and looking out over the entirety of Manhattan, sprawled submissively beneath me. In the beginning, I had none of this. I had nothing but the charred, scorched remains of an empire I might have one day led in another life and another reality. Because that empire was taken from me, taken from my father, taken from his father, and that made me a king, an emperor of dust and bones, a demon hell-bent on his revenge. In the very beginning, there was Ioan Vasiliev, my great-great-grandfather, the favorite bodyguard of Tsarina Alexandra, the last empress of Russia. Ioan was given a priceless gift that would have lifted our family to breathe the rarefied air of kings. Imperskaya Gvardia, the imperial shield Fabergé egg. Alexandra commissioned it personally as a gift to my great-great-grandfather. And when the Bolsheviks were marching on the royal palace, she had him go to Paris to arrange for a safe place for her and her family to stay after they fled Russia. That never happened. Despite the many myths and legends surrounding Anastasia, the reality is that the entire Romanov family was executed in the woods outside Yekaterinburg and buried in shallow graves. They never met up with my great-great-grandfather. And while he awaited news from Russia, Ioan himself was murdered in his sleep, and the imperial shield Fabergé egg was lost. Ioan was not without an heir, however. His son, Mikhail, my great-grandfather, fled the blood-soaked revolution of his homeland and landed in Serbia. There, even without the egg and the priceless treasure it contained, he began work on the foundations of his own empire. One built not upon the protection of a royal monarchy, but on simply taking what he wanted. An empire built on blood and violence, taking the life skills he'd learned in his native Russia and melding them with the cutthroat smarts necessary for survival in war-torn Serbia after World War I. Mikhail never used his father's name. He saw Vasiliev as a reminder of the servitude to an emperor that got Ioan killed, as well as the promise of a future and riches in France that was never kept. Instead, he adopted my great-great-grandmother's maiden name for the brand of his new criminal Serbian empire, Krylov. Mikhail had 3 sons, 3 heirs to help him make the Krylov Bratva into something powerful and feared. Together, that's what they did, taking over every small outfit around him until his modest criminal organization became a force to be reckoned with. The Krylov name inspired fear and respect. People bowed their heads when my great-grandfather Mikhail and his sons passed by. My great-uncle Ioan, named after his grandfather, was due to be married to a beautiful girl named Alyona. They were young and in love, and the Krylov family was on the brink of becoming one of the greatest Bratva families in Eastern Europe. But then tragedy struck. An aggrieved rival family chose the day of the wedding to attack. It was a bloodbath, and though the Krylov name lived on and ultimately claimed victory over their rivals that day, the empire was no more. Mikhail was killed that day. So were my 2 great-uncles, Ioan and Matvey, along with almost 3/4 of my great-grandfather's soldiers. The family home that Mikhail had built was burned to the ground. So were his warehouses full of merchandise to be sold. After that, the Krylov withered and almost died. The connections my great-grandfather had built vanished. His trade routes collapsed, and his contacts found new business partners. Now significantly weakened, the Krylov noun was hunted by emboldened local political powers and the police and chased into the shadows. But I come from a long, proud line of survivors. In hiding, my grandfather Lev ended up marrying his brother's intended, Alyona. Together, they had a son, Miroslav. Lev didn't have much in the wake of the wedding massacre, but he kept the Krylov name going and rebuilt where he could. Miroslav became a man, got married, and brought his own son into the world, me. But hardship seems to have trouble staying away from my family. The problem was the Krylov family was neither Russian nor Serbian. Technically, it was both, since Alyona was Serbian-born, mixing the bloodlines when she and Lev had my father. But to the Serbians, particularly the Serbian Mafia, we were Russians. And to the Bratva and the Russians, we were tainted, diluted blood, and not truly Bratva. It was during the Yugoslav wars and the bloodshed that was Kosovo in the 90s that things erupted.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. In a non-sanctioned gun battle between the Krylov Bratva and our biggest rival, the Serbian Brankovic family, stray bullets almost took the lives of 2 innocents, my grandmother, Alyona, and Mihailo Brankovic's young daughter, Annika. After that, things clearly had to change. As the Balkan War wound down, it was obvious there was going to be a power grab by anyone who had the means. In Kosovo at the time, that was my family and Mihailo Brankovic's family. An agreement was made. Although she and I were both still children, I only a few years older, Annika Brankovic and I were betrothed to marry when she turned 18. Our families ceased hostilities and started working together to seize whatever we could in the aftermath of the Balkan War. Both families grew powerful and wealthy, and although we were essentially strangers, let alone in love, Annika and I were married when she turned 18. A month later, she and the rest of her family betrayed mine. In his rise to restored power, my father and my grandfather had both amassed more than a few enemies. Some Serbian, but mostly Russian Bratva families, who were jealous of the power, influence, and wealth the Krylovs had carved out for themselves without even having to play games with Moscow or St. Petersburg. They schemed against us, pooling their resources to help Mihailo. A month after the wedding, Annika let assassins in through the back door of our Summer Island estate in Italy. I watched as my entire family was slaughtered that night. My grandfather and grandmother, my father and mother, my aunt and 2 cousins, my sister, her husband, and my newborn nephew. All dead. After that, the monsters torched the house and left me to die in the fire and blood they left behind. Except I didn't die. I lived. When I climbed out of the wreckage of my life the next morning, I had nothing. The Krylov Bratva had been eradicated overnight.
All our assets stolen or destroyed. All our government connections paid to turn their backs. All our allies dead or no longer friendly. My only solace that day was learning that Annika hadn't made it either. One of our men, in his last moments, had blown up the only bridge connecting our island to the mainland just as the car carrying that treacherous bitch was driving over it. I found her charred remains in the wreckage of the car on the rocks below, spit on her corpse, and set my resolve. I've spent the last 15 years since that fateful day clawing back my empire and utterly destroying anyone and everyone who had any part in the massacre of my family. I embraced my heritage. I became an avenging angel of death. I even located the Imperskaya Gvardia, the imperial shield Fabergé egg, and used its hidden riches to storm back into the light under a new banner. But now there's this. 15 years ago, she betrayed me and destroyed my world. 15 years ago, I thought she died, denying me my vengeance. Tonight, I found her ghost. Tonight, I fucking found Annika. And this time, nothing will cheat me of my retribution. You can run, little Annika. In fact, I want you to. And this time, I'm going to chase you. I'm going to find you, and when I do, I'll fucking destroy you, Annika. Or should I say, Taylor 8? Taylor. There's a moment of complete confusion when I wake up in darkness to the beeping of an alarm clock. But then everything rushes back. It's like waking up under ice. I sit bolt upright. Instantly I wince as the movement triggers insanely bright white lights to stream down on me. My eyes squeeze shut, wincing as the blinding light stabs through my eyelids, and the alarm continues to blare into my ear. Good fucking morning to you, too. Bleary-eyed, I roll off the little folding cot and slam my hand down on my backup phone, silencing the alarm. My hands run over my face and up into my hair, pushing it back from my face as I take a breath and exhale slowly. Suddenly, the events that led me to waking up in the locked confidential documents vault at the office come screaming back in violent flashes through my head. I remember kneeing him in the balls and kicking him in the shin before fleeing. I remember bolting down the alley, naked and wrapped in a throw blanket, and then diving behind a dumpster, shrinking against the brick wall behind me, waiting to see if the monster would chase me. When the minutes ticked by and he didn't, I cautiously stepped from my hiding place to find the alleyway empty. After that, I sprinted to my car parked in the garage under the Soho Grand, pulled on the extra office outfit I keep in the trunk, and drove directly to work. This is the only place I could think of where I'd be totally safe from him, locked in the keypad entry-only documents locker. My primary phone is still back at the hotel room in my bag, so it's not like he could track me via the app or anything else on my phone. I shiver in the chilly air conditioning. Except he also saw my face, and he did come to my hotel room, which means he can easily get my name. I tremble again as my arms tighten around me. Annika, come play Annika. Come throw the ball. Stop fucking talking, Annika. My throat works, swallowing back the lump in the back of it. My eyes close, and suddenly I get another flash of the same scene. The warm sun and the smell of cut grass. The laughing, handsome man. The beautiful, smiling woman with the red hair. Come play, Annika. I flinch as I snap out of it. My eyes drift to my backup phone, and I frown at the time. Amelia will be in soon. Probably best not to be sitting on a cot in a locked windowless room in my underwear. I change back into the emergency outfit from my car and slide into my backup Louboutins. Peeking out of the documents locker, I see the office is still completely empty. I fold up my cot, tidy up the area, and head to my office to stow away the evidence of my workplace sleepover. In my ensuite executive bathroom, I wash my face, do my makeup, comb my hair, brush my teeth, and generally try to make it look like I didn't just spend the night in a glorified closet. Then I'm at my desk, some Van Morrison, which I love, playing on the desktop speaker, trying to focus on the legal papers in front of me. Oh, I smile and look up as Amelia stops short in the doorway, looking surprised. I mean, I'm usually here early, but I'm not sure there's ever been a day where I've beaten her in. I'm so sorry, Miss Crown, she frowns. Is my clock off? No, not at all, Amelia, I smile. Just here extra early to get cracking on some of this. Ah, perfect, Amelia beams. Can I get you a coffee? That'd be great. Thank you, Amelia. She grins and scurries off. The second she's out of sight, my smile drops. I exhale, shuddering a little as I reach for my landline and buzz the front desk. I ask George, the head morning security officer, to be sure to screen any unscheduled guests for the firm, and to be on the lookout for any especially tall and built dark-haired men who may have European or maybe even Eastern European accents. Someone in particular you're worried about, Miss Crown? George asks, in a voice laden with concern. No, I try and laugh it off. George clears his throat. I don't mean to pry, Miss Crown, but is this, maybe a date who isn't getting a second chance and might be upset about it? That's 1 million, yes. I could lie, but why not just bend the truth a little instead? I'm a lawyer, after all. Actually, yeah, I sigh. George clears his throat again, sounding extra official. Anything we should call the authorities about, Miss Crown? No, nothing like that, George. I sincerely doubt he'd come here anyway. I just, better safe than sorry. That's what I always tell my daughters, Miss Crown, George says fiercely. How big we talkin'? I shiver as I remember last night. I'm fairly tall for a woman, at 5'10", but he still towered over me by nearly a foot, it felt like. Maybe 6, 7, or 8? George whistles. He play for the Knicks or something? I grin.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Unfortunately, no. And again, I don't think he's dangerous or anything, and I doubt he'll... Well, keep an eye out, Miss Crown. Don't worry. Thanks, George, I say quietly. I appreciate it. After Amelia brings coffee, she shuts the door and leaves me to it. But instead of diving into the frankly insane amount of work I need to get through with Gabriel leaving, I can't focus on any of it. There's something else on my mind. Someone else. My face burns with heat. A dirty, deviant sensation slithers through my psyche, electrifying my skin. A needy pulse tugs at my core as my thighs clench. All further proof that I'm insane, as if I needed more convincing. Last night, a monster broke into my hotel room. A monster who pinned me to the wall, cut away my clothes, and ran a fucking knife over my body. A monster who almost made me come with that very knife rubbing my clit. I'm not insane. I'm deranged, broken, unhinged, unwell. Because even after everything that happened later, just thinking about that first part of the night has my pulse quickening and my nipples tightening, my panties growing damp. I didn't just let him do those things. I liked it. Or at least I did until it all went wrong. Until something shifted behind his eyes and his look turned from malevolent to downright malicious, from dangerous to furious. Until he called me Annika, called me his fucking wife, and then tried to abduct me. My skin prickles. The one saving grace in all this venom shit has been me telling myself that none of it is real. I've convinced myself of the fantasy aspect in all of this, that these men I could theoretically connect with on the app aren't actual psychopaths who want to hurt me or murder me. They're rich, powerful, vetted men who happen to have the same slightly south-of-the-border kinks that I do. Except, as I replay last night, especially the later parts, I'm suddenly not so sure. That wasn't a game to him. He looked at me like I was his worst enemy, for real. A knock on my office door startles me from my haunting thoughts. I yank my eyes up, spotting Alistair through the glass walls just before he lets himself in. "Heard you were here bright and early," he grunts, bearing a coffee mug that says Captain Sunshine and is covered with grinning, cheerful, anthropomorphic rainbows and suns. Yeah, my brows knit. What the fuck is with the mug? Alistair, who might be the least likely candidate for the title of Captain Sunshine in the history of the world, rolls his eyes. Eloise got it for me. I love that woman, I sigh. Maybe try to keep her this time around? Har fucking har, he mutters. He nods at the stack of legal documents on my desk. Gabriel shit? Gabriel shit, I reply grimly. Alistair sighs.
I can't believe Elsa only said maybe. It would make all our lives way easier if she'd just take the damn job. He makes a face. Stupid baby. I snort. What, you and Eloise not thinking about kids? He scowls. I mean, not this second, no. A smirk tugs at his lips. You? Any baby thoughts? I bite back the heat that is threatening to spread up my neck into my face as I replay part of last night. I'm not on birth control. You say that as if I give a fuck. I smile at Alistair through the throb deep in my core as I force a wry smile to my face. Yeah, still single as fuck, thanks. Alistair shrugs. Hey, I could totally see you as one of those single 50-year-old ladies with a surrogate or doing some sort of superwoman in vitro thing. Freezing your eggs is a thing, right? I glare at him. Yeah, my big takeaway from that is how easily you imagined me as still single at 50. Thanks, dickhead. He grins. Hey, true love might be walking in your door any sec. Miss Crown? Amelia blurts as she all but falls into the office. Her face is stricken as she glances between Alistair and me. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Black. It's fine. I cut her off with a frown when I see the seriously concerned look on her face. What's going on? One word, 3 syllables, Alistair says dryly. First syllable sounds like miss. Crown, the police are on their way up. The front desk just rang me. The smirk drops from Alistair's face, and we both leave my office and go out onto the wraparound walkway when we hear the commotion rumbling from down on the main floor. 2 uniformed NYPD officers, a man and a woman, are completely ignoring the shocked looks on the Crown and Black employee faces as they thread their way through the main floor pit to the staircase up to the executive level that rings the lower offices. Alistair, Amelia, and I watch in confusion as the 2 officers reach our floor, look at each other, then glance our way before walking over. The male officer clears his throat as they come to a stop. Miss Crown, he says with an official tone. My brows furrow. Yes? Would you like to step into your office with us so that we can talk privately? No, she wouldn't, Alistair growls, butting in. I'm Alistair Black, and not only is this my firm, but Miss Crown is my client. I'll be present if you wish to speak with her. I roll my eyes slightly as I glance at him. Thank you, Alistair, I say quietly, but I'm sure they're not here to talk about me. I glance back at the 2 officers and grin. Neither of them grins back. Shall we? The female officer, with a name tag that says Officer Horton, gestures past me to my office door. Sure, yeah, of course, I frown, turning and glancing at Alistair before stepping inside. Amelia, would you hold my calls, please? Of course, Miss Crown. Alistair and I step into my office, and I hold the door for Officer Horton and the guy, apparently Officer Ramon, as they follow us inside. Please, I gesture at the 2 couches to one side of my office. Why don't you have a seat, Miss Crown? Officer Ramon says in a terse, official voice. Can you tell us where you were last night? Something inside of me tenses. My lips pull tight as my eyes snap to his. What the fuck? As weird as it is for the police to just show up unannounced, I sort of was under the impression they wanted to ask me inappropriately leading questions about a client or a current case, not ask about me. Excuse me? You don't have to answer that, Alistair mutters, glaring at them. Actually, Mr. Black, Officer Horton says, her chin dipping, she does. Alistair's tone turns vicious. How about you tell us why the fuck you're here? Alistair, I glance at him and raise my hand slightly. It's okay. I clear my throat and turn to smile at the officers. I was at the Soho Grand last night. I see Alistair frown out of the corner of my eye, probably curious why the hell I was at a fancy hotel and not my own apartment. I had a small roach problem at my apartment, I say glibly, so I've been spending a few nights at the Soho while the chemical spray stuff does its thing. I smile affably, shrugging. New York, am I right? It's not the first time I've fibbed to the police. I've bent the truth or lied by omission here and there to help a client or to push back on officers trying to push too hard past their own legal limits. But I'm not entirely sure why I'm lying right now. I guess I don't want to mention Club Venom, and I certainly don't want to mention the fact that I asked a man from the club's app to track me and hunt me and to act out primal kinks with me. Although after what happened last night, I really don't understand why I'm not just telling them everything. Or at least the part where that lunatic called me someone else's name, said I was his fucking wife, and then tried to abduct me. My skin prickles. The one saving grace in all this venom shit has been me telling myself that none of it is real. I've convinced myself of the fantasy aspect in all of this, that these men I could theoretically connect with on the app aren't actual psychopaths who want to hurt me or murder me. They're rich, powerful, vetted men who happen to have the same slightly south of the border kinks that I do. Except, as I replay last night, especially the later parts, I'm suddenly not so sure. That wasn't a game to him. He looked at me like I was his worst enemy, for real. A knock on my office door startles me from my haunting thoughts. I yank my eyes up, spotting Alistair through the glass walls just before he lets himself in. "Heard you were here bright and early," he grunts, bearing a coffee mug that says Captain Sunshine and is covered with grinning, cheerful anthropomorphic rainbows and suns. Yeah, my brows knit. What the fuck is with the mug? Alistair, who might be the least likely candidate for the title of Captain Sunshine in the history of the world, rolls his eyes. "Eloise got it for me." "I love that woman," I sigh. "Maybe try to keep her this time around?" "Har fucking har," he mutters. He nods at the stack of legal documents on my desk. "Gabriel shit?" "Gabriel shit," I reply grimly. Alistair sighs. "I can't believe Elsa only said maybe. It would make all our lives way easier if she'd just take the damn job." He makes a face. "Stupid baby." I snort. "What, you and Eloise not thinking about kids?" He scowls. "I mean, not this second, no." A smirk tugs at his lips. "You? Any baby thoughts?" I bite back the heat that is threatening to spread up my neck into my face as I replay part of last night. I'm not on birth control." "You say that as if I give a fuck." I smile at Alistair through the throb deep in my core as I force a wry smile to my face. "Yeah, still single as fuck, thanks." Alistair shrugs. "Hey, I could totally see you as one of those single 50-year-old ladies with a surrogate or doing some sort of superwoman in vitro thing. Freezing your eggs is a thing, right?" I glare at him. "Yeah, my big takeaway from that is how easily you imagined me as still single at 50. Thanks, dickhead." He grins. "Hey, true love might be walking in your door any sec. Miss Crown? Amelia
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's fine if Mr. Black is here. Also, Mr. Black insists on being here as constitutionally mandated legal representation." Alistair spits with a glare. "I'm sorry, but I have a seriously packed schedule today," I mutter. "What exactly is all of this about?" Officer Horton glances at her partner. He nods and drifts away to the door as she taps something on her phone. "It's about this, Ms. Crown." She turns the phone toward me. Instantly, my blood turns to ice, and my stomach drops through the floor. "Shit," Alistair mumbles, turning away. I'm willing to bet it's not soon enough that he didn't just see the same thing I just did. Security video of a naked woman with wild red hair running through a parking garage with a throw blanket barely around her waist. It's footage of me last night, after I escaped from the lunatic. "That's enough," Alistair snaps, still looking away. "Turn that shit off, now." Officer Horton nods, looking uncomfortable herself as she swipes away from the video and tucks the phone into a pocket in her vest. "Ms. Crown, you can deny who that is on the tape, but I think this will go easier." "No," it's I, my face crimson. I exhale slowly. "Look, I had a few too many drinks last night," I shake my head, "and sometimes I take a pill to help me sleep. Obviously, I had more to drink than I should have, which I'm not proud of, and it didn't react well with the Ambien." I wet my lips. "I sleepwalk sometimes, or sleep run." Officer Horton quips without smiling. I glare at her. "Yes, or sleep run." Officer Ramon walks back over. Your car is currently in the parking garage under this building, Miss Crown. Did you drive last night? Don't answer that, Alistair grunts. Officer Horton sighs. We can check the logs in the parking garage to see for ourselves. You can if you have a fucking warrant on you, Alistair fires back. If not, if you go anywhere near that parking garage office, I'll slap you both with the biggest abuse of power lawsuit you've ever seen. The two of them look amused, but they don't take the bait. So, Miss Crown, Officer Horton ventures, we're clear that that's you running naked through a parking garage last night, yes? I level a cool glare at her. If you're trying to push indecent exposure, the video only shows... My face burns. A brief flash of my breasts, not full nudity. Going topless is legal in New York. So whatever this is, I think it's time that you both were leaving. Ms. Crown, Officer Horton says quietly, her tone shifting as she gives me an odd look. We're actually not here about you baring your breasts in a parking garage. Officer Ramon pulls out a pair of handcuffs. Exactly what the actual fuck do you think you're doing? Alistair snarls, stepping closer to the officer. We're here, Miss Crown, Officer Horton says, about the car you stole last night. We need you to come with us, please. 9. Drazen. Revenge is a complex thing. At times, it's been all that sustained me, my single motivation, my sole purpose in this world. Those were, still are, my darker days, the days where the demons of my past scream at me from the shadows, when the ghosts of those I lost beg for their lives over and over, as I'm held down and forced to watch, powerless to stop it. Luckily, there's an antidote when it gets that bad, a balm to soothe the stabbing, burning sensation that curdles and snarls inside of me. Violence. Unbridled, unchecked, unhinged violence. Those are the days I live for, when a hunt has paid off, when it finally all comes together. What was done to me and mine was monstrous. And so, when I latch on to another of the vermin who betrayed us or schemed against us, and at last get to destroy them the way they had a part in destroying me, there's nothing surgical or precise about it. It takes a beast to fight beasts, and I thrive when I let mine out to play. I know I should be in New York right now. I should be walking into Taylor's office and slitting her throat right there on her fancy carpet, or taking her somewhere else by force so that I can spend more time on her. The others have all paid in blood and tears for what they did to my family. They've watched as I've meticulously destroyed their entire lives and existences before they beg me in the end to take their last breaths. She'll be my magnum opus, my greatest symphonic work of vicious retribution. Right now, though, I'm busy finishing another, less important masterpiece. In the basement under the bar in Mexico City, the man with just one eye left and no teeth looks up at me with a pitiful, hollow expression. Yet through the ruin of his face, the torment of his soul, and the utter hopelessness in his heart, I can tell. He knows, and he remembers. The man wallowing in a puddle of his own blood, piss, and excrement is Daniil Gorofiyov, a mid-tier Bratva strongman with a pathetic little fiefdom of power in St. Petersburg. He's a nobody, a shit stain the bigger Bratva families in Russia would wipe off the sole of their shoe without a second thought. But I've given Daniil plenty of second thoughts, and third, and fourth, and fifth thoughts. It's hard to forget one of the men who held you down, laughing and forcing you to watch as your mother's throat was slit in front of you. 15 years ago, Daniil thought his star was on the rise. He was 2 tiers down from the iron table and might have eventually risen to the higher ranks, alongside the Bratva kings he idolized and worked for. But then he made the gravest mistake of his life. He helped those larger Bratva families betray and murder my family. Since then,
I know he's woken up plenty of nights worrying if it's me he's just heard outside his bedroom window, wondering if his wife is late getting home from her shopping because I've gotten my hands on her. There's a reason I've left him alone for more than a few years, even after tracking him down and discovering every single thing about his life, his schedule, his hopes, dreams, and family. I've wanted him to fear this day for as long as possible. I'd have let the horror his life has become over the last 4 years go on for another decade if I could. He wouldn't be the first of my prey to throw themselves off a building or swallow the barrel of their own gun to end the suffering. Of course, I do everything in my power not to let it come to that. That's cheating, and I hate being cheated out of my prize, my vengeance. Unfortunately, Daniel's just forced my hand. I got wind late last night, back home, icing my fucking balls after she kneed me, that he was en route to Mexico City to undergo major reconstructive facial surgery. The pussy couldn't even take his own life after I ruined it. He thought he could escape me by changing who he was. He was wrong. Remind me, Danielle, I growl quietly, pacing around him, careful to avoid the stinking, spreading puddle of filth. Which hand was it you used to hold me down that night? His one remaining eye widens just a little bit. I smile widely, inhaling the intoxicating scent of fear emanating from his mangled body. Was it the left? I muse, continuing my slow walk. Or, no, it was the right, wasn't it? Please, he burbles, please. Begging will get you nowhere. I smile icily. Begging got me nowhere 15 years ago. But I do so enjoy the sound of your blubbering. So, please, continue. He shudders. Drazen, Danielle chokes. I have money. I laugh uproariously. I don't want whatever pathetic table scraps this fuck could scrounge together. It could be all the gold in the world, and it still wouldn't bring my family back. Daniel seems to immediately realize what a ludicrous gesture that was. So he decides to appeal to my emotional side. Please, Drazen, he whimpers, I have a son. Too bad I don't have an emotional side to appeal to. Oh, and he's mistaken about his status as a father. Not anymore, you don't. The look of pure horror on his face is the sweetest thing in the world. It's not a bluff, and it's the icing on the cake to see in his eyes that he knows it's not.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Daniel's only son and heir, Pator, accidentally fell out of the window of his Milan penthouse on the 40th floor earlier today. Clumsy, clumsy. But if you'd like, I venture quietly. I can call the street cleaners and see if they can scrape up a few bits of Pator to mail to you. Oh, Daniel crumbles. Whatever spirit or soul he has left breaks and shatters, right there in front of me. My smile splits my face. Christ, I'm almost hard, I'm so pleased. Not that it matters. Pator could have been curing cancer, and I'd have still erased his existence just to make Daniel suffer. But as it happens, I've actually done the world a favor by wiping a known child predator and trafficker off the face of the planet. You're welcome, everyone. But enough about your dead son, I say chattily. I believe we were trying to recall which of your hands you used to hold me down. Daniel's not even present anymore. He's sobbing, broken, his spirit, and, I'd bet, even his will to live, utterly destroyed. Over the past few years, I've taken it all from him. His business holdings, one by one. I've bribed away his most trusted advisors and lieutenants, or paid them to stay with him and subtly betray him or sow doubt in the ranks. I had his piece of shit father killed, his uncle, his 3 cousins. I had his family homestead on the Black Sea burned to the ground, and the prized 6th-generation vineyard sowed with salt.
I had every corrupt cop and politician on his payroll either murdered or jailed. I bought the land used as the cemetery where his forefathers were buried and had the entire thing paved over and turned into a slaughterhouse for pigs. Now, with his only son gone, Daniel is officially broken, spiritually and emotionally, that is. I'm not done with him physically yet. Wait, I muse, rubbing my chin as I walk over to the small folding table near the wall and lift the giant machete. I half turn toward Daniel, snapping my fingers. You know what? I've just remembered. I glance at two of my men standing guard by the door and nod, smiling widely. It was both hands. They move instantly. One of my men drags a heavy wooden chopping block across the floor until it's right in front of Daniel. Then the two of them grab hold of Daniel's filthy, bloody hands and yank hard, laying his arms across the wood. His one eye bulges as he realizes what's happening. "No," he manages to burble out. "You don't get a vote, you fucker." I let my gaze level on his. I hope you had fun the last time you jerked off, because it'll be the last time. I raise the machete as Daniel screams. He's still screaming when he's in 3 pieces. Enjoy yourself? For a moment, when I hear the voice in my ear as I step out of the basement under the cantina, I freeze. It takes skill to get past my men like he clearly has. It takes even more skill to sneak up on me and get this close without my being aware of it. In fact, there may only be one man on Earth who's capable of it. Luckily, we're, well, I wouldn't say friends, but we're not enemies either, for the present. I did, in fact. Kenzo Mori doesn't even blink at my appearance, half drenched as I am in Daniel's blood. I wouldn't expect him to. Again, we're not friends, but at times we've had aligned interests and goals. We're also not dissimilar. Both of us live for the taste of sweet revenge. Both of us toil to rebuild empires and lives that were taken from us. Kenzo eyes me coolly. His mix of Japanese and what I assume is Northern European ancestry always gives him this cold, dark, Zen-like aura, as well as an appearance somewhere between a samurai and a Viking berserker. Plus, his height and broad shoulders sort of put us on equal footing, physically speaking. I assume congratulations are in order? On a successful hunt? I glance down at my suit. What gave it away? Kenzo's lips curl almost imperceptibly at the corners, which is the closest thing to a smile he's probably capable of. But he doesn't say anything. He just folds his muscled arms over his chest and rolls his neck. The sleeves of his black dress shirt pull up, giving a flash of his Irizumi-style sleeve tattoo on one corded arm, near the wrist. "What are you doing here, Kenzo?" I growl, the bantering tone gone from my voice. "We've known each other for some time, Drazen," he murmurs, "and I'd like to think that the times when we've collaborated have been mutually profitable and advantageous. If you'd like a hug coming on, I'd ask that you kindly restrain yourself," I mutter. "I heard a rumor, Drazen, one involving you recently finding a target that's evaded you for some time." His eyebrows raise. "A woman." My face stays neutral, but inside, something vicious snarls deep in my chest. "And where might you have heard such a rumor, Mr. Mori?" I say quietly. Kenzo lifts a single shoulder. "I have many little birds who sing all sorts of songs into my ears." My expression hardens. "Well, please tell your little birds that if they continue to fly into my yard and I happen to catch them, I'll tear their wings off and grind them into chicken McNuggets." I keep my gaze steady. "We're not enemies, Kenzo, because I've always kept my nose out of your shit and you've kept yours out of mine. Should the latter change, I can promise you the former will as well." "Who's the woman, Drazen?" My jaw tightens. "Just walk away, Kenzo." "Was that a final warning?" I shake my head. "No. Your final warning was 30 seconds ago. That was a direct order. I don't work for you. No, you don't. Which is the only reason he hasn't blown your head off yet. I nod past him to where Milos, my unofficial number 2, is leveling a gun at the back of Kenzo's skull. Kenzo doesn't even blink or flinch. I'm not so sure that's the only reason. He rolls his neck again. We're still not enemies, Drazen. Let's make sure it stays that way. With a final curt nod, he turns and strolls past Milos. You might want to check your weapon. Milos scowls in confusion. I watch as Kenzo disappears down the alley and then vanishes from sight. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Milos mutters. Check your magazine. Milos' brow furrows as he slides out the clip of his gun. Motherfucker, he mutters. It's empty. He goes to empty the chamber. Nothing ejects. How the fuck? Milos growls. This has been on my hip for the last 2 hours, and I loaded it myself. Kenzo, I mutter dryly. Milos turns to follow my gaze down the now empty alleyway. You want me to have someone follow him? I can probably think of bigger wastes of our time, but it would take me a minute, I mutter, shaking my head. My eyes slide from the end of the alley to Milos. No, but find out what he's up to. On it, Milos grunts, pulling his phone out. Again, Kenzo and I aren't enemies, but we will be if he keeps asking questions like the one he just did. I heard a rumor, Drazen, one involving you recently finding a target that's evaded you for some time. A woman. Not a woman. A thief. A destroyer of worlds. A phony who's escaped my wrath by living a lie as someone else. And I hate how close I've been to her without ever realizing it. I haven't been a client of Crown and Black for long, and Gabriel Black himself typically handles my affairs. But I've crossed Taylor's path before. We've been in meetings together, on group Zoom calls. I've looked her in the eye and never once imagined she was Annika. My eyes draw to slits, my jaw clenching. I never dreamed Annika was even alive. I saw the wreckage of the car the morning after the carnage. I saw her charred, burned body half melted into the front seat. On top of that, Annika had dark hair and perfect eyesight. Taylor has flaming ginger red hair and wears glasses. I'd say she's dyeing her hair, but I saw her naked the other night. The red hair is definitely real, which means she was dyeing it brunette 15 years ago. Needless to say, I never cared to check to see if the dark locks were her natural color back then. It was a marriage neither of us wanted.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. The Brankovich family and mine were mortal enemies, and we'd been taught that since childhood. Forcing us together was like Romeo and Juliet without a single line of the love story. It was the tattoo that gave her away. It was a bit of a surprise when I jumped secret slut in her hotel room and realized it was Taylor Crown, name partner at Crown and Black. But then again, that was a side of her I'd bet none of her clients or coworkers ever see. I'd seen and tasted the dirty girl underneath the smooth, polished lawyer, the subby little slut with cravings as dark and fucked up as my own, at least nearly as fucked up as mine. It's a rare, rare thing for me to find a woman willing, let alone wanting, to indulge in my level of dark kinks, and by rare, I mean virtually impossible. I'm an investing partner in Club Venom these days. I'm also a billionaire with more power in his hands than most elected officials, so it's not exactly difficult for me to meet women. What's difficult is telling them what I'm actually looking for, and then coming up with a dollar figure to go along with the NDA after they inevitably freak out. Women think they want a monster. They think they want to get choked, or fear-fucked, or slapped around a little, to play rough or be my sub. They have no idea the depths of my depraved tastes. But Secret Slut did. I told her, and then showed her all my cards. At least nearly all of them. More than I've shown most. And she didn't run away screaming. Well, not outside of the context of our planned, twisted games. She didn't shut down or disappear. She showed up. She came to the woods.
She let me run that blade over her skin, never once even whimpering her safe word. She turned on her location feature in the app. And all of that is fucking with me, and my plans for her, which don't, or at least didn't, include playing deviant games with her. And then that tattoo gave her away. That's when I knew who I had in my clutches. My fucking wife. I'd never seen Annika naked before the other night, but I have seen that ink on her. I've seen it on someone else, too. On her, it was 2 days before our wedding. My father drove the two of us, followed by a number of his men, to the Brankovich compound. Mihailo Brankovich was a notoriously paranoid man when it came to threats on his and his family's lives. He, his wife, and daughter rarely went outside the perimeter wall of their estate grounds. It was a rarity even to see them outside the house itself. But that day, when my father and I arrived, Mihailo met us outside in the driveway. He shook our hands, smiling, and then took us to the back of the sprawling old castle-like mansion where the pool was. Annika, who I'd only met a handful of times before, was now a chestnut brunette as opposed to her usual fiery red. The almost perpetual glare whenever she looked at me hadn't changed, though. That day, she was swimming in a modest one-piece bathing suit you'd see on a competitive swimmer. The suit was cut high in the leg, and I remember clearly seeing that little speck of ink, hardly bigger than a coin, on her hip, just peeking out. Mihailo invited us to swim ourselves as he took off his shirt, revealing the same tattoo, much bigger, on his shoulder. The family crest, he'd explained when he saw me looking at it. My father and I declined his invitation to swim, and Annika glared at me from the side of the pool for another few minutes before disappearing into the house. So yes, I remember that tattoo. And that's how I know who Taylor, or Secret Slut, or whatever the fuck she wants to call herself, really is. I exhale slowly, my teeth grinding. It's been years since I touched a cigarette, but it's moments like this that make me crave one. My fingers twitch, flicking an imaginary lighter as my black thoughts settle on the ghost from the past. But for once, I'm not imagining ways of torturing or dismembering her. I'm not envisioning Annika, aka Taylor, dead. And my dick isn't getting hard, mercifully, from imagining her face turning purple as I choke the life from her body. But it does stiffen when I think about the other night. Both nights, actually. The chase through the woods, the rush of adrenaline as I hunted down her scent, the throb in my cock when I grabbed her and took her down to the ground, squirming and writhing against me, screaming and pleading, never once using her safe word. The same thing happened in her hotel room. Maybe at first I scared the absolute hell out of her by surprising her in the darkness, but then she wanted my roughness. She goaded my monster. She asked for it. My jaw grinds as I replay the feel of her skin, the soft, wet heat between her thighs, her moans as she begged for more. The fact that my dick is still hard makes for an awkward transition when I try to force myself to remember the ways in which I'd like to destroy her. Milos turns back to me, lowering his phone from his ear. "The plane's ready, Drazen." "Where?" "Back to New York," I growl as my lips curl darkly. I have some loose ends I need to tie up. 10. Taylor, god damn it, I groan when I walk out of the 17th precinct and see a familiar figure leaning against the side of his Aston Martin with 2 black SUVs and half a dozen security detail camped out a few yards away. "Jesus, Gabriel," I hiss as I march over to him. "Do not tell me, Taylor Gabriel, you can't do shit like this as fucking Gov. Will you relax?" He holds up his hands. "I'm just your ride, T. No string pulling on my end, I promise." It's shitty of me to be angry with him, to accuse him of using his influence to get them to let me go. It's not just letting me go either. They're dropping all charges, even after they showed me unnerving security camera footage and still images of me behind the wheel of a yellow Lamborghini driving down 5th Avenue last night. Right around the time I was sleeping locked in the secure documents room at the office, at least when I thought I was. After seeing the video and those pictures, though, it clearly happened again. physical, involuntary discordance, aka sleepwalking. Or, last night's case, sleep driving a stolen fucking car. And yet here I am, walking out a free woman with all charges dropped and the record wiped, as a very annoyed Officer Horton told me when she unlocked my holding cell 20 minutes ago. I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm freaked out. I desperately need a shower after spending most of the day in that goddamn holding cell. And I still don't believe that this wasn't Gabriel pulling strings as the freaking governor. So they just let me walk after accusing me of Grand Theft Auto? I snap, eyeing him. Don't forget indecent exposure, he smirks. I'm allowed to have my fucking tits out. It's New York. Yeah, baby, a random guy on the street yells. Let 'em loose. Fuck off, Gabriel snarls, sending the man scurrying away. I grin at my friend. Probably shouldn't tell your constituents to fuck off when you're governor. It's called a learning curve, he mutters. Come on, get in. I slide into the passenger seat and shove my hair into a messy ponytail as he climbs in next to me. They dropped it all. Totally clean slate, record erased. Gabriel says nothing as he starts the engine and pulls away from the curb with his security detail following. I turn to eye him suspiciously, and he laughs. Taylor, I swear it wasn't me. Would you have? Obviously. I glare at him. That's corruption. Your family. It doesn't count. I roll my eyes. I think it counts extra when it's family. Gabriel chuckles and guns the engine, heading downtown. My lip retreats between my teeth as I stare out the passenger window. They have a video of me driving. Not anymore, they don't. I whip my gaze to him. What? They're gone. Both videos, the car and the, he clears his throat, parking garage, incident. I turn to glare out the window, blushing. Did you see it? You in the Lambo. The parking garage, Gabriel, I mutter, my teeth clenched. I averted my eyes, don't worry. He reaches over and pats my arm. T, you're basically my sister.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. No offense, but I have less than zero interest in seeing that. I smirk as I glance at him. Well, thanks, I guess. My brow furrows. Wait, what do you mean, the videos are gone? I mean, they both literally don't exist anymore. Gone. Wiped. The police gave Alistair and I a link to look at them on a secure police server until such time as they gave out actual copies during discovery if we went to trial. So, yeah, we saw them once. Then, when we went to look at the link again, nothing came up. I called the commissioner's office ready to rain down fire and brimstone, and he told me they'd had a breach of some kind. That whole section of the drive on that server was erased. What the hell? Gabriel glances over at me, his brow lined with worry. What's going on, Taylor? I blink. How should I know? Not the server thing, he sighs. I mean with you. I swallow. What do you mean? I mean, I averted my fucking eyes, but I still saw the video. You want to tell me why you felt like streaking through the parking garage of the Soho Grand last night? I look away in embarrassment. I told Alistair I took an Ambien. First of all, you don't take sleeping pills. How do you know? He rolls his eyes. More importantly, Alistair said you didn't bat an eye when they said you stole a fucking car. Which I didn't. But you weren't shocked at the allegation. Or not shocked enough. Talk to me, Taylor. Come on. I take a deep breath and then exhale. Fine. I shrug, sleepwalking, okay? Gabriel cocks a brow, glancing at me as we stop at a light. Sleepwalking? I nod. Just small stuff mostly. Reorganizing my tax returns, making a snack and not cleaning up, crap like that. I don't mention going into the office the other night, and I definitely don't tell him that I know what I saw on that video that seems to have disappeared. It was me. No bullshit. No look-alike. I mean, sure, the video is grainy, but that was me driving a fucking stolen Lambo last night. A stolen Lambo that was apparently found neatly parked outside the Lincoln Tunnel without a single fingerprint in or on it, anywhere. Gabriel frowns as he accelerates through the green light. Work stress? Who knows? He sucks on his teeth as he glares at the road. Look, I know you don't like to talk about your personal life. Gabriel, are you still seeing Steven? He's not wrong. I never, ever talk about my personal life. Maybe I touch on it with Fumi, she's my gal pal, but I hardly ever go there with Alistair and Gabriel. Nope, I say tersely. Steven's gone. He clears his throat. May I ask? Yeah, but I won't tell. Did he hurt you? He asks quietly, with a slightly disturbing edge to his voice. I shake my head. No, and I'm over it. Well, that part is true. It's just stress, Gabriel. I've been talking it through with Dr. Jesnick. Ah, the famous shrink, he grins. I roll my eyes. You, of all people, are at the top of my list of people who would benefit from therapy. I'm good. Wouldn't you like a professional opinion confirming that? Nope, he grins as he turns to me. Seriously though, you're okay? I nod before my face turns glum. How bad is the gossip mill at the office? When Officer Ramon pulled out his handcuffs earlier, Alistair made them take me downstairs to the parking garage via the executive elevator. So no one besides him and Amelia saw the actual arrest. Still, rumors, office is enough, said. Gabriel just shakes his head. Total lockdown on that. Alistair and Amelia obviously aren't saying shit. Fumi and Eloise know. He gives me an apologetic look. I mean, they do. Sorry. I sigh. But they're also obviously not saying a word. And the fact that 2 police officers walked through the firm and straight to my office? He shrugs. You were discussing a confidential case with them. Taylor, no one in the office is talking about a thing. You're all good, okay? I nod, exhaling as he pulls up outside the Soho Grand. You want to tell me why you're really staying here? Because there's no fucking way a $5 million apartment has a roach problem, even in New York. Fuck it. Pick your battles. I walked in on Steven screwing one of his TAs. Gabriel's face goes livid. In your fucking apartment? I nod. His mouth turns grim. I think Steven and I need to have a little... No, you don't. I shake my head firmly. I'm fine. I was over it long before that happened. I just had to get out of my place for a few days after seeing it. Gabriel scowls. Taylor, I promise you, I'm fine, okay? But I am going to take the rest of the day off. I'll be in tomorrow, and I trail off when I see him wince. Okay, what? He exhales. Take the day, sure. Unfortunately, you've been requested for a meeting tonight. Fuck. With whom? Drazen Krylov. My brow lifts. Why? Alistair is taking over all his business. Gabriel shrugs. All I know is you've been specifically requested. You're having dinner with him at Deatella at 9. I groan. Come on, seriously. After the day I've had, I want to be in bed at 9. Chances of getting out of it? 0. Sorry, he specifically wanted you, and you alone. I grumble, but then take a breath, pull up my big girl pants, and reluctantly slip into business Taylor mode. Okay, fine. Do we know what the meeting is about? All he told Alistair was that it was concerning some new business stuff. I roll my eyes. Legal or not so much? Little of column A, little of column B, I'm guessing. Even though I'm not his attorney. Gabriel flashes me a grin. Well, you never know. Maybe he likes you more now that you've got a rap sheet. I flip him off and slide out of the car. I've been to holding tanks and jails before to see clients, but I've never actually been in a prison cell. I have to say, spending 8 hours in one is a cleansing experience, in a weird way. It gives you a reset and highlights priorities. Honestly, it's a great motivator to clear all the baggage out of your life. For instance, after getting back to my hotel room, I plugged in my phone, turned off the location sharing setting on the Venom app, and then deleted said app. I considered going full-on scorched earth and getting a new apartment, not because of Steven, but because the stranger from Venom might very well know who the hell I am. I mean, he came to my hotel. He knew what room I was in. Surely that means he got my information from the front desk somehow. But after grilling the manager at the Soho Grand, I've been assured that nothing of the kind happened. And yes, the stranger did see my face without my mask, but that doesn't mean he knows who I am. I've checked with George at the front desk of the Crown and Black building again, and he's also assured me that no tall, dark, and sinister-looking men with vaguely European accents have come looking for me.
So, a few hours later, after a much-needed shower and an outfit change into a black De La Renta number back home, the maitre d' at Deatella informs me, as he leads me to a table in the center of the lavish dining room, that my guest will be arriving soon. I'm checking my work email on my phone when I feel it. A presence, like a dark shadow. Cold air coming from the open cellar door. Something almost malicious. Something freakishly familiar. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. I shiver at his voice. I've briefly met Drazen before, a few times, and obviously I'm aware that he's a ludicrously attractive man. But that voice, down girl, it's the mix of slight accent and dark, unquestionable power. A little rough and gravelly, yet smooth and cultured. The voice, like the way he wears his clearly top-of-the-line custom suits, suggests a humble upbringing that was then introduced to culture and refinement, like the impoverished peasant boy who's gifted enrollment at a prestigious boarding school. His voice has a polish to it, but you can still hear the roughness under the shine. And the suits, insanely expensive and perfectly tailored though they might be, are worn with just enough disdain to highlight that he wears them because he knows he is expected to. I clear my throat as I go to stand. No, not at all, Mr.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Please, don't get up. He murmurs in that honeyed baritone that I'm sure drives the legions of women he must have at his beck and call wild. He smiles a cool, charming smile as he sits across from me. Still, if you look, you can see it. A little bit of something behind that smile. Coldness, darkness, raw power. I shake the thoughts away. If the stories are to be believed, the man grew up in a fucking war zone witnessing genocide, for fuck's sake. And here I am telling myself I see malice and darkness behind his smile? Fuck you, you insensitive bitch. So, I say brightly, what did you want to discuss, Mr. Wiley? Why don't we eat first and then discuss business, Miss Crown? He murmurs quietly, exuding that raw power as he raises a hand to a waiter. A bottle of the... Oh, I'm actually okay without wine. Drazen levels a charming, downright lethally attractive smile at me. I insist, Miss Crown. He turns back to the waiter. A bottle of the 59 Chateau Lafite. Thank you, Martin. I only just stopped my jaw from hitting the table at the last second. I make fantastic money, and a lot of our clients are insanely wealthy. But Drazen Krylov is beyond wealthy. I mean, the man is a literal billionaire, after allegedly working out a deal with Gavin Serenko and reacquiring some Krylov family heirloom. So, yeah, I guess I could be persuaded to have a glass of $12,000 a bottle wine. I mean, twist a girl's arm. Gabriel's brought me up to speed on the work our firm is currently doing for. I thought we said we'd discuss business after we eat. He purrs in that deep, smooth baritone. Right. Well, Mr. Krylov, I smile. What shall we talk about then? Tell me a bit about yourself, Miss Crown. I resist the urge to ask him tartly if this is a business meeting or a date. Since we're going to be working together going forward, and yet I know so little about you. My lips twist. I believe Alistair and his team are going to be working with you going forward. I'm not sure I've finalized that. Drazen smiles with a hint of darkness as he sits back in his chair, drumming the tattooed fingers of one hand on the white tablecloth. Which is why I'd like to know more about you, Miss Crown. I nod. Okay, well... I lift a shoulder. What would you like to know, Mr. Krylov? Are you single? I blink, thrown by the wildly personal question way out of left field. I shake my head. Apologies, I'm not sure that's relevant to our working together. Drazen tilts his head, a neutral expression on his face. His eyes don't move from mine, nor does he blink. As I said, Miss Crown, I know next to nothing about you, and I'd like to change that, being that we may be working closely together. Our waiter Martin suddenly reappears with the obscenely expensive bottle of wine, presenting it to Drazen, who nods and merely gestures for him to pour both glasses rather than giving him a taste first. When the waiter is gone, Drazen raises his eyes back to mine. Well? I swallow, feeling out of sorts and under the gun. I never get like this. I mean, I deal with hostile counsel, bored judges, and clueless juries all the damn time. Why the hell is this man throwing me off? I've recently ended a relationship. God damn it. A simple, yes, I'm single would have sufficed. I see. Drazen smiles politely. Who broke up with whom? My brow arches. Mr. Krylov? Too personal? I tilt my head. Perhaps. You're more than welcome to ask me anything at all, too. I smirk. You'll answer anything I ask? I don't think I said that. My cheeks flush as I drop my eyes and reach for the wine. Why the fuck does this feel like a date? Maybe because you're asking each other personal questions? Maybe because you're flirting with the Bratva kingpin. Am not. R2. How about you, Mr. Krylov? I throw him a sharp look. Are you single? Yes. Oh, of course he is. I take a sip of wine. I almost moan when it slides over my tongue. Not too shabby, is it? He growls. That is delightful, actually. I'm inclined to agree. I take another sip, letting my eyes roll back as I swallow. Are you a wine connoisseur, Mr. Krylov? He just looks at me, a small smile touching his lips as he inclines his head and smiles. It was my turn for a question. Well, in that case, I laugh. Ask away. My previous question is still on the table. Who broke up with whom? I stare at him curiously, my brow furrowing as if trying to figure out if he's fucking with me. And yet, something tells me Drazen Krylov isn't much of a fuck-around kind of man. I take another sip of the incredible wine before I sigh and shrug my shoulders. Fine, if we're getting personal. I insist upon it, Miss Crown. Technically, I broke up with him, I blurt, but that was after I walked in on him with his dick in some other girl's mouth, in my apartment, on my new sofa. The second all that tumbles out, I balk, horrified at myself, not just for sharing all of that information, but sharing it such spectacularly crude fashion to the firm's billionaire client. Yet all Drazen does is curl his lips in slight amusement. Well, I suppose that's a decent enough reason to break up with someone. Amen to that, I mutter, feeling flushed as I pick up my wine and take another sip. After I swallow, I frown when my gaze lands on his untouched glass. Why aren't you drinking? Drazen smirks. Is that your question? Sure, I shrug. Because I'm enjoying these questions too much. I roll my eyes. I'm not sure how fascinating my lackluster personal life is. Then perhaps you can change the subject with your next question. I shrug. Fine. Where? It's not your turn, Miss Crown. There's a slight flex of power in his voice that should be off-putting, but for some insane reason, it's just commanding enough to do something to me. I clear my throat, raising my brows. My mistake. I all but giggle. Okay, maybe I should slow down on the wine. Have you ever had any romantic entanglements with either of your fellow managing partners? Okay, what the fuck? Another question about my personal love life? At least this one's completely easy. No, I shake my head. Not even a little. Alistair and Gabrielle are, and always have been, like brothers to me. I trail off and shake my head. Anyway, no, finish what you were going to say. I sigh. I was going to say, I don't really have any family, so there's sort of my unofficial one, if that makes sense. Perfect sense. My turn? He nods. Why are you so interested in my personal life? His eyebrow quirks up. I believe I already told you. I'd like to get to know you better, since we might be working together. Well, there's a lot of things you could ask that don't involve my dating history or lack thereof, Mr. Krylov, I almost snap. Like my favorite food, hobbies, sports team, where I summered growing up. Fine. What's your favorite food, Miss Crown? He growls. French fries. I shrug. Hobbies? I'm too busy for hobbies. Sports team? Yankees. His lips curl. Where did you summer? I have no idea. Where did you summer growing up? I fire back. A POW camp in Kosovo. I wince. Shit. Right.
The table goes quiet as I take another gulp of wine. Well, Drazen smiles coldly, I believe that's covered enough bases for now. I nod, feeling seriously not myself. I'm failing this meeting, and I eat meetings like this for breakfast. Slow down on the wine, girl. I set the glass down and push it away. So, what should we talk about now? Drazen's piercing blue eyes meet mine, unblinking, eviscerating me. I think we can talk business now, Miss Crown, he rumbles. Thank God. Well, I smile, which of your current ventures that we handle would you like to? Oh, not that sort of business. The business you and I have. What the? A wave of dizziness washes over me, and I quickly grab my water glass and take a large sip. What business would that be? Drazen's mouth is the thinnest of lines, the sort that is unfinished. I take another gulp of water to wet my suddenly dry, cottony mouth. Mr. Krylov, I'm afraid I don't know what. Just as I'm talking, he reaches into his inner jacket pocket and pulls something out.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Without any fanfare or flourish, his eyes still on mine, he deposits it on the table between us. My gaze drops to it, my pulse races. My entire thought process, my ability to think, everything, it all stops. Because there on the table between us is a sliced scrap of black lace, panties, my panties that were cut from me the night I drove into the woods to meet my stranger. I can't breathe. I stare in horror, reality itself ripping and cracking around me. My mouth opens and closes soundlessly, only to do so again. My face throbs, and every square inch of my fucking skin crawls with a creeping, gnawing sensation. Suddenly, Drazen claps his hands together, loudly, so loudly that the entire dining room of Datella falls silent. Everyone out. He barely even raises his voice when he says it. He simply speaks the words, and instantly every diner in the room sets down their glass or silverware and stands. The entire waitstaff puts whatever they're holding down on the nearest available surface. My vision blurs a little as I watch every single person in the restaurant, from the patrons to the waitstaff to the chefs, all the way down to the dishwashers in the kitchen, file out, leaving us completely and utterly alone at our table in the center of the room. What is happening? I grip the table and attempt to stand, but my legs aren't working. My mouth is painfully dry, and when I try to speak, my head spins again. The thing is, Taylor, Drazen murmurs quietly, his voice dripping with malice as he calmly watches me from across the table. All traces of his early charm are gone, replaced by a viciousness that radiates off him like a toxin. Ah, but you're not Taylor at all, are you? I blink as my vision swims. Yes, the room spins. Oh my God. My foggy gaze sweeps across the table, first to his untouched glass of wine, then to my half-empty one. Oh, fuck. No, he sighs quietly, taking a slow, measured breath and drumming his inked fingers on the linen tablecloth. No, you're not. My vision swims again as I feel gravity keep me in my chair and tug my head down to the way too soft tablecloth. I'm only dimly aware of Drazen standing and buttoning his suit jacket, his eyes lancing into me as he comes around the table and taps his fingers on the tablecloth right in front of my face. Your name is Annika. Come play, Annika. Come throw the ball. Come play, Annika. Your name is Annika Brankovich, and you are my fucking wife. Inside, I'm screaming, but not a sound escapes my lips as the whole world spins and starts to go dark. And now, Drazen snarls from somewhere very far away. You're going to pay for what you did. Strong hands grab my arms as I slip out of consciousness. Time to play, Annika. 11. Drazen. She stirs slightly when the plane encounters some turbulence, but she won't be waking anytime soon.
The serum Martin coated her wineglass with put her to sleep for a few hours, and the sedative I injected her with 15 minutes ago will keep her out until we're home. My home, that is. My secret stronghold for the last 10 years or so, from which I've struck at my enemies from the shadows, setting things in motion to destroy those who would have destroyed me. Ironically, Elba, the Italian island off the coast of Piombino in southern Tuscany, is the very island where Napoleon was once exiled, when the world and his own government feared his power. My home is on a small island off Elba, a small piece of the world drifting away into the Tyrrhenian Sea. It's where my family died. There have been times when I've wondered what drove me to rebuild the seat of my empire in a place overlooking the very graves of those who were taken from me. Nostalgia? Perhaps. An unbroken love for my lost family? Of course. But also, anger is a powerful motivator. Rage fuels vengeance like nothing else. I buried my family the morning after the massacre, digging in the dirt with my bare hands and whatever tools I could salvage from the charred wreckage to give my lost loved ones a simple, modest burial. But years afterward, when I finally returned, I had the whole site of the former house cleared. The graves I dug were long gone by then, lost to regrowth. In their place, I planted a small wooded glade and surrounded the whole thing with a high fence and a locked gate. I had my new home built on the other side of the little island, turning the overgrown, crumbling ruins of an old palazzo my sister and I used to climb on as children into a sprawling new mansion. That's where we're heading now. That's where I'll keep her, bind her, ruin her. I pull my gaze from the window of the private plane back to the redhead slumped in the seat across from me. A lock of fire drapes across her sleeping cheek. My eyes trace the soft curve of her lips, the delicate cleft leading up to a petite, slender nose where her glasses are perched, the flush on her slightly freckled cheeks, the flutter behind her closed eyes, perhaps, the long lashes and the soft, delicate brows. She's beautiful. Instantly, my face sours as the thought enters my brain. I categorically refuse to acknowledge the beauty of her face, the soft athletic curves of her slender frame, the swell of the breasts that I know firsthand the feel of, remembering the eager way her pale pink nipples tightened and pebbled under my rough touch, the slickness between her thighs, the silken feel of her messy little pussy begging me for more. I rip my gaze away to stab it out the window at the darkness. No. She's not a potential plaything. She will not be an outlet for my depraved desires and my dark urges. Even though she's such a willing partner, compliant, eager, hungry, with a blackness inside that matches my own. No, I haven't gone to all the trouble of drugging her, kidnapping her, and bringing her to my lair across the ocean to fuck her. I've done it to destroy her, as she destroyed me. If my dick has other ideas, he can go fuck himself. I glance back at her sleeping form, at the strap of her dress slipping off one creamy shoulder, at the riot of red falling down one side of her face and onto the opposite shoulder, at the pebbled points of her nipples through her gown, at the way it rides up her smooth long legs. I stand and grab a blanket out of an overhead compartment. Without fanfare, I turn and toss it over her. Not because it's cool in the plane and she's only wearing a flimsy dress. To stop the hungry part of me from looking at her that way. Because I refuse to. I've just turned to the window again when I sense movement. Turning back, I frown quizzically as Milos comes down the aisle from where he's been sitting with two of my men. His brow furrows as he indicates his phone. I've just had an interesting conversation. With Yelizaveta Solovyova. Interesting. Yelizaveta is the sole woman sitting at the iron table. In fact, she's the lone woman ever to have sat at that table of powerful, brutal men. Some might make the mistake of thinking that as a woman she's automatically weak. They'd be dead wrong. The very fact that Yelizaveta has commanded that seat for almost 30 years is testament to the fact that she's even more brutal and ruthless than any of the men she sits with. She's also been one of the strongest opponents to my attempts to ascend to the iron table. Technically, there are two unofficial governing bodies of the Bratva world. One is the Iron Table, which wields absolute and exclusive power in Russia. The other is the High Council, which holds sway pretty much everywhere else. The latter was an easy wall for me to breach. In that case, all it took were threats, proof of treasonous intentions within their ranks, and small Machiavellian nudges here and there to assert my place at the table alongside the Reznikov, Kashenko, Volkov, Jovanovich, and Kalashnik Bratva families. The Iron Table has proven a harder nut to crack. The High Council, relatively speaking, is a newer institution.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. A bit more eager to keep the peace in the name of business. The Iron Table, however, is a machine of war, belching black smoke and stopping for nothing on its relentless march forward. That collective is beyond old school, descended from pirates and smugglers from the times of kings, long before the concept of a Bratva brotherhood even existed. They're tightly knit, they absolutely do not have infighting, and they're seemingly impervious to threats. And yet, I want my seat at that table. It will expand my empire in ways almost too massive to comprehend. But more importantly, I need to rule it. Because for all my crusades against those who wronged me, there's one man who remains utterly untouchable. Vadik Belov, head of the Belov Bratva. It's taken me years to map the web of lies and treachery that destroyed my life. Sure, the others I've put into graves, whose empires I've razed to the smoldering ground, all played their roles. Even the woman sitting slumped across from me had a hand in it. But every web has a big, fat, juicy spider, and Vadik Belov is mine. That, above all else, is why I seek a seat at the Iron Table. From the outside, not even I can touch him. Not when he sits united with 4 other insanely powerful old-school Bratva families. But if I were at that table, in their midst, or even better, leading that table, I could bend them to my will. I could, and I will, turn them against Vadik. And then I will sit back and drink his fucking blood from a golden chalice as I watch the rest of them tear him apart at my bidding. I shake my head and refocus on Milos. And what does the White Queen say? Yelizaveta Solovyova has albinism, giving her a ghostly white appearance. White Queen isn't a slight either. She came up with the name herself. She wants to speak with you, Milos growls. In person. I raise a brow. When? She's en route now. I believe she'll be meeting us on the tarmac when we land. Well, now, color me curious. Drazen. The plane's engines are still cycling down as I leave the cabin and walk down the stairs. The helicopter that will take us from the mainland across to my island sits prepped and ready a few 100 feet away. Another private jet is parked nearby as well. Waiting near the bottom of the staircase is Yelizaveta herself, dressed all in black and surrounded by 10 of her elite guard, all very conspicuously armed to the teeth. The White Queen herself smiles warmly as she purrs my name. But I'm smart enough to see through that. Yelizaveta is as much a politician as she is a ruthless gangster. The smile doesn't mean we're friends. It means watch your back. Yelizaveta, I say as I walk toward her. I stop a few feet away and even allow the indignity of 2 of her men patting me down. I've always appreciated your eye for caution, I continue, a practiced politician's smile on my face. I have grandchildren these days, Drazen, she says grimly, her alto voice heavily accented as she speaks to me in English. It could very well be intended as a dig at my mixed, i.e. not pure, Russian blood. If it is, I choose not to give her the satisfaction of seeing that it's pissed me off. Honestly, it didn't. And I plan on seeing them ascend to the table before I'm dead, she smirks. Caution is part of the game.
True, I reply. My brow furrows. My second tells me you were eager to speak face to face. Yelizaveta nods, taking a slow, measured breath and clasping her hands in front of her. This business with you seeking to join the iron table? She frowns as she dips her chin. I think it's time we put that aside. My jaw tightens. Is that so? Yes, Drazen, she murmurs, and I think perhaps now is as good a time as any to explain why, so that you can stop wasting your time chasing smoke you will never catch. Darkness throbs inside me, but I hold it at bay, keeping my expression neutral. I'm sure you're aware that while you aren't exactly popular with anyone at the table, I have been the main voice of opposition to you joining. Really? She levels a withering look at me, her silvery white brows arching as her almost purple eyes bore into me. Let us not insult each other, Drazen. I smile faintly, tilting my head. I think it's only fair that you know why, so that you can focus your efforts elsewhere. She clears her throat. I was close with the Brankovich family. Yeah, no shit. Which is how she and the rest of the table probably helped that spider Vadik Belov weave his web and murder my entire family. I think I've heard as much, I growl quietly. I doubt you've heard that we were so close that Mahajalo Brankovich was my godson. Fuck. Fucking fuck. I had not, in fact, ever heard that. At all. My eyes narrow involuntarily. This is seriously not ideal. I didn't personally kill Mahajalo and his wife. That privilege went to infighting, or perhaps a mutiny within his ranks, if the stories are correct. Except there are other stories, rumors that I was behind their deaths. I was not, but I'll admit to having let the rumor run without opposition. Was he? I murmur tightly. Her lips curl. Indeed. We're both intelligent and busy people, I growl, so perhaps we should. You're angry because of the stories of my involvement in his and his wife's deaths. She tilts her head thoughtfully. I've heard the rumors, but I also don't believe them. She shakes her head. No, Drazen, it isn't rumor that has me resolved never to allow you even to glance at the iron table. Her purplish gaze glints at me. Nor is it, as you might be thinking, the fact that you're not pure Russian. Just some casual ethnocentrism there. No big deal. As I said, Yelizaveta, I mutter, we're both busy, intelligent people. So why don't we... I was quite fond of the girl, you know. I go still. She means Annika. I understand you believe she played a part in the treachery that took your family. She literally let them into my home, I snarl. Yelizaveta just smiles coldly. All the same, she says in a brittle voice, I cared deeply for her. And you took her from this world. And from me. My anger flares. She was attempting to flee across the only bridge off my island, and one of my men blew that bridge while she was crossing. I didn't take your men, your island, your orders, Yelizaveta growls. Save your breath, because nothing will change my mind. She levels a withering look at me. That, Drazen, is why you will never sit at the iron table. Not ever. I thought it was time you heard that in person. She nods at her guards. They form a circle around her as she turns to walk back to her plane. For a second, I almost let it go. Revenge is right there, still sedated on my plane, ready for me to destroy at my leisure. But I realize I've been presented with a choice I never thought I'd have. Vengeance on the tool that ultimately destroyed my world? Or vengeance on the hand that wielded that tool? Annika versus Vadik. Vadik versus Annika. The wheels in my head are still turning as Yelizaveta walks away. And then my choice is made. What if she were still alive? Yelizaveta pauses, holding up a hand to stop her men. She glances back at me with a dry smirk. I've no interest in sick what-ifs. Goodbye, Drazen. She turns and starts to walk away again. I asked you a question. This time, there's a fiery indignance when she stops. Yelizaveta turns fully to face me, her eyes blazing. "Don't play disgusting games with me, Drazen," she hisses. "They don't amuse me." "Just answer the question, Yelizaveta," I growled back. "If Annika Brankovich were still alive, and still my wife, would you continue to block my attempts to join the table?" Her violet eyes narrow, her silver brows and almost translucent forehead furrowing. "If you were able to raise the dead, Mr. Krylov," she says venomously, "then perhaps I could be persuaded to stomach sitting across the table from you." I smile. That's all I needed to hear. "Have a good flight back to Moscow, Yelizaveta." She gives me a long, curious look before she turns again and marches back to her plane. My lips curl darkly at the corners.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. A throb of malice flickers in my heart. Change of plans, Annika. 12. Taylor, where the fuck am I? The question tears through my head as my eyes flutter open, wrenching me upright as my breath chokes in my throat. My pulse hammers in my ears as I blink, my eyes darting around my surroundings. My head throbs, my mouth and throat are bone dry. I force another breath, wincing as I try to swallow. As the oxygen fills my lungs, my vision clears a little. No, but seriously, where the fuck am I? I'm in a bed of some kind, which is chilling in and of itself. My brain jangles as I quickly glance down at myself. But I'm still dressed, in the De La Renta I put on yesterday, before. It all hits me at once, making me physically flinch as I scramble back on the bed, into the headboard. Before I went to dinner. With him. Napoleon in exile is fucking Drazen. That's who I played depraved games with. Who I ran from in the dark. Who made me come with his fucking knife. The man that even dangerous, scary men themselves fear is the man I asked to chase me and catch me and fuck me, whether I say no or not. I mean, Jesus. The scene from dinner flashes through my head, arresting my pulse as I clench the duvet beneath me, holding on for dear life. The insanely personal questions, his eyes eviscerating me, the sudden change of subject, the way my head swam just before he dropped my lacerated panties onto the table, turning my world upside down. After that, the memories fade to nothing. And now, here I am, wherever here may be. I swallow painfully again, glancing around the opulent bedroom. The walls are sand-colored stone, covered with a light wash, giving it a very Mediterranean feel. Huge windows take up almost an entire wall, though right now they're covered by sweeping white curtains. Even still, I can see the white glow of sunlight outside them. Gorgeous leafy flowering plants in terracotta pots fill one corner of the room. Earthen-colored tiles cover the floor, with a huge, almost Moroccan-looking teal and burnt orange Persian rug laid over them. The bed is hewn from weathered wood and black iron, with white gauze curtains hanging from the 4 tall corner posts. Across the room, a curved doorframe, again very Mediterranean or Moroccan in feel, leads to what appears to be a huge, open bathroom done in white tiles. Another similar door reveals what looks like a large changing room or massive walk-in closet. The third door, heavy wood with bands of iron, is closed. Swallowing again, I gingerly swing my legs off the bed. My bare feet hit the floor, and I sway a little as I stand, my head still swimming. That motherfucker drugged me, and I'm still feeling the effects. I slowly make my way to the closed door. Unsurprisingly, it's locked. Just the same, tugging on it and feeling the complete lack of give and getting an idea of how strong and thick the door itself is sends a shiver down my spine. Then the panic truly begins to mount. I whirl, my pulse spiking as my eyes dart around the room. There's obviously no sign of my phone, and when I run to the other doors, I confirm what I guessed from the bed. One leads to the bathroom, the other to a huge dressing room. I bolt to the windows and yank open the white linen curtains that fall to the floor. I wince, shutting my eyes tight against the blinding sun. When I force them back open, I shudder when I take in the view. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Turquoise ocean stretches out to the horizon in front of me. Below the windows, there are rocky cliffs and crashing surf. The windows open with cranks, and even though there's bars over them, I open them quickly and squeeze my head between the iron rods. Where the hell? All I can see is rocky coast and the same sandy stone walls stretching off to either side of me, dotted with more barred windows. Suddenly, I hear the whine of metal. I jolt, bringing my head back through the bars and whirling to see the knob of the closed wooden door twisting. My pulse thunders as it opens, and a woman, maybe a few years older than me, wearing a housekeeper's uniform, steps in with a tray. Weirdly, she doesn't even flinch as I rush toward her, clearly with every intention of shoving her aside and bolting out of this prison cell. Just as I get to her, she deftly slides the tray onto the weathered Moroccan-style wooden credenza beside the door and turns to me. In an instant, I go from charging her to being twisted around with both hands pinned behind my back and an insanely strong arm wrapped around my neck. My eyes bulge, and I try and scream as I fight her. Her arm just tightens, choking me as my bare feet kick and scrabble at the tiled floor. "Easy, Yael," a deep man's voice rumbles. The housekeeper force walks me back into the room a few steps before dropping her superhuman grip. I pull in a ragged breath, my head spinning as I turn toward her. Then my gaze goes past her to the huge man in dark pants and a dark dress shirt, tieless, with his sleeves rolled up, showing arms covered in what looks like Bratva ink. His dark eyes sweep over me as he nods his cleft chin. "You'll have to forgive, Yael," he murmurs in a rumbling bass tone. He smirks as he glances at the housekeeper. That Mossad training just doesn't ever turn off. I wince as I rub my sore neck, glaring at the still impassive Yael. When I rip my gaze to the dark-haired man, he flashes me a small smile. "My name is... Where the fuck am I?" I hiss, eyeing them. Yael continues to look at me like she's a fucking psycho robot. The tall guy just keeps smiling, which is infuriating. "Where am I?" I spit. "Because this is fucking kidnapping, in case you're unclear. This is a felony." "As I was saying, Miss Crown," the man says slowly, "my name is Milos, and you're here as a guest of Mr. Krylov." I sneer. "Guests have the option of coming or going. Do I have that luxury?" "That would depend on where you'd like to go, Miss Crown." I glare at him. "This is a fucking crime." "I think that could be up for discussion," Milos says without emotion. "You locked me in a fucking room," I snap, my nerves fraying. "The locked door was merely a precautionary measure to protect you should you wake up confused." "I can't imagine why I'd be confused," I snarl, my jaw tightens. "You need to let me go, now." He smiles again, spreading his arms. "You're free to go wherever you please, Miss Crown." My eyes narrow. "Oh, really?" "Really?" The man dips his head. "Anywhere you're not to go will be locked." "And if I run?" I hiss. "Will I be restrained?" My eyes drop to the gun tucked into his belt. "Or shot?" The man shakes his head. "Of course not. There's actually nowhere to run to." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "It means you're on an island, Miss Crown." Milos and Yael leave me with the tray, which holds a pot of coffee with a cup and saucer, cream and sugar, along with some toast, a bowl of olives, and another bowl of cherries. Sure enough, they leave the door not only unlocked, but wide open when they go. I wolf down the food and the coffee. Then I head out of the room, and the moment I do, my jaw drops. Holy shit! Wherever I am, it's palatial. Airy hallways with the same sandy lime-washed stone, terracotta-tiled floors, and Mediterranean or Moroccan throw rugs lead to huge vaulted rooms filled with gorgeous furniture, more potted ferny plants, and modern and classical art. I stagger to a halt in one room, staring at a framed painting on the wall. A Van Gogh. I wondered, even hoped, for a second that it's a very, very good forgery. But something tells me that's not the case. Not in this house, not with that man. My eyes are wide, my mouth open, as I drift from one room to another, until I lose track of how sprawling and massive the house is. I gawk when I discover an airy open hallway, with one whole side open and overlooking the sea below. Further down, I step out of another hallway and into a stunning open courtyard filled with lush flowering plants, hanging Moroccan oil lamps, and sumptuous couches.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I start for a moment when I spot a black-clad armed guard when I step out of the house through a side door. But the man barely nods at me before turning to face forward again. Apparently, I can go wherever I want. So I head directly to the cliffs I saw from the windows inside. Sure enough, the edge of the world drops away in dramatic, rocky shards down to the frothing surf below. You're on an island, Miss Crown. Let's find out. I follow the rocky cliffs away from the house. In some places, they drop away less dramatically, more like little hills sloping down to sandy beaches. I keep following the edge of the ocean, past a mound of rocky ruins that sends a shiver up my spine, and then a little glade of trees, curiously with a tall stone wall around them and a locked wooden gate. Odd. I continue walking for maybe another half a mile or so before I spot a white gravel road, or driveway, that looks to be coming from the house. I veer away from the coast and follow the road, going away from the house, until suddenly I freeze. In front of me, the gravel drive hits a huge wrought iron fence. Beyond it, the road becomes paved as it crosses a fairly short, maybe 50-foot bridge to what, if Milos is to be believed, is the mainland. 4 armed guards stand watch on the other side of the fence, on this side of the bridge. Another dozen or so stand around multiple dark SUVs and another iron gate on the far side. I'm about to turn away when my brain suddenly short-circuits. I falter, my vision glitching as something flashes behind my eyes. A half-remembered dream, a fleeting image, a flickering memory. Come play, Annika. Play with me. I gasp as I jolt out of the episode, or whatever it was. My breath catches as I tense, my pulse thrumming in my ears as I stare through the gate at the bridge. I continue around the perimeter for another few minutes, until it's pretty clear Milos wasn't bullshitting me. I'm almost certainly on an island. I pause, peering out at the turquoise ocean. Then I frown slightly, shielding my eyes from the sun as I focus on something a little ways out from the beach coast below. A buoy with a small little rowboat tied to it. I swallow, my teeth sinking into my bottom lip. It's not that far out. You could easily swim that. As if on cue, a motorboat zips by with more armed men in black standing on it. Drazen's men. Well, maybe I couldn't swim it in daylight. Giving up on following the coast, I turn inland until I hit the driveway again. I follow that back up to the sprawling house, this time getting a visitor's impression of the grand entrance. The house truly is gorgeous. So is the island, and the views of the ocean. I mean, it would be a vacation paradise if it wasn't for the annoying little fact that I'm here against my fucking will, and that it took drugging me to get me here. Back inside, I meander through the house until I end up walking out an open doorway from a living room and onto a beautiful stone patio overlooking the ocean. The sun is hanging low over the water, and even though I'm a prisoner here, there's no ignoring the warm, floral, and sea salt air that drifts over my skin. Suddenly, there's another sensation creeping over me. Something dark and chilling, something malicious and cold.
With a start, I whirl. Icy blue eyes stab into me, freezing me to the spot as my throat tightens. A cold sensation, like standing at the mouth of a black cave, tingles over my skin, obliterating the warm, salty floral scents of a few short seconds ago. Welcome home, Annika. 13. Taylor. Welcome home, Annika. Drazen's face is dark and clouded, with all the viciousness he's rumored to be capable of when he says it. This isn't my home, but it was once, he hisses through clenched teeth. My mouth purses. What the fuck gives you the right to drug and kidnap me? Drugging has such a vile connotation. I sedated you. I fail to see the difference, I hiss. You can't just sedate people. Would you have come willingly if I'd asked? What do you think? I snap. He lifts a shoulder. You see, you left me no choice. I shiver as his eyes sweep over me. I refuse to ignore the slight flutter in my core, or the way my nipples tighten under my dress. It's not just that the man is outrageously good-looking, objectively speaking. It's the way he's looking at me, after the raw anger and lethal hatred dissipates. People are going to be looking for me, he shrugs. They won't find you, not here at least. I shiver. In any case, you're mistaken. No one is looking for you, because you're not missing, Taylor, he growls. You're on a much-needed vacation. He holds up a familiar-looking phone. My phone. I shudder. What did you do? Retina scan me when I was unconscious and fake text my friends and coworkers? Precisely. My mouth tightens. What the fuck is this? I blurt. His lips curl dangerously. What do you think it is? I think I've seen this movie, I spit back venomously. What, I've got 365 days to fall in love with you? Drazen smirks. Not exactly, he growls. Suddenly, without any warning, he surges into me, erasing the distance between us as my heart claws up into my mouth. I whimper as his hand wraps tight around my throat, squeezing, making my eyes bulge in terror. It's more like you have 3 seconds to tell me how you did it, he snarls like a demon, sending my pulse spiking. Did? What? I cry. The door, Annika, he chokes through clenched teeth, his face a mask of fury. I shudder as his hand tightens around my throat again, squeezing harder. How did you unlock the fucking door? I have no idea what you're talking about. Enough, he roars in my face. My legs turn to jelly. Pure terror swallows me whole. Enough of the fucking lies, he snarls. Tell me how you betrayed me 30 fucking days after our wedding. It jolts through me like an electrical current. My vision falters and flickers. A roaring, whining alarm explodes in my ears as gravity gives way. I'm watching a scene I don't remember, featuring strangers' faces that I remember all too well. A wedding in a church. Flowers that sting my eyes. The rough bite under my bare knees. My voice croaking, I do. Then fire and screaming and death. Suddenly, I'm falling, for real, as the dream evaporates to mist and my legs give out. I topple backward, my heel catching on a divot in the stone floor of the patio. The small of my back hits the edge of balcony, and I feel the tug of gravity as my body begins to slow-motion tilt over the rocks below. An arm jerks out, strong, tattooed fingers wrapping tightly around my throat. The world goes still as Drazen and I freeze in that position, me half fallen over the balcony with the roaring waves crashing into the jagged rocks below, and Drazen standing firmly on the balcony, one hand around my throat, keeping me from falling. He doesn't pull me back up. We stay like that for so many frozen seconds that I can't count. My pulse thuds hard in my ears, the sensation heightened by the hand squeezing my jugular. Tell me, Drazen hisses quietly, his head tilted to the side. You owe me that much after 15 years of hell.
This is insane. He's insane. I haven't the slightest fucking idea what— Tell me how you knew the code to unlock that door. I don't know what you're talking about, I choke out through my clenched throat, my eyes round and terrified. I've never been here before. My name isn't Annika, I scream as his hand lets go. Instantly, it tightens again, grabbing a handful of the front of my dress. The fabric rips a little. Pure adrenaline explodes through my system as I flail and claw to grab hold of his arm. Please, I beg, gasping for air, please don't drop me. Another handful of frozen, terrifying seconds tick by. My dress tears a little more. Suddenly, he yanks hard, ripping the dress half off me as I hurtle forward past him onto the ground, landing sprawled at his feet. I wince at the bite of stone on my bare knees and toes.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist. Allow me to refresh your frail memory. 15 years ago, I shriek, turning to lift my face to his. I was in a fucking car crash. Yes, you were, he spits venomously. He stabs a vicious finger past me. Half a fucking mile that way, trying to escape after betraying me and my family. My face pales and drops. My heart twists as something horrible and stabbing cuts into my brain. A flicker of something. Then it's gone. I grew up in Washington, D.C., I plead. Lies, I don't have any memory of before I was 18. I scream at him in a blind panic. Nothing, zero, I have retrograde amnesia. How very fucking convenient, he snaps. Trust me, I spit back through clenched teeth. It's not. But I know one thing, I sneer up at him. You and I were never married. I doubt even amnesia could erase a horror like that. How very lucky for you that it did, he replies coldly. Not everyone has that luxury. Let me be as fucking clear as I possibly can, you fucking psychopath. I yell through clenched teeth. I do not remember my fucking life. But I know one thing for certain. I was never your wife, I spit. Nev. I whimper, choking as his hand wraps tight around my throat and yanks me hard into his chest. And I look up into his brutal, viciously handsome face, twisted in a black, dark rage. Don't fucking move. I shudder as he releases me and storms into the enormous mansion. I stand, turning and hugging myself, shaking as I stare out over the water. I can still see the little speck of that rowboat moored in the water. Heavy footsteps have me whirling as he marches back onto the patio. How about now, he snarls, shoving something into my hands. Ringing any wedding bells? An icy feeling crawls up my spine as I stare down at the picture frame in my hands. The corner dented and the glass spiderwebbed, like someone's thrown it in a rage. It's tinged with black marks, like it's survived a fire. It's not the state of the frame that sends a shiver through my very soul. It's the photograph in it, of me. A very young, teenaged me, wearing a white wedding dress, standing morosely next to a stern, much younger Drazen in a black suit. We both look like we're at a funeral. I blink rapidly, my mouth opening and closing. This is faked. I mean, it's me, but also not. I've never dyed my hair chestnut brown, at least not that I remember. He snorts coldly. How long until this gets old, even for you? I raise my eyes to his, frowning. What? The bullshit, Annika, he snarls. Or is it that you've just spent so long pretending to be Taylor Crown that you're having trouble dropping the lies and remembering your treacherous, backstabbing self? Furious, I wind my hand back and throw the picture as hard as I can at his head. Drazen easily dodges it and totally ignores the violent smash of glass as it splinters into shards against the wall behind him.
"No," I choke, shaking my head violently. "I was never your wife." "You were, little Annika," he hisses. "In fact, technically speaking, you still are." My heart seizes. "And you'll continue to be," he smiles cruelly. "Before you protest, know that being my wife going forward is the only thing keeping you alive." A tremor of fear ripples through me. "What did I do?" I whisper. "I mean, what do you think I did? Why do you hate? You unlocked a key-coded back door and allowed your father's men into my home on this very island. It was on the other side, closer to the main bridge." Drazen turns to stare out over the water. "Those vermin slaughtered my entire family. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, aunt, 2 cousins, my sister, her husband, my newborn nephew." Something horrifying rips through me. My face falls in agony, my hand flying to my mouth. "Drazen, they held me down and made me watch. Then they torched the house and left me there to die in a pool of my family's blood. Oh my God! It feels like someone's just stabbed a knife through my heart. Like I'm breaking in two as I stare at him with a haunted, horrified expression. "You might not remember the past," he says, still looking out to sea, "but I can't forget it, nor will I ever." Without another word, he storms away. 14 Drazen images and articles flicker across the laptop screen. I bring the glass of vodka to my lips, taking a slow sip, scanning the information in front of me. Taylor Crown has had an illustrious career. Top of her class, graduating magna cum laude from NYU, at that. Then on to Harvard Law, where she was, again, the very top of her class, right above her 2 co-partners at the firm. I've tried digging deeper into her social media, but she hardly has any social presence on the web. What little there is strictly involves her work, which she seems to have been slavishly married to for the last dozen years. She was a top junior associate at Kramer, O'Donnell, and List. Then they bumped her onto partner track after a few years of frankly killing it with them. She received an even better offer from a rival firm, and then 2 more, even better ones from 2 other rival firms. But she stayed at Kramer, O'Donnell, and List, which is curious. It wasn't due to a lack of intelligence or drive. She was purposeful in turning down every other offer. Out of loyalty. That's something new she's learned in the last 15 years. A few years later, though, after an inhuman number of billable hours at the firm, she handed in her notice. So did Alistair and Gabriel Black at their own firms. The 3 of them formed Crown & Black, pooling their resources, talent, and more than a few poached clients. I smirk grimly. There it is. There's the traitorous streak I know all too well. I frown as I dig deeper, looking for anything I can about the formation of their firm. Alistair and Gabriel Black come from some money, not much. Their grandfather, Charles Black, was once a bit of a kingmaker in the gray underbelly of New York, a wannabe gangster who couldn't quite stomach getting his hands dirty. Apparently, he was an early investor and board member of Crown & Black, but it looks like he's recently been kicked out and doesn't have anything to do with the firm anymore. But even there, Charles is wealthy, but he's not the sort of wealthy that could fund the startup of a firm like Crown & Black. Nothing I read about him, including the tidbit that his own grandsons and a young daughter he's had with his much younger trophy second wife seem to loathe him, would suggest he had that much invested. So where the fuck did they get their startup cash? I put down my drink, and my fingers fly over the keys as I pull up whatever public record financials I can find. When that isn't enough, I text Dimitri, a brute force hacker I have on retainer. I have no fucking idea what time it is in Tokyo right now, but the kid never sleeps anyway. Sure enough, he responds instantly and gets to work. And I sit back and let my eyes drag across image after image of a grown-up Taylor Crown, aka Annika Brankovich, the Trojan horse who let the enemy inside my walls to destroy my world. She was always beautiful, I suppose. I was pissed at the idea of marrying for political reasons when I was just 22, and finally free of war after years of bloodshed in the Balkan conflicts. But I was livid at having to marry the daughter of our enemy. Even so, I'll admit, she was beautiful in that youthful way. Tall, leggy, long chestnut brown hair, dyed, obviously, down to her waist. But the Annika I know now, who I've taken, and who will play a role to get me what I want, is something else altogether. She's simply gorgeous now. She's matured into a woman that any man would trip over himself to have. She's still got the legs and the height, but her hips have filled out into a toned ass, and her tits, Jesus Christ, I'm hard. Very, very hard. It's not just that she's grown into a stunning woman. The world is full of those, but none of them, at least hardly any, have the same black tastes as me. And one of those is her. My mind replays the delicious way she whimpered in the dark for me, the way she wanted me to chase her.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Begged me to, in fact, to hunt her, to pin her down, to hurt her, to be my willing and eager little fuck toy and cum slut. For a brief second, I allow my hand to drop to the obscene bulge in my pants. I cup myself as my eyes slide back to the screen, to an image of Annika Taylor smiling for the camera at some charity ball hosted by Crown and Black. She's in a stunning, shimmering green gown that plunges down her back and shows off a tasteful yet teasing amount of cleavage. The contrast between the glittering emerald and the fiery red of her hair brings out a hunger in me that, stop it. I yank my hand away from my throbbing, thick erection and glare at the picture. No. I scroll back to the earliest things I can find on her. There's a great-aunt Florence, with whom she lived in New York the summer before she started college. But Florence died essentially the week Taylor started school. And before that, my brow furrows. There really is nothing. Not a single thing on social media. No schools attended, no places lived, nothing. Taylor Crown even has a social security number, a clean one at that. She has a fucking US passport, just no past. How the fuck did she go to college, let alone Harvard, with no educational records? My phone dings with a text from Dimitri telling me he's found what I wanted and that it's sitting in my inbox. I wire him his usual fee and open what he sent me. Financial records pulled from Crown and Black's internal server. He's good, Dimitri, and fucking fast. This time he was even quicker than when I had him hack into the NYPD servers and delete the videos of her in that car, not to mention the naked parking garage footage after she escaped from me that first time. As satisfying as it would have been to see her career go up in flames, I couldn't have Annika disappearing into the judicial system and eluding my wrath. Yes, I have questions, several actually, concerning that stolen Lamborghini, but they can wait. This is far more pressing. I find the file I'm looking for and open it. My eyes scan the breakdown of the startup costs of Crown and Black, looking for the source of funds. Sure enough, there's a decent chunk from Charles Black. Gabriel and Alastair both seem to have emptied their modest trust funds too. And then I spot Taylor's contribution, which is noted as the entirety of her trust fund. My blood boils when I see the amount, which is literally 65% of the money they needed to open the doors. You little fucking liar. The devil, as they say, is in the details. One of my little details that I've never been able to tie up is that the night I lost everything, I was also robbed. I didn't realize until later, of course. But after I'd pulled myself out of the wreckage, buried my family, and fled into the night, I realized the emergency fund my father had kept secret and separate from everything else was now gone. Only he and I knew about the suitcase he kept locked in the safe in his office. The safe not even I knew the combination to. A fireproof safe containing $22 million cash. Yet when I was pawing through the wreckage of my home the day after I lost everything, I found that safe empty. My eyes drag back to the screen in front of me. I drop my gaze to Taylor Crown on the opening funds contribution list for the law firm and the amount next to her name. My hands curl to fists. Her trust fund contribution to open the firm was $22 million. My mind spins as my rage throbs under the surface. I saw her body. I spit on her corpse, which I now see clearly wasn't Annika. Somehow she got away that night. She knew about the money and somehow opened a goddamn number pad safe before disappearing to the U.S., to this mysterious great-aunt Florence. She changed her name to Taylor Crown and settled into a normal, quiet life. She was smart. She didn't buy a splashy mansion or a fleet of sports cars. She sat on that stolen money, way off my radar. And then when opportunity came knocking, she finally used it to build her own empire. A growl rumbles through my chest, but I restrain myself from marching through the house until I find her and throw her to the rocks beneath the cliffs. Punish the hand that wielded the tool, not the tool. The goal here isn't Annika, it's Vodek. Well, first it's Vodek, but after I get him, using her, then I'll exact my revenge on her as well. I drum my fingers on the edge of my desk as I click away from the financial statements and to the cameras that cover every angle of my home and my island. She's not in her room. My mouth curves darkly at the corners as I shrug off my jacket and slowly roll up my sleeves to the elbow. I keep clicking on different cameras. None of them show her in the house. My smile turns hungry. It would appear she took the bait. Slowly, I open my desk drawer and pull out the matte black devil mask. Time to run, my little slut. 15. Taylor. The minute the sun dips low over the ocean and changes from orange to purple, I start to get ready. I've been back in my room, that is, the room I woke up in, since my heart-stopping face-off with Drazen on the balcony. I swallow back the terror as I remember dangling over the edge with only his hand around my throat, stopping me from falling to my death. Now, as it gets dark, I know what I have to do. I'm on an island, with the only means of egress to the mainland a gated, guarded bridge. There's no waiting until help arrives. He's told my friends and co-workers as me that I'm on vacation. Sure, maybe eventually someone will wonder where the fuck I am, but even so, wherever I am, I doubt it's anywhere near New York. In fact, I'm starting to think, between the decor, the turquoise ocean, and the style of the mansion, that I'm much further away from home than I'd care to admit. Regardless, the first step is getting the hell off this psycho's island. Which means, as night falls, I'm getting ready to swim. I try to remember the spot on the shore where I saw the little rowboat tied to the mooring buoy. I'm more of a runner and a lifter, but I'm still a decent swimmer, and I don't think the rowboat was that far away from shore. If I can get to it, I can row away from the island and to the shore of the mainland. From there, I'm sure I can find local authorities and get word to Gabriel and Alistair, not to mention the U.S. consulate if I am outside the States, and I can leave this nightmare behind. I watch the sun set lower and lower over the ocean. The shadows creep longer and darker as the sky slowly turns violet, then indigo, then a dark, dark blue before fading to night. Go time. All I have for clothing is my torn dress. No shoes. But at least it's black, I suppose. I creep out of my room and dart down a hall. The house is still a bit of a mystery to me, and I'm not quite sure of its layout. But I quickly make my way to where I think I remembered the side door was. That idea becomes a hard no the second I hear guards talking just outside. So I creep back down another hallway until I find another courtyard. This one has a wall of big open archways to one side, overlooking a manicured flower garden. That'll work. I slip over the stone of the arched windows and crouch low in the gardens. I bolt across a dark expanse of lawn, thankful that the moon is barely a sliver tonight. There's a chill in the air as I half power walk, half jog in what I'm pretty sure is the direction of the boat.
Goosebumps tease up my arms and legs. A ripple of something ghostly shivers down my spine. The only sounds the subtle lapping of the waves down on the rocks and the soft hoot of a night bird or an owl. I keep going, starting to wonder if I'm even remotely heading the right way. But then suddenly, as I jog around a thicket of small trees, my face lights up. Found it. Fear suddenly knots in my stomach as I hang back a second, biting my lip as I eye the dark rolling waves between me and the rowboat. I have no idea how fast the current is, or fuck if there's sharks or something.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. A shiver again as the claws of fear rake down my spine. I take a deep breath and start to tiptoe my way closer to the edge, trying to find a way down the rocky embankment. That's when I feel it. An inky black chill, a malicious pulse of darkness, a tingling sensation at the base of my neck as if claws are inches away from snaring me. Oh God, wonderful. My spine snaps rigid. My eyes bulge wide as his deep, malevolent voice stabs me through the heart. I was so hoping you'd try to run. I gasp sharply as his presence, his wrath, and the slightly spicy, clean scent of him hovers right at my back. A scream lodges in my throat as I feel the cool, lethal edge of a blade drag seductively up the side of my neck. "I'll count to 3, my little slut," he growls quietly. "That's all you get." My core clenches. My skin ripples with an electric energy that throbs through my entire body. My breath catches as the blade slowly slips away from my skin. 1. And I run. I run like the devil himself is about to chase me. 2. The voice rasps out of the shadows, over the thudding of my heart as I bolt into the night. 3. Adrenaline spikes through my veins as I pelt headlong through the darkness. Deep down, I know that there's nowhere really to go, no means of escape. I can't outrun him forever. Still, my survival instinct kicks in, forcing my legs to pump and my bare feet to dig into the grassy ground and propel me forward. So, I gasp sharply at the voice barely a few feet away in the inky darkness of the night. I veer left, away from the snarled tone, my lungs burning. "Fucking!" I shriek, veering right this time and barely dodging a tree branch as the voice snarls again in the blackness. Noisy. Pure fear vibrates through my body as I hurl myself into the dark, my pulse thudding in my ears. Except, that's a lie. A malicious, malignant little lie. It's not pure fear that I feel coursing through my veins. And it's not just my body's natural reaction to dump adrenaline into my system. It's something else, too. Something I'm horrified to even admit to myself. And as much as my psyche tries to keep it locked down under the floorboards, there's no stopping it as it creeps to the surface. Excitement. The feeling I have as Drazen's powerful footsteps pound after mine through the darkness, and as I hear the rasp of his breath and almost feel the wind of his fingertips clawing out to me from the night, is excitement. Chase me, catch me, hurt me. Blood roars in my ears. My vision blurs as I hurl myself through the darkness, blindly reaching in front of me for tree branches. My skin slicks and tingles. My breath turns ragged and panting. A shape explodes out of the darkness next to me. I scream as powerful arms wrap tightly around me like iron bands, lifting me off my kicking, writhing feet as a voice hisses in my ear. "Got you, my little slut." I squirm against his rock-hard body. My elbows jab back, catching him hard in the ribs and making him grunt. But then he whirls and throws me face down onto the grassy ground. My feet kick at the dirt as I try to launch myself back up. Too late. The sheer weight of his muscled body on mine knocks the wind out of me, pinning me to the ground. He sits astride my lower back, his thighs on either side of my hips. I scream and writhe, kicking and squirming, but I might as well be fighting gravity, trying to shove against a solid, immovable force. I jerk, gasping sharply as he grabs both my wrists and shoves my arms above my head. In one motion, he's reaching back with his other hand and yanking my dress up high. Heat floods my face, and I yelp an aching whimper when his palm spanks my ass hard, sending fire exploding over my skin. He grabs the back of my thong, tugging it tight against me. My mouth falls open, my breath catching as the lace rubs against my throbbing clit. He pulls my panties back and forth, sending dark, forbidden heat permeating my reality. "Tell me, my little fuck toy," he growls darkly. "Did you run because you really thought you could escape?" I whimper, choking back a mortifying moan as he spanks me again. "Is that really why you ran, my little slut?" he rasps darkly into my ear as he leans over me. I shiver, feeling the huge, throbbing, hot bulge of his erection against my lower back. Or is it just that you needed your greedy little holes fucked? You just needed to be chased down like a good little filthy whore and forced to take my cock. He grabs the back of my thong again and yanks it down to mid-thigh. His hand plunges between my legs, and my breath rasps into the ground my cheek is pressed against. Oh, fuck. His big, tattooed fingers slide wetly through my lips, making me tremble. Without warning, he suddenly sinks 2 fingers into me, deep. I cry out, writhing and moaning through the fear and excitement clogging my windpipe. He slides them out and then rams them back in, yanking a loud moan from my lips. Drazen laughs darkly. "I think we have our answer." His fingers plunge into me again, stroking deep against my G-spot as his thumb starts to rub my clit in slow, deliberate circles. His fingers ram into me, the wet, squelching sounds filling the darkness around us. I gasp, moaning and squirming under his touch. I shiver when his fingers slip out of me. When I hear the jangle of his belt and the rough tug of his zipper, my eyes fly wide. "I'm not interested in your opinions right now." My breath catches, my face flushed, and my eyes bulging as he moves lower down my body, his knees still on either side of me. I shudder when I feel the swollen size of his cock throbbing and hot as it drags over my ass. My mind flashes back to the glimpses I got of it before, how his cock looked fucking massive. Suddenly, without warning, his swollen head is sinking between my thighs, prying them open as it lodges against my pussy. He grabs a handful of my hair, pushing my cheek to the ground as reaches beneath me and roughly yanks down the top of my dress. His big hand mauls my breasts, his fingers twisting and pinching my nipples mercilessly as I inhale ragged breaths of air. Breathing in fear and horror, breathing out excitement and a raw need that frankly terrifies me. "Go on," Drazen snarls, leaning down closer. My eyes roll back as I feel his fat cock slowly push between my pussy lips, spreading them wide around the head. His teeth drag over my earlobe and bite my neck sharply, making me cry out, before his mouth moves to hover by my ear. "Say your fucking safe word," he hisses darkly. "Scream it for me." His hand tightens in my hair, making me wince. "I'm still going to ruin this slutty little fuckhole no matter how loud you do." His hips ram forward. My eyes bulge and the breath slams out of my body in a rush. The sheer size of him sends me reeling, and the feel of his thickness, spreading me wider than anything I've ever felt, has my toes curling and digging at the grass as I writhe beneath him. One of Drazen's hands clenches my hair. The other clutches my hip in a tight, possessive grip as he groans deeply, savoring the way my body shivers and shakes under him and the way my pussy clenches around him, struggling to his enormous size. "Good girl," he rasps darkly. "Milk my fucking cock like the good little cock slut that you are. Let me feel that tight little pussy stretch for me." He drags his cock out. Instantly, he's driving right back in. This time, my eyes roll completely back and my mouth goes slack as something primal explodes deep inside of me. He does it again, and the walls around the darkest, most depraved parts of my psyche crumble and fall. This isn't having sex. This isn't even fucking. This is what being conquered feels like. It's the way that his massive body covers mine, the way his muscles ripple and clench, and the way his big hands grab me like I'm his possession, pinning me down like I'm his plaything to fuck and use any way he pleases.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. The way his huge cock rams into me over and over, filling me in ways I've never even dreamed of and tapping into my primitive brain. His hands grip and twist and spank. His deep, snarling, masculine groans of pleasure fill my ears as my fingers and toes claw at the ground beneath me. My eyes roll back, my mouth slack, drool dripping from my lips that I'm barely aware of and certainly not capable of doing anything about. I vaguely feel his thumb slipping between my lips as he fucks me. Hear him murmur the word "suck" into my ear before I do just that. My tongue swirls around him, tasting myself on his skin as his huge dick hammers into me over and over. His thumb slips from my lips. My eyes widen, and my throat tightens as I feel him press that thumb against my ass. Wait, no. Oh, sweet fucking Jesus. A filthy sort of pleasure unlike anything I've ever felt before consumes me as his wet thumb sinks past my tight ring. I don't even recognize the animal sounds coming out of my mouth as he buries his thumb and rams his gorgeous cock deep into me. Lethal black pleasure envelops me. A gnawing, churning, boiling sensation begins to throb deep in my core. It spreads through my bloodstream, making my arms and legs shake and writhe and clench as my eyes roll back. My mouth opens in a silent scream as the feeling of him taking both my holes at the same time pushes me over the edge. When it hits, the orgasm is like nothing I've ever felt before. It feels like I'm blown apart from the inside out, like my body is shattering into a billion fragments of diamond dust. I scream into the blackness of the night, a raw, animalistic sound that feels like a rebirth or a spiritual awakening. Wave after wave of pleasure crashes over me, twisting and wrenching my body as I shudder and stammer and gasp, my body bucking and writhing against him as he fucks me over and over. With a groan, Drazen leans forward and sinks his teeth into my neck. I cry out, shattering all over again as he grips my hair tight and rams his cock as deep as he can into my squeezing, clenching, wet heat. I feel his huge cock swell and throb, pulsing and twitching as his hot cum spills deep inside of me. Drazen groans, pulling out and wrapping his teeth into my neck. I cry out, shattering all over again as he grips my hair tight and rams his cock as deep as he can into my squeezing, clenching, wet heat. I feel his huge cock swell and throb, pulsing and twitching as his hot cum spills deep inside of me. Drazen groans, pulling out and wrapping his fist around his cock, growling as he pumps it, spraying thick, hot ropes of his sticky cum all over my back, ass, and thighs. I can feel it dripping down my ass and over my pussy as my very reality spins and blurs around me. Everything goes still and dark and silent. I'm panting, practically having a seizure on the ground, utterly unable to move, much less stand. But Drazen is. He slowly rises from where he's crouched over my ass and steps around me.
He kneels beside my head, and before I know what's happening, he's wrapping my tousled hair in his fist and yanking my face up to look at him. Holy shit, he's not even undressed. He's wearing a black dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up his rippling muscled forearms and black dress pants, unbuttoned and unzipped. His fat, swollen, glistening cock hanging out heavy and thick along with his balls. But it's his face that sends something not okay tingling eagerly through my core. He's wearing the mask again, the matte black devil mask from before, his piercing blue eyes stabbing through the eye holes and searing into mine. "Well?" he growls with a dark, amused smirk on his gorgeous lips. He glances down at his glistening wet cock. A thick white bead of cum is dripping from the slit at the head of his crown and slowly trickling down his fat, veined shaft. My breath catches as I stare at his cock and pull my gaze up to his malevolent smirk. Good little sluts clean up the messes they make. Holy shit, my bottom lip retreats between my teeth. Heat explodes across my face, but there's no ignoring the raw hunger churning deep inside of me. My eyes lift to his, holding his fierce gaze through the mask as I lean forward. My tongue slips out, and slowly I lick the head of his cock. Drazen's jaw clenches, and a low, satisfied grunt rumbles in his chest. His cock swells and throbs as I lick it again and again, tracing my tongue up and down his thick shaft and his swollen head, licking and sucking until I've cleaned every trace of him and off it. For a second, I think there's going to be more. I even think I want more, even if my body is utterly abused and worn out. I can barely move as he rubs the head of his dick over my lips and groans to himself. Good girl. Drazen stands. Without any fanfare, he tucks his cock back into his pants and zips them back up. Then, without a word, he turns and walks off into the night. The rowboat is chained and locked for what it's worth. He tosses over his shoulder. But, nice try. Then he's gone, leaving me panting and squirming on the ground, my dress half ripped off, my panties around my knees, and his cum dripping over my skin. 16. Drazen. It's not her. For some reason, I can't escape the doubt and the hesitation creeping into my head. Beyond the logic that screams that the woman I've brought here can't be Annika because I fucking saw Annika's body, there's another voice adding its opinion to the mix. It's not like I ever touched Annika before. We never even kissed at the wedding. It was abundantly clear that neither of us was remotely interested. But now that I have touched her in almost every way I possibly could, it's like I'm pulling back the hazy curtain of rage and revenge that's been clouding my ability and truly seeing her. And I have questions. At least half of those are questions directed at myself. What the fuck are you doing is top of the list. But that still leaves plenty of bandwidth for questions about the woman I've just chased through the darkness and fucked like a savage. Back in my office, I open my laptop again. I can still taste her on my tongue and smell her on my fingers. Still feel her wet, greedy pussy clenched so fucking snug and tight around my cock. But I focus on the screen in front of me as best I can, bringing up a new email from Dmitri. I asked him to dig deeper. He delivered. The files delve a little deeper into Taylor Crown's past. I frown as I read the police report, getting thoroughly confused. Her parents were Paul and Leah Crown. They lived in Washington, D.C., just as she said. There was an accident. A drunk driver smashed into their car, killing Paul and Leah instantly and putting a teenage Taylor into the ICU with severe brain trauma. A week later, she was brought out of a medically induced coma and diagnosed with retrograde amnesia, remembering nothing about her life, her parents, or who she was. My jaw tightens, and anger I don't quite understand surges inside. She wasn't lying. Everything she said really did happen. The living in D.C., the parents, the car accident, all of it. And yet, when you pull on a string, you don't stop pulling at the first resistance you get. At least I don't. I keep fucking yanking. And in Taylor's case, that's where things start to get interesting, according to what Dmitri sent me.
Yes, her parents were real people who really did die in a car crash and have official death reports. The problem is, that's all there is. There's not a single other record of them in the system. No mortgage, bank accounts, or employment records. Not even social security numbers on their death certificates. Nothing. They're fucking ghosts. But they're ghosts with a daughter who has a record naming her Taylor Crown. I, however, have a marriage certificate naming her Annika Brankovich, whose body I saw. Or did I? What I actually saw was a charred, almost unrecognizable corpse. I assumed it was her, because who the fuck else would it have been? Clearly I was wrong. I frown, drumming my fingers on the edge of the desk before I pull up the cameras to her room. She's not in the bathroom. She's in the bathtub, sitting in the tub with her arms wrapped around her knees and her cheek lying on them. She has to be Annika. She is Annika.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. If not, who the fuck is she? 17. Taylor. My second day as Drazen's prisoner, I wake up starving and naked. The hunger is because I haven't eaten anything since the tray of food Yael and Milos brought yesterday morning, before I tried to plot my escape. An escape I now know won't happen. The nakedness, though, my face burns as I feel my own nudity under the sheets of the sumptuous bed. That's because of what happened last night, when he chased me, caught me, threw me to the ground, and buried me in the most hardcore exploration of my darkest fantasy I could have ever imagined. Harder than anything I have imagined, actually. The roughness, the viciousness of it, the raw lust and violence. Say your fucking safe word. Scream it for me. I'm still going to ruin this slutty little fuckhole no matter how loud you do. A jolt of something fucked up and needy spikes through my core. I've never actually explored that dark side of me. I've never even admitted to it or come close to broaching the subject with any ex. But last night, with everything dialed up to 11, I dove head first into my first true experience of it. Primal, consensual non-consent, rape kink. My lip twists as it slips between my teeth. I bite down on it, feeling a weird mix of achy desire and poisonous shame flood my system. I'm not supposed to enjoy that shit. No one is. But me of all people? No. I'm Taylor, the good girl, the overachiever, the top of her class, literally, always. I do soft candles and missionary position. I do dates where the door is held open for me. I don't do crazed, hyper-masculine psycho catching me in the woods, throwing me down, ripping my panties half off, and just fucking me, heedless of permission or consent. Though, obviously, he had it, in fucking spades. My thighs clench as I replay every filthy, gasped, whimpered moment. Every vicious, primal thrust. Every way his fucking huge cock rammed into me, stretching me to my limit in the most gloriously fucked up, deliriously hot ways. I'm sore. I'm fucking sore. My pussy feels like I just rode a horse across the entire American Southwest sans saddle. Or maybe more like I got ridden by the horse. That's the reason for the lack of clothes. I mean, all I had anyway was the dress and underwear I was taken in. The dress is basically ruined, and the panties definitely are. At the same time, it's a delicious ache. An ache that makes me want more? I shake my head, hugging my knees to my chest under the sheets like I did in the bath last night. The bath helped with the sore muscles and aching bruises on my thighs, neck, breasts. So did the little bottle of Epsom salts I found sitting on the edge of the tub that I'm not sure was there before. After that, I crawled into bed, nude, to collapse into sleep. The psycho probably has cameras in here, but who cares? Nothing he hasn't seen already. I rub my eyes, pushing my uncombed hair back from my face and trying to figure out how to solve the immediate problems of lack of food and lack of clothes. When I glance around the bedroom, though, my brow arches.
Across the room, sitting on the credenza by the door, is a tray of food with a steaming pot of coffee. My gaze shifts, my brow furrowing as I glance through the arched doorway into the massive changing room. Wait, what? I climb out of bed, once again shoving aside any thoughts of Drazen having cameras in here. After what happened last night, it really doesn't matter. I grab a piece of toast and pour a cup of coffee from the pot before heading into the changing room. The clothes are stunning. Dresses and gowns for every occasion. Skirts, tops, pants, shorts, bathing suits for fuck's sake. I pull open a drawer set into the wall that glows with a soft warm light when it opens, revealing a collection of bras. The drawer beneath it has matching panties, thongs, and boy shorts, which are sort of low-key my comfy favorites. One drawer lower has, damn, lingerie doesn't quite do it justice. It's like someone's bought the entire Agent Provocateur line or some other crazy high-end French brand. For some reason, it doesn't surprise me when I realize it's all in my perfect sizes. All of it. Across the room, there's a door that slides open to reveal an entire wall of shelves with the most jaw-dropping shoes and heels imaginable. Also my size. I hope they fit. I whirl, gasping as my heart lurches into my throat and I lock eyes with Drazen. Instantly, whatever devil-may-care attitude I had about him seeing me naked after last night goes out the window. With a small shriek, I spin back and grab the first thing I see, a light, gauzy, lacy robe. I turn my back to him, blushing furiously and feeling his eyes on me as I slip it on, tie it, and turn to glare at him. Oh yes, much more modest. I glance down, and my face falls. God damn it, the fucking thing is completely see-through, giving him an eyeful of, well, everything. Scowling, I grab the next thing I see, a random sundress, and wrap it around myself like a makeshift sarong. When I turn back to him, Drazen has a smug look on his face. Do you need a minute? A few hundred of them would be peachy, thanks, I mutter through clenched teeth. I'll keep that in mind. He's dressed in very Mediterranean-style cream linen dress pants and a white shirt with a few buttons open and the sleeves rolled up. I mean, holy casual formal wear porn, Batman. He eyes me coolly but intensely, like he's peering into my very thoughts. It's extremely unnerving. Yes, I mumble. Do they meet your standards? I gesture at the closet. What, all this? He says nothing. I mean, it's only the top designers in the world. Whose standards wouldn't they meet? My mouth purses, and I think we both know that it will all fit just fine. You're welcome. My lips thin. I didn't ask for any of this. You're going to need it, though. I eye him. Why? I won't have my wife walking around naked. The room goes quiet. I'm not your wife, I say quietly. Drazen's jaw sets a little. We've covered that, at length. I don't remember my life before. Still, not really my concern. But I'd remember, I snap coldly, being married to you. Oh, I'm sure you would, he says dryly, his lips curling a little. Now we have business to discuss. You can do it wrapped in various bits of clothing like a crazy person, or dressed like a normal human being. Your choice. I seethe. Dressed. Drazen gestures broadly at the plethora of clothes. Could I get some privacy? No. I shoot him a hard look. Drazen's face remains immobile. Nothing he hasn't seen before, I remind myself yet again. Just the same, my face burns as I march over to the drawers. I pull out the least sexy pair of boy shorts and matching bra I can find. Not those. I turn to shoot him a look. Excuse me. Pick something else. Why? Because I'm telling you to. My eyes roll. But why? I gasp as he surges into me. My back hits the wall of pull-out drawers behind me as he cages me in, hands slamming to the wall on either side of me, looming over me. You have issues being told what to do, don't you? It appears so, I hiss back. Drazen's cold blue eyes narrow. You'll need to change that. When I tell you to do something? I'm not one of your men or your employee. Correct, Annika, he snaps. You're my fucking wife. Something electric sizzles through my core when he growls it. Oh, and do all wives have to do everything their husbands say? I mouth back. Not at all. He leans down close, letting his mouth brush my ear. But mine does. He pulls back. My skin is flushed, and my nipples are tightening to points as he casually reaches down and plucks the boy shorts and matching bra from my hands, tossing them aside. Why are they even here if I can't wear them? I mumble. Perhaps later, you may, he murmurs back, pawing through my drawer of thongs. His eyes swivel to mine. If you're a good girl who does as she's told.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Why is that so hot? In the meantime, he pulls out a ridiculously sexy, skimpy little teal-colored, see-through lace thong and dangles it in front of me. You'll wear this. I huff as I pluck it from his fingers. Fine. Drazen's brow arches. I'm waiting. What, now? Now. My face burns as I turn away from him, facing the wall. Except he's only 3 inches from me, so when I drop the random sundress and the see-through robe I've got wrapped around me and bend to slip on the thong, I shiver, my breath catching as my butt pushes against his thigh. Instantly, my eyes go wide when his thigh twitches. Not his thigh. Holy shit. I straighten, pulling the panties up, crossing my arms over my chest, and turning back to him. I'm blown away again at just how freaking tall Drazen is. I mean, I'm 5'10". It's happened in the past that I've shown up to a first date and been taller than the guy, especially if I've worn heels. Drazen, meanwhile, towers over me by what feels like a foot, with shoulders almost twice the width of mine. Do I get to wear anything else? I snap testily. Keep using that tone, and you'll wear only what you have on now, but stuffed into your mouth while I pump your ass full of my cum. My face turns crimson, my mouth falling open as I just stare at him in shock. Calmly, Drazen turns and scans the hangers full of dresses before he plucks one down. A gorgeously simple, peach-colored sleeveless sundress with an asymmetrical hem and a sweetheart neckline. Dior, of course. Bra? He shakes his head. Okay. I mean, I'm a small B on a good day. I rarely wear a bra when I'm at home alone. But the sundress is thin and silky. I thought you didn't want your wife walking around naked. A dress costing several $1,000s is hardly naked. So you don't mind if your men see my nipples? I say smugly, seeing if I can push this possessive part of him. Drazen just smiles back. They wouldn't be my men if they didn't understand where to and where not to look. Put on the dress. I go to turn away again. He stops me with another shake of his head and a cool, stern look. I lower my arms, flushing when he casually drops his gaze to my bare breasts. I slip the sundress on. All good? Drazen nods. Beautiful. God damn it. My cheeks tingle with heat, and it takes real effort to bite back the grin on my face. The compliment is in such stark contrast to the filthy things he said last night and the raw, brutal things he did to me. Come. Drazen turns, leaving me alone in the dressing room before I hurry after him. I follow as he walks out of my room, down the hall, and then out onto another gorgeous shaded patio overlooking the ocean. Just like the one he held me over the edge of yesterday, with a hand around my throat. He gestures for me to take one of the chairs around a low table, with him sitting across from me. Where are we? I ask. My home. I roll my eyes. Yes, but where is that? Drazen smirks and points to the side, toward the mainland. That's the island of Elba. Yeah, there go my escape plans entirely, if there was even a sliver left. The mainland is itself an island. And, hang on, did you say Elba? He nods. As in Italy? Yes. Elba is where where Napoleon was exiled. I sigh heavily. I know. Napoleon in exile. Of course. Where do my friends think I am? Italy, he says, matter-of-factly.
Tuscany, actually. Gabriel was quite insistent that you visit a certain vineyard he raved about. And your friend Fumi texted you hoping that you'd, and I quote, get some good Italian stallion dick, he says dryly. I cringe a little. Needless to say, Drazen growls coldly, that will not be happening. No, just some fucking fantastic Serbian dick. You are insane. Now, shall we talk business? Why not? I drawl. Drazen arches a brow. I've decided I might believe you. I frown. About? About your amnesia. Your story checks out. Oh, goody, I say sarcastically. Don't get cute. Being dressed at the moment doesn't preclude you from getting your mouth stuffed with panties and your ass with my dick. I shiver. However, that's irrelevant. Just as it would be if you weren't Annika, because fortunately for me, although perhaps unfortunately for you, you look just like her. And if I of all people think that, others who matter will as well. I roll my eyes. You've got me, I mutter sarcastically. If only you did, he growls. You're an only child. You're sure about that? I toss back. It would explain a lot of... My father would have never okayed the marriage if you had a sibling. Why exactly? His mouth thins. It would have cheapened our union. My brows fly up. Wow, I'm so glad feminism is alive and well in Serbian Mafia politics, I mutter dryly. A sibling would have cheapened our marriage? We didn't marry for love, he grunts. I bark a laugh. Drazen glares at me. We were betrothed as children to cement a peace between our families. The union was essentially a treaty. But that treaty would have been worth far less if you had a sister that could be married off to another family, thus forging other alliances. Well, there goes that theory. Who did you mean when you said others who matter would believe I was this Annika person even if I wasn't? His smile hardens. The iron table. My brow furrows. The what? Iron table, he mutters again. A governing leadership council in the Bratva world, based out of Russia. There are, he clears his throat, I have business with them. Business that will go much more smoothly with you at my side. Motherfucker. He's trying to play coy, but I've seen and outmaneuvered every trick in the book in court. You need me, is what you're saying. Drazen eyes me. Perhaps. The wheels in my head quickly whirl to life, and the pieces fall into place. Ah, I murmur. I see. I smile broadly. They think this Annika girl has been missing for 15 years, or that she's dead. And whatever business you have with them can't happen unless she's not. Drazen raises an eyebrow, his tattooed fingers drumming on the armrest of his chair. Yeah, maybe. Next time you kidnap someone and want to keep them in the dark, don't pick the woman that the legal journal just slapped on their cover and called the brightest young new mind in law. I'll try and remember that, he says dryly. But to summarize, essentially, yes. I need you to play the role of my wife. Which you are. Highly debatable. He shoots me a look. I sigh heavily. Do I have a choice in this? Of course, he says, far too easily. What's the catch? Drazen's mouth pulls into a lethal smile. I've heard Crown and Black have recently purchased Poulter and Lens. Congratulations. The back of my neck tingles. Thank you. We're all very excited. He smiles predatorily. Are you now? Shit. He's not even trying to hide the fact that he knows what's going on. It's written all over his face. That's confidential, I say primly. Nothing is beyond my reach, Drazen growls back. The sooner you realize that, the easier this will be. He sighs. Which is how I know that Roger Fairchild has your balls, figuratively speaking, of course. He fixes me with a hungry, dark look. In a vice. I lick my lips nervously. And it would seem that Crown and Black is thus in dire straits. Sure, you might put up a good fight for the next year or so, but in the end, surely you know there's no scenario that doesn't result in Roger Fairchild acquiring the firm you and your little friends built from the ground up.
My temper flares and my pulse quickens as I glare at him. What's your point? He smiles. My point is that Crowned Black needs a lifeboat. And it just so happens I own a marina full of them. I go still as what he's saying truly hits me. So, yes, he growls, I do, in fact, need you to play my wife for the purposes of swaying business I have with the iron table. What sort of... The kind in which the details or even broad strokes of aren't your concern, he says gruffly. My brow arches. What I don't need, Drazen continues, is you playing a half-assed role, or me having to wonder at which point you'll purposefully sabotage things. So I'm going to propose a deal with you.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist. Without, I swallow. Am listening. You'll be my wife. You'll play the role. And, to be clear, he growls with a dark grin, I do mean every aspect of the role. Traitorous heat floods my core when I swallow thickly. When will you fuck you? I flush, my nipples tightening. Yes, I whisper, when you least expect it. Holy fuck. Drazen shrugs, stroking a finger over his jawline. Your pussy just tastes so much sweeter when it's flavored with fear. My heart does a backward somersault inside my chest. My face heats. So, I'll be your whore? I mutter coldly, my voice shaking. If you want to call it that. You know what I mean, I hiss, pushing back against the throb of heat that tingles through me like venom. I mean, do I get any say in the matter? He fixes me with a look. I'm sure you remember the word. I go still. The word. The safe word. Vault. You remember, he murmurs quietly. If you say it, this ends. But it goes without saying, so will my offer to bail out your firm. I wet my lips. So, I don't have a choice? Of course you do. Sometimes our choices are difficult, aren't they? I chew on the inside of my mouth as I look out over the water. I'm not going to be a sugar baby or anything like that. Excuse me? I mean, no, I shrug. No paying me off. Like no gaudy jewelry or money or whatever. I turn to look at him, my pulse jangling and my hands shaking a little. You'll get me, I croak, but that's all. I won't be paid to do that. He nods slowly. Fine. I nod back and then turn to look out to the Tyrrhenian Sea. How long? 3 months, Drazen replies promptly. My breath sucks in sharply. You'll stay here for 3 months as my wife. After that, he shrugs, go where you want. Do what you wish. Our business will be concluded. Really? I say, suspicion lacing my tone. Really. In the meantime, I'll float Crown and Black enough money to get Roger off your backs. Once our business is concluded, you'll receive the balance of what you need to make the deal good with Poulter and Lenz. I nod my head slowly. This could work. And, obviously, we'll work out a repayment schedule for the other $22 million. My eyes snap to him. Excuse me? Drazen smiles coldly at me. I'm eager to hear where you thought the startup cash for Crown and Black came from. I glare at him. From my trust fund? Ah, yes, from the parents without social security numbers. I bristle, but this isn't news to me. They were what? Drazen smiles lethally. Day traders trying to avoid taxes? They worked for the government, okay? I mutter. That's what my great-aunt Florence told me when I woke up. Drazen actually laughs. What, spies? I nod. When he snorts and rolls his eyes, I glare at him. That's such a fantastically unrealistic career for an international crime lord to imagine. He arches a brow, saying nothing as he dips his chin. That's honestly where it came from. They set it up for me before they died, and I didn't touch it until I was ready to launch the firm. Yes, well, unfortunately, he mutters, that isn't true. The money is mine, and you seem to have stolen it the night you, his brow furrows deeply, the night you, shall we say, cheated death? I shake my head. No, that money is mine. It was my parents'. You know this how? I glare at him. My great-aunt Florence told me. Yes, a woman you knew for 2 months? She was my great-aunt. I spit. Drazen shrugs and drums his fingers on the arm of his chair. I won't charge interest when we arrange the repayment plan. I look away. You are such an asshole. So I've been told. I take a slow breath, pushing my hair back as I gaze out over the water. Do people really think I mean, Annika's dead? Like the people sitting at this iron table thing? They do. His brow furrows. So did I, actually. Until, I frown. I mean, how did you... Your tattoo, he murmurs. I stare at him, open-mouthed. Do you know what it means? I blurt. He nods, and my pulse spikes. Tell me, I whisper heatedly. Please. I've wondered about it ever since I woke up. Drazen looks away. Please. It's your family crest. I blink. My what? Your family. Brankovich. It was their family crest. The hawk and arrow, in the circle of the sun. It's like coming up for air after being underwater for a little too long. Oxygen floods into my lungs, into parts of my brain I still can't access, but at least now I can feel that they're there. Brankovich. Is my name seriously Annika Brankovich? But then, something else he says registers. You said it was my family crest. Drazen is silent. Are they? I frown. Do I have... No, he growls quietly. They're all dead. Even if I don't know them, can't remember them at all, aren't even sure if this is real. A piece of me winces. Did you... I hesitate, eyeing him. Some, he mutters. Not all. My parents? I whisper. Unfortunately, that wasn't me. Unfortunately. Geez. I take a deep breath, looking out over the azure Mediterranean. Okay, I say quietly, nodding my head slowly. Is that your understated way of agreeing to our arrangement? Drazen grunts. I have conditions. Think again. I turn to eye him. May I finish? It's a waste of breath, but by all means, he says dryly, absently waving a hand with a bored, amused look on his face. As I was saying, I mutter, I have conditions. For one, I'm not spending the next 3 months here. His lips curl. As a matter of fact, you are. I shake my head. How am I supposed to explain that to my colleagues? To the board? That is, I believe, what is referred to as a you problem, Drazen says with a tight smile. I'm frankly amazed you're still alive if you always exhibit this little foresight, given your choice of profession. The smirk drops from his face. Careful, counselor, he growls quietly. I bite back the shiver that chases up my spine. It's not a me problem if telling my partners that I've decided to take a 3-freaking-month vacation from the firm sends up massive red flags and they start asking questions. That, I believe, is what is referred to as a you problem. Drazen looks about as amused by me throwing his words back at him as he'd be by a root canal without local anesthesia. I have clients I can't walk away from, Drazen. Responsibilities. I mean, Gabriel is in the middle of transitioning out of the firm entirely, and we need to bring the new managing partner up to, you'll work from here. I start to shake my head. That's impossible. That's my line, and I won't be budging on it, he growls. Even for the brightest young new mind in law, as reported by the Legal Journal, he says dryly, his tone laced with sarcasm. I can't possibly... You'll tell your colleagues that I'm hiring you as my legal consultant on a massive new business expansion I'm doing over the next 3 months. You'll have space for an office here, and you'll be free to work on whatever Crown and Black business you need to work on from here. Other than that, you'll be attending to the legal matters of my expansion, for which I'm sure your partners will be happy to hear I'll be paying you handsomely. No, I hiss. This isn't a negotiation. Why the fuck would I possibly need to stay? My words and breath choke off as Drazen surges into my personal space. My eyes flare as his hand slips into the back of my hair, grabbing it in a fist. I whimper as he yanks my head back, dropping his mouth so close and so quickly to mine that I think he's going to kiss me. Then his mouth slips past my cheek, his lips brushing my ear. Because I'm not flying to New York every time I feel like chasing you down and fucking my greedy little whore in the dark.
That's why. I'm still trembling, throbbing, and dizzy when he pulls back and abruptly turns to walk away. Call your partners and make the arrangements. Our deal begins immediately. 18. Taylor. The other end of the line goes utterly silent for a second. Then another. Then a few more. Until I'm not sure Alistair is still actually there. Alice, is this a fucking joke? There's a clipped, cold tone in his voice. Look, it'll just be 3 months. Yeah, I got that part, he spits venomously. Hence my question. And the answer had better be fucking yes.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. After which, we can discuss how good a thing it is you never went into comedy, because you, Taylor, are not fucking funny. The line goes quiet again. I clear my throat. Are you done? Oh, I can keep going. Okay, Alistair, I sigh. Obviously, it's not ideal. No, Taylor, he snaps. No, you going on a fucking 3-month vacation to Sicily, Elba. Stop talking for a minute. I swear, it's like he really is the brother I never had sometimes. As I was saying, he mutters, it is, in fact, the fucking opposite of ideal for you to jet off to Isla de Drazen for 3 goddamn months right after my fucking brother abdicates his fucking throne to go play house with Fumi in the governor's mansion for a term or 2, leaving yours fucking truly as the sole captain of a ship that we're all painfully aware takes 3 people to sail. Oh, come on, Allie, I soothe. Don't sell yourself short. Okay, A, I could steer Crown and Black solo in my fucking sleep, and you know it. B, your Jedi mind trick reverse psychology appeal to my ego bullshit won't work on me. And C, I'm beginning to wonder if not having you around might actually be a good thing. Because here I thought you were a legal mastermind, and yet there you go using that fucking nickname that you know I fucking hate. Well, since you're so capable, I sigh, smirking, I guess there won't be any problem, Taylor. The fire is gone from his tone this time. Now he just sounds a little defeated. Yes? Alistair exhales. Let's just say that maybe things are a little easier for me when you and Gabriel are around. Aw, was that so hard? He chuckles darkly. Fuck off. And yes, it was. Look, Taylor, real talk, you disappearing to Italy at all is rough. Doing it now, with Gabriel gone too, is catastrophic. What about Elsa? Elsa's gonna be giving birth in the conference room any fucking minute. I grin. At what point do we force her to take maternity leave? He snorts. Good luck forcing Elsa Gwyn to do fucking anything she doesn't want to. Hey, at least she works for us and not a competing firm. Or the DA's office, for that matter. I sigh. But also, you're right. You might need to shore things up while I'm gone. Fumi, Alistair grunts casually. I mean, not as a permanent managing partner or anything, but I could use her help while you're off role-playing 365 days with Christian Grey. My face burns. Okay, first of all, you're mixing up your pop culture references. Sue me. Seriously though, Taylor, he exhales. I mean, what the fuck? So Drazen wants your expertise in restructuring his business top to bottom, firewalling himself from risk, streamlining the contracts, and all that shit? It's the excuse I've given why I'll be spending the next 3 months away from the firm, my responsibilities, and my life. I admit, it's bizarre, but it's a whole hell of a lot better than I think I married a Bratva kingpin 15 years ago, and now I need to play the part of his wife again so that he can do, I don't actually know what, but I'm sure it's super important. Why the fuck can't you do that here in New York? Luckily, I've prepared for this cross-examination. The workload is intense, and a lot of it is going to be in conjunction with his current in-house counsel, not to mention the sensitive nature of the work.
And no one seems to care that you're in no way, shape, or form licensed to practice law in Italy? Alistair grunts. Technically, I'll just be working as a contractor, offering my legal expertise. Oh, is that how they pronounce loophole in Italian? He mutters. But come on, Tay. It gets us out from under Roger's thumb, I say quietly. If nothing else, remember that. This is how I'm selling it to Alistair and Gabriel. That Drazen is hiring me as a consultant for a 3-month stint of legal work for his organization. In exchange, he'll pay me for a year's worth of billable hours at my highest rate, up front, aka $500 million, aka the amount Poulter and Lenz owes Roger Fairchild. Well, yeah, Alistair sighs over the phone, but I still don't get why the hell he'd want you. My brows shoot up. Okay, ouch. Fuck you, too. Alistair chuckles back. That's not what I meant. I meant, why hire the name partner of a firm with a frankly insane hourly? I mean, you're obviously the best of the best, but there's gotta be cheaper. That's the appeal, I shrug. You know these Mafia-type guys. It's all image for them. There are equally good champagnes out there, but you buy Dom for the label and the pedigree. Alistair chuckles. Yeah, that's what we are, T. Pure pedigree, baby. We both laugh. This is kind of an ongoing inside joke for Alistair and me, since my parentage and entire background are kind of a mystery, and he's adopted. In law school, we used to joke about him being the long-lost third son of Charles and Diana, or me being the secret offspring of a rock legend, a la Liv Tyler. For the money he's putting up, I think Drazen just wants me, my full availability whenever and wherever he needs it, hence staying here at his place in Elba. I clear my throat. But to touch on it again, I agree about Fumi. We should have bumped her up to equity partner last quarter anyway. Let's do it now, and part of the deal will be her covering my workload, and clients. I mean, the ones you can't handle. I smirk. Bitch, Alistair chuckles back. So yeah, the shipping guys should be there tomorrow to start packing up my office. Amelia is going to be around to help. Wait, you're not even coming back to pack up your own shit? I shrug. Amelia's there, and Fumi's going to help out with the document prep. Honestly, I could use some time away, and, I'm already here. Okay, he grunts. I get it. Listen, I got a jet for a board meeting where I can share the good news about the bailout. Check in anytime, yeah? Will do. Thanks. He snickers. Try not to have too much fun working under the psychotic kingpin. My face heats. Too late. 19. Taylor. I used to hate moving. After my great-aunt Florence died, I did it more frequently than I would have liked, switching between cheap off-campus apartments to save money. I knew I had the trust fund, and I knew how much was in there, but I never wanted to touch it unless strictly necessary. I think I always knew deep down that I wanted to use it to build a dream one day. So, yeah, when I was a freshman at NYU, I could have bought a sick fucking penthouse near the park or in Soho and lived like a queen. At the very least, I could have stayed in the dorms, but it was cheaper to live off campus, as long as I didn't mind somewhat sketchy neighborhoods. As one location gentrified and the rent went up, I'd move to another sketchy area, all in the name of saving that nest egg for when I really needed it. Hell, I didn't even tell Gabriel and Alistair about the $22 million sitting in the trust until we'd decided for sure that we were going to set out on our own. But moving meant starting over, and that always reminded me of when my entire life started over, when I had to relearn how to do everything, how to think, how to remember things, how to grieve for parents I didn't recall. Anyway, that's why I've always hated moving. Except this time, for the first time, there's an odd sort of lifting feeling in my heart as it happens. This time, that whole starting over thing feels oddly hopeful and optimistic. And yes, I fully realize the irony there, given that I'm moving into the house of a Bratva kingpin and potential psychopath who wants me to play his wife.
The only things I ask Fumi to pack up from my apartment back home are a few books, some clothing favorites like the Velvet Guillotine Tour t-shirt I love to sleep in, and a couple of framed photos. Me and Great Aunt Florence, the brothers and I, a terrific shot of Fumi and me at her and Gabriel's wedding. But from the office, I request a lot. I mean, I'm not really here as Drazen's legal consultant.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. And though Fumi and Alistair, and Elsa before she gives birth, are going to be picking up a lot of slack back in New York, I've had a lot of my work shipped here for me to tackle from this side of the Atlantic. Drazen gives me use of one of the several, and there are tons of them, unused rooms of his sprawling mansion, or palazzo, I suppose, since we're in Italy. The huge lime-washed room with terracotta tiles covered with a gorgeous blue and white area rug opens onto a balcony that looks out over the Tyrrhenian Sea towards Sicily and Corsica. I mean, there's worse places to work from home. When the boxes from Crown and Black arrive, I get to work setting up my new office. I'm also expected to have sit-downs with Yael, Drazen's female guard, who I've learned is one of his top underlings. It's not lost on me that not a single one of his men comes near me. There's Milos with his gruff, somewhat leery look, but even he never comes that close, let alone touches me in even the most basic way. Like, not even a handshake. Actually, I'm fairly sure that the only people who've touched me at all, again, even in passing like a handshake or brushing fingers while being handed something, are the only other woman who seems to be on this island, and Drazen. Except he hasn't touched me at all since that night he chased me through the dark and fucked me like an animal. The fact that I'm crestfallen that hasn't happened again since is a good little reminder for me to inquire about Dr. Jesnick's schedule going forward for virtual sessions. Over the next week, I settle into a routine. I wake up to find coffee waiting for me next to a pre-selected outfit, including underwear. The first day, I ignored the suggestion and put on something else. Drazen met me at the door as I was leaving my bedroom, glanced at me, and told me to change unless I wanted him stripping me at the breakfast table. Honestly, tempting, but also a little scary. Most of the mornings, Drazen is there on the little veranda off the kitchen to eat breakfast with me, usually in silence, only punctuated by him taking random business calls or tapping away on his phone. Terrifying Bratva kingpin he may be, I will say the guy works, and that's coming from my workaholic perspective. As a lawyer, the guy would be insane. After breakfast, Drazen usually disappears to locations unknown for an undetermined length of time. Part of me sorely wants to ask him where he goes and what the daily schedule of a Mafia king looks like. But on the third day, when he sits down across from me at dinner with blood still on his tattooed knuckles, I decide it's maybe best not to ask. During the day, I set up my office and organize the paperwork I've been getting from New York. I break for lunch, and I have those meetings with Yael, who gives me a crash course in the politics involving Drazen and the Iron Table. There are, apparently, 5 seats, occupied by the heads of 5 Russian Bratva families: Solovyova, Nikolaev, Nikitin, Antonov, and Belov. These are the people I need to impress when I'm presented to them soon, the people I need to convince that I'm Annika Brankovich. Or maybe it's just that I need to convince myself that I'm her. Drazen hasn't said a word about his business with these people or why it's so important for me to impress them. But Yael is a way worse poker player than her boss. I haven't guessed the details yet, but I'm pretty sure this involves a rivalry or dispute between Drazen and Vadik Belov, based purely on the hateful, venomous way Yael says the latter's name. After that, I eat dinner with Drazen, again, usually in silence. Then he dismisses me, he literally says, "You may go," to my room, where I usually read or catch up on some more work before going to bed. By day 6 of this routine, I'm going out of my mind. I do like having a schedule, but compared to the frantic life I have in New York, there's so many hours of the day where I'm just doing nothing at all that it feels like I'm losing it. At least I'm not sleepwalking. At least I don't think I am. I've been aware the last few days of Drazen's mood getting blacker and blacker. I have no idea what it's about, but it seems to be business-related. By the fourth day, he's glaring into his food as he eats in silence, occasionally checking his phone. By the fifth, he's even more bitter. The day after that, he's a downright tyrant and toxic to be around. So I eat dinner in my room that night and send word to Drazen via Yael that I've got some work to catch up on. The following morning, I open my eyes to see an outfit that wakes me up even before I can get into the coffee, sitting next to it. An outfit that brings heat to my face and the words hell fucking no to my lips. A sheer demi-cup bra with matching sheer thong panties, complete with black thigh-high stockings and towering heels. That's all. So, to quote the great Taylor Crown from 4 seconds ago, hell fucking no. I'm not wearing this to breakfast. Instead, I walk out onto the veranda, coffee in one hand and a piece of toast in the other, in cute, comfortable linen shorts and a white collared top with the sleeves rolled up. Drazen's glaring pure malice at his phone. When he slams it down and looks up to see me, his eyes get even angrier. What the fuck are you wearing? I shrug as I sit across from him at the little metal table. Clothes. Not the ones I had laid out for you. I snort. Very observant. I turn to look out over the ocean, sighing thoughtfully as I bring the coffee mug to my lips. I've been wondering, who is it that leaves the outfits for me in the morning? I mean, I would assume Yael, because I can't imagine you letting Milos or any of your men into my room while I'm awake, considering you won't even let them look at me when I'm awake. But is it you? I mean, I have a hard time seeing you as a secret expert on women's clothing, but would you care to explain why you seem to be under the impression that it's acceptable for you to break the rules of our arrangement? Is dressing me a rule? I snap. Yes, he grunts back, as is your obedience. Something twists and tugs in my core. What you laid out was hardly appropriate. For? He growls. I shift in my seat, my bottom lip catching between my teeth. For breakfast. I look away, but I can feel his eyes boring into me. Sure enough, when I look back, he's looking at me with such ferocity that I shiver. What makes you think I wanted you to wear that because I thought it was appropriate breakfast attire? I clear my throat and sip my coffee. I can't read you at all, actually, I mutter. So I guess I assumed it was open to interpretation? I take another sip. All right, why did you want me to dress like that? Because I've had a rough couple of days with work, he growls. Because I wanted you in what I picked for you, in here, on your fucking knees, with your lips wrapped around my cock. I almost spit out my coffee, my eyes ripping back to his, staring at him with heat on my cheeks. Drazen's face stays completely neutral as he pushes his chair back from the table. My eyes go wide as his veined, tattooed hands drop to his pants, undoing the button and fly. My mouth falls open in shock as the man pulls his huge, thick cock out of the tight confines of his linen pants, his hand wrapped around the thick base and the fat head swollen and glistening with pre-cum. Shamefully, horribly, and instantly, I'm wet. Outfit aside, he growls, smirking, now is when you can get on your knees, come here, and open up that pretty mouth so that I can fuck it. My breath becomes ragged and choked. My face burns hotly as my eyes fixate on his dick before I manage to pull my gaze up to his face. I'll admit, for a hot second, I almost slide right off the chair at the thrilling mix of emotions that he seems to bring out in me. The potent cocktail of fear and excitement, the thrill of the commanding, demanding, dominant tone.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. The way him saying something like that and doing something like that makes me want to throw my coffee in his face and call him a pig. But also how it makes me want to drop to my knees and do exactly as he commands. Plus, after what happened the other night and then a full week of nothing, I'll admit it, I'm horny. And I mean, the man is a freaking god with a devil's cock. Still, something inside of me balks. What the fuck, self? I mean, have a little self-respect. So I shove the filthy impulse and the aching desire away. I swallow the lump in my throat and fill my lungs with air as I force myself to look away. I don't think so. The veranda is utterly silent, except for the soft cry of a seagull somewhere and the rhythmic crash of the waves at the bottom of the cliffs below. I force myself to keep looking calmly out over the water when I hear his chair scraping back across the floor, to keep on sipping my coffee and ignoring him. That is, until he becomes unignorable. I whimper when I feel the fist grab a handful of my hair. He pulls hard, sending my breath gasping as he yanks my head around so that I'm looking up at him. My eyes bulge wide, my mouth falling open as I come face to face with the huge, swollen, heavy cock hanging thickly right in front of my face. "You seem to be under the impression that our arrangement is a democratic one," he growls. "One where you have a vote, where your opinion matters." I start to open my mouth to toss something back at him. The second I do, I whimper as he grabs my jaw in his powerful hand and pushes his thumb between my lips. I reflexively go to shove him away, but his grip is seriously strong. And then I feel his thumb stroke over my tongue and across my lips. The sensation is electric, disorienting too. But mostly, it's such a sensual, weirdly intimate feeling that my pulse skips and my skin tingles. My nipples tighten. Drazen's eyes lock with mine. He doesn't say a word, but his thumb begins to push in and out of my mouth, stroking across my lips and tongue with every move. My lips close around it as if on impulse. "Good girl," he growls quietly. Fuck, the raw, needy, achy throb inside me explodes back to life. My thighs clench involuntarily, and I shiver as I feel my sensitive nipples pebble against the cup of my bra. Slowly, his eyes still locked on mine, Drazen slips his thumb out of my mouth. He keeps his hand cupping my jaw, his wet thumb pulling my lower lip down. His hips push toward me. A breathy moan escapes my throat as I feel the swollen, velvety head of his cock push between my wet lips. I shiver, opening my jaw even wider as he pushes his thickness into my mouth. Drazen grunts loudly, the deeply masculine sound thrilling me as he suddenly shoves his cock further into the back of my throat. I sputter and whimper, but when he pulls out and then does it again, that needy ache in me only grows hungrier. His velvety crown pushes over my tongue, hitting the back of my throat again. His massive girth stretches my lips wide, forcing my jaw open. I shiver as his hand slides into my hair, and when he wraps it tightly around his fist, my core throbs. "That's a good girl," he growls, his eyes stabbing down into mine as he towers over me. "Don't suck it," he murmurs darkly. "Fuck it with your mouth." I know it should be demeaning, insulting, but it's not. Or worse, maybe it is, and that's precisely what I like about it. Either way, as he growls the words and starts to fuck my mouth, the sensation that washes over me is pure lust. Drazen's hips thrust, his fat cock driving in and out of my wet mouth as he growls deeply and loudly. And fuck, that's hot. Men hardly ever voice their pleasure, and hearing these grunts from this viciously dark and electrically terrifying man sends raw power coursing through my veins. "Pull your shorts down, now," he hisses. My skin tingles as I reach down, unbuttoning the linen shorts. My ass raises a little bit from the chair, but he never lets go of my hair, and his hips never stop slowly thrusting his swollen dick in and out of my mouth. My shorts hit the floor and I kick them off. "Touch yourself," Drazen murmurs darkly. Panties to the side, and 2 fingers fucking that greedy little pussy. Jesus, my pulse is humming in my ears, my core clenching tightly as my hand drops between my thighs. My eyes raise to his, my cheeks heating as my fingers slip under the gusset of the panties and tug it aside. I shiver and whimper as a finger slips up and down my slick lips.
Instantly, Drazen reaches down, rips open my top, and slides his hand into my bra to cup one of my breasts. He viciously twists my nipple, making me gasp and choke on his cock. 2 fingers, my little slut, he grunts, not 1. My eyes roll back as I do as he says. My back arches, my thighs quivering as I add a 2nd finger. Fuck yourself, he growls. Let me hear how messy your greedy cunt gets while you're swallowing my cock. I moan around him as he starts to thrust harder, my fingers sliding easily in and out of my wetness. Take them out. I don't even think about what he's saying or ordering anymore. It's like I'm in a trance, like he's cast this spell over me that takes away reason and self-control. I whimper in protest as my fingers slide out from between my legs. Now bring your hand up, he murmurs. I raise my hand and show him the glistening slickness on my fingers, my eyes watching his as I moan around his cock. Slowly, Drazen slides himself from between my lips. You've made a fucking mess of your fingers, my little slut, he murmurs. Clean them off. His eyes glint hungrily. On my cock. I shiver as our eyes lock. My hand drops to his cock, and he grunts as I drag my fingers up and down his shaft, wiping my own arousal off on him as my face throbs with heat. Now, clean up the mess you've made of my cock, Drazen says slowly, his voice rumbling and deep as his eyes stab into mine. With your tongue. And I do, shamefully, eagerly. With him, I submit, willingly surrendering all the control I usually have on my life and the world around me. My tongue extends from my mouth as I lean forward and drag it up and down his cock. I taste myself as I lick his dick clean, feeling him throb under my tongue as his hand tightens in my hair. Good girl. I whimper when he suddenly shoves his cock back into my throat, his muscles clenching. Play with your messy little cunt, baby girl, he snarls. 2 fingers while I fuck this pretty mouth. My eyes roll back. Heat, shame, excitement, and fiery lust explode through my system as I eagerly thrust my fingers into myself. The lewd, wet sounds of his cock ramming over my tongue and my own fingers fucking my pussy fill the veranda. Drazen's thrusts get harder and faster, and the heat building inside of me throbs hotter and fiercer, until suddenly I can't stop it. My face caves with shame and desire as I explode, my walls clamping down around my fingers as I grind my palm into my clit. I spasm in the chair, writhing and twisting and whimpering as he fucks my mouth with a snarl on his lips. With a low grunt, his cock swells even harder and thicker between my lips. I whimper when I feel the first thick, sticky splash of his cum filling my mouth and roping across my tongue. He pumps and explodes again down my throat before he pulls out and groans as he strokes his glistening cock. His hot cum splatters across my tongue and my lips, dripping down my chin and onto my cleavage, before he pushes his cock back between my sticky lips again. Another rope of cum lands across my tongue as he grits his teeth, our eyes locked. Slowly, Drazen pulls his still hard cock from my mouth. I'm shaking from a mix of confusion, shame, and the aftershocks of my orgasm as his hand gently cups my jaw again. His thumb drags over my chin, pushing his cum over my skin until the thumb slips between my lips. He doesn't have to ask. Instantly, my tongue swirls over it, tasting his cum.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. He does it again with another streak, then another, pushing all the cum he's just sprayed over my lips and chin into my mouth as I lick his thumb clean like a complete whore. Fuck me, I'm loving every single filthy second of it. When he's done, Drazen's eyes are still locked on mine as he tucks his cock back into his pants and zips up. Good girl, he murmurs, bringing a pleased flush to my cheeks. He leans down, his mouth teasing up my neck until his lips brush my ear.
Wear what I fucking tell you to wear, when I tell you to wear it, he growls quietly. Or next time, it'll be your tight little asshole that I empty my cum into. 20. Drazen. 23 years ago. Wait here, boy, my father grunts, patting my shoulder. I won't be long. Mr. Brankovich and I need to talk business. Past him, I see the enemy smiling at me, like a fucking jackal. A year ago, this man would have shot me on sight. He still might. The day is young. Honestly, I still might do the same to him. But we're here because the times, as my father keeps saying, are changing. We've seen the blue helmets of the UN peacekeeping forces for a few years. But recently, they've simply taken over. They're everywhere, now that the fighting has stopped. The jaded part of me that comes from fighting wars before you even become a man wants to be bitter about that. The realistic part of me is glad they're here. I'm not so sure how much more war I could take. Not before I break. More like before I get shot and killed, and I'm literally no longer able to continue. I've been fighting for almost 3 years, since war came to Kosovo when I was 10. Since the entire Balkan region and whatever remains of Yugoslavia deteriorated into chaos and pure anarchy. Neighbor fighting neighbor. Words like extermination, genocide, crimes against humanity, and ethnic cleansing have become my entire world. We're not a country or even a region of the world anymore. We're just an open pit looking into hell, brimming with carnage and violence, and belching hatred and distrust into the filthy air. In the beginning, it was nearly impossible to know who was friend and who was foe until they started shooting at you. We're, my family and I, Serbian, mostly mixed with a little Russian. But we live in Kosovo. The politics are messy, confusing, and tiresome. All I know is that one day our neighbors were Serbians, just like us, and then the next day they were the enemy, or we were their enemy. We're not even Albanian, but apparently that's the side we've fallen into. Serbs and Albanians fighting Serbs and Yugoslavians. All the same people giving themselves different names and fighting over who gets to seize control of a little piece of the world no one gives a fuck about. And as that war grew to enclose, another one began. The war over who got to sift through the rubble and keep whatever they find. I'd never heard much about the Brankovich family before, just that their family made their money the same way we made ours. And when the law disappears completely, the lawless take over. My father called it a power war, a clash of criminal enterprises to see who would lord over the remains. It's been a bloody few years. I've probably killed a dozen or more of Brankovich's men. They've probably killed just as many of my father's. But it'll be ending now that I'm to be betrothed to Mr. Brankovich's daughter. We're standing on the massive front steps to the Brankovich estate, more of a compound really. High walls surround their sprawling acres and woods. Notorious for being insular and hyper-protective of his family even before the fighting, Mihailo Brankovich has only doubled down since the war for criminal power started. My father's told me no one, not friend, and certainly not former foe, has been inside the walls of the estate for years, and definitely not inside the house itself. This is an honor, my father told me on the drive over. I asked him why it was an honor to meet the dogs we'd been shooting in the rubble-strewn streets for years. An alliance, Drazen, he said. In the end, we all must die, but we don't have to rush into it, and the continuation of our family line is more important than a useless war over scraps. Drazen. Mihailo smiles as he walks down the front steps of his sprawling home and extends a hand. I hesitate, eyeing it dubiously. But my father clears his throat and then digs his thumb into my shoulder where he's holding it. My hand slowly extends to shake my future father-in-law's. A pleasure to finally meet you, young man, he growls. It pleases me to think that our children will have a future, that even despite these blood-soaked conflicts and senseless wars, there's a future waiting to happen. He smiles at me.
Your papa and I need to talk business. But if you go around to the back of the house near the gardens, I'm sure Annika's there." He chuckles. "I'm sure you're anxious to meet your bride-to-be." He and my father laugh, the latter tussling my hair and telling me to be good and play nice. Then they both disappear into the house. Play nice. I haven't played, nice or otherwise, in years. I traded make-believe and toys for violence and war. And I haven't the slightest interest in meeting the 10-year-old Serbian Mafia princess who'll be my stupid fucking wife when she turns 18, almost a decade from now. Just the same, I follow the bluestone path around the side of the house and through a manicured rosebush patch. I'm nearing what looks like a pool when I hear a commotion in the hedges in front of me. I frown, my senses sharpening as I instantly go on the defense. I reach for my rifle before I remember that I don't carry one of those anymore, since the truces. I do have a knife, though. It comes out with a lethal flick as I creep around the corner of the rustling hedge. A soft voice whispers hoarsely. Then again. Then, right before I lurch around the hedge and grab whoever is hiding there so that I can slit their throat, the bushes in front of me suddenly part, and fire comes pouring out. I frown as it stumbles to a stop in front of me and then looks up with big blue eyes, a smattering of freckles across the nose. Not fire, just bright ginger red hair with the sun glinting on it. My brows knit as the girl stares at me, then at the knife in my hand. "What do you have that for?" she says curiously, in English with an American accent. My jaw clenches as I glance past her. "Who else is in there?" She shrugs. "No one. I heard you talking to someone. It sounded like you were wrestling." She grins. "I was." "With?" The redhead giggles. "My imaginary friend." I scowl. "What?" "My friend. She's imaginary and invisible, so you can't meet her. Sorry." I grin slightly and I drop my hand, folding the knife up and slipping it back into my pocket. "Who are you?" she inquires. "I'm looking for Annika," I grunt. "You found her." My brow arches. "You're Annika?" She glances back at the bushes behind her. "What are you doing?" "Just telling my invisible friend that it's okay." I smirk as she turns back to me. "I'm Annika." She sticks out a hand. "Who are you?" "Drazen," I reply, feeling awkward as I shake the hand of the girl I don't know, who I'll marry one day. "Oh!" Her eyes widen a little as she steps back. Then she looks me up and down, clearly sizing me up. "Oh, you're not what I was expecting." "What were you expecting?" She shrugs. "I don't know. Papa used to call you and your family monsters and demons, but I guess I wasn't really expecting you to have horns or anything." "Maybe I do," I smile. "Maybe I am." "What, a monster or a demon?" I nod. She shakes her head. "I don't think you are. I don't see any horns." I chuckle. "Your English is perfect." I frown. I'm surprised. "We can talk in Serbian if you prefer." I shake my head. "No, I like it. It's good practice for me. My mother is American. So is our housekeeper." My brow lifts. "I didn't know that. You're here with your father?" I nod. Annika shrugs. "Want to play while they talk?" "I don't really play. I'm a soldier." She eyes me. "But you're a kid like me. I'm 13.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Soldiers aren't 13. My skin crawls, and the memories I try not to think about start to creep through my mind. I think I'm just going to go wait back at the car with my father's men. "Do you play Nintendo 64? I pause, frowning. "A little? Do you know GoldenEye, the James Bond movie?" Annika rolls her eyes. "The video game? Not really." "Oh." Her brows knit in confusion. "But you're a soldier." I nod. "So you're good at shooting stuff?" From anyone else, anyone older, it would be a tasteless, asshole thing to say. From her, it's just funny. "Yeah." I smile, shrugging. "I guess so." "Then you'll be great. Let's go." I flinch a little when she grabs my hand, but she doesn't let go, and the strange sensation from her hand in mine goes away. Annika is starting to tug me in the direction of what looks like the pool house when she stops and glances back at the hedges again. "What are you doing?" I ask. I'm seeing if maybe next time, she laughs, my invisible friend will come play with us, too. I smile curiously. What's your invisible friend's name? She grins as she turns to me. Annika. I laugh, and it genuinely feels like the first real heartfelt laugh I've laughed in years. You're kinda weird, aren't you? She shrugs, nodding. Yeah, well, sucks to be you. You're the one that's gonna have to live with me someday. 21. Drazen. I gently turn the glass of vodka, watching the clear liquid swirl in the lights of my office. Drazen. My gaze shifts, my attention suddenly pulling from the drink in my hand to Milos, standing in the doorway. His brow furrows. Everything okay? Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know anymore. I'm a man of plans, a man of bullet points on a list that are followed by bullet holes. And I thought I had this all figured out. I thought I'd found the woman who betrayed me, the Trojan horse who let the enemy inside to slaughter my family. I thought she was finally in my clutches, and I would finally mete out my vengeance, get my pound of flesh. But then those plans changed when I realized I needed her to get to the iron table so I could exact a higher revenge. But it's not the change in plans that has me glaring into my drink in the middle of the night when I should be asleep. It's the change in intentions. I no longer wish to carve out a pound of vengeance from Annika's flesh. When I look at her, even think of her, I'm no longer dreaming of revenge at all. But I am thinking about listening to her scream, and beg, and writhe, and moan. My resolve with her is weakening. All of me is weak with her, in a way it's never been before. I never lusted after Annika. Not when she was my 18-year-old bride walking down the aisle. Not before, not after. I spent our wedding night alone, sulking into a bottomless glass of vodka. But the Annika I captured in New York and brought here is another Annika. One I do desire. One I'll even grant whose company I enjoy. Perhaps the crash changed her. Perhaps amnesia really did rewire her, or reset her. Because there's only one day I remember when I actually enjoyed being around her. One single time, when I was 13 and she was 10, and we spent half a day playing GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64 in her father's pool house. The day we met, where she spent hours while we were gaming together telling me how nice her invisible friend was. She was weird and kind, and I enjoyed her company that day, and that day only. Until now. I rip my attention back to Milos. What's going on? There's a problem. I frown. Go on. Security breach. Shit. I stand abruptly, crossing the room to my desk. I wake up my laptop, already open to the cameras in every corner of my house. There's only one I look at, Annika's room. When I see her sleeping peacefully, I glance back at Milos. What sort of breach? He frowns, nodding his chin at the laptop, which is facing away from him. What did you just look at? Nothing, I growl. What's the security, Drazen? He mutters quietly. Only Milos can talk to me like this. We've known each other since we were kids, going on raids together during the wars. We were a sniper team at one point, perched up in the ruins of some building with one of us on the rifle, the other on the binoculars. His father worked for mine for years, until the night of the death and blood on this very island. I glare back at him. It's nothing, I say. Security breach? And your first concern is her? She's important to our plans, Milos. Well, this concerns her, he says grimly. I glance back at the cameras, then back at Milos. When I say breach, I don't mean someone got in, he grunts. Someone got out. My brow furrows. Who? Your wife, he mutters dryly. Annika stirs as I look down at her sleeping form. She's only in a thin nightgown with a sheet over her, the warm Mediterranean air coming in through the open balcony doors. Part of me thinks she looks so soft and innocent. Another part of me wants to wake her with my cock down her throat and her hair in my fist, with every inch of my dick buried in her tight little cunt, making her scream into her pillow. That's the part of me that wants to bruise her, mark her, ruin her.
Not because of any sort of revenge anymore, but because that's the messed up way my desires work. That's my fucking love language, violence and monstrous brutality. And the reason I feel those things when I look at her is that I know I'm not the only one with those types of urges and screwed up wiring. She is the same. But that's not why I'm in her bedroom right now, watching her sleep. So instead of letting my eyes wander over the bare shoulder, imagining gagging her with a pair of her panties before I work my dick into her tight little ass, I let my gaze slip down to my feet. Then I crouch down and touch the rug. It's dirty and a little wet. Shit. For a second, I almost wake her, not for dark needs, for answers. My mind goes over everything Milos has just told me, shown me. 2 hours ago, one of my men was across the bridge on Elba, in a little coastal bar in a town 2 miles away. It was his night off, and he's freely admitted he'd had 4 or 5 beers. But that doesn't change what he saw, and snapped a grainy, blurry picture of with his phone. Annika. She was keeping to the shadows, down by the shore near the local fisherman's pier, apparently. I swear on my mother's grave, Mr. Krylov, my man told me not 10 minutes ago downstairs, his hands fidgeting nervously as I glared at him. It was her. The picture he took is pretty bad, but it's damning. Red hair, a furtive but determined look on her face, same height, same build, same Annika. My eyes drag from the wet spots on the rug to the woman asleep in the bed. It wouldn't be the first time she'd done this, sleepwalked, that is. I've seen the bewildering footage of her behind the wheel of a stolen Lamborghini at 2 o'clock in the morning, before Dmitri nuked the police's server. I've also listened in on her virtual sessions with Dr. Jesnik, also courtesy of Dmitri, who sent them with proof of him never having opened the files at all, because he's detail-oriented like that. Annika Taylor has spoken to her therapist at length about her unexplained nighttime activities, going through her taxes, messing around in her kitchen, even going to work, all without a single memory of it when she wakes up. But this one is more than slightly baffling. Getting off my island without being seen is hard enough. Getting back on, while technically asleep, is insane. My eyes sweep over her sleeping form, the soft, serene expression on her face, like she didn't just somehow escape and return, leaving no trace. Who the fuck are you, Annika Brankovich? For the first time she gets here, I have her door locked when I leave. 2 of my men fall into step behind me as I walk out the front door of the house, but I wave them off as I head out into the dark, toward the bridge. I'm carrying a sidearm, and besides, I'm confident that I am the most dangerous thing on this island. At the bridge, my men snap to attention.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My enemies, most people for that matter, think of me as ruthless and fearsome and cruel, because to them, that's what I am. But I treat my own people with respect and loyalty. A lot of these men have worked for me my entire adult life. Several of them worked for my father, or their fathers did. Milos approaches, a cigarette between his lips. He lights it deftly with a Zippo, inhaling deeply. Anything useful? He shakes his head. Nothing, boss. The men on duty tonight are sharp, too. No one slipped up or missed anything. Cameras, infrared sensors, night vision, nothing. My guess is she came and went via the shoreline. And getting across the strait? Milos tilts his head meditatively, inhaling smoke. It would have been low tide a few hours ago, but that still involves a swim. Current is stronger when the tide is going in or out, too, so not an easy swim either. I nod pensively, walking to the bridge and looking down at the black water below. Milos joins me, his face stoic. Thanks for checking so thoroughly, I growl quietly. He nods. I know you don't, you know. Milo's father was the mortally wounded guard who blew up the bridge the night of the attack 15 years ago. Needless to say, I know my friend doesn't enjoy spending any time on this bridge. It's fine, he grunts, peering out at the darkness. I eye him curiously for a moment. Speak. Nothing to speak about, boss.
Drop the boss shit and talk to me as my friend." He glances at me, his jaw tight. "Freely?" "Yes." His eyes narrow. "I think it's fucking insanity that she's here, Drazen," he growls. "I think after what she fucking did, the fact that you've got her living in your home like a guest is insulting. I think there are a million different ways you could be flaying her alive instead of fucking her. That's enough. Your family's and my father's blood is on her hands," he hisses viciously. "And you're using her like your own personal whore." Milo's eyes bulge and his face goes purple as my hand snaps out to tighten around his throat. "I said that's enough," I hiss darkly. Instantly, my hand drops from his windpipe. Milos clears his throat and looks away. "Apologies, I overstepped," he grunts. I exhale. I shouldn't have put hands on you." "You're the boss," my friend says dryly, smirking as he rubs his voice box. I gesture with my chin at his cigarette. He nods, passing it to me. "Just like old times, huh? Just need a sniper rifle and some of that shitty UN peacekeeper coffee." He grimaces. "Swear to fuck, that stuff was literally shit." I shrug. "That's why we cut it with vodka, if I remember right." "I'm surprised we remember anything at all from those days," he sighs, shaking his head. "Surprised we lived through those days." "But we did," I murmur, taking a puff of the cigarette before handing it back. I clap my friend on the shoulder. "We did, and look at us now." Milos nods solemnly, looking out over the dark waves. "Permission to speak? Well, freely, but not as freely as just now." I nod. "You really believe the amnesia thing?" I look away. "I do, actually." "Without you fucking choking me again, can we agree that what happened before?" "Happened 15 years ago," I grunt. "Before her memory deleted itself." "Do you think that excuses it?" "It's a good question, and something I've been contemplating ever since I found her again. I still don't have an answer. I don't know if it's because of the amnesia or not, but she's changed. She's different than the girl I remember from the wedding." "You really believe that people can change like that?" Milos grunts. "Become something different?" I nod as my eyes drift back to the rolling black waves. "I do. I have to believe that change is possible. That people can evolve past what they were into something new. I have to, or else I'm truly damned." 22. Taylor, my. Her pale violet eyes sweep over me, appraisingly, a silvery white brow cocked. "You've really grown up, haven't you?" Yelizaveta Solovyaka's lips twist up at the corners. "You look just like your mother, you know." A smile tugs at my mouth. I may not remember her at all. In fact, I only have a few old photos of my mom from my great-aunt, but it's been a long, long time since anyone said that to me. Florence used to tell me the same thing. We're sitting, Drazen, Yelizaveta, and I, in one of the opulent, Mediterranean-styled courtyards of Drazen's house. 2 potted olive trees stand attention near the soft couches and chairs around the low table we're all sitting at. A warm, soft ocean breeze wafts in from the arched doorways that lead out to a balcony over the cliffs. I smile at the White Queen herself, who I know from my lessons with Yael is the head of the Solovyava Bratva. She's also the de facto head of the Iron Table Collective, even though technically no one family is in charge. Still, Yelizaveta clearly has power that may rival even Drazen's. Plus, she has the respect and loyalty of the Iron Table. That's why she's here today. In a week, Drazen and I will attend the Zolotoye Zavtra, the Golden Tomorrow Gala in Moscow. Ostensibly, it's a fundraiser for Russian politicians to mingle with big-ticket political donors. In reality, it's a way for the families of the Iron Table to show off which politician they've each bought, like a huge flex. It's there that I'll have my first outing as Annika Brankovich and meet the members of the table. Yelizaveta, however, decided she wanted to meet with me alone before the gala. The translucently pale older woman sizes me up from across the table. "Did you know my mother well, Miss Solovyava?" The White Queen, famously, never married. "Slightly, yes," she says coolly, taking a sip of her tea. I shiver as Drazen leans back in the love seat next to me, his muscled arm draping possessively over my shoulders, his hand resting on the far one. Yelizaveta obviously notices.
but she ignores it. Your father was actually my godson. My brow arches in genuine shock. I didn't know that. Well, you did, she smiles politely, at one point. My lips twist. Apologies. I'm sure Drazen has filled you in on the gaps in my memory. Gaps? That's what we're calling them. Drazen thought it was best not to mention the complete loss of memory before the age of 18, and I agree. I still don't know the exact specifics of his business with the Iron Table, but even without them, it's obvious me having zero memory might complicate things. Yes, I was good friends with Drazen's grandparents on his father's side. His mother's side? Well, obviously not so much. The furrow in my brow catches her attention. You don't remember? I shake my head. My entire being feels like it's on edge, hanging on her every word for any scraps of my past she might be able to feed me. Your grandparents? Yelizaveta makes a clucking sound of disapproval with her tongue. They weren't too happy about their daughter running off with a Serbian-Russian mafioso. So far, the only bits I've gleaned from Drazen about my mother is that she had red hair like me, was tall like me, and was American. So was our housekeeper, which I suppose explains why it is I speak with an American accent, despite growing up mostly in Serbia. In the last few weeks, I've tried to see if there's any glimmer that comes back when I try to read or listen to Serbian, but there's nothing. That part is still a total blank. Your mother's family was proper, as I gather, Yelizaveta goes on. I believe your grandfather was a tycoon or a senator or something. Old money, lots of connections. My eyes widen. Do you know his name? She shakes her head. No, I don't even know your mother's maiden name, I'm afraid, she shrugs. But I did meet her on a few occasions, and I always enjoyed her company. Take that as you will. I smile, feeling my heart swell a little. Yelizaveta clears her throat, eyeing me coolly. I'm a busy woman, Annika. As are you, I gather, a lawyer and all now, with a brand new name. Her brow cocks, like she's amused by something, but she keeps going. So I won't waste any of our time by beating around the bush. She looks right at me.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I'd like to know why you left your husband, have been missing for the better part of 15 years, and why you're living under a new name in New York. I've been expecting questions like this. It's one of the things Yael, and later Drazen, has quizzed and coached me on. But hearing it spoken to my face is still jarring. I take a breath, like I'm about to give final arguments in court. I was a different person back then, Miss Solovyova. I thought I knew what I wanted and felt pressured by my family. Yes, well, welcome to the world of arranged marriages, Yelizaveta drawls. You can see why I never did. She sighs, twirling her fingers in the air. So, you married Drazen, and then you, what, got bored? More like curious. I knew what I wanted to do, and in my naivete, I didn't see that happening as the wife of a Bratva pecan, whom you'd been forced to marry. I dip my head. As I said, I was young and naive. Yelizaveta smirks, and smart, and arguably right. Sometimes a woman has to change everything about herself to become something else in order to rise in a man's world. She spits coldly. Then she sighs, her gaze flipping to Drazen sitting next to me, who's been oddly quiet. Her being back certainly helps your case, Drazen, but the rest of the table will certainly have questions and concerns about you, given that you allowed your wife to disappear from your life for 15 years. I made mistakes, Miss Solovyova, I say quietly, and I was very careful to make sure I wasn't found. And yet, she eyes Drazen's arm over my shoulder. Here you are. I smile, reaching up to squeeze Drazen's hand affectionately. He squeezes back, and when he does, I feel a jolt, my breath catching at the sheer power in his squeeze. It's more like a grab, a hostile takeover. People change, she nods. Indeed. Well, Drazen, she says to him, as I mentioned, it certainly helps your petition to join the Iron Table. Abruptly, one of her guards walks briskly into the courtyard. He leans down to murmur something into Yelizaveta's ear and hands her a phone. She nods and then turns her attention to the two of us as her man leaves. Please excuse me for a moment. Business calls. Drazen nods as she stands, bringing the phone to her ear and muttering in Russian. She turns and walks through the arched stone doorways to the balcony overlooking the ocean. Why do you want to join the iron table? I can feel him stiffen, even though I haven't turned to look at him. I'm just smiling, looking happy as can be, snuggled against my husband. I believe we discussed this, Drazen growls. We discussed that it was none of my business. Exactly, he grunts brusquely. Yes, well, I'm making it my business, I smirk to myself. Then I'm gasping as he turns his attention fully to me. I can feel the heat and the wrath in his gaze as his eyes bore into the side of my skull. Careful, toy, he growls quietly. I keep my composure. You're going to tell me the truth. I promise you that's not happening, he hisses. I wouldn't make promises you have no way of keeping right now, husband, I smirk, still looking forward. I see Yelizaveta out on the balcony, gesturing violently with her hands as she barks something I can't hear from here into the phone. She turns, spotting me watching her. She flashes a quick smile and a wave. I wave back. Tell me why you want onto the table so bad, or when she walks back in here, I tell her everything. His grip on my shoulder turns malevolent, his powerful fingers digging into my skin painfully, sending warning alarms blaring through my head. How do you suppose she'll react to me, he grunts, telling her about you. I think she'll be a little more concerned about you, bribing me to pretend to be your wife so that you can sneak. You are my, so that you can sneak, I barrel on, your way onto their table. I finally turn toward him. Something sharp and cold ripples up my spine as his piercing blue eyes eviscerate me. But I don't scare easily. Tell me why you want onto that table. For the power it brings, he grunts, smiling coldly at me. I shake my head. Again, the next time you kidnap a girl to use her for your own nefarious purposes, maybe make sure she's not one of the top trial lawyers in New York, if not the top. That's one reason you want on, but you already have more power than you could possibly know what to do with, and more money than you could ever spend. No one has ever in the history of the world said no to more power, he grunts. But that's not why you want that seat, is it? I shiver, my spine snapping straight as he leans forward. Careful, little girl, Drazen murmurs darkly. You're way out of your depth here. I smile sweetly. No, little boy, I whisper back. I'm not. I glance over to where Yelizaveta is still yammering into her phone. Tell me. Annika, I'm fucking warning you. Yelizaveta sighs as she hangs up the phone. Ooh, tick-tock, I say quietly. You know, I can't wait to see her face when I tell her you bribed me to play along so you can scam your way. You will sorely regret this, he snarls viciously. Later, I shrug, grinning at him like we're having a flirty little convo. Then I glance over to see Yelizaveta walking toward us. But not until I destroy whatever plans you have. Fine, your family killed mine, Drazen snaps coldly. But the order to do so came from higher up. Yelizaveta is almost at the arches back into the courtyard. That man sits on the fucking table. From the outside, I can do nothing. From the inside, I can turn them all against him and watch as they tear him to pieces for me. Fucking hell. The way he says it so coolly, with zero emotion in his voice and a murderous glint in his eyes, is scary. And pretty hot. Well, Yelizaveta comes to a stop near the couch where she was previously sitting. I'm afraid I have to be somewhere. Unless there's anything else? Drazen turns to me, a smile on his face and malice in his eyes. His hand squeezes my shoulder tightly again. Yes, Annika, he growls quietly. Is there anything else? With a smile, I shake my head. No, I don't believe so, hun. I turn to beam a 1,000-watt grin at him. Yelizaveta chuckles. You can drop the theatrics. I'm old, not stupid. I know what this is, she murmurs, eyeing me. To be honest, I don't care. I think Drazen is a good addition to the table, regardless of the status of your marriage. But the other members, her brow cocks meaningly as she looks at me, the other men won't be so open-minded. She levels a gaze at the both of us.
It's not me you have to convince, Drazen. It's them. And if I were you, I'd sell this thing, she smirks as she waves a finger between us, to them a little bit better than you've tried selling it to me. 23. Taylor, my ass hurts. A lot. After Drazen's promise that I'd regret threatening to blow up his plans with Yelizaveta, I expected the worst. I spent the rest of the day waiting for him to jump out of the shadows to brutalize me, to punish me somehow. But it never happened, nor did it the next day or the day after that. It's been 6 days now since Yelizaveta's visit, 5 nights of slipping under the covers, wondering if this would be the night I'll wake up to a black devil mask and a tattooed hand around my throat, seeking retribution. That retribution never came, until earlier this afternoon. I was in my dressing room, slipping into a genuinely stunning Yves Saint Laurent cream-colored gown, form-fitting and strappy, with a slit up one thigh, a plunging back, and almost equally plunging front, when Drazen wordlessly entered. It's time. That's all he said. That's all he had to say for me to know. 10 seconds later, he was pulling me into my bedroom, bending me unceremoniously over the foot of my bed, and yanking the gown up over my ass. 4 seconds after that, my panties were firmly stuffed into my mouth, and his palm was coming down hard on the bare skin of my ass. That was just the beginning. An hour and a half later, my ass was downright bruised.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My pussy was sore beyond belief from him fucking the absolute shit out of me 3 times. My nipples were on fire. My makeup was completely smudged, and I honestly wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to sit down again. Several hours later, I'm still not sure. Comfortably, that is. I did just spend a few hours sitting on his plane flying to Moscow, albeit with a goddamn ice pack under my ass. I redid my makeup and hair on the plane and made sure the dress looked perfect. I'm even sort of getting used to the contacts I've slipped in tonight, even though I really hate them. Even so, as we step out of the car in front of the lavish Hotel Bakut in central Moscow, where the gala is being held, I feel a shiver of something. Shit, it's nerves. And I never get nervous. Not for trials, even against really tough opposing counsel, and certainly not for shit like galas and fundraisers. That said, I've never done this before, never had to face an entire firing squad of truly powerful Bratva heads, some of whom know more about my past than I do and smile through it. For the first time, I'm truly facing the world as Annika Brankovich, and it's terrifying. I shiver as Drazen's hand goes to the small of my back. I glance at him, but he's smiling cordially and waving graciously at various people outside the hotel that he seems to know. He keeps his hand on the small of my back as we walk up the red carpeted steps to the hotel entrance. There, we pause. My pulse skips as he leans close, his lips by my ear. "Remember," he murmurs. "This is important," I mutter back. "Yes, I'm aware. Thanks so much for the pep talk." Drazen pulls back. His eyes stab into mine. "It wasn't a pep talk. I'll be fine, okay?" "Because you don't need one." "Wait, what?" "What I was going to say," he murmurs. One hand slides to my hip, the other slides up my back, tangling a little in the back of my elaborately pinned up hair. "Is that this is your moment." His head cocks. "Try to enjoy it." 1 second, we're standing there. The next, his mouth is descending to mine. And the moment after that, my world shatters. Because for the first time, Drazen is kissing me. The breath leaves my body. My heart stops. My skin lights on fire. It's not just a peck. It's pure Drazen. His lips part, and my brain is still racing to catch up when his tongue pushes past my lips. His mouth sears to my mouth. His tongue duels with and conquers my tongue. He steals the very breath from my lungs and the thoughts from my head until all I know is the all-consuming, all-annihilating sensation of him devouring me.
It feels like it's over almost before it starts. He pulls away, his eyes locking with mine for long, drawn-out seconds. Then he's turning, nodding to someone else he recognizes, and returning his hand to the small of my back as we walk inside. Suddenly, I'm not so nervous anymore. Weird. It's not hard to tell which of the iron table heads Drazen has his sights on. Not for me, anyway. I'm used to these sort of dynamics, these battles fought over cocktails or across boardroom tables with smiles on faces and knives hidden behind the backs. He's cordial enough to Yelizaveta Solovyova, who's quite open about having met me already. He's gruff but respectful to Kir Nikolaev, Pavel Nikitin, and Nikolai Antonov, but he's all fucking smiles to Vadik Belov, even though it's obvious the man is a hemorrhoidal asshole. So, the prodigal wife returns, Vadik sneers when we're introduced. His eyes are firmly on my cleavage, even though he's got his arm around the lithe waist of some poor blonde girl who looks like she could be his daughter, if not granddaughter. Мне приятно познакомиться, I say with a polite smile anyway. It's my pleasure to meet you. No, I haven't magically learned Russian, just enough phrases to try and make a good impression. I mean, if I don't, Drazen doesn't get onto the iron table, and I don't get my payout. Vadik eyes me, sneering. Please, no more, Mrs. Krylov, he chuckles roughly. Your Russian is shit. Well, at least her manners are better than yours, my friend. Kir Nikolaev, a tall, handsome man with dark hair and eyes, directs a thin smile to the older Vadik. He turns to take my hand, shaking it politely. A pleasure to meet you, Annika, he beams. Again. Kir was at our wedding, Drazen murmurs quietly into my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. It's not lost on me how aggressively and quickly he pulls my hand away from the other man's. I'm so sorry to learn of your memory troubles, Kir says, genuine concern in his tone. That must be difficult. Clearly, Vadik chuckles, given that she slipped right back into the same bed she ran from before, when there's plenty of room in mine. I jolt as Drazen's huge hand at my back tightens almost to the point of bruising. I glance up nervously at him, half expecting him to smash Vadik's face in. Instead, he just grimaces a hard, tight smile. That's when I know for sure that this is the man he'll be destroying once he gets onto the table. Vadik roars with laughter at his own stupid joke. The girl at his side tries to laugh along, even though she looks mortified and scared even to be next to him. Some respect, Vadik, Kir snarls quietly, and perhaps some class while you're at it. Vadik rolls his eyes, sloshing his tumbler of vodka around. I kid. As long as she's back in his bed, what does he care? He snickers, elbowing Drazen. Isn't that right, Krylov? Silver linings, Mr. Belov, Drazen says tightly back, a smile etched roughly across his face. Well, Vadik leers at me, if you get tired of trying to remember where this one's cock and balls are, you come find me. He says it as he slaps his date's ass. The poor girl turns bright red, looking absolutely miserable as she smiles weakly. Oh, I can promise you, Mr. Belov, I smile right into Vadik's face, my husband's cock and balls would be impossible to miss. Vadik's face sours. Hopefully your date has the same ease in discovery. His eyes turn confused, like he's not quite sure if I've just insulted him or not. Kir, on the other hand, roars with laughter. The blonde at Vadik's side bites her lip to stop herself from doing the same. Drazen's hand drops to my ass and squeezes. Ha, yup, still sore. Jesus. Still, don't care, because the feel of his grip on me does things to me. Vadik mumbles something about getting another drink before he grabs his date by the wrist and roughly drags her away. Kir chuckles as he turns to Drazen and me. You surprise me, Annika. This is not the quietly submissive little girl I met at a wedding 15 years ago. Sorry to disappoint, I smile. Oh, quite the contrary, I can promise you, he grins, before turning his attention to Drazen. And you, my friend, can stop hiding your feelings so poorly. It's quite clear to anyone with half a brain that you despise the man. Drazen's jaw ticks.
I'm sure Yelizaveta has made known my intentions to ask for a vote onto the table. Kier nods. Indeed. But surely you know it's a majority vote that carries such a request, not a unanimous one. So, fuck Vodek. Drazen smiles thinly. I've been a numbers man since the war, Kier. Play the numbers, and you'll play to win. Kier smiles, nodding. Speaking of numbers, he glances at me and clears his throat. I was hoping to bend you ear, Drazen, about a business opportunity. Drazen's eyes swivel to mine. I'll go mingle, I smile cordially. Yeah, I might hate these sort of functions, but fuck, I'm good at them. My apologies, Annika, Kier smiles. I merely need to borrow him for a moment. I'll be at the bar, I smile as I turn toward Drazen. Dear. I lean up to kiss his cheek, for Kier's benefit, I guess, but at the last second, Drazen twists his head. My eyes fly open in shock when he kisses me. Then I'm melting as his hands slide over my hips, pulling me tight against his hard, muscled body. Don't stray far, he growls. Dear. There's still a shiver tingling down my spine and a throb between my thighs as I wander off. 20 minutes later, I've made the rounds.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I've linked back up with Yelizaveta again and had a surprisingly good conversation with Pavel Nikitin and Nikolai Antonov on international maritime law, which I actually had a class on in law school. Turns out Pavel is a lawyer himself, though not practicing, and Nikolai attended Harvard for his undergrad. Small world. Eventually, I'm making my way past a quiet side hallway toward the secondary ballroom of the gala en route to the bar for a glass of champagne when a hand suddenly slips out of the shadows. I gasp as I'm yanked backward and the breath leaves my body as I'm slammed against the wall behind me. A hand grabs me by the throat and my eyes widen as I stare up into a beautiful but fiercely savage man's face. There seems to be a misunderstanding, he growls in a slightly British accented voice. His features are a mix of Japanese, perhaps, and something vaguely Nordic. The dark hair and Asian eyes, coupled with his towering height and squared European jaw, makes me think of a samurai mixed with a Viking. My eyes drop to the wrist of the hand gripping my throat. The cuff of his tuxedo has slipped up, showing a flash of brilliant bright Yakuza ink. You've been introducing yourself all evening as Annika Brankovich, he snarls quietly. But you and I both know that isn't true. I swallow painfully, his grip still firm around my windpipe. No, he snaps coldly. You're not. My stomach knots as he looms over me. You don't belong here, Miss Crown. I stare at him. His hand abruptly drops from my throat. He steps a half-foot back from me, as if he knows he shouldn't be this close to me. I believe you employ my half-sister. My eyes go wide. Holy shit, this is Kenzo Mori? I frown at him. You're Fumi's brother? We can't talk here, but we do need to speak. I don't understand. Tell no one you saw me, he growls, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a little black flip phone. Especially Fumi, certainly not Drazen. I tense as he looms into me. For 1 second, it feels like this man might freaking kiss me, but then his mouth slips past mine to hover near my ear. I stiffen when I feel him slip the phone into my hand. Hide this, he growls. When you're ready for answers, use it. Answers to what? I whisper as he pulls back and adjusts his tux. To all the things you can't explain, Miss Crown, he growls. The gaps in your memory. The things you do when you're asleep. His eyes lock with mine. The question that I think deep down you've already figured out. I start to shake my head, but then I stop cold. I'm not her, I whisper, almost to myself. I don't know how to tell you this, Taylor, Kenzo murmurs as he starts to step away. But there's another you out there, and I would very much like to find her. Without another word, he turns and storms away into the crowd, leaving a wreckage of screaming, unanswered questions in his wake. 24. Taylor, the reason people tell you to never pull at a string is that once you start, there's no going back. Until finally, you've pulled so much that the whole sweater comes unraveled. And yet, it's so hard to see a little string and not want to pull it. A week after the gala in Moscow, it feels like I'm at a weird crossroads. On the one hand, I've slowly started to accept who I am, even though who I am is complicated, because I'm starting to believe I'm two different people. One is the woman I've known for 15 years. Her name is Taylor. She loves the few close friends she has, working out, Van Morrison, and trashy reality TV. She's also a complete workaholic, is married to her job, doesn't know what a work-life balance even looks like, and is fine with all of that. She's more than fine. She thrives on it. She's built a career and an empire, and if that came at the expense of a house in the burbs with a doting husband, 2.5 children, a dog, and a minivan, so be it. She's great with that choice. Then there's the other me, the girl I forgot 15 years ago. Her name is Annika. Her family is or was Serbian Mafia. I don't know what sort of music she liked, or what she did for fun, or if she ever watched reality television. She married out of duty. Then she participated in a horrible, loathsome event. The only thing keeping me from tearing my own soul out with guilt and horror there is that I don't remember it, or my motive for being part of it. And that's it. That's all I know. Or all I knew. And I was having an interesting enough time trying to juggle and handle both those realities and selves. But then Moscow happened, and I met Kenzo. Suddenly, the balance is all shaken up again. Answers to all the things you can't explain, Miss Crown. The gaps in your memory. The things you do when you're asleep. The question that I think deep down you've already figured out. I'm not her. There's another you out there. I've been wondering why my great-aunt Florence would tell me my name is Taylor when everyone I've met since crashing into Drazen's world knows me as Annika. But I've looked into my family time and time again over the years, using every resource I could to dig as deep as possible. But the same questions forever remain unanswered because of who my parents were. Well, who I thought they were. Florence always told me in a hushed tone, as if worried someone was listening, that they worked for the CIA. That accounted for the huge amount of money they left me and the total black hole that their pasts were. Whenever I dug into Paul and Leah Crown, I never found anything. No other living family either. Great-aunt Florence was the last of them. But after fighting my way back from the blackness and relearning who I was and how to navigate the world, I chose to look forward. I chose to see the accident that took my memories as a marker, separating the two parts of my life. And after relearning all that I know now about the other part of me I forgot, I was starting to make peace with the two parts of my life, the before Annika and the after Taylor. Now I'm not so sure about any of it. I'm not sure I even am Annika. But if that's the case, who the fuck am I? A knock on my bedroom door yanks me out of my thoughts, and I turn to see Drazen standing in the doorway. It's funny, I've been here a month now, and this is still my room, just like he sleeps in his room. He's chased me around the house, he's tied me to his bed or mine, he's spanked me, fucked me, come in and on me, and made me scream for more as he pushes me past every blurry black line I have and into every depraved fantasy I've ever had. But we've never once spent the night together. I'm not sure if I'm complaining about that, but it's something I'm more and more aware of as time goes on. Yes? I glance over at him. Dinner time, Drazen growls. Yeah, he won't sleep with me or spend the night in a bed with me, but he'll still demand that I eat dinner with him every night. Okay, maybe I am complaining about the sleeping arrangements. Not hungry, I shrug, looking away. And I wasn't asking. It's dinner time. Come and sit with me, even if you just stare at your food. I roll my eyes and whirl back to glare at him. I'm really not in the mood to have orders barked at me, okay? I turn my back to him and pick up the Crown and Black work file I've been reading.
Suddenly, I feel and hear him storming across my room. "Hey!" I squeal when Drazen grabs me roughly, picking me up as if I'm weightless and throwing me over his fucking shoulder. "What the shit?" I scream, slamming my fists into his broad chest. "The fuck are you doing?" "You said you weren't in the mood for barked orders. So, I'm not barking." He ignores my swats and hits as he marches out of my room with me over my shoulder, stomach down, his arm wrapped around my middle. "But you will come eat with me." "Fucking psychopath," I hiss. I jolt as he reaches up with his other hand, yanks my skirt up over my hips, and swats my ass. I yelp, squirming as I squirm against his shoulder. "Stop it! Stop!" Ugh.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without... I bite my lip when he spanks me again, sending a flaming pulse through my core and a needy ache throbbing between my legs. His palm spanks my ass again, this time staying where it lands to massage and knead the burning skin. His finger curls under the back of my thong and he tugs, making my eyes flutter shut as the friction of lace on my clit sends explosions through my nerve endings. We step outside onto one of the many verandas overlooking the ocean. This one acts as an outdoor dining room with a small table, hanging cascading flowers, and torches. Dinner is laid out, and for a minute when he grabs me off his shoulder, I think he's going to plop me down and force-feed me. But that's not what happens. At all. I gasp as he sets me on my feet, facing the table, and then roughly shoves me forward over it. My pulse spikes, my lungs choking off my breath as I moan. Drazen growls as he grabs the back of one of my knees, shoving it onto the table before he yanks up my skirt and rips my panties to the side. "You made me late for dinner, little slut," he rasps into my ear. I cry out as I feel two of his fingers run up and down my lips before he rams them into me. My moans echo through the night and out over the black ocean as he curls his fingers deep and strokes them against my G-spot. And now, he hisses, biting my ear and my neck madly like a rabid animal, "I'm fucking starving." He drops to his knees behind me, slaps my ass, shoves my leg up higher, and then sears his mouth between my thighs. "Sweet fucking God," I cry out, a deep, husky, shuddering moan I barely even recognize as my voice ripping from my mouth. His tongue plunges into me, fucking me deeply with it. My eyes roll back and my fingers claw at the table as Drazen's tongue drives in and out before curling around my clit. He wraps his tongue around my swollen bud, sucking as his tongue teases in slow, deliberate circles. His tongue drags back and forth, tingling over my clit and then diving down to part my lips and push into me. He teases his tongue back even further. My eyes widen and flutter as they roll back, and another guttural, primal moan rips from my chest as his tongue dances over my asshole. "Fuck," I whimper as the tip of his tongue pushes past my tight ring. "Oh fuck," I yelp as he spanks me, my asshole spasming around his tongue. "Such a filthy little fuck toy," he growls against my skin. "Reach back," he commands. "Reach back and spread yourself wide for me, my little whore." Dirty slut, fuck toy, cum slut, little whore. I've had dark desires about the chasing and the primal kink and the consensual non-consent for years. I've fantasized about being held down or tied up and forced. And sure, telling me good girl has always pushed my buttons. But it wasn't until Drazen that I realized how fucking hot those filthy, demeaning, fucked up things he calls me are. I think, too, that those words coming from anyone else's mouth would instantly put my vagina in shutdown mode. I mean, I think of Steven calling me his good little cum slut, and I want to gag. Drazen says it, and I want to gag on his cock. I want to demean myself for him. I want to show him exactly how fucking dirty and filthy and slutty I can be for him. So, when I reach back, I moan loudly as I grab my ass and spread my ass cheeks lewdly apart for him. I cry out, begging for more when he tongues my asshole deeply and then pushes his finger into my back hole.
I scream in pleasure when his mouth finds my clit again, his tongue dancing over the throbbing nub as his fingers plunge in and out of both of my holes, until my thighs are shaking and the leg I'm standing on threatens to give out. He sucks harder on my clit, his fingers pumping in and out and stroking against places inside me that make me want to explode. Then, suddenly, I do. I've never been a screamer. I'm the girl that bites her pillow, or covers her mouth, or just keeps it tightly shut. Well, I was that girl, but not anymore. And when I come, the scream that rips from my throat echoes through the night. My face scrunches up against the tablecloth, heedless of the spilled wine and scattered cutlery, as my fingers dig into my ass cheeks and Drazen's mouth and hands drive me into oblivion. I'm still shaking when he moves away from me. I slip from the edge of the table, trembling and whimpering as I sink to my knees. He's not done with me. Drazen groans as he grabs a fistful of my hair, twisting my head around. His cock is out and huger and swollen, bulging with veins. His hand is pumping his fat girth, squeezing as it slides wetly up and down the pre-cum slicked shaft. "Open your mouth," he groans. "There's a good girl." I whimper as I turn to face him on my knees, my mouth open and my tongue out. "I get so fucking hard tasting your pretty little pussy," he growls, pumping his fist roughly up and down his swollen dick. "So now you're gonna make me come, my little cum slut." My skin tingles, my nipples tighten and throb as I reach up to cup his heavy balls. My eyes lock with his as every filthy, slutty, dirty instinct he brings out in me comes roaring to the surface. "Please give me your cum, Daddy." Drazen's jaw clenches tight, the vein on his forehead throbs, and his eyes blaze with raw lust as his cock bulges hard and thick. He chokes out a rough, deep, masculine groan as the hot white cum sprays from his swollen head. I moan as it splatters onto me, thick ropes of it landing across my cheeks and my mouth, dripping down my chin onto my shirt. I shiver in the ensuing silence as his piercing eyes lock with mine. A small smile curls deviously at the corners of his mouth. Good girl. Holy fuck, I feel my face burning as I slowly get to my shaky feet. I reach for a napkin on the wrecked dinner table, but Drazen stops me, his hand grabbing mine and pulling it away. He spins me around, and my breath stutters as he cups my face and looks down into my eyes. Suddenly, he's kissing me hard. His tongue tangles with mine, swirling his cum across my lips as I fucking melt against him. When he pulls away, his eyes are still locked on mine. "Leave the rest where it is," he growls. "I want to see my cum on your pretty face while we have our meal." Yup, I've officially gone off the deep end into Drazenland, which is basically the insanity and danger of Willy fucking Wonka's Bizarro Factory, but with less everlasting gobstoppers and Oompa Loompas and more sexual experiences that fling me miles past anything I've ever even dreamed of. I am not complaining. After dinner, and after Drazen kisses me goodnight again, I head back to my room to shower and get ready for bed. When I step out of the bathroom later, wrapped in a towel, I frown when my gaze lands on my bed, or rather, the box sitting on it. Curiosity simmers in my veins as I sit on the edge of the bed with the box and open it. Instantly, my hand flies to my mouth, my eyes brimming with tears as they widen. Oh my God! The box is filled with photographs of me, my mother, and my father. Tears trickle down my cheeks, blurring my vision as I sift through the dozens of photos and stare at them in awe. Most are of just me, laughing and giggling as a small kid, riding a bike down a huge gravel driveway with high walls and an immense iron gate at the end. Me eating pizza, me drawing a picture or on a computer, me watching The Lion King on a huge couch or playing GoldenEye on a Nintendo 64 in what looks like a pool house. But others include them too, my parents. My dad with his strong, tall, and broad-shouldered frame and a black mustache that honestly suits him. He doesn't smile much in the photos, but there's a few with a slight grin, usually when I'm in his arms or laughing next to him. And then there's my mom. When I see those ones, my heart wrenches. She really does look just like me, like an older sister, not a mother. We've got the same hair and the same face and eyes, same legs, same smile.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I flip through photo after photo of her laughing on a swing with me in her arms, she and I baking cookies or blowing out what's clearly her birthday cake candles together. The tears flow hot down my face, and my sobs fill my ears so loudly that I don't even realize he's entered the room until I feel his thumb brush across my cheek. I jolt, startled by his touch. When I look up at him, my heart surges as our eyes lock. How? I choke. I barely have any. From. Your house is gone, he growls quietly. After everything, it was sold and eventually torn down. Most of what was inside was sold at auction. He nods at the box in my hands as he kneels in front of me. I've been tracking down whatever I could. This finally arrived just now, while you were showering, after I found it in an antique shop in Dubrovnik. I know it's not much, but I shove the box aside and wrap my arms around him, silencing him. My face presses tightly into the crook of his neck as I crawl into his lap and his embrace, snuggling as tightly into him as I can. Thank you, I whisper. You're welcome. 25. Taylor, about those strings, and pulling them. My string is the cheap black flip phone that Kenzo Mori pressed into my hand at the Moscow Gala. That night, with guilt flowing through my veins like fire, I hid it away in my little evening bag. Back here at the house, I've kept it in a box of tampons under the sink in my bathroom. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Answers to all the things you can't explain, Miss Crown. I don't know why I haven't told Drazen about meeting Kenzo. It's not just because he told me not to. It just, well, like I shouldn't. Like it will set fires that can't be put out. There's also a little fear in the back of my mind of it blowing over onto Fumi, just for being Kenzo's half-sister. And they're not even close, her having just learned of his existence recently. Yet, the longer that goddamn thing stays under the bathroom sink, the guiltier I feel. It's as if the mere presence of that phone means I'm cheating on Drazen. At the same time, I don't know if even fucking another guy, given whatever Drazen's in my arrangement is, would be considered cheating. Not that I want to fuck anyone else. What the hell are we? A couple? It sometimes feels like it in a weird way. Other times, not so much. Technicalities of us being married aside, it feels undefined. Probably because it is. I mean, I'm stuck here on his island. And it's not like I've got opportunities to, or any remote interest in sleeping with any other man on this island, like any of the guards, or that gruff guy, Milos, who always looks like he's annoyed at me. But Drazen leaves. Not often, but every now and then. I know he's off the island. Sometimes he tells me he's leaving, other times he doesn't. Either way, God only knows where he goes, or who he sees. My brow furrows as my gaze slips from the book in my hand to my bathroom door. Hide this. When you're ready for answers, use it. It's been 3 weeks since the ball. For all I know, Kenzo's offer was an exploding, time-limited one. He could have meant when you're ready for answers tomorrow or in the next few days, not almost a month from now. Then again, there's only one way to know for sure. I'm off the bed before I can stop myself. My hand rifles through the box of tampons until I find the little phone. A tingling feeling clawing up my neck as I pull it out. This feels wrong. I haven't even done anything yet, and it still feels like I'm doing something wrong. But while the box of photos Drazen gave me has become one of the most precious objects I've ever owned, and even though I spend almost every night looking through them, it's still not enough. I need more. I need more answers to questions I'm almost scared to ask. Who am I? You're Annika Brankovich and Taylor Crown. But what if I'm not? What if I'm only one of them?
And what if Kenzo Mori has the answers to those hard questions? I've kept the phone off since he gave it to me. 1, I wouldn't want it to ring. 2, I don't have a charger for it, and I have no idea where on Drazen's little island fortress I'd find a charger for what looks like a flip phone from 20 years ago. When I turn it on and flip to the contacts, I see only one there. There's no name, but it's clear who it is. Me. I might be ready for answers. Surprisingly, the reply comes within seconds. Unknown. When can you meet? I shiver, frowning at the screen. Me. When can you meet? Unknown. Tonight. Now. My eyes widen. What? Me. I'm not in Moscow. Unknown. I'm aware of where you are. If you're able to sneak out, meet me at the rowboat moored off the northern edge of the island in 2 hours. I'll wait. 10 minutes. After that, this number will disappear. Something finger walks up my back. I was looking for answers. I'm not so sure about a cloak and dagger James Bond night out. Answers. He has answers. I chew on my lip as I nervously open and close the little phone. Finally, I flip it back open. Me. See you there. Sneaking out of the house isn't hard. I mean, nothing is locked, and at this point I have total free reign. What's harder is avoiding Drazen's men that patrol the immediate vicinity of the house itself. I end up having to duck behind a tree once, and then crouching in some scratchy bushes for a full 10 minutes when 2 of his men stop to smoke cigarettes and chat in what I assume is Serbian 5 feet from my hiding spot. After that, though, I'm out into the darkness of the lightly wooded island and running toward the northern side. At the water's edge, I stop to quickly change into a bathing suit I've brought. The idea of swimming through a completely dark, black ocean to a boat I can't even really see right now since the moon is so dim sounds completely fucking terrifying. So does trying to sneak back to my room in dripping wet clothes. So, with a final breath and a pep talk to my own frayed nerves, I leave my clothes and the towel I brought on the rocky beach and step into the quiet surf. The water is relatively warm, but I made the mistake of Googling shark's elba a few weeks ago just for kicks. Spoiler, they live in this very ocean. Blue sharks mostly, but the occasional white, mako, and hammerhead has been spotted around these waters as well. So that's got me half petrified as I slip into the water, set my eyes on the dark rowboat moored offshore, and start swimming. I swear to God, every stroke has me wondering when something is going to surge out of the darkness and bite me. But sooner than I would have expected, the boat itself looms out of the dim moonlight. I gasp, choking on a mouthful of seawater as a face suddenly appears above me, dark eyes piercing into mine. "Take my hand," Kenzo murmurs quietly, extending his arm. I take it, surprised by his strength, as he easily lifts me out of the water and into the boat. My wet skin prickles with the sudden chill of the air. But then Kenzo offers me a towel from a black waterproof bag, like something a Navy SEAL would use. "Thanks," I mumble, taking it and wrapping it around myself. I've had my glasses tucked into the top of my one-piece during the swim. Awkwardly, I reach into the suit and pull them out, drying them with the towel before I slip them on, and look up at him. Oh, okay. I don't know why I'm surprised to find that Kenzo has also swum out to the boat in a swimsuit. He's sitting across from me in the stern of the boat, the soft moonlight glinting off the hard, chiseled lines of his lean, muscled frame. Scars from cut marks run over his chest, his grooved abs, and one shoulder. One of his arms, and what I think might be all his back, is covered with breathtakingly intricate and beautiful Yakuza tattoos. Parts of him look so much like his half-sister Fumi that it's freaky, and yet other parts look entirely his own. "Well, here we are," he growls with a tense smile. I suck on my teeth as we both size each other up. It feels like he's looking at me with the same kind of curiosity with which I'm regarding him.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. "You told me you had answers," I say, my voice low so it doesn't carry over the water. "Drazen's men patrol around the island. At night, their boats would definitely have their lights on.
You have to ask the questions first. I swallow, digging deep for the courage to ask him what is burning a hole in my heart. Who am I? His lips curl. I think we both know you know who you are, Taylor. Taylor, not Annika. It's been a few weeks since anyone's called me that, and it sounds alien to my ears. You know what I mean, I fire back. He gazes at me steadily. What do you remember from before your accident? Before the amnesia? Nothing, I say quietly. I've even seen pictures of my childhood and my parents. There's still nothing coming back. Nothing at all? He presses, peering through the darkness at me. No little insignificant details? Nothing big picture? I shake my head. My heart sinks. Fuck, I really thought he'd have answers, not just more questions. What about friends? My jaw grits as I shake my head. Sorry, but I thought you said... Does the term invisible friend mean anything to you? It's like getting dunked into ice water. My body tenses up, my breath leaving my body in a whoosh as my vision fades away. Come play, Annika. Play with me. That's my invisible friend. I jolt back to reality with Kenzo's hands on my shoulders, shaking me. When I blink and my vision refocuses, the look in his eye is concern. I'm going to take that as a yes, he growls. I shudder, hugging the towel around myself as I try to catch my breath and slow my racing heart. What the fuck was that? My eyes lift to his. What do you know? I whisper, shaking. Kenzo's chiseled jaw ripples as his teeth grind. I know you're not Annika. I swallow, still shaking. Because she died on this island. At the bridge? His head slowly shakes side to side. No, he murmurs. How do you know that? Kenzo pushes his wet hair back from his face. Because I met Annika in Kyoto, he rasps through clenched teeth, 5 years ago. My body stiffens. My brain tries to put together the pieces as I stare at him. I don't understand. I don't either, he murmurs. But I do know that... Suddenly, a light flickers in the darkness. Fuck, Kenzo hisses, whipping around. Get in the water, now. My pulse spikes as he grabs the towel from me and stuffs it into his bag, along with something I didn't see before that was in the bottom of the boat by his feet. A gun. Wordlessly, he zips up the bag, and we slip over the side quietly into the water. The sound of a low boat engine rumbles closer. A light sweeps over the rowboat from the other side of it as we both push ourselves low to the waterline, treading water. Men's voices quietly talk to one another before they go silent and the light goes out. The barely audible engine putters away. Kenzo peeks around the side of the rowboat we're hidden behind. Then he turns to look at me, his face lined with concern. Get back to the house, he hisses. Now. Fear stabs through me. Why the urgency? Those men on the boat were speaking Russian. A creeping sensation skitters over my skin. You need to get the fuck back into that fortress of a house, Taylor, Kenzo growls. Drazen's men all speak Serbian. Those weren't Drazen's men. Holy shit. Crush the phone and hide the pieces when you get back, he says rapidly. I'll try to get in touch another way later when I can. He slips the strap of the bag around his chest and turns to face me, the dim moonlight barely illuminating his sharp features. What I was going to say before, he murmurs, is that Annika Brankovich didn't die on Drazen Krylov's island, and I know for damn sure that you're not her. A ghostly chill ripples up my spine. Like I said, Taylor, Kenzo says darkly, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's another you out there. I shiver as I step out of the surf back onto the rocky shore. My heart is racing, partly from the black nightmare that was the swim back from the boat, partly from Kenzo's ominous warning about the men patrolling the waters off Drazen's island, partly from his parting words, there's another you out there.
I change quickly, stripping off my swimsuit and stashing it behind some rocks along with the towel after I dry off as best I can. I can come for the evidence tomorrow. Right now is all about sneaking back in without getting caught. Dressed, my pulse still racing, I quickly scramble back up the embankment. I stick to the shadows, my ears humming with adrenaline and the thud of my heartbeat as I race back to the house. Movement near me catches my eye. I flinch, whipping my head to the side. Only shadows. Only darkness. I'm losing it. I keep speed walking, then upgrade to a light jog. Again, movement has me yanking my gaze from in front of me to peer into the shadows. My heart lurches. There's something there. I don't think, I just turn and run. I bolt through the dark, almost moonless night, racing in the direction of the house. The snap of twigs behind me has my pulse jangling. The gruff snarl of a man's voice has my heart climbing into my throat. Chancing a glance behind me, my eyes go wide when I see a man in black, a balaclava over his face, charging through the trees toward me. The scream curdles in my throat as I whirl and start running again. More movement catches my eye to the side. Holy fucking God! For one brief, exhilarating second, I was wondering if it was Drazen. I was hoping it was him, even if he'd be pissed to know I'd snuck out. But it's not. There are two men in black chasing me through the night. My foot catches and I scream as I go tumbling to the ground. My pulse shrieks like a train whistle in my ear as I scrabble for purchase, getting up again. I keep running, but I can hear them right behind me. I can feel the wind as one of their hands almost grabs me, and the heat of their breath as they close in. The house lights are up ahead. Veering to my left, I run as fast as I can to the broken stone wall that runs along the cliffs here. There's no trees there. I'll make it. A hand grabs the back of my shirt. My heart explodes into my throat, choking me as I get yanked backward off my feet. My back slams to the ground as they pile onto me. Sheer mad terror sirens through my entire existence as one of them yanks out a vicious blade, leering down at me as he lifts it. His head snaps back in a violent jerk. A red circle appears in his forehead as he slumps to the side. The other guy leaps up, gun in hand. Instantly, he's gurgling as a hole explodes through his throat. My hand flies to my mouth, and my eyes bulge in horror as he drops like a stone. I scramble to my feet, spinning around, my heart still trying to claw its way out of my chest. Terror grips me as I lock eyes with the man in the black devil mask and black suit, a smoking gun in his hand, and his piercing blue eyes cutting into my very soul. Holy fuck, it's Drazen! Just as I'm about to stagger toward him in sheer elation, the look in his eye stops me. It honestly scares me, and the snarl on his lips under the edge of his devil mask turns my heart to ice. You're in fucking trouble, he hisses. He starts to walk toward me with a black, malevolent energy swirling around him like smoke. I shiver, backing away as my heart begins to speed up again. Drazen, you fucking disobeyed me? I shiver as the backs of my legs hit the crumbled wall over the cliffs down to the waves below. He keeps advancing on me, teeth bared, a venomous glint in his eyes and a primal look etched across his face. Those men, I choke, they came out of... You think I give a fuck about two dead men? Drazen snarls. I shudder, and something wicked and deviant and disturbingly aggressive uncurls and lodges itself deep in my core. No, my little fucking slut, he hisses as he storms up to me. No, I am far angrier about the fucking man you just met, in the dark, alone, in a fucking bathing suit. He grabs me by the throat and violently spins me around.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. In one motion, he's shoving me hard against the rock wall and knocking the backs of my knees with his. I shudder as my legs give out, dropping me to my knees, and he grabs the back of my neck and bends me over the wall. He grabs the back of my shorts and yanks them down. I bite down hard on my lip, shivering in explosive fear of what this man and his sheer wrath might do to me, and trembling in anticipation for the very same reason. Drazen yanks my panties down, letting them tangle at my knees before he smacks the fuck out of my ass. I yelp loudly, scrambling and squirming against the rocks and the ground as he does it again. His belt jangles. His zipper yanks down. "You fucked up, my little cum slut," he snarls viciously in a tone that chills my blood. "And now you're going to learn what happens to bad little sluts who decide to meet other men in the dark." His gun cocks. My face goes white as something utterly primal sinks its claws into the darkest, most depraved, most shameful hidden corners of my psyche. "You thought we were playing dark before, slut," he hisses in my ear. The warm metal of the recently fired gun presses between my lips and rubs against my pussy, turning my soul black. Think. Again, 26. Taylor. It's pure insanity, madness, the culmination of all my most forbidden thoughts and fucked up fantasies manifesting in the single most unhinged moment of my life. On my knees, in the dark, with a gorgeous psychopath rubbing his fucking gun on my pussy. That in itself is beyond deranged. But what makes it 10 times worse is the fact that I'm not pleading for my life or whimpering for mercy. I'm just whimpering. My skin is throbbing, my nipples are tightening, and I'm wet. Extremely, shamefully, confusingly wet. I shudder as Drazen rubs the warm barrel of the gun in maddeningly slow strokes against my clit. This is beyond insane. But there's no possible way I can ignore the dark, twisted lust that he's bringing out in me. The fucked up urges. The gun rubs over my clit again as his palm smacks my ass hard. I squeal when he reaches up, yanking my hair in a fist and tugging, forcing my head back and my spine to arch. The gun pushes against my needy core as I shudder with forbidden heat. "You seem to be under the impression that you're allowed to go meet some other man," he snarls, sounding deranged in a way that shouldn't thrill me this much. "Alone," he rasps, "in the fucking dark." "Drazen, don't fucking talk." The brutal edge to his tone sends heated ripples dancing over my skin. He reaches down, and I gasp as my panties shred when he rips them from my thighs, then whimper as he stuffs them into my mouth. "Maybe it's my fault," he growls, a sadistic, clipped tone in his voice. "Maybe I haven't shown you how fucking mine you are, wife. Perhaps I've been neglectful about taking every fucking part of you." Oh fuck. Oh my god. He's seriously going to do it? Like this? Here? With a fucking gun in his hand? I whimper again when I hear him spit and feel the wetness trickle down the cleft of my ass. He spits again, and this time it hits its target. I shiver with a vicious energy and dark desire as he takes his thumb and rubs his spit over my asshole. He pushes, adding pressure as I whine, my back arching. "Beg me all you want, my little toy," he hisses. "Beg me not to. Plead with me not to shove my fat cock up this tight little hole." He rubs my ring again, sending a shudder rippling down my spine. "Has anyone else ever had you here?" he hisses. "I've never done this. Not ever. I've never even had the desire to, with anyone." "Answer the fucking question," he growls. I moan, shaking my head. No other man's felt this tight little hole swallow his cock and wrap fucking tight around it. I shake my head as drool seeps into my panties. "Good," Drazen growls, "because I want you to remember me claiming this ass, making you scream when I empty my balls inside this tight little asshole." His thumb pushes inside. Jesus fucking Christ.
I shudder, mewling quietly as I feel him rock his hips forward. His heavy, swollen cock slaps against my needy pussy, making me shudder and tremble. I suck a breath in through my nose as he centers the head and then pushes it into me, not sliding all the way in, just getting himself wet, lubed, ready to claim the rest of me. He spits on my ass again, then again. His thumb slips in and out of my tight ring, getting me stretched and wet and ready. He grunts as he slides his cock a little deeper in my pussy, making me whine in pleasure before it slides back out. His thumb eases out of my ass, rubbing a slow, promising circle round the ring. "Time for your lesson, slut," Drazen growls. He centers the thick head against my impossibly tight little hole. I have no idea how he'll fit, or how I'll survive this. But then, when he starts to push, pure lust explodes through my core. "Oh, fuck," he groans, pre-cum, my own arousal, and his spit all greasing his cock as the head squeezes against my ass. Delirium makes my head spin as I suck in another breath. He keeps adding pressure and keeps pushing, and slowly, as I exhale, I can feel my body yielding, opening, submitting. His hand yanks my hair again, making me shriek into the panties gagging my mouth. The head pushes through. Fuck! My eyes roll back, an insanely tight sensation gripping me from the inside out. My lungs feel like they're working overtime. My blood burns like napalm in my veins as Drazen works his huge cock into my ass. "There's a good girl," he purrs. "Such a good little whore, taking my fat cock up your slutty little ass. Holy fucking hell. Take it like a good little anal slut, like the greedy, slutty, pretty little princess getting her ass reamed out that you are." He groans and drives another inch into me. Oh, my God. Bit by bit, he starts to sink his dick into me. My breath chokes as I moan and whimper and drool into my panties, my entire body shaking. And then I feel it. Warm metal again my clit. Holy shit. He starts to rub my clit with his gun as his cock sinks into me. Inch by inch, little by little. The world blurs and my senses go numb. It hurts, but it's such a fucking good hurt that I scream almost in triumph into my gag. And then, through the pain, something warm begins to wash over me. Something outrageously erotic and raw. Something that has me squirming, my toes clawing at the ground as my knees shake. As my thighs clench together and endorphins flood my system. What is this? It feels too good. It's the utterly submissive feeling of Drazen pushing his big cock deep into my ass, and the insane, ludicrous madness of the gun rubbing my clit. It's all of that. It's him. And mostly, it's me, coming hard. The scream rips from my throat as Drazen tugs on my hair, rubbing me with the gun. "There's a good girl," he snarls, slapping my ass as I explode. "My fucking good girl," he soothes, stroking my skin. "My good little ass slut. Be a good fuck toy and push back," he groans. "Taking that huge dick, baby girl. Let me feel that tight little virgin ass swallow my fucking cock." He pushes deeper and deeper. My eyes roll back and a silent scream erupts from my mouth as he pushes all the way in, until I feel his abs against my ass. He leans over me, and I shiver when his teeth clamp down on my earlobe. "You're fucking mine." Then he truly starts to fuck me. It's pure delirium as Drazen eases his cock almost all the way out of my ass and then rams it back in. I cry out, moaning and writhing into the panties. Then they're plucked from my mouth, and I cry out loudly as Drazen grabs my hair and starts to ream my ass.
Scream for me, my little cum slut, he rasps as he fucks me. I want the whole fucking world to know just how mine you are. I want them to know all of you is mine. Scream it out for me, baby girl, he grunts, fucking into me hard. Tell them who you belong to. You, I choke, shuddering as his gun rubs my clit again. I belong to you. What's mine, he snarls, his hips pounding into me.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Me! This pussy? Yes! I scream, sobbing and shaking as the pleasure overwhelms me. This mouth? Yes! I sob in ecstasy as my mind breaks. The gun slips between my pussy lips. It fucking pushes into me. Oh, my sweet fucking God! What else is mine, Taylor? My universe goes upside down. My ass! I cry out, utterly shattering at the seams. And where is my fucking cock right now? He hisses darkly. My ass! I lose all control as I start to come again. His hips slam into me, his swollen cock thrusting in and out as the gun penetrates me. I'm vaguely aware of coming again, then again, before Drazen's teeth are suddenly clamping down my neck. His hand slides under me, yanking up my t-shirt and mauling my breasts as he fucks me with his gun and buries his cock balls deep in my ass. I feel his muscles clench, feel his pulse thudding inside of me. Then, the release. The thick, throbbing warmth as his hot cum spills deep inside. He roars his release, savaging my neck with his teeth as I collapse against the crumbled wreckage of the stone wall. I'm shaking everywhere as he slowly lowers me to the ground on my side. He goes to slide out, but I reach back to grab him, keeping him where he is. Not yet, I choke in a hoarse whisper. I'm not going anywhere, love. It's like I'm lost, floating out over the darkness, and yet wholly and completely held and protected, captured, caught, possessed. We just stay like that, his arms around me, his fingers teasing my skin, and his lips dusting my neck with kisses, until I turn and sear my mouth to his. Gingerly, he slides out of me. Without a word, he picks me up, wraps me in his arms, and carries me into the house, tossing his gun and the mask somewhere inside the front door. I cling to him as he brings me through his bedroom to his bathroom, where he kicks on the hot water in the shower. The spray burns when he carries me under it, but he stays wrapped around me, only pulling away to peel the rest of his clothes off before he pulls me back into his arms. His mouth slowly devours mine, kissing away the pain and the insanity as my body unclenches under the heat of the water. Drazen takes his time, washing every part of me and then shampooing my hair. Conditioner follows before he wraps his huge arms around me, keeping me tight to him as the water pours over us. My eyes are drifting shut as he towels me off and carries me to bed. His bed, which he gets into with me. "What are you doing?" I mumble. "We don't share a bed. We don't spend the night." "For once in your fucking life, counselor," he growls. "Stop with the fucking objections." I smile as I snuggle back into him, feeling his heat and his strength envelop me from behind. "Sleep, love," he murmurs quietly. And I do. 27. Drazen. Some changes happen gradually, a slow evolution from one state to another. I know that when I look back now on the path my life has taken and seeing the past versions of myself I have shed along the way. But other changes do happen overnight, sometimes quite literally. One night I was still sleeping alone, in my own bed. The next night I wasn't the only one in it. Since then, Annika in my bed has become an every night thing, or Taylor. I don't know what to call her anymore. It's become increasingly clear to me that the woman staying in my home and sharing my bed really is two different people. The first is the girl I married 15 years ago. The cold, closed-off, quiet, and uncertain teenager who mumbled yes to a promise neither of us wanted to make. The woman whom I wake up next to every morning now is someone else altogether. Bold and confident, tenacious and unflinching. A woman who faces the world on her terms and tells it exactly how to behave. A woman who looks me in the eye and says precisely what she's thinking, no matter the consequences. It's infuriating, but it's also refreshing. And it's become something I look forward to. A challenge to keep me sharp and on my toes. So yes, she's two people, the one from the past and the one in the present. Before she was Annika, and now she's Taylor. So for the last few days, that's the name I've been using with her. At first, she was surprised, but she also couldn't hide her smile whenever I said it. And goddamn if I don't enjoy that smile. So I've kept saying it. But then there's another overnight change. One little word that I never once intended to or thought about saying out loud. But out it popped, with no way of putting it back in the box. Love. It wasn't preceded by an I or followed by a U. But still, it's out there, come what may. Boss. I look up from my desk as Milo steps into my office. Got a second? I nod as he plops down in one of the chairs across the desk from me, a manila folder in his hands. There's two things we need to discuss. I frown. Is this a bad news first or good news first thing? He grimaces. They're both shit. One involves a meal though, if that helps. Milos clears his throat as he drops the folder in front of me. I reach for it, but he keeps his finger pinned on it for a moment. Can I speak freely? By all means, I grunt. My friend inhales slowly. Is there a reason you haven't just asked her who she met the other night? I have, in fact, once. But instead of saying a name, she looked me in the eye and asked me to drop it. She asked me to trust her and said it was merely someone who might have answers to parts of her past. And I agreed to let it go. I do trust her, but that's not why I agreed. I agreed because I already knew who the fuck she'd met. I just needed confirmation of it. I nod at the folder under Milo's finger. Can I assume you're about to surprise me with cleaned-up night vision shots of Kenzo Mori sitting in my rowboat talking to my wife in the middle of the night? Milo scowls darkly. You fucking knew? I say nothing as I slip the folder out from under his finger and flip it open. Sure enough, the somewhat shit images taken by a security camera on the shore have been run through a computer program that uses AI to clean up photos, giving me a clear shot of the man sitting in the bow of the boat talking with Taylor. Kenzo. I know they were just talking. I know from the photos he didn't touch her, aside from pulling her out of the water, which, not for nothing, is enraging enough. But I don't trust him, specifically his interest in her. And I sure as fuck don't like that he somehow had access to her and got her to come meet him in the middle of the night. In a bathing suit? Insecurity? No. Jealousy? Perhaps. A murderous sensation that some other man was sneaking around in the night to meet up clandestinely with what is mine? Fuck yes. Our guys are trying to track him down. They won't, I grunt. I don't know Kenzo that well, but I know enough to be sure that if he doesn't want to be found, he won't be. The man is half Viking and half samurai. He can charge at you with a goddamn axe and a battle cry, or he can slit your throat from the shadows before you even know you're dead. I exhale, but try anyway. If nothing else, he'll know he's being tracked, and it'll occupy a sliver of his attention. I drum my fingers on the desk and raise my eyes to Milos. What was the other shit news? Involving a meal? You and Annika have been invited to one. Dinner, specifically. With, I ask curiously. His face darkens. Vadik Bilov. Fuck. Obviously, this is where I advise you what a terrible idea it would be for you to get within shooting distance of that fucker, Milos mutters. After the other night. I turn to look out the doorway to the veranda and the ocean beyond. We don't know, Drazen, Milos growls. We do.
The men I killed after I found them chasing Taylor through the dark the other night were hired guns, mercenaries from the Russia-based Werner Group, made up of ex-special forces from all over the world. Contractors who'll do dirty work for the highest bidder. They've got 2 positions vacant after the other night. They were obviously hired by Vodek.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. They knew the island. They knew how to get past security. To be fair, she knew how to get past security. I grin at him. Milos doesn't look remotely amused. Don't let other influences in your life right now cloud your judgment, Drazen, he mutters. You know what I'm talking about. Busted. I stand from my desk and walk over to the doorway out to the veranda. You're probably right, Milos. It probably was Vodek. What we don't know is why. Simple. He hates you, Milos, mutters. He hates your family. I mean, he was the one who gave the order all those years ago, Drazen. Yes, but he doesn't know that I know that. I turn to look at him. And it doesn't explain why would he choose now to try and, what, take you out? Milos growls. Because why not? No offense. I shake my head. But it wasn't me he was trying to take out. They were after her. I look at him sharply. When's this dinner? Tomorrow. I grimace. Fine, I'm going. Drazen, we can assume it was Vodek who sent those men the other night. Maybe because he knows now that I know about his involvement with what happened. Or maybe he guesses why I want to join the table. But we don't know any of this for sure. I'll need to sit down with him and look him in the eye to figure that out. So yes, I'm going. The invite is for both of you, he begins. My jaw clenches. Well, she's not coming, obviously. Milos arches a brow. Vodek is a dumb fuck, but he's not stupid, if that makes sense. If you come without her, he's going to wonder why. I scowl. He's not wrong. That's a red flag Vodek will see a mile away, that I don't trust him, and he'll throw up walls accordingly. Fine, I grunt. She'll come along, but a contingent of men will come with us. Milos nods. I'll go with a team. Not you. He looks at me curiously. I need someone I trust on the outside. Just in case? He smirks. Just in case. My gaze swivels sideways in the back of the Range Rover. But as it rumbles down the road from the private airfield to Vodek's massive summer house on the Black Sea, I'm not looking at the pristine beaches or the ocean beyond. My gaze is firmly settled on something much closer, in the foreground. Taylor. She's in a stunning black gown that looks painted onto her body. It's somehow both elegant and tasteful, while also being outrageously sexy and alluring. Or maybe that's just her. Maybe she could be wearing a garbage bag and I'd be thinking the same thing. Either way, she looks gorgeous. Her hair is up in a high ponytail, her long red locks tumbling down to her delicate neck. She looks perfect. Almost. Taylor? She startles, smiling in that way I've gotten so fond of when I say her name. Taylor. Here. I hand her a little velvet box, watching her brows knit. What's this? I lift a shoulder. Just a little something sparkly for the evening. Not that you need it. But Vodek is the sort of man who's easily distracted by... My eyes drag up to hers. Just open it. She does, and her eyes widen. Drazen! She pulls out the diamond-studded silver bracelet with the large 6-carat diamond centerpiece fitted to the band. Her eyes fly to mine. I can't wear this. You can, and you will. This must have cost a fortune. There have to be some benefits to being forced to marry an international crime lord, right? Her lips twist into a smirk, and her cheeks flush as her big blue eyes lock with mine. Some, she shrugs, grinning. I fasten it around her wrist, just as our car pulls up to the gates of Vodek's summer house with our entourage behind us. His men wave us all through, and we drive to the massive stone steps leading to the double doors of his estate.
I pull my gaze away from Taylor and look at the lavish home, manicured grounds, and garage full of priceless sports cars I know Vodek is fond of collecting. I smile to myself. I'll enjoy slicing Vodek's eyelids off and making him watch as I burn this entire estate to the ground one day soon. Vodek greets us at the front doors, all affable, glad-handing host as he welcomes us into his home. "Please, come in," the fucker chuckles as we step inside. Yes, the Werner Group mercenaries I killed the other night when they were chasing Taylor were almost certainly hired by Vodek. But I'm not sitting at the iron table yet. If I accuse him of that without concrete proof, he'll be able to twist it against me. In fact, by the very laws of the table, Vodek would be able to initiate a majority vote for all the families to declare me a persona non grata, even to declare war on me. I loathe the idea of bringing Taylor into this house or anywhere near this asshole. But I need that proof. I need something to connect him to the mercenaries. It's not like I expect to find something sitting out on the dining table. But Milos picked some of his best guys to accompany us tonight. A few of them are cybersecurity experts too. "It's so good of you to accept my invitation, Drazen," Vodek smiles at me. "With you almost sure to be voted onto the table soon, I thought we could take this time to become better acquainted. To become friends." I smile back at the snake. "Of course, Vodek, and thank you for your generous invitation." He grins before clearing his throat and nodding at my men as they follow us up the stairs into the house. "I'm afraid I can't allow your men to enter my home armed, though." "No shit. That's why I had them arrived armed to the teeth." "Distract him with one weapon so he doesn't see the other one." "Of course," I smile before turning to my men and nodding. They know the drill, and they allow Vodek's men to take their rifles and sidearms, stowing them in a locked gun case. What Vodek's men don't take, because the component parts are being smuggled into the house inside boot heels and hidden pockets, are the wireless hacking tools that my men will be using to crack Vodek's home network and glean everything they can. "With your permission, I've prepared a side room for your men while we dine," Vodek says with a wide smile. "With some of the finest vodka from St. Petersburg for them to enjoy," he chuckles good-naturedly. "If that is all right with your boss, boys." I smile in amusement, nodding to my men. "Of course. Enjoy our host's gracious hospitality, please." My men grin and elbow each other excitedly. It's all an act. Vodek leads Taylor and I into a sumptuous sitting room with walls of bookshelves and elegantly masculine leather furniture. A blonde girl who barely looks legal smiles awkwardly at us as we enter. I remember her as Vodek's date from the gala. She looks just as happy to be here now as she did then. "You remember Polina, yes?" Vodek chuckles lecherously as he grabs the girl's ass and brings her closer. "Of course," Taylor says warmly, smiling at the poor girl. "So good to see you again. I love your dress." Polina smiles shyly back. "Thank you, and your bracelet is beautiful." Taylor grins genuinely as she glances back at me. "Thank you, it was a gift." Vodek chuckles. "Oh, this one knows all about gifts," he snickers, rubbing Polina's ass again as her face pales. "A necklace here, an apartment in Paris there, fancy clothes." He grins salaciously, turning to wink at me. "And in return, she gifts me that tight little body, and any hole I want, whenever I want it." Fucking pig. Polina looks mortified as she drops her gaze to the ground. "A toast, perhaps," Vodek says, clapping his hands together as he walks over to the bar cart. He picks up a bottle of, holy shit, 2003 Petrus. He turns to grin at me. "You're a wine man, I hear." "I have moments." "Then please, I insist. You open and pour for us." "I don't know how to pour fine wine. I'm but a poor Russian who grew up swilling bathtub vodka," he chuckles. "It would appear you can afford some impressive bottles now," I smile tightly. He grins back. "Indeed, Drazen, fortune has favored both our families." I resist the urge to break his face against the nearest flat surface. "Fortune didn't favor my family. This piece of shit's betrayal and greed destroyed my family." But I push the impulse away, turning to focus on Taylor. on her eyes as they meet mine.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. On the soft curve of her lips and the feel of her hand as it slips into mine and squeezes, she knows what I'm thinking and feeling. I take the bottle from Vadik and open it, letting it breathe. Vadik hands out glasses to the three of us and himself, smiling as I pour the wine. To new friendships and more fortune for us all, Vadik grunts, lifting his glass. I wait with mine halfway to my lips, watching as Vadik and Polina drink first. Poisoning us 10 minutes after entering his home with 8 of my men just down the hall would be bold and reckless even for this fuck. But you never know. Taylor and I glance at each other and drink our wine as well, savoring the insanely smooth and bold flavors. Now, I was hoping you and I could, Vadik shrugs, discuss some business before dinner that is maybe best talked about without the company of our dates. I glance at Taylor. Oh, Polina and I would love some girl time, right? She beams as she turns to Polina. Without the men, she laughs plastically. Fuck, she's good at this. Yes, the girl stammers, forcing a smile. Of course. Come, Vadik nods with his chin for me to follow him out of the room. We can go to my study. Bring your wine. I glance back at Taylor. Before I know what I'm doing, I'm pulling her into me and leaning down to kiss her softly. Have fun, I murmur. You too, she breathes. Vadik chuckles, patting my shoulder in a way that makes me want to punch him in the throat as we walk away down the hall. Quite miraculous for you to have found her again, Drazen. I smile and shake my head. There was no finding necessary. She wasn't ever lost, I shrug. We were young when we got married and had things we each wanted to do. We've reconnected, I murmur. Just in time for a vote onto the table with the very woman who was godmother to your not-lost wife's father? He's digging, prying, poking to see where there's a weak spot. He won't find one. I laugh as I clap him on the shoulder, like we're good buddies. You've been watching too many spy movies, my friend, I smile. Vadik eyes me coolly. Then he grins. What can I say? I'm a sucker for old Bond films. What sort of Russian does that make you? He snickers. A rich one who cares not for politics, just getting paid. He turns to me. You know, since you're such a wine man, I'd love to show you my collection, before business. I feel myself grinning widely. Sounds like a blast, I chuckle. The fuck? I've never once said sounds like a blast in my fucking life. And why am I smiling so hard? This way then, Vadik says, leading me down another hallway. We step into a lavish room with glass walls, behind which sit hundreds of temperature-controlled racks full of wine. Fuck me, I whistle. Vadik laughs. You haven't seen the best part. Come. He gleefully walks over to a table. He looks at me like a kid showing off his new Christmas present and twists the lamp sitting on it. You'll love this. Behind him, one of the walls of glass slides backward and then to the side, revealing a staircase and a stone archway leading down. This up here, he snorts, good enough for stockbrokers and CEOs, but for men like us, with power like ours, he gestures with his head. Come, I'll show you the really good stuff. If there's not a bathtub still cranking out vodka down there, I chuckle, grinning widely, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, Vadik. He roars with laughter. I think that Patrus is going to your head, my friend. I chuckle as we start down the stairs. Then I frown as his words ripple through my subconscious. I think that Patrus is going to your head. I think so too, and I've only had like 4 sips. When we reach the bottom of the steps, I'm even more confused. When I turn to glance at Vadik, the lights blur. Trails of color tease across my vision. My feet feel like they're sinking into the ground beneath them. What the fuck is going on? Are you okay, my friend? Vadik's not smiling now. There's just a cruel, thin smirk on his face. You look unwell. Is something I ate? We haven't eaten yet. I shake my head, feeling like the very air is pushing down on me.
Like the color balance of the whole world is off. Like I can see those colors. The wine, I mutter, turning to stare into my glass. It throbs and bulges like a soap bubble, suddenly getting huge in my hand before shrinking back down. Vadik chuckles behind me. No, in front of me. Fuck. I think maybe you should sit down, Drazen. Something slams into the back of my knees. I crash to the floor, the glass shattering as I blink in confusion at the trails of light and color. I look around, only now realizing that we're not in a wine cellar. There's no wine here at all. My eyes lock on shapes in the corner, and my blood goes cold. Not shapes, bodies. It's all 8 of the men we arrived with, not 20 minutes ago, all dead. I try to scramble to my feet, but my legs aren't working. All I end up doing is rolling around on my back like a flipped-over beetle. Vadik and 3 of his men grin at me ghoulishly as they stand over me. "Don't blame yourself, Drazen," he growls. "This isn't your fault. It's mine. I started a job 15 years ago, and I made the mistake of not finishing it. Now, I'm correcting my mistake. No, I try again to lunge to my feet, but it feels like I'm moving through maple syrup. One of his men laughs as he uses his foot to push me back to the floor. It feels like I'm melting into it. And don't worry about your wife, Mr. Krylov, Vadik smiles coldly. She's in good hands. I roar and try and lurch up, but I can only lift my head maybe an inch before the floor sucks it back down. The room turns neon purple with blue dots drifting through it. The dots turn to eyes, her eyes, watching me fade, watching me sink into the depths as the lights swirl and flicker around me and the floor swallows me whole. Enjoy your trip, Mr. Krylov. 28. Taylor. Polina is quiet as Vadik leaves the room with Drazen, closing the door behind him. When we're alone, I turn to look at her with concern. "Are you—"
It's fine,
Polina says quietly. "He's—" She looks away as her fingers play with the stem of her wineglass. "He likes to pamper me."
Is that all he likes to do?
I press. Her throat works up and down, her gaze dropping. "I'm a dancer," she mumbles. "Ballet. I've danced my entire life, mostly in Russia, where I'm from. But then I was in a company that was touring Europe. That's where I met Vadik, in Austria. He came to the show, took me out afterward, and told me he'd make me a star." I wince, taking a sip of my wine. I don't know this story personally, but fuck, every woman knows this story. Vadik has ties to the Zakharova Ballet in New York. I smile. My friend Bianca dances with them. Her eyes light up. "Really?" I nod, feeling warm as I smile at her. "Yeah, she's an incredible dancer." I reach out and rub her arm, surprised at how soft and silky her skin is. "Like you." She looks away. "You've never seen me dance?" "Well, you were touring Europe," I laugh. "I think that puts you at a certain level." Polina smiles shyly and looks down. "He was," she shakes her head, "sweeter at first. He gave me so many presents, took me to fancy parties and dinners, nice clothes, cars." She sighs. "Now, I don't even dance anymore." She looks away, brushing the back of one hand against the corner of her eye. I take another sip of the seriously amazing wine, momentarily distracted by the gorgeous way the light slants in through the windows before I look at her. When I do, I shudder a little. Where she's just wiped at her eye, she smudged some of her foundation. The ugly purple bruise underneath is suddenly much more visible. Fuck. Look, Polina, we obviously don't know each other, and I don't know your life. But can I say something? Her face is falling a little as she turns back to me, nodding miserably. "I was with someone who didn't appreciate me too," I say quietly. "Someone who mistreated me, didn't respect me." I shrug. "So I cut him loose and kicked him to the curb." Polina smiles wanly. "I think that would not be so easy in my case." My brow furrows.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Do you need help? I mean, seriously.
She starts to open her mouth. Then she looks away, wiping her eyes again. "I'm so sorry," she suddenly says. I frown. "Polina?" I blink a little at the wild trails of light that stream from her hair as she whirls back toward me. I flinch when she yanks the wine glass out of my hand. "You need to get out of here." My brow furrows, my skin tingling with light and energy and color as I push aside a pink butterfly to be able to look at Polina directly. Then everything I've just thought makes me freeze. Skin doesn't tingle with energy and color. There are no neon pink butterflies living in Vodic's house. My gaze slides through the sea of jellyfish swimming around me to lock with Polina's wide eyes that are turning into two glowing suns. What? I choke. What's happening? "You've been drugged," she blurts, her face white with terror. "Vodic put something on the rim of your and your husband's glasses before he handed them to you." My eyes swim through the sea of jellyfish that are now back to butterflies, narrowing on the wavy, pulsing glass of wine in her hand. "What? You have to get out," she urges me. "Please, come, I can help you." What about Drazen?" I blurt, hoping I'm curtsying deeply enough to the giant rabbit sitting on the desk across the room, dressed in a sumptuous velvet robe and a crown. I mean, he is royalty. Holy shit, I am fucked up. Whatever I've been dosed with is making me lose my mind. The visuals and the sounds are trippy enough, but my very thoughts are wandering, going inward and deeper into my subconsciousness. "Drazen, I can try to help," Polina blurts, tugging my arm and dragging me away from King Fluffy. "I don't know where Vodic has taken him, but I will." The door to the room flies open. Or does it? But then I hear Polina scream and see the fear on her face, and I know the door really has just opened. And that really is Vodic standing in the doorway with a few of his men. "Ah, Polina," he growls. I flinch as he yanks her away from me, leaving a trail of bleeding purple and white that turns to orange in her wake. Such a willing hostess, always trying to help our guests. She cries out, and I flinch as he slaps her across the face and shoves her back toward his men. My wide eyes lock with hers, panic flowing through my veins as the guards drag her away. Vodic turns back to me with a smile so wide it stretches past his ears. It's toothy and terrifying, with teeth as big as walrus tusks chomping at me as he speaks. "You don't look so good, Mrs. Krylov," he chuckles. "Perhaps I used too much." I back away from him, the jellyfish morphing back into butterflies as they swarm me, making me shudder as I try to fend them off. Vodic laughs. "Lysergic acid diethylamide, Mrs. Krylov." Oh, fuck. I've smoked pot like 5 times in my life, and that's the only drug I've ever taken. Now I'm on fucking LSD, and I'm tripping balls. "My chemist mixed it with some sort of accelerant so you absorbed it a bit quicker," he chuckles. "Comes on stronger, too, I'm told." I cry out, cowering as the dream state around me devolves into a nightmare. "I think maybe you should stay right here for a while," Vodic growls. "I'll be back soon, after I've had my fun with your husband." His enormous T-Rex smile chomps down, biting the now black and blood-red jellyfish swimming through the room, cutting a few in half as I scream. "After that," he chuckles, "perhaps you and I can have a different kind of fun." A jellyfish zooms down to try and bite my eye out. I scream and drop to the floor, covering my face as Vodic lofts somewhere near the ceiling. "Good, you found the floor," he snickers. "Hold on tight." The door slams behind him, rattling the universe as he leaves me to my nightmares. 29. Taylor time has no meaning. I'm floating on a sea of terrors. At first, it's just nightmare fuel, giant spiders, stinging jellyfish, ravens who scream and caw and try and peck my eyes out. But then the nightmare evolves. It gets worse. I see friends staggering into the room, blood pouring from their faces.
Gabriel screams for help, trying to hold the gash on his face closed as his other hand tries to keep his brains from spilling out of the massive hole in the side of his head. Fumi rushes to him, but suddenly a giant sword stabs through her heart from behind. I sob and cry out, shaking and hugging myself and screaming as her body falls to the ground, revealing Kenzo standing behind her. "You're on drugs. This is just a bad acid trip. You're safe. You're okay." Except the mantras don't work. I'm not okay. I am not fucking safe. Neither is Drazen. Another sob wrenches my body as Alistair staggers past me, holding his severed arm in his good hand. The floor opens up beneath him, and I start to cry uncontrollably as the massive jaws of some monstrous beast bite him in two and drag his bottom half into the pit. I whirl, and my throat releases wrenching sobs as Drazen materializes in front of me. His face and his body are riddled with 100 slowly bleeding bullet holes as his eyes lock with mine. "What have you done?" he roars, charging toward me. Right before he gets to me, I scream when he shatters into 1,000 shards of bloody glass. I flinch and hug the floor, shaking and crying as the terrors rip through me. A hand lands on my shoulder. A soft touch slips under my arm to pull me gently from the floor. "You have to get up. Get up, Taylor." I can't. I choke to the nightmare. "You have to," the voice hisses, more urgently. "Get up." I look up, and my face goes numb. This time, it's not any of my friends looking at me with blood all over them. It's me. I stare at the dream reflection, my red hair matted with blood that trickles down the side of my face. There's more on my arms and hands, and still more splattered over my shirt. "Get up, Taylor," I say to me. "I can save you. I can't leave this room." "Do you want to save him?" I hiss, peering into my own face. I start to cry helplessly again, nodding my head. "Of course. Then come with me, Taylor. Trust me." I do. I've always trusted myself. It's a blur as the drug-induced dream version of myself leads me out of the room. I know it's just my subconscious acting as a guide to get my waking brain to lurch into action, but it's working. I follow myself out of the room. Horror stabs into me as I stumble over bleeding and bloodied bodies of men who look like Vodic soldiers. I stagger after my reflection, down a hallway and into a huge wine room. This way. I balk when I try to lead myself into the gaping black maw in the wall. It looks like the gates of hell. But just as I think that, just as the nightmarish fear threatens to break me, I shake it away with a snarl. No, he's in there. And even if it's hell itself, I'm not leaving without him. I push past my reflection, staggering into the blackness and almost losing my footing as the floor disappears. There are stairs, I tell myself. Don't fall. I clutch the banister for dear life, shuffling and stumbling down the staircase into the darkness. I get to the bottom, turning and feeling the wall for a light switch. I find it, focusing all my brain power on one finger to flick it on, and I scream. He looks dead. Drazen is strung up by the arms, hanging from chains embedded in the ceiling. His legs are limp, his feet barely touching the floor. He's shirtless, head bowed, and eyes swollen shut. Blood drips from his mouth and from a dozen weeping cuts on his body. "I need your help," I hiss to myself. "I can't do this alone." "Of course," I choke back. "The wall. There's a winch." I stumble to it, trying to ignore the spiders crawling over my skin and the mountain of bodies bleeding in the corner as I grapple with the mechanical switch on the wall. A motor whines to life. The chains clink and rattle behind me. I spin and rush back over, helping me to catch him as he sinks to the floor. I yank the chains off him, cradling his head in my lap. Drazen's eyes flutter open and shut, his lips moving without making sound. He's not just beaten to hell.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Has drugged, like me. Help me get him up the stairs, I urge myself. I don't know how, but I managed to get him up the steps.
Drazen is half walking, half being carried by me with his arm over my shoulder as we shuffle down the hallways of Vedek's mansion. More terrors fly out of every corner, snarling in my face. The walls drip and the floor melts. I ignore it all as we keep going. We step over more bodies in the foyer. A cloud of blue butterflies ripples through my hair as I kick open the front door, drag Drazen outside. I lean him against the wall and go through his pockets, pulling out his phone. Mercifully, his last 4 phone calls were from Milos, so it's hard to miss as my thumb stabs the contact. "Boss? Help," I croak. "Milos, help." "Annika?" he hisses. "Vedek drugged us. We're free. We need help," I wheeze. "Where the fuck are you?" he hisses quietly, as my vision melts to swirls of color. "Vedek's," my breathing slows. "House. Drazen is with you. Please, is Drazen with you?" he roars, his voice spewing from the phone in ribbons of blood red and black. "Yes. Stay where you are. Leave this phone on. I'm on my way." "Come," I tell myself, helping myself back to my feet. "We can't stay here." I nod, not even able to talk as the full force of the LSD starts to hit me. But I stagger onward, dragging Drazen across the field next to Vedek's house. The woods loom dark and terrifying, and it would be so tempting to stop. My dream self won't let me. "There's a place you can hide, Taylor. Wait for your help to come. You'll be safe." I drag Drazen past the tree line and under a fallen log, where there's a little hollow. "Stay here," I tell myself. Our eyes lock, me and my subconsciousness. Me and the me I used to be, maybe. Who knows? I've lost track. Who am I? I whisper to myself as I slip under the log and into the little hollow alongside Drazen's still form. "You're you," I say back, "and I am me. And who are you?" I smile at myself as I touch my cheek. "I'm your invisible friend." Dream me melts away as the riot of light and color and sound engulf me. My hand finds Drazen's, and I hold on tightly. "Stay with me," I whisper, "because I'm staying with you." 30. Taylor. My eyes flutter open and then closed. Instantly, they fly open again. "Morning," Drazen growls, a lazy, sleepy smile on his scruff-covered jaw as he leans over me. "What are you doing?" I blurt, sitting up quickly, now totally awake, as I plant my hands on his shoulders and try and gently push him back down. "You're supposed to be resting," I mutter, shaking the last of sleep from my head. Drazen winces as he lowers himself back to the sheets, grunting. "How?" He frowns, blinking as he settles into the bed. "Milos," I murmur, my eyes glancing at all the bandages over the many wounds on his body. "He came and got us out after the fighting and brought us home. Your doctor got flown in." "You'd been," I grit my teeth. "Tortured," he growls. I nod, my chest tightening as my mind replays the horror of following my subconscious through a nightmare into a basement to find Drazen hanging, bleeding from chains. "Yeah," I choke. "You—" My voice breaks. His hand comes up to cut my cheek. "Not the first time," he smirks. "And honestly, not the worst." "That doesn't make me feel any better," I mutter, slapping his hand. He chuckles. Then his face darkens. "LSD?" I nod. "Yeah. Dr. Kruger ran our blood work." He hisses, his face lined and pained. "That fucker drugged you too?" Oh, now he's upset about me being drugged against my will. Drazen's face doesn't move. I grin weakly. "That was a joke, by the way." His eyes darken. "Did they?" I shake my head. "No. Polina tried to help me once I started to trip. Then Vedek came back and took her away and locked me in the room." I shake my head. "Dr. Kruger said it was a mix of high-potency LSD and an accelerant to speed up the way the drug is metabolized, making it hit faster and harder." He looks away, his nostrils flaring. "I'm going to destroy him, with or without the iron table." His eyes flick back to mine, his face softening a little as he cups my cheek. "How did you get out?" He frowns. "Wait, did you say after the fighting?" A chill runs through me as I remember the bodies and the blood. Then I think about the hard truths I learned after Milos was able to disentangle reality from my nightmarish drug-induced hallucinations. "Your men, who came with us," I say quietly. "They're dead." Drazen's jaw clenches. "So are a lot of Vedek's men." He frowns. "Milos?"
I shake my head. Vedic had another enemy attack the house that day too. Milos and your men didn't find any sign of Vedic, but there was a fight of some kind. It might actually be a small miracle that I was locked in one room and you were in that basement. You got us out, Taylor, Drazen murmurs quietly. You got us free. I tip my head back and forth. Sort of, I guess. I had help. He frowns. Polina? No. I roll my eyes. It's stupid because it's just the drugs, but I imagined what I think was a physical manifestation of my subconsciousness. I laugh as I shake my head. There were also neon butterflies and jellyfish and horrifyingly vivid images of my friends dying in front of me, so who the hell knows? Drazen's mouth tightens. I saw nightmares too. I wince. He shakes his head. Nothing that I need to remember. After I found you, I say as I slip my hand into his, we got out of the house. I think there was still fighting going on, but I got us into the forest after I called Milos. We must have been there a while, since Milos was back here on the island and we were on the Black Sea. But the drugs went thermonuclear once Drazen and I were hidden away, and I honestly have no idea how many hours I spent huddled against him, holding on for dear life, as I tried to push the terrors away. Drazen exhales, sinking back into the pillows. How long was I out? I take a breath. 3 days. His eyes snap to mine. What? You were in bad shape, I mumble, squeezing his hand. Some of the wounds they inflicted on you were deep. And we were in the woods for maybe a day, lying in the dirt. There was some infection. He looks away. Then he turns back to me. His eyes soften as his hand squeezes mine. Why did you help me? I shrug. Job security? He grins. Also, I say, gently, biting my lip, I might kind of like you. Funny, he growls. I gasp when he suddenly rolls on top of me, his hands going to either side of my head as he hovers over me. Drazen, I might kind of like you too. You're supposed to be resting. Fuck that, he growls. Your wounds. I've had worse. I shiver as something heated throbs in my core. The muscles of one of his arms bulge and ripple as he shifts his weight onto it, lifting the other hand from the bed to cut my cheek. Actually, that wasn't true. I frown. About having had worse? About kind of liking you. I wince. Oh, more like I might be in love with you. Time stops. Everything in my body tenses and goes still, including the breath in my lungs. Forget the might, he growls. I love you, Taylor. His mouth sears to mine, kissing away the pain and the nightmares, branding the promise and the words on my lips as I moan into his mouth. My back arches, my chest pressing to his as I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him with everything I have. Drazen groans, his hands sliding into my hair as he kisses my mouth hard enough to bruise. His lips and his teeth nibble and suck their way down my jawline, making me gasp sharply as he nips at my skin. He moves to my neck, my pulse roaring and a fever exploding through my body as he shoves my tank top up over my breasts. His lips fasten around a hard, pale pink nipple, and I cry out when his teeth sink into the delicate flesh. Drazen, he bites my other nipple, his hands all over me. His mouth drags down my stomach, licking and sucking and leaving bruises on my skin as he makes his way to my hip. My pulse skyrockets when his fingers slip into the waist of my sleep shorts and panties. When he goes to peel them down, I suddenly flinch and stop him. Wait, no.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I moan as he bites the soft, tender flesh where my hip delves toward my pussy. It's just, I make a mortified face. I'm on my period. Slowly, his face lifts to mine, his eyes sliding up my throbbing, tingling body to lock with mine. I was born in blood, baby girl. His fingers start to pull at my shorts again. I try to stop him, but he easily knocks my hand away. I shiver, my breath coming hard and fast as he peels the boy shorts away from my throbbing pussy. I was baptized in blood. I bite back a soft moan as he lifts my legs and slips my shorts and my panties down and off my feet. He tosses them away, and my face throbs with heat as he shoves my thighs wide apart and settles between them. I'll gladly take your communion, love. His mouth dips between my legs. His tongue eagerly drags through my lips, pushing deep without a single fucking care. Holy shit. I cry out, moaning as he drags his tongue through my lips and then swirls it around my clit. He teases lower again, pushing the tip into me as I writhe and choke in pleasure. Then he starts to devour me. His mouth hums over my throbbing pussy, his tongue shoving deep before his lips wrap around my clit. He swirls his tongue around, easing two of his fingers against my opening. He drives them inside of me, making me clench and groan in ecstasy as my hips rise from the bed. His fingers curl against my G-spot, thrusting and stroking as I cry out, begging for more. His mouth drops back between my lips, his tongue thrusting into me as his fingers slide out. His hand slips up my stomach to grab and maul my breasts, his fingers twisting and teasing my nipples as he licks my clit. I look down, flinching for a moment when I see the blood, my blood streaked up my torso and over my breasts. It's jarring at first, but as he continues to devour my pussy and run his hands all over me, the oddness goes away. It's not jarring anymore. It's just us, primal, violent, and raw. His tongue works my clit faster and faster, his lips tightening around the throbbing nub as my back arches and my screams of pleasure fill the room. My fingers tangle in his hair as he shoves my knees back to my chest, spreading my thighs wide as he eats my pussy like he's starving. My core tightens and clenches, my head falling back as my vision blurs. "I'm gonna come," I whimper. "You're gonna make my pussy come." He doesn't say a word. He just doubles down, driving two fingers deep into my clenching pussy and stroking my G-spot as he hums and sucks on my clit. It's like pulling a trigger. My body arches and jerks off the bed, my entire being going numb with white light and an explosive force. I throw my head back, gasping and moaning in ecstasy as I come hard against Drazen's mouth and tongue. He slides up, his big, muscled body covering mine as he wraps my legs around his grooved waist. I whimper as he shoves my arms over my head, pinning them against the headboard. His huge, fat cock centers against my opening, the swollen, leaking head easily slipping between my lips as his eyes lock with mine. He wraps one bloodied hand around my throat as his face hovers inches from mine. "Kiss me," I choke. "Kiss me and then fuck me like a slut." With pleasure. His huge cock rams into me, the wind knocking out of my lungs from the sheer size and power of him. His mouth crushes to mine, and I moan when our tongues duel, the taste of copper and my own sweetness coating my lips. We devour each other's mouths and lips as his fat cock rams into me over and over. He slides it wetly out, only to fuck back into me with a savageness that ignites my soul. He keeps one hand pinning mine above my head, taking away my control. Like I love. The other one tightens around my windpipe, choking me just enough to send fireworks exploding through my head as he fucks me like a wild animal. I scream into his shoulder when I come a second time. The third time, my throat is ragged and my body screaming for mercy as I explode around him. But I don't want to stop. I can't stop. I never want to stop with him. "Shame you're on your period, my little slut," he hisses into my ear as he pounds his gorgeous dick into me over and over, obliterating the last of my reality. Why?" I choke, moaning as my bruised thighs shake and quiver around his hips. Drazen's teeth sink sharply into the side of my neck. Because I'm about to fill this slutty little pussy with every fucking drop of my cum. The implication hits me like 1,000,000 volts. "Next time, baby girl," he rasps darkly, "I'm going to breed this messy little cunt. Sweet fucking God."
With a wrenching cry from my mouth and a snarled roar from his, he buries every inch of his fat, throbbing veined cock deep in my pussy and explodes. The feel of him pulsing and throbbing inside me, feeling the warmth of his cum flood my insides, sends me careening over the edge. My teeth clamp down on his muscled shoulder as I scream my release and explode into a billion pieces around him. 31. Drazen. Our first meeting at Datella, Taylor and I sat across from each other like enemies. Things have changed, radically. Today, here on my island, she sits at my side, where she belongs. Her fingers are laced with mine on top of the table for all to see. What they don't see is my cum still leaking out of her freshly fucked pussy into a pair of sheer black thong panties I selected for her to wear under her classy, elegant Chanel skirt suit. At the table that I've had set up in one of the courtyards of my home, I look around at all the family heads that make up the iron table. Well, almost all of them. "Thank you for sitting down with us today, Drazen," Kyr Nikolaev says with a nod to me. "My apologies that I kept you waiting," I reply, lifting the cane at my side. "It's been 2 weeks since Vodek drugged Taylor and me and tortured me. The wounds from his knives on my torso are healing well, but the slash the swine gave me on the back of my thigh has taken longer. Hence the cane, which I loathe. The cane wasn't really the reason Taylor and I were 10 minutes late to meet the rest of them here. But I'm not going to tell them my wife was bouncing her sweet little cunt up and down my cock like a good girl, with my hand squeezed around her throat and my thumb buried in her ass. No apologies necessary, my friend," Kyr growls solemnly. "Obviously, this meeting could have happened over the phone or via Zoom," Yelizaveta says, "but we agreed that this should be done face to face." She glances at the rest of the heads before turning her violet eyes back to me. "We've had a vote. 2, actually." I resist the urge to let my lips curl into a smile. "Oh?" She nods with a small smirk. "Indeed, we have. The first was whether we were ready to bring new blood, so to speak, to the table." I feel Taylor's hand grip mine in excitement. "And I'm pleased to inform you that you, Drazen, have been voted to a chair at the iron table by unanimous vote." This time I do allow myself a grin. "Unanimous with 1 abstention," Nikolaya Antonov grunts. "Yes, which brings me to the second vote we held. Also unanimous." Yelizaveta arches a silver brow as her eyes stab across the table into mine. "We are in agreement that Vodek Belov has no place any longer at our table. Whatever business he had with you, good or bad, is between the two of you. But there's an honor code that comes with sitting at the iron table. The respect our table commands from every Bratva family on the planet depends on following that code." Her eyes narrow. "Inviting someone to your home as a guest and then drugging and torturing them does not fit with that code." "Nor does backstabbing," Kyr hisses, glancing at Yelizaveta, who nods for him to continue. "On the same night that Vodek attacked you two, there were assaults on several assets belonging to various members of this table. I had a warehouse raided by fake cops in Paris. Pavel," he indicates the head of the Nikitin family, "had his penthouse in Slovenia attacked by a rocket-propelled explosive." Pavel's eyes narrow darkly.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My daughter was staying there at the time. It is a miracle she survived. Jesus! In our investigation into your reports of what occurred at Vadek's home, we discovered evidence that he was behind all these other attacks, Kerr continues. As such, he's been excommunicated from this table. Furthermore, he growls, leveling a cold smile my way, you have not only our complete endorsement to do what you will to Vadek and the Belov organization. His brow cocks. You have our aid should you need or wish it. A smile creeps over my face as my fingers tighten with Taylor's. I bow my head respectfully to them all. You have my gratitude, all of you, I growl.
I'll be sure to let you know if I need any assistance with dealing with him. But I won't. I'll be dealing with Vatic personally. Very, very personally. With my bare hands and perhaps a rusty fork. And you, Yelizaveta says quietly, turning on Taylor, you have our thanks for helping your husband get out of that house alive. I hear it was you who found him, cut him down, and dragged him out of the house before calling for help. Taylor smiles, nodding. I can't imagine doing anything else. Then I see her brow furrow. Something you'd like to add? Yelizaveta asks. Actually, yes. Taylor frowns. I was obviously severely under the influence of what Vatic slipped us, but it really did appear that there'd been a battle of some kind at the house when I got out of the room where I was being held. There was a lot of blood, and the bodies of Vatic's men. She takes a breath. When you were investigating at the house, did you find anything that would lead to answers about what happened? That, I'm afraid, Kerr mutters, is still a mystery. But we believe whatever happened is the reason Vatic himself took flight before you both were able to get free. All the more reason to find him then, I growl. I'll add it to the list of questions I have for him before I cut his tongue out and feed it to him. I invite them all to stay for dinner before my helicopter takes them back to their respective planes at the airfield on Elba. After they're gone, I officially tell Milos to release the proverbial hounds to find that slimy fuck Vatic. Alive, Milos, I growl. I'll do my best, he hisses darkly before he leaves the island as well. It's late by the time Taylor and I are alone, just the two of us. Out on the veranda, giving off my Pio room, I join her on the love seat overlooking the ocean. She giggles, squealing as I haul her into my lap. I have something for you. Her brows shoot up. Oh? I nod. My hand slips into my pocket, pulling out the folded check and handing it to her. I think you should be the one to hand-deliver this to the Crown and Black offices. She tenses as she realizes what I'm saying. Is that? I nod. The full amount to get you out from the debt your acquisition owes Roger Fairchild. Drazen, you have my permission to go back to New York, I growl quietly. The veranda goes pin-drop silent, except for the soft crashing of the waves down below. Taylor's brow nets. Slowly, her eyes lift to mine, looking slightly pained. Oh, Taylor, it's soon, she says, her voice empty. I thought our arrangement was for 3 months. Her throat bobs as she swallows. It's only been 2.5. I smile. I'm releasing you early. She nods, her face paling a little as she looks down. Her hand extends, plucking the check from my fingers as she swallows again. She keeps her eyes downcast. I could also... She whimpers as I grab her jaw and slam my mouth to hers in a brutal, possessive kiss. I think you should, I growl. Stay? She whimpers, kissing me fiercely. Yes, I groan, kissing her harder before I pull back, our eyes locked. That doesn't have to mean physically here. You have a career and an empire in New York. But I'd like it if you stayed with me, I hiss. I want you to stay with me. I want to stay with you too, she whispers quietly. Her lips curl as her damp eyes stay on mine. So you're not releasing me early. That was a joke, she giggles. Oh, you joke now? It was worth a shot. Don't expect it to happen again, ever. She laughs as she collapses into my arms, our lips searing together in another kiss as the waves crash against the rocks down below. 32. Taylor coming back to New York is wild. I've called this city home for years, but after 2.5 months at Drazen's Island Paradise, I feel like a tourist when I step out of the car in Midtown. Then I look up at the building that houses Crown and Black. I grin to myself. Okay, now I'm home. Bitch! I laugh as Fumi sprints across the main floor of the offices toward me. She squeals as she plows into me, hugging me tight as we both almost go crashing to the floor in fits of laughter.
"What the fuck?" she blurts. "You said you were coming back tomorrow." I shrug. Wanted to keep everyone on their toes? Well, mission accomplished. I'm guessing I just failed spectacularly calling my boss a bitch in front of the entire staff. I grin at her. Technically speaking, you're an equity partner, not to mention an acting co-managing partner for another, 11 days? I mean, 12, but who's counting? I laugh. So I'm not really your boss right now. Phew, she mimes, wiping her brow. Upstairs on the executive floor that rings the first level of our offices, Alistair is already waiting for me in my office, shaking his head. You know, the Taylor I remember wasn't a fan of dramatic entrances. Dude, I literally just walked in. Yeah, a day early, he smirks. That's what I said too, Fumi laughs behind me. I roll my eyes. You know, I think the thing it might be nice if you were both focusing on is that I'm home. Fumi sighs. The thing is, I really thought you were coming back tomorrow, so I have a cleaning team scheduled to hit your place tonight to make it look extra tidied up. I think they only quoted 2 hours though, so if you want, maybe we can go out and grab dinner while they do their thing? I bite my lip, my cheeks flushing. I've been debating how to broach this subject the whole way back to New York, and I still can't think of what's best. So, seems like I'm going to go with the Band-Aid approach. As in, rip it right off. Dinner sounds great, I smile nervously. But I clear my throat. I won't be staying at my apartment. Fumi frowns. Where will you be staying? Alistair asks. I laugh quietly. Want to take an early lunch? I mean, shit, girl. It turns out that none of us could, in fact, take that early lunch. So I kept going Band-Aid style and just let it rip that I was maybe, sort of, kind of, actually for real in a relationship with Drazen. A relationship? I didn't mention the marriage years ago because that opens a whole can of worms I'm still not completely sure about. My past. The fact that I'm Annika Brankovich. The fact that I might not be. Meeting Fumi's brother in a frickin' rowboat in the middle of the night like a Mission Impossible movie plot? Basically, a litany of things I still need to figure out myself before springing on my friends before 10 o'clock in the morning at the office without the benefit of cocktails. Fumi freaked when I told them about Drazen. Alistair laughed and crowed that Gabriel now owed him $5,000 for a bet they'd made. Thanks, pricks. But now, hours later after work, Fumi and I are getting drinks, and I'm giving her a few more details about the last few months. Well, some of the details. Okay, broad strokes, if I'm being honest. It's complicated, to say the least. I giggle, rolling my eyes. No shit. Fumi smirks at me over the rim of her margarita. But I get it. You do? She shrugs. Yeah, no, it's super hard to imagine why you would be attracted to a tall, muscled, dark-haired, blue-eyed man with tattoos, power, and a heavy sprinkling of danger. So weird that you wanted to tap that. I snicker. Don't forget the money. Right, Fumi rolls her eyes. Because boss bitches pulling mid-7 figures a year in their corner offices in Midtown and driving Porsches are such notorious gold diggers. Busted. She laughs. I grin at her. Just kidding.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. It's not the money, just the rest of it? Totally. That and the godlike dick. Fumi explodes in laughter, almost spitting out her margarita as my face burns. Wow, I groan, covering my face. That's me cut off. I'm done. Oh, no, 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 you're not, she laughs. Details. She taps the table with a peremptory finger. Right the fuck now. I blush fiercely as I shake my head. Not happening. Trust me, you can't handle the details, I say, doing my best Jack Nicholson Few Good Men impression. Fumi smirks, arching a mischievous brow. Wanna bet? Meaning, she grins. Meaning, deets right now, or I'll start spilling the extremely sordid details of Gabriel's and my private lives. I make a face. Oh my God, please don't. Lest you forget, you're married to someone who is basically my brother.
So that's a no to hearing about the masks and the breaking and entering roleplay? Oh my fucking god, I groan, covering my face again as Fumi cackles. I hate you. Nah, you love me. I roll my eyes, sighing. Good thing. But also, that's interesting to know about her and Gabriel. Not that I need to think about it too much, or at all. My friend shakes her head as she sips on her margarita. But damn, girl, you probably had quite the last few months over there with him. I bite my lip, my cheeks burning. You could say that. Good, she smiles, squeezing my hand. I'm happy for you. You deserve it, especially those sordid details you won't tell me about. Not happening, she smirks. Is it rope play? Maybe a little shibari action? Oh my god, Fumi. I mean, he's got Dom written all over him. Please stop talking. Is it a daddy kink? Is he Daddy Drazen? I groan, dropping my face into my hands again. You need psychiatric help. And you need to tell me what sort of wild shit you got up to over there, she giggles, because I can do this all night. Come on, hot and scary dark with a mysterious past and controlling a Bratva empire? She whistles. He's totally Daddy Drazen, isn't he? Only when she needs me to untie her and take her panties out of her mouth. Fumi almost has a heart attack as she spins toward the deep, velvety baritone voice. Honestly, so do I. My face burns like molten lava as I whip around and lock eyes with Drazen. He's in charcoal gray dress pants and a perfectly fitted black dress shirt, no tie, with the top button undone and the sleeves rolled up his veined, muscled forearms. His brow is quirked up in amusement, a smug grin on his face as his gaze pierces into me. Isn't that right, dear? Fumi snorts as my face goes crimson. He's joking, I mumble. I'm not. I groan as Fumi howls with laughter and stands from her stool to face him, a hand extended. Good to see you again, Mr. Cry. I think first names are fine once you're discussing someone's sexual tastes. Wouldn't you agree? Drazen interrupts, firmly shaking her hand. And yes, good to see you again, Fumi. Her face turns dark red as she glances at me, then back to him. So you definitely just heard all of that? Every word. He lets that sink in for a moment. Now, if you don't mind, I need to borrow Miss Crown for a moment. He turns to me, his face unreadable. Let's step outside. As he turns away, I take a gulp of margarita and glance at Fumi. Be right back. Unless he ties you up and gags you with your undies, she mutters under her breath. Oh, that only happens when she misbehaves, Mrs. Black, Drazen says mildly. I cringe as Fumi howls with laughter. She eyes me, jerking a thumb at Drazen. Okay, I like him. Outside the bar, I gasp when Drazen turns and pulls me tight against his chest. Without a word, he cups my face, leans down, and kisses me brutally and deeply. The air leaves my lungs. My feet feel like they leave the ground as I melt against him hungrily. He pulls back, and I exhale a shaky breath. For the record, I murmur, you can interrupt me literally any time if that's what you want to talk privately about. Noted, he grins before his face darkens a little. Unfortunately, that's not the only reason I needed to see you. My brow knits at his serious tone of voice. What's going on? I think we found Vadak. My face instantly hardens. Oh? He nods. So, what happens now? He shrugs. I go make sure, drag him out of whatever hole he's hiding in, and skin him alive. A shudder ripples through me. Somehow, I don't think that last bit was hyperbole. When are you leaving? He sighs. Now, actually. My mouth twists, but then I flush when he cups my face. I won't be gone long. A day, 2 at the most. And while I'm gone, I want you to stay at my place. It's well protected and guarded. My brow furrows. Are you worried about anything? It's funny. Now that I'm, well, with Drazen, there's an element to all of this I've never considered before. Dating, or whatever I'm doing with him, a criminal kingpin certainly comes with a healthy dose of excitement.
But it also comes with a huge side order of real, actual danger. He shakes his head. Not at all. But given that I'm going to be openly declaring war on the Belle of Bratva, he lifts a shoulder. I just want to be extra careful with the things that matter most to me. My face burns hotly. So you're houseplants, right? You need me there to water and fertilize? I whimper when he grabs my face and bruises his mouth to mine, silencing me as he steals my breath and my words. You, he growls. I was talking about you. Oh, well, I grin as I bite down on my bottom lip. In that case, there's nothing to worry about, at all. But I'll feel better knowing you're there. Milos is flying in as we speak. He'll be on site to help with anything you need. I frown. Milos isn't really my biggest fan. He snorts. He's just a grump. What, your best friend is a grump? Go figure. Drazen eyes me with a look that makes me grin as much as it sends a heated throb through my core. Yes, he's also who I'd pick every time to watch over you if I wasn't there to do it myself. I sigh. Fair enough. I'll buy him cookies or something to try and win him over. He's a fan of white chocolate. I make a face. In that case, he and I are mortal fucking enemies. Forever. Drazen chuckles as he pulls me to him. I stick out my lower lip as I look up at him. You really have to go tonight. He nods. This second? Oh no, he frowns, shaking his head. He leans down, his mouth brushing my ear. No, first I need to drag you back through the bar, past your friend, into the bathroom so I can bend you over the sink and fuck your slutty little pussy until you come all over my cock like a good girl. What are we waiting for? I breathe. Absolutely nothing. 33. Taylor. The next day after work, I stop over at Elsa's and Hades' place to meet baby Bella in person. We managed a quick FaceTime weeks ago when she was first born, but they were exhausted, plus Elsa was dealing with some painful new mom mastitis. Now though, even though they're in the thick of it, and they do still look utterly exhausted, it's like entering a world of smiles when I stop by. Elsa is all glows. Hades, figurative king of the underworld that he is, can't stop grinning or nuzzling his newborn daughter. It's a miracle he even lets her out of his arms long enough for me to hold her. Their place is pure chaos, but it's a loving chaos. Plus, Elsa's much younger sister, Nora, is on hand playing the very proud, excited aunt and helping out wherever she can. Elsa, of course, wants to talk business immediately and tries to tell me she'll be back in the office full-time by next week latest. I tell her if I see her inside the Crown and Black offices before 2 months from now, I'll formally ask the board to fire her. Hades grins and gives me a big thumbs up behind his wife's back. I get home late and cranky. Not at all because of the adorable baby girl I've just had sleeping soundly against my shoulder and all the feelings that stirs up. Okay, but also, Drazen's just called to let me know it's looking more like a 3 or even 4-day trip. With Milos here watching me, even though I don't need that at all, Drazen's had Zoran, one of his other top guys, with him as they zero in on the head of the Belle of Bratva. Oh, he nods. So, what happens now? He shrugs. I go make sure, drag him out of whatever hole he's hiding in, and skin him alive. A shudder ripples through me. Somehow, I don't think that last bit was hyperbole. When are you leaving? He sighs. Now, actually. My mouth twists, but then I flush when he cups my face. I won't be gone long. A day, 2 at the most. And while I'm gone, I want you to stay at my place. It's well protected and guarded. My brow furrows. Are you worried about anything? It's funny. Now that I'm, well, with Drazen, there's an element to all of this I've never considered before. Dating, or whatever I'm doing with him, a criminal kingpin certainly comes with a healthy dose of excitement. But it also comes with a huge side order of real, actual danger. He shakes his head. Not at all. But given that I'm going to be openly declaring war on the Belle of Bratva, he lifts a shoulder. I just want to be extra careful with the things that matter most to me.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. They had Vadic's whereabouts pinned at a safe house in Slovenia, but when they broke down the door, it was clear they'd just missed the fucker. We've got a lead that he's in Serbia now, Drazen growls into the phone as one of his men opens the front door of the massive penthouse for me. We're headed there now. I just miss you, I blurt, feeling like a complete dork. I mean, I know it's stupid. You've been gone for like 1. I miss you too, he growls. I feel myself smile. What are the odds? Drazen chuckles. Where are you? I just got home, I pause. I mean, your place. Keep calling it home, he murmurs. I like it. I smile. Me too. Are you alone? I feel heat throb in my core. Yes, I murmur quietly, sucking my lip between my teeth. Then I'd like you to walk into the living area. I giggle. Which one? Drazen's New York penthouse is massive. It's at the very top of one of the newest ultra-high-rises on Billionaires Row by Central Park, looking out over all of Manhattan from near cloud level. And by Drazen's penthouse singular, I mean penthouses plural. Drazen bought 3 of the mega-expensive units and had them renovated and merged into what has got to be one of the most expensive pieces of real estate in the city. There are literally 3 living areas, and they're each almost as big as my entire apartment. And I've got a nice apartment, the one with the piano. I walk through the stunning home with the sky-high views until I get to the Concert Grand Steinway sitting near a massive double-height wall of windows overlooking Manhattan. I'm there, I whisper. Good. Take your clothes off, get up on top of the piano, spread your legs, and send me a picture. My pulse thuds. Of, I tease, of your pussy. My pussy? Something dark and heated throbs in my core, followed by the loud and gnawing rumble of my stomach. It's so loud that I actually giggle into the phone. What joke am I missing? No, I sigh. I'm sorry, but can my photo shoot wait until after I've eaten something and freshened up a bit? I was over at Elsa's in Hades seeing Bella after work and I'm starving. He chuckles. Of course, love. My pulse skips. I really, really love when he calls me that. Give me half an hour, I purr. I'm going to feed my stomach and then shower. And then I'll be waiting, he growls. Good, I grin. When I hang up, I wander into the massive professional-grade kitchen. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have all the tools in here to make the most complex, sophisticated Michelin-starred cuisine I could possibly want. I slap together a turkey and cheese sandwich with avocado and spicy mayo. I stand at the kitchen island, wolfing down my food. My phone dings. I glance down and grin when I see the texts from Elsa. A heartwarming photo she took of me cuddling with Bella. Elsa again. So freaking cute. OMG. Thank you so much for coming over. I grin as I pick the phone up. Me. Literally anytime. She's so beautiful. If she goes missing, you know who to question first. Elsa again. Yes, officers, this text message right here. Me. Lull. Elsa again. So, I didn't want to get into it with Hades right there, but I heard a rumor about you. I groan. Yeah, I was wondering how long it would take Alistair, Gabriel, Fumi, or Eloise, those who are in the know so far about Drazen and Ito, to spread that news a little wider. It's not like I wasn't going to tell Elsa, either. I just haven't yet. Lull. Oh boy. Who squealed? My lips are sealed. I roll my eyes. Fumi. Final answer. Elsa sends back a gif of Roy Kent from Ted Lasso zipping his mouth shut. Me. It's complicated. Elsa again. Lull. Preaching to the choir lady. Don't I know it? Are you guys just having fun, or... I flush as I chew on my lip. Or, yay! That makes me so happy for you. She sends another picture of me holding Bella. Elsa again. Babies? When? Lull. Down girl. But as I put the phone back down and go to roll my eyes, something stops me. I mean, it's not like I've never thought about the idea of having kids, especially after I turned 30. Thanks, fucking biological clock. But I had, and still do, very much have my career. More importantly, I never had anyone I could even remotely think of as a life partner or something to raise a family with. My brows knit.
Do I, now? With Drazen? The brutal Bratva kingpin that other hardened, scary Bratva leaders fear? The thought simmers in my head as I exhale slowly. I might need a drink if I'm going to continue this line of thinking. After I text goodbye and another thanks for having me to Elsa, I shove down the last of my sandwich. I'm about to text Drazen a teasing cleavage shot with a note about wishing he was here to help me shower to get ready for my photo shoot when the lights go out. At first, it's pure fear that I feel exploding through my veins. But then I hear the soft click of the front door, and a man's steps coming slowly and quietly down the hallway from the foyer into the kitchen. A grin pulls at the corners of my lips, and a heated throb tugs at my core. That fucker. My face floods with heat as I turn to press my back against the counter, waiting for Drazen to make his dramatic, scary entrance. That dick totally had me believing he was on his way to frickin' Serbia. Instead, he was probably already in a car in Midtown. The footsteps pause just around the corner. My core clenches and tightens, my pulse sizzling. The silence and the stillness drag on, until I just can't take it anymore. Gee, I giggle, I thought you had business to take care of. Even though I know it's him, my pulse skips as the dark, silhouetted shape steps from around the corner, backlit by the lights of New York. I do. Everything jangles and curdles. My blood turns to pure ice as the words sneer from the shadowy figure. It's not Drazen. I scream as he lunges at me and whirl to bolt away, but he grabs my ankle as he dives for me, yanking and twisting. I cry out as I crash to the floor, flailing and hitting and punching as the man slams me to the ground, pinning me there with the weight of his body. I do have business, the man snarls, the unfinished kind. Suddenly, the lights hit him, and my heart seizes as I stare up in horror at Milos' leering face. With you. He stuffs a damp rag in my mouth. I fight back, slapping and clawing at his face. I manage to get a good gouge in, raking my nails down one of his cheeks as he hisses in pain. But my head is already spinning. My vision is darkening at the edges from whatever is on the rag. The last thing I see is the pure malice and fury in his eyes. And the last thing I think of before it all goes dark is Drazen. 34. Drazen. I pull out my phone and glance at the blank screen. It's been 2 hours since we talked, and Taylor still hasn't texted me back. It's not entirely about not getting a picture of her pretty little pussy, which I'm sorely missing right now, though I do want her to send that. It's that I haven't heard from her at all. Okay, she's just come home from a long day, she needs to shower and relax, maybe even take a bath, probably pour herself a glass of wine. And maybe she wants to primp a little before she takes that picture for me. Not that I'd give a solitary shit if she sent me those types of shots with her covered in dirt after spending a week in the woods. Still, 2 hours is odd. Feeling like a complete idiot, I text Milos anyway, asking him to check in with the men on duty at the penthouse. He sends me a quick thumbs-up emoji back, and I exhale into the darkness. I put the phone away, making sure it's still on silent, before I glance over the top of the Jeep at the farmhouse set back from the country road. It's always weird for me to be back in Serbia. I don't hate it, but I don't particularly enjoy the memories of war that come with it. I know Milos feels the same way Zoran too. He was also involved in those conflicts, though our paths never crossed then. The farmhouse is where our intel has Vadik hiding out.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. I had every intention of storming in there myself, but Zoran, probably wisely, suggested I hang back and let him and his men do the initial breach, just in case. They'd better not kill the sneaky little shit hiding in the house, though. My earpiece squawks. "Boss," Zoran mutters quietly in his heavy accent. "We're ready." I can't see them because they're in all black. But Zoran and 3 of my guys are right by the front and back doors to the farmhouse, ready to go, guns blazing. "Just remember," I growl, "I want him alive, Zoran." "Understood." I nod, peering into the darkness. It's almost 4 in the morning, but the lights are still on inside the farmhouse. Our intel said Vadik was hiding out with only 3 of his men. They're all dead in a ditch behind me from when we first snuck up on them. Okay, I grunt into the mic. Go. There's a bang and a flood of light as Zoran and the guy by the front door kick it open and surge inside. I hear a crash, then the unexpected shriek of a woman's scream. There's another crashing sound, and I start to run toward the house. Boss, Zoran sighs in my earpiece, I got good news and bad. Shit, yes? The good news is, he's here. The bad news is, he's fucking dead. My teeth grit as I close the distance to the house. God damn it, Zoran. It wasn't us, boss. What? You can come on in. She's unarmed. He's in the cellar, Zoran grunts as I walk through the door to the farmhouse. I nod, glancing around at the frankly breathtaking amount of blood everywhere. My gaze swivels to the blonde girl sitting on the couch in the living room, a blanket around her shoulders, and one of my guys standing watch. Polina, the girl who was there at the house the night Vadik drugged Taylor and me, and tortured me. I scowl at her, before remembering Taylor telling me how this poor young woman tried to help when everything was going down. How she tried to free Taylor before Vadik came back and dragged her away. How she had clearly been abused by that fuck. The bruises Taylor saw when Polina's foundation smudged. Vadik's body is downstairs in the basement. According to Zorn, it doesn't look like he died recently, maybe a day ago. It also doesn't look like he died quickly. But Polina doesn't look horrified like she's witnessed a gruesome murder. She sits calmly and without emotion on the couch, staring straight ahead. Did she say anything? Zoran shakes his head. Only, don't shoot. I already killed him, he says with a wry smile. I turn back to Polina and walk over. I nod for my man beside her to leave us. Then I crouch down in front of her, meeting her gaze. Do you remember me? She nods. She looks tired and worn out, but otherwise not bad. Of course, she says quietly. I'm so sorry about. You don't have to apologize for anything, I growl. I know what happened. I also know you were as much a prisoner at that house as my wife and I were. My eyes soften slightly. She told me you tried to help her. You have my thanks for that. Polina smiles a little wider as she finally truly focuses on me. How is she? She asks softly. Your wife, I mean. I nod. She's fine. She's good. I clear my throat. Polina, do you want to tell me what happened here? I'm not angry. In fact, you've arguably done me a favor. Not really. I would have vastly preferred to have taken Vadik to a hole somewhere and drawn out his suffering via drugs and painful but manageable infections and amputations over the course of months. But it is what it is. Polina frowns, turning to look over at the closed basement door. He liked to hit me, she says quietly, and hurt me. Your wife, Annika, she swivels her gaze back to me, smiling a little. She told me I shouldn't let a man treat me that way, that I deserved to be respected. I smile to myself. Yeah, that sounds like Taylor. So this time, when he hit me, I hit him back, she says coldly. Her head turns, looking into the next room. Zoran found a bloodied metal spatula there, the kind you flip fucking pancakes with, lying on the floor. With the pancake thing, she says, in his throat. My brows lift as I glance around. It's caked and dried now, but the blood is everywheres, splattered over the walls, windows, and ceiling, soaked into the furniture and rugs, pooled on the floor under smeared, bloody handprints on door frames. He didn't die right away, Polina says quietly. He ran around a lot. Her face darkens. Like a chicken with its head cut off, she spits. I couldn't get near him to cut him again. But when he ran past the basement door, she looks away. I pushed him down the stairs. I hope the fall didn't kill him, I growl. She shakes her head. It didn't. Good. Maybe I didn't get to torture and skin him alive over the course of months, but at least the fucker didn't get a quick death. He bled out slowly, probably with shattered bones, breathing in fear and darkness in a dank root cellar. Rot in hell, Vodek. Polina looks up at me with concern, like something's just occurred to her. Am I going to get in trouble with the police for this? She asks nervously. I shake my head. No. In fact, if it's okay, for your own safety, I'm going to claim responsibility for what happened here. If anyone has a problem with Vodek's death, they'll come to me, not you. She nods, swallowing. Thank you. My wife tells me you're a dancer. She smiles weakly. I was, before him. She spits. I might be able to help if you want to get back to it. Kier has connections with the Zakharova Ballet in New York. I fully intend to ask him to do what he can there. Polina, could you wait here a moment? She nods. Do you need anything? Coffee? Water? She smiles wryly. A shower. She glances at the basement door. It happened almost a day ago. I was frozen and not sure what to do until your men surprised me. I nod. Go. Shower upstairs. Take all the time you need. My men will stay down here. Thank you, she says softly. She's lucky to have you. Your wife. I think it might be the other way around. After Polina disappears upstairs, Zoran walks over. What do you want to do with her, boss? Set her up for life, I grunt. I still haven't heard back from Milos, but get in touch with him and ask him to arrange for the purchase of an apartment in New York. Big, but not gaudy. On the park, maybe. Near the ballet at Lincoln Center. He nods. On it. And have him open an account in her name and transfer I frown, $20 million into it. Zoran nods, unfazed. He pulls out his phone and walks out the back door. My other men set up a perimeter around the house and move the cars from the road to behind the barn. I check on Vodek's corpse. I always make sure those who I think are dead are actually dead. After all, that was this asshole's second mistake after deciding to slaughter my family. He thought I was dead too. But Vodek is indeed very, very dead. The insane amount of blood around him and the broken bones from his tumble down the stairs protruding out in places, not to mention the vacant look in his staring eyes, make it pretty obvious he's not going to be seeking revenge. I stalk through the rest of the ground floor of the farmhouse, looking for anything I might be able to use. There's a laptop and tablet I have my guys scoop up for Dmitri to crack into later. There are a few business papers in a laptop bag in the home office, but nothing remarkable. I find cash, a few guns, and an amusing amount of Viagra stashed in a kitchen cupboard above the fridge. But when I walk into the downstairs bathroom, I see a phone with bloody fingerprints all over it. Interesting. The phone is obviously Vodek's, and from the pattern of the fingerprints, I'm guessing he was trying to unlock it to call for help as he was dying ingloriously from a spatula wound to the neck. He must have failed, and the phone locked after multiple failed attempts. But those fingerprints, I peer closely to see what numbers he hit, then bring the phone out to the kitchen.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. There's a pen in one of the drawers, and I take everything over to the kitchen table, writing 0128 on the surface, and then staring at it. That's his 4 digits, but I don't know the order. And not even Dmitri can hack an iPhone. I'm staring at the numbers as I hear Polina come downstairs from her shower. She walks into the kitchen dressed in jeans and a hoodie, a towel wrapped around her hair. I don't suppose you know that asshole's phone password, do you? I grunt, hopefully. Polina shakes her head. Sorry. Fuck. I stare at the numbers, considering what I know about Vodek. He's, sorry not sorry, was a prick. Loud, obnoxious, not to mention rude and lazy. I freeze. Lazy? I've already tried 0128. I'm guessing Vodek's laziness would stop him from adding more than the 4 numbers required to set a password. Jesus, he can't have been that stupid. Polina, what was Vodek's birthday? She scowls. August sometime, I remember that. Maybe he was that stupid. Would it have been the 12th? She shakes her head. No, I have a cousin with that birthday. I would have remembered if they were the same. How about the 21st? She thinks for a second. It may be. Worth trying.
I mean, it's been a day now. The lockout timer must have reset by now. I pick up the phone and tap in 08 for August and 21 for the day. Fucking bingo! The phone unlocks. I check his calls first to make sure help isn't on the way, but it looks like even if he did get the phone unlocked as he was bleeding out, he never dialed anyone. I make sure there aren't any remote access apps installed to delete the phone in case of theft. Then I change the password, just to be sure, so when I give it to Dmitri to look at, there's no chance of anyone else getting access and locking us out of any information. Then I check his texts. Jesus Christ, Vodek. The first few text exchanges are clearly with women and involve Vodek sending photos of his comically sad penis and offers of money. There are a few other business exchanges with various of his men. But there's one that gives me pause. The contact name is Svinya, pig in Russian. It even has a little pig emoji included in the contact name. The KGB, Russia's secret police, used to call traitors pigs, and Vodek was once a KGB officer before he turned criminal. Who the fuck is his traitor? And who or what are they a traitor to? I tap on the conversation, which looks to be from just before Polina attacked Vodek. Me. Timeline. An hour later, Vodek texted this pig again. Me. Answer me. I'm stuck here until you secure the insurance, and I'm tired of being cooped up with this dumb bitch. Svinya. Relax. It's all going to plan. When he comes to you, that's when I'll take the insurance. Me. You'd better. I'm paying you a fortune for this. Svinya. You'll get what you want, I promise. I exhale, scrolling. This is bullshit. I don't need to know about whatever scam or heroin deal Vodek was trying to pull while hiding from me. My entire being goes still as my eyes drop to the next line. Svinya, Drazen still thinks you're in Slovenia. I'll make my move when he leaves. Oh, fuck. It's me. This person is a traitor to me. I yank out my phone and call Milos so he can start locking everything down. Clearly, we have a mole. And furthermore, Vodek and this mole were after something of mine. Milos' phone goes to fucking voicemail, though. Answer your goddamn phone, asshole, I hiss, leaving him a message before I hang up and redial. Voicemail again. I drag my eyes back to Vodek's text exchange with the traitor. Me. Good. Call immediately once it's done. Svinya. Of course. Me. Don't fuck up. Svinya. Look, it will go exactly as I told you. He trusts me with his life. That's why he left me to watch her. And when he's gone, that's when I'll grab Annika and deliver her to you. My world goes sideways. The air leaves my lungs as my brain screeches to a halt, trying to force this upside-down reality I'm staring at into something that makes sense. But it refuses to. I refuse to accept the reality staring me in the face. Then, suddenly, I understand why Milos isn't answering my calls, and, more alarmingly, why Taylor hasn't texted me back. I'm barely aware of Zoran and my other men shouting my name and running after me as I jump behind the wheel of one of the SUVs. Just as I start the engine, my phone rings with a call from a blocked number. Who is this? I snarl as I roar away from the farm back toward the airfield. Drazen, a young Russian voice grunts. It's Dmitri. The fuck? Dmitri, as a hacker, never uses phones. He's that paranoid about security and surveillance. Yet here he is, calling me? Dmitri, I gotta keep this quick, he blurts, but I found something you should know about, something huge. My pulse speeds up as I tear down the road. Tell me everything. 35. Taylor Black. Waves crash beneath me. For a moment, I think I'm still asleep and dreaming. It feels like I'm floating out over the ocean or flying. But when the dark, surging surf smashes against the rocks again, my pulse jangles and reality claws shrieking into my heart. I'm not flying. I'm falling. I choke on the scream as it all bubbles up into reality. I flinch, jerking around, feeling for something to grab onto before I slam into the ocean. But I realize I'm still wrong. I'm neither flying nor falling. I'm dangling. I shudder, my eyes wide as my head jerks side to side, seeing my arms spread wide and bound with thick rope to the metal at my back. That's when I look down again, and I realize where I am. Sweet Jesus, I hope you can appreciate the poetry of killing you here. I gasp sharply as I snap my head around, my eyes going wide when I see him. Milos! I scream, Milos, help me! And then it slams into me as the final fog clears from my head. Drazen's apartment. The man in the shadows that I thought was him. The chemical smell as I faded out of consciousness. Oh, fuck. Milos' lips pull to a dark grin as he sees recognition slicing into me like a blade. Why? I choke, my eyes wide as my head shakes side to side. Why are you doing this? Why here? His eyes narrow coldly. Because this, he snarls, is where my family died. This is where your family got them fucking killed. The surf under the bridge from Elba to Drazen's Island crashes below. The moon is out, glinting like sharp blades off the waves as they slam into the rocks. The wind whips my hair around, and my pulse thuds as the tug of gravity pulls at my shoulder sockets where I'm tied to the metal guardrail on the edge of the bridge. Milos, I choke, turning to stare at him with wide, terrified eyes. Milos, please. He just shakes his head. That night, after those bastards got inside, I lost my father. His furious gaze blazes into me. He was my world, my father. He taught me everything. He saved me time and time again through the horror I grew up in. After the war took my sister and my mother, he was the only family I had left. Tears trickle down my face. I'm so sorry, I whisper into the wind. Milos, I don't want your fucking apologies, he says evenly. They mean nothing. But what does mean something to me is the biggest lesson my father ever taught me. His gaze levels lethally with mine. When they take something from you, you take something more from them. When they cut you, you cut them back, deeper, he snarls. I've lived those words throughout the war. I've always lived them, he hisses. And tonight, I'm finally going to cut back after I was cut. Milos, I choke. Milos, your father's men massacred everyone I knew that night. Everyone I had left in the world. Friends, mentors, men who were like family to me. He pauses. My father took a bullet to the stomach when the first attacks came. And when the car carrying the fucking traitor tried to escape, he gave his last breath in service to his duty to protect the Krylov family.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Milos' throat bobs as he looks up and down the length of the bridge. Did Drazen ever tell you that those same security measures from before are still in place? I shake my head, my stomach nodding. When we rebuilt his island with the new house and the new bridge, I made sure that every possible scenario was accounted for, so that what happened here could never fucking happen again. He turns to level a cold look at me. Just as the first one was, this bridge is rigged to detonate. In case of a breach, if things are critical, someone with the trigger, this trigger, can blow the bridge into the waves below, cutting the island off. He holds up something that looks like the remote control for a toy car, with an antenna sticking out the top of it. No, I whisper, before I finally find my voice. No, I scream. No, help! Milos shakes his head. We're alone, he growls quietly. I run the security for the island. I make the schedules of who guards where and when. He turns to look over the waves. Scream all you like. No one will hear you. We're alone tonight. Drazen thinks of you as a brother, I hurl at him. How Drazen is my brother, he snaps at me.
We became blood the first time we spilled it together, when we fought a war as fucking children together. You're goddamn right, he snarls. Tonight, I'm doing my brother a favor. I'm removing you from his life. I'm cleansing him of the traitorous poison. Hell kill you, I hiss, my voice trembling. Milos shakes his head. Hell embrace me, as a brother, after I show him the proof that your death was the last work of Vodek to hurt Drazen by killing his wife. Drazen gets full justification for killing that snake, and I rid him of you. Please don't do this, I choke as my eyes tear. Please. Milos just looks away. My father was my whole world, he growls quietly, and when someone cuts you, you cut them back, deeper. An eye for an eye. I didn't kill your father, I scream. I don't remember anything about that night. Even if it was me who tried to drive across that bridge, I choke as Milo surges into me, bringing the blade in his hand to my jugular. Please, he snarls viciously. Please tell me that it's his fault. Please try and tell me that him blowing the bridge and doing his sworn duty makes it his own doing that he died. Tears start to roll down my face. Milos, I whisper hoarsely as he whirls and stalks away angrily. I'm so sorry for what happened to your father. But I didn't kill. I know you didn't. I shudder as his eyes narrow to thin, vicious slits as a cold smile curls his mouth. Your twin sister did. 36. Taylor. There are some moments in life that are too big to truly grasp, too real. Losing my great aunt was one of those moments. Something brilliantly, blindingly harsh that is almost impossible to accept as real. One minute, I had family living. The next, I was truly and utterly alone in the world. Or maybe I wasn't. This, too, is one of those moments. When those words come out of Milo's mouth, I hear them, but I don't really hear them. It's too big a concept for my mind to accept, too foreign, like someone trying to tell you gravity isn't real, even as you're falling. Or that the tiger isn't aggressive while it's lacerating your trachea. My first reaction is a gut one. He's obviously lying. And this is all why. That's the second reaction. If he's lying, why? He's just told me he's going to kill me by blowing me to hell on the very bridge where I lost my memory the first time. I know that now. I've made peace with it now, even if I still don't remember it. There was no drunk driver. My parents weren't spies working for the government. I opened a door on this island. I let Drazen's enemies in, and they slaughtered his entire family. I tried to flee over a bridge that stood where this one does now. That's what happened. And now I'll die here, to pay for a sin I don't remember. But through all of that and the explosive, gut-wrenching emotions that realization drags out of me, I'm able to fixate only on what Milos just said, something that shatters all of that. Your twin sister did. A thudding, roaring sound grows louder and louder in my ears. At first, I think it's the surf below, or maybe that a truck is approaching, or a fucking train. Then I realize it's my pulse wailing through my veins like a banshee. I have a sister. Play with me, Annika. Come play with me. Shh, hide so Papa doesn't find us. Don't say a word. Let's practice not being found. I'm happy that I'll never forget your birthday. They'll never separate us, Annika. This is my invisible friend. A screaming, guttural, animalistic sound rips me from the haze of half-remembered memories and whispered words. My eyes are staring, my body shaking, and my mouth wide open. That's when I realize the sound is me. Fuck! I turn to stare at Milos with haggard grief blaring through my skin. He squints at me, his mouth open in surprise as he slowly shakes his head.
You really didn't remember, did you? He breathes. I blink, trying to wake up, trying to drag my psyche out of whatever frozen lake it just fell into. Yebote, Milos breathes as he stares at me. I didn't believe it. I thought there was no way you could forget everything. The same cracking sound that makes Milos flinch rips my mind out of the frozen hole. I choke, gasping as my gaze yanks past Milos, ducked behind one of the bridge pylon posts, and into the darkness of the island. That's where the bang came from. Suddenly, he emerges from the shadows like a black wraith, like death and all 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Drazen. He storms out of the shadowy mist with a rifle on his shoulder, his eye to the scope. His chest heaves like he's been running. "Milos!" he roars. "Milos!" I want to call to him, but part of me is still frozen. I blink, still in shock, as I watch Milos yank a pistol out of his waistband and then step out from behind the pole. "Stay right there," Milos grunts, leveling the gun at Drazen and lifting the remote detonator high. "You know what this is." "Yeah," Drazen spits, not lowering the rifle as he snarls. "I know what that is." His fierce gaze flicks from Milos to me, staying there for a moment. I can feel my heart thudding as I lock eyes with him, my psyche thawing from its icy plunge slightly before he rips his eyes back to Milos. "What are you doing, Milos?" he rasps. "You were my brother." Milos yells at him. "I still am," Drazen screams back. Milos' fingers clench and unclench around the stock of his gun. "Blood for blood, Drazen," he chokes. "Remember? That's what we always said to each other those nights we were on watch, up in a ruined church steeple or an office building with a sniper rifle and binoculars. That was war," Milos hisses. "Life is war," Milos fires back. "We were fucking kids," Drazen snaps. "We had no business." "We're not kids anymore, my friend." "Friend?" Drazen snarls incredulously. "You call yourself my friend with my wife tied up behind you, in danger that you fucking put her in yourself?" "She's not your wife." The words echo through the night like a slap. Something snaps in my head. An ice-covered river breaking, a door splintering, a wall collapsing. They'll never separate us, Annika. They're going to. No, I won't let them. You have to. You have to let me go. I'm the one that must do this. Please, don't leave me. I'll never leave you. You're my sister. Your invisible friend. I think I have to go. I love you, Annika. I won't leave you there. I know you won't. I love you, Tatiana. When my eyes snap open and reality comes crashing back into me like a truck, something claws into my heart. A truth I've always known but never remembered. A half-forgotten dream. An imprint of a memory. It's not me. I'm not Annika. I'm not Drazen's wife. "Her family," Milo screams. "Her fucking family betrayed us." "We were all betrayed," Drazen roars back.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. You, me, your father, my father and my family, her and her family. He keeps his hand on the rifle trigger, his eye to the sights, and reaches into his pocket with his other hand and yanks his phone out to hold it high. "I have proof, Milos. Vadik played us all. He was in hot water with the iron table. They were catching on to his backstabbing. With the union of my family and hers, and with Yelizaveta being Mihajlo's godmother, he was worried about his seat." Drazen shakes the phone in his hand. "I have hard evidence, Milos," he pleads. My father, Milos, chokes. He lived through so fucking much. What they did to my sister, to my mother. He survived all of it and served your father his entire life, Milos, and then died because of her, her family. "No," Drazen roars. "No, Milos.
The attack? That was Vodek. Those were his men, made to look like her father's, to make it look like a war between my family and hers. Vodek's men came for her family and slaughtered her parents the same night, pretending to be my father's men. My throat squeezes closed. The acrid smell of smoke fills my nostrils. The cracking of timber beams, the screams, the staccato tap-tap-tap of gunfire, the fire everywhere, singeing my hair and blistering my fingers as I scramble to open a door. The boom I feel in my very soul as the whole world goes end over end. The window shattering as I fly through it, punched out into the night in a belching hail of blood, glass, and fire. Oh God, Milos! Drazen's voice grabs my mind by the collar and yanks it back from the darkness of memory. Milos is shaking as he holds the detonator up high. "Don't do this, Milos!" Drazen roars. "I have to," Milos whispers. "Don't make me do it," Drazen hisses. "Don't you fucking kill you." Milos smiles weakly. "We do what we must, my brother. You choose your path." He smiles a cold, far away, resigned smile. "I've chosen mine." The harsh crack of the rifle splits the night. The impact of Drazen's bullet slams Milos' body backward. I scream as the detonator falls from his hand, as his body goes tumbling backward to topple onto the pavement stretching over the bridge. Drazen is running to me before the body even lands. He throws the rifle away, his eyes blazing with madness as he charges over. I sob when he gets to me, his arms circling my body as he buries his face in my neck. "I thought I'd lost you," he chokes fiercely. "I thought you'd been taken from me." I'm sobbing as he yanks a blade out and starts cutting my ropes free. One arm, then the other, then my torso. He hauls me over the guardrail to safety, wrapping his arms around me as I collapse into him. "We will go together, my brother." The two of us whirl. The color drains from my face as I see a bleeding, pale Milos stretch his hand out and wrap his fingers around the remote on the ground. "Like it was always meant to be," he gurgles, blood dripping from his mouth. It feels like everything goes into slow motion. Drazen grabs me, throws me over his shoulder, whirls and starts to fucking run for the Elba side of the bridge, away from Milos. My stomach bounces against his shoulder in a thudding, syrupy slowness as time simply comes to a stop. I watch as Milos' eyes close, his arm drawing the remote against his chest as his lips mumble a prayer. Oh God. The world goes white and orange. It's utter silence as the bridge bubbles and surges under us, until suddenly liquid fire belches out in a howling roar that deafens the whole world. Drazen keeps running. My body bangs against his shoulder as the explosion surges outward in all directions like a Chernobyl nightmare. And then, suddenly, everything splits. Gravity turns off. Heat slams into me, fire, rock, and metal punching me into the darkness as the bridge collapses beneath us, and the darkness and the black surf below swallow me whole. 37. Drazen. All I can see is darkness. All I can feel is pain. All I can breathe is ash and smoke. The ringing in my ears is so loud, it's like my head is inside a train whistle. My fingers scrape against rubble and ash. My jaw works, trying to clear my ears as a dim light flickers on and off behind my eyes. Drazen? Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. Maybe. I'm not sure. I groan, pain exploding through my chest, my side, my leg, my everything as I try and move. I blink and see only stars and supernovas, nausea and a lack of sense of gravity churning my stomach and spinning my head in a vortex. Drazen? Get up. Get the fuck up. More pain rips through me as I roll onto my back. I blink again, the light flashing in my eyes flickering in and out before the light catches and takes hold.
Shapes roam through the blurriness. Something moves closer to me, making my face scrunch up as I try to focus. Orange, pale peach, 2 dots of blue. Drazen! With a choking rasp and a wrenching pain that almost kills me, I lurch up to a sitting position, inhaling smoke and grit. Instantly, I fall backward again. But this time, when I blink, the blurriness fades. The world stops rocking back and forth, and suddenly, I can see. Drazen! My heart lurches as Taylor comes into focus, leaning over me, screaming my name through the deafening ringing in my ears. And yet, something's wrong. My thoughts are jumbled, my memory crooked. It's Taylor leaning over me, pressing something soft against the wetness on the side of my head. But it's also not. Her hair is shorter. She's changed her clothes. She's found a medic's bag, which she's slung over one shoulder. When did she get that tattoo on her arm? Drazen! She's still screaming my name as she rips my shirt open, scattering the buttons. I want to tell her that I'd like to be able to fucking speak before we get to that. I also want to ask her about the tattoo and her hair. I need you to get the fuck up. I blink again, my jaw opening and closing, making something pop in my ears. The ringing fades a little. Suddenly, I can hear. Get up, she screams at me. Her eyes drop to my chest, a worried look on her face as she grabs something out of her bag. Gauze and a needle and thread. What the fuck? With a groan, I force my eyes to focus and lift my ringing head, looking down to see where her hands are moving. Fuck. My eyes land on the jagged piece of metal sticking out from between my ribs. That would explain the agony and hellish pain. What are you— Shut up, she snaps coldly, frowning and pushing gauze against my body. Just don't talk. Her eyes snap to mine. Taylor's eyes, Taylor's face, Taylor's voice. And yet, not. Who? She jams a piece of splintered wood between my teeth. Bite down, she rasps out hurriedly, or you'll bite your tongue off. Do it, now. Yeah, I've been to war. I know what comes next. I bite the fuck down. The pain is delirium, agony incarnate when she grips the piece of metal and yanks it out of my body. Her hand grabs mine, pinning my palm over the gauze staunching the blood. Hold that. She grabs her needle and thread. A fresh wave of pain washes over me as she pulls my hand away and pushes the needle through my flesh, lacing the gash closed. She works quickly, perhaps a little clumsily. But when I glance down again, she's biting off the string and taping heavy gauze to my side. She looks up, her Taylor eyes that aren't Taylor locking with mine. You've lost a lot of blood, and I think your leg might be broken. But you're still stronger than me, and I need that strength right now. Understand? I frown. Who the fuck? Do you love her? She blurts, her eyes wildly searching mine. She's not wrong about the blood loss. My head is swimming, and there's 3 of her coming in and out of focus. But I could be dead and still answer that question. Do you love Taylor? Yes, I choke. Good, she replies, because she needs our help. Get the fuck up. Yeah, that does it. With a stab of pain, I take her outstretched arm and wrench myself to my feet. Holy fuck. I'm standing on the very edge of hell. The bridge is blown to shit, with a massive chunk in the middle gone.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Fiery piles of wreckage and what might be spilled oil give the whole scene a blood-chilling look as the flames and the smoke cast flickering, nightmarish shadows over everything. This way. She grabs my arm, yanking me almost off my feet as I stumble after her. We scramble over rubble and wreckage, smoke and ash, and fire choking my throat and burning my eyes. Suddenly, even before the woman says anything, I see her, Taylor. Wait, I ignore her warning, lurching forward down a crooked slab of concrete. At the last second, I realize it drops off at the end. I leap,
hissing in pain as I jump across the gaping divide and go crashing against the opposite side. Fuck, that hurts. I claw at the ground, my feet kicking thin air. My teeth grit, and with a cry of agony, I wrench myself back up over the edge. My stitches have ripped out, blood is pouring down my side, but I don't care. I go staggering toward Taylor, slumped on the ground. Her eyes closed, her body covered in ash, a huge slab of concrete on her leg. An explosion and a crumbling sound rip my attention behind me. The other Taylor screams, lurching backward as part of the concrete slab slides off the bridge and into the water below. "I can't jump that," she screams at me. "But she's bleeding out, so throw me the bag," I roar. "Throw me the fucking bag." She yanks the med bag off her shoulder and hurls it over the abyss toward me. I catch it, whirling to kneel next to Taylor. My Taylor. "Stay with me, my love," I hiss, my hand shoving rocks and ash off her body, until suddenly my fingers touch warm, sticky wetness. My teeth grit as I brush more ash off her, scrambling to find where she's bleeding from as I yank the med bag open. Oh fuck, I've found the wound. It's under the massive piece of stone pinning her leg. Beneath me, the wreckage of the bridge rumbles and shakes. We're running out of time. My fingers grip the edge of the stone. I suck in black air, my teeth grinding as I crouch down, tightening my screaming stomach muscles. Then I lift. I lift with everything I have, everything I've ever been. I lift with all the agony of war and the raw pain of my family's screams. Joints pop, blood flows down my fingers. My vision goes black as my shoulder dislocates from the socket. I don't stop, straining, using every single drop of strength I have left. She will not fucking die here, not again. The bridge shakes, someone is screaming. Slowly, the massive piece of concrete shifts with a rasping, grating sound before it finally tips away from her. Taylor stirs, dusty breath choking from her cracked lips. "She's free!" I roar over my shoulder as I crouch next to her, pressing gauze to the huge gash on her leg. "Get her off the bridge!" Taylor not Taylor screams back. "I have a boat. I'll meet you on the Elba side." I just nod, my mind too focused on Taylor, my hands too busy applying pressure to the wound. The bridge rumbles and wobbles again violently as I wrap gauze around her leg. The bleeding won't stop. It's getting worse. "Stay with me," I hiss as I yank my shirt off and start to wrap it around her thigh. "Fucking stay with me, Taylor." The bridge starts to sag and groan. We have to go. Now. I leave everything else behind as I grab her, lift her in my arms, and stand. Pain explodes through my side and leg, but I don't care. I lift her in my arms and start to run as the ground caves in around us. She's terrifyingly weak and limp in my arms, barely clinging to me as I lurch over a pile of rubble and skid down a rocky concrete slope dotted with roaring fire. I see the edge before we hit it, the ragged cliff where this ruined section of the bridge ends. Beyond it lies stable ground and the road. I don't stop. I don't slow. I use everything I have left in my system as I hit the edge, lurch, and leap forward into thin air. 38. Drazen. I hope you take it black. I look up, slowly pulling my eyes away from Taylor's sleeping form in the hospital bed to look up at Annika. She makes a face. "I couldn't find any sugar, and the milk in the nurse's station looked—" She winkles her nose. "Well, curdled would have been an improvement." "Black is fine," I grunt. "Thank you." She nods as she passes me the styrofoam cup and sinks into the chair on the other side of Taylor's hospital bed. Her eyes drop to her twin, a slightly worried expression on her face. "You saved her life, you know," I growl quietly. "Both of ours." Annika looks up, her mouth twisting. "Oh, I don't know about that. You were Captain Hero jumping over fire with your damn organs practically falling out of a hole in your side." I smile wryly, glancing down at the bulge under my hospital scrubs top where the bandage is wrapped around my middle. "You were there, though," I shrug, glancing back up at her. "You pulled me back into consciousness.
She nods, looking back at her sister. I'm not going to ask now, I say cautiously, but I do want to know at some point how, I say cautiously. My brow furrows. Not to mention 9,000 other questions? Give or take 1,000, yeah, I grunt. She smiles wryly, her gaze dropping back to Taylor. She's really going to be okay? I nod. She is. And? Annika glances nervously at the door to the hospital room. Safe here, yes, I growl. My men are positioned all over this building. And besides, the guys at the local police department are friends. Annika smirks. I bet they are. What the fuck is going on? I grunt. She frowns. I thought you weren't going to ask your 9,000 questions yet? Not 8,999 of them, I mutter. But that one I need an answer to, and now would be best. Annika looks down, her lip catching in her teeth in honestly a very Taylor way, as her fingers twist. Could you be a little more specific then? For starters, my eyes meet hers. Who the fuck did I marry 15 years ago? She smiles weakly. Happy anniversary, dear. My face darkens. For what it's worth, she says, I had it annulled after I disappeared. Good, I grunt. A hint of smile touches my lips. I did too, actually. Annika laughs quietly. That'll make for an interesting Christmas card. I smirk, shaking my head before I focus on her again. What the hell happened to you that night? And Taylor, she says quietly. She reaches out and slips her hand into her sister's. Her name is Tatiana. Or it was. Her lips twist as she looks up at me. What you really want to know is how, right? How there's two of us. How no one knew. I think that might be a good place to start. She nods, sipping her coffee with a grimace. I take a swig of mine and scowl. Yeah, it really is terrible. Our parents, our father especially, were really protective. And a little paranoid? She sighs. Okay, a lot paranoid. There were constant threats against our dad and his extended family, and I guess it only got worse when he and our mom got married. So when they had us, twins, that no one expected, they made a decision to minimize risk. Holy shit, they kept one of you a secret? I murmur. She nods slowly. When we were kids, it was a fun game, really. Some days one of us would get to play the princess, while the other stayed hidden, out of sight. Other days, we'd switch. It wasn't that hard. Our family was fairly reclusive, and we had all those walled grounds. Only our parents, our housekeeper, and our dad's most trusted second-in-command, Ruslan, knew. Nobody else guessed. That's how good we were at it. She exhales slowly. But then you came along. Well, your family did. You were always our sworn enemies. And then suddenly one day, our father and yours were talking. We heard our parents discussing in hushed tones late at night about a truce. There was just one problem. My father thought there was only one Brankovich daughter, I grunt. And if there was a second one? She nods. Then your family would probably not go ahead with the marriage. Because another daughter meant another alliance, potentially to a family mine was still in conflict with. See, I knew you weren't just a tough guy. I smirk.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. Then my smile fades as I turn to look at Taylor. I reach out and take her other hand in mine, squeezing. What the fuck happened that night? I growl. And how is it that you're fine and she's the one with no memory after the car crash? For a start, there was no car crash, Annika murmurs. My sister was never on your island until you brought her there. 39. Annika. I wake to smoke and screaming. The bedroom is dark, but through the windows I can see the flash of muzzle fire. The sharp burst of shadows as an explosion thunders somewhere close. Very close. Terror rips me the rest of the way out of sleep. Shaking, I slip out of bed, pulling on sweatpants and a hoodie before I creep to the door. It opens a crack and I peer out with one eye.
A shot rings out, loud and deafening, and something warm sprays the outside wall next to the door and mists across my forehead. I lurch back, quickly shutting the door and bolting across the room to cower behind the bed. I hear more screams of pain, the cries of men falling, and the staccato bang, bang, bang of automatic gunfire. We're under attack, or at least they are. There's no we here. I'm a prisoner in this house, the silent accessory to a dark prince who neither speaks to me nor even looks at me. Which I'd be fine with if not for the fact that I'm trapped here and can't leave. That I miss my parents and my sister terribly, and haven't seen them in a month since the wedding. As gunfire continues to thunder from outside, something occurs to me. We are not being attacked. My husband, in nothing but name, is, as is his family. To them, yes, it's an attack. To me, it's a distraction, an opportunity. The mist on my forehead starts to drip down my face. I reach up to wipe it off. When I pull my hand back and the moonlight glints in through the windows, horror shakes me. The back of my hand is smeared red. It's blood. I have to get out of here. I don't pack. There's nothing I want to bring with me. I change into dark jeans and a black hooded sweatshirt, shoving my hair back into a tight bun before pulling the hood up over my head and creeping to the door again. This time, when I go to push it open more than a crack, there's something blocking it. I look down, and nausea churns my stomach as my hand flies to my mouth. There's a body on the ground. A man I vaguely recognize as one of the Krylov guards, or at least I recognize the half of his face that's still there. The rest of it is sprayed across the wall and the door, and probably still misted over my forehead. Don't think, just go. I manage to push him aside, the blaring twin alarms of adrenaline and fear throbbing in my ears as I step over the body. I keep to the wall, hugging the shadows, flinching whenever I hear a burst of gunfire elsewhere in the house or outside. I find more dead Krylov guards and a few bodies of masked men in black tactical gear. But I keep moving, heading toward the back of the house and the garage full of cars. I could swim, but it's night and I know there's sharks out there. Besides, I'm not that strong a swimmer. No, if I'm leaving here tonight, it's over the bridge, the only way off this island. I have no idea if it's still being guarded, since it's clear the island is under attack by one of the Krylov family's many enemies. But if it is, I won't get across on foot. I'll need to drive. En route to the garage, I pass by my father-in-law's study. Miroslav isn't inside, obviously, but the door is wide open. So is the safe he keeps in the bottom cupboards of the bookshelves behind his desk. A suitcase full of bundles of magazine clippings lies overturned on the floor. Part of me wonders if whoever opened that safe and the suitcase felt anger, fear, or maybe both when they saw what was in there. Another bigger part of me feels guilty for the part I played in that. I've had a lot of time to myself in my month here. I've done a lot of exploring. My husband's sister, Maria, gave me binoculars a few weeks ago when she saw me watching birds on my frequent walks around the island. I did use them for that, at first. But then I realized what else I could see if I climbed some of the trees outside the back of main house, like through Miroslav's office window, like the front of the electronic combination safe with the LED number pad on it, like the code to that safe when my father-in-law opened it in the secrecy of his office. Late one night, I went into that office, dodging patrol guards along the way. I opened that safe and found the suitcase brimming with American cash, with a cashier's receipt labeling it as $22 million. A week later, I did the scariest thing I've ever done. I went back to that office and opened the safe. I emptied the cash out into a backpack and replaced it with little bundles of magazine clippings I'd tied up with tape. A few days later, Florence, my family's housekeeper and basically my second mother, came to bring me another suitcase full of my things, and to take home anything I'd brought with me before that I had subsequently discovered I didn't need.
The backpack full of cash went back with her, hidden in the bottom of one of my luggage trunks full of cold weather clothes I'd packed without realizing how warm Elba was. Florence didn't know what she was bringing home alongside my sweaters, but I know she got the note I included later because she texted me. Florence, I got your note, Annie. You've always been such a clever girl. I'll keep it safe. I've never trusted my terrifying husband and his terrifying family. This way, if anything happens to me, if they try anything, Florence will let them know she's got 22 million of their money. Consider it my insurance policy. Too bad it doesn't cover what's happening now. I scurry past the office door, hurrying toward the garage. Just as I get there, the door bangs open. I scream as 3 men in tactical gear and masks surge out, leveling guns at me. One of them grabs me and pushes me against the wall, facing it. He yanks my hands behind my back. Then he chuckles darkly. "Looks like we found us some fun," he leers. My heart drops as I feel him press against me, reaching between us to fumble with his belt. Fuck! I scream when the shot rings out. The man slams into the wall next to me, his eyes and mouth gaping wide, a massive hole in his forehead. I whip around just in time to see Miroslav squeeze off 4 more shots, dropping the 2 other men. My father-in-law glances at me before he storms over and grits his teeth, putting another bullet into each of the heads of the 3 men, just to be sure. "Come," he snarls, grabbing my arm. "I need to get you," he hisses, and I scream as another shot rings out in the dark hallway behind us. Miroslav whirls, staggering against the wall before he raises his arm and fires 2 shots, killing the man who's just snuck up on us. I gasp, dropping to my knees next to Miroslav as he sinks to the floor, a trail of blood dripping down the wall behind him. "You need to get out," he hisses through clenched teeth. "I can help you." "No," he chokes. "You can't." He grunts as he grabs my hand. "But you can assist me in standing right now." I nod, my skin crawling and the fear screaming in my ears as I pull Miroslav to his feet. I put his arm over my shoulder as he nods towards a control panel on the wall next to the door to the garage. "Enter the code 9722-8906. I do, my hands shaking. The control panel beeps and a warning message pops up. This I swallow as I turn to him. But this is the override for the whole security system. It'll open every... "They're already inside, Annika," he grunts, wincing as he raises his other arm and jabs a bloody finger on the confirm button. "But now you can get out." Miroslav winces, his legs giving out as he slumps against the wall and then slides to the floor. He grabs my hand, looking up into my face. "Please, Annika, please forgive me for dragging you into this carnage. Take the Land Rover in the garage. It's got the strongest front grille."
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My men at the bridge will try and stop you, but I need you to get through. "Get home, Annika," he wheezes, coughing up blood. "Tell your father I'm sorry for the violence between our families and for taking his only daughter away from him." He winces as he squeezes my hand. "Drive fast, Annika. If they think all is lost..." His eyes roll back before he forces them back to me. "They'll blow up the bridge. You have to get over before they..." Gunfire thunders down the hallway, sending plaster dust into the air as shots hit the wall behind us. "Go!" Miroslav hisses. "Now!" I bolt to the garage as I hear him firing back on the attackers. I slam the door shut behind me, then go to the wall with the keys to Miroslav's car collection. I find the one for the Land Rover, hit the button to open the door, and then jump behind the wheel and start the engine. The garage door rolls up in front of me. 2 men in black whirl in surprise and raise their rifles. Screaming, I floor the gas and duck, flinching as the car lurches forward and the windshield explodes into a million pieces. I hear the double thunk sound as I hit the men, and then I scream in terror as one of them flies up over the hood and comes crashing through the broken windshield into the seat next to me. His eyes stare wildly and blank up at the ceiling. He's dead. Without thinking, I just keep driving, roaring off down the stone drive. The scene outside is pure chaos. Bodies and blood are everywhere. The trees I climb to peer into Miroslav's office are on fire. So is the house. Gunfire peppers the night, and another explosion blows out the windows of the kitchen. I floor it, roaring toward the bridge, trying to ignore the body bleeding in the passenger seat next to me. There's only one guard as I approach. He's clutching his stomach with one hand and waving a gun with the other. I honk and flash my lights, trying to tell him to move. At the last second, he steps aside. Our eyes lock in a hazy, slow-motion moment of confusion. I see the black box with a trigger and an antenna in his hands. They'll blow the bridge. Oh God, I slam the gas down, screaming as the Land Rover roars across the bridge. I feel the rumble. I hear the thunder. I shriek as a wall of heat erupts behind me, slamming into the back of the car and blowing out the windows. I'm so close. I'm almost there. The bridge gives out beneath me, and I plummet into the black, watery abyss. I choke, sucking in ragged breaths of oxygen as hands pull me from the waves onto the rocky shore. I cough and sputter, vomiting seawater onto the rocks, before I drag my haggard gaze up. Come, Annika, we need to hurry. It's Ruslan, my father's most trusted man, and one of the 2 people outside my blood family who knows our secrets. What? I whimper as he pulls me to my feet and hugs me close. I have to get you to safety, he hisses. My brows furrow. Are we going home? He says nothing, pulling me after him as he staggers up the embankment to the road. Ruslan? I ask again. Are we? I flinch when we get to the road, and I see the 5 bodies lying on the ground in pools of blood. 3 of them are in black tactical gear. 2 of them are in regular clothes. I recognize those 2 as my father's men. What? I go still when I see the markings on the tactical gear of the dead men. It's my family crest, stitched onto the arms. In horror, I pull my gaze to Ruslan. There, he shakes his head. No, Annika, they're Vodek Belov's men. But these are the same men who just attacked? My eyes go wide. My hand flies to my mouth. Vodek wants to make this look like proof that the marriage truce isn't working, he hisses, grimacing. They're pretending to be your father's men. And there, he shakes his head, pulling me toward a car with a bullet hole in the door. We have to go, now. Are we going? No, he mutters, his head shaking as he reaches across and buckles me in with a wince. We're not going home, Annika. He pulls back, his eyes locking with mine. There's nothing for you there. I don't understand. What? Another group of Vodek's men attacked your father's house earlier tonight. They were dressed as Krylov men. My heart shatters. There weren't any survivors, Annika, he says quietly. I'm sorry. The passenger door shuts with a soft click. I stare blankly through the windshield as Ruslan slips behind the wheel and starts the engine. He winces again, and it's only when I turn to him that I realize he's wounded. Badly. The LED glow of the dashboard illuminates the red wetness seeping from his side and his neck as he guns the engine and roars off down the road, away from the chaos. I look back in the side mirror, watching the flames engulf the Krylov house like a funeral pyre. That's when the tears come. There weren't any survivors. Tatiana, Ruslan is barely conscious by the time we get to the private airfield. The plane waiting for us isn't my father's, and the pilot and the other man on board aren't his men. But they take the bag of money from Ruslan's shaking hand, looking at us both with deep concern as they nod and usher us on. They take us as far as Athens. Ruslan is dead by the time we land. Then I'm truly alone. For the first time ever, I'm without the other half of me. Without my invisible friend. Without Tatiana. 40. Taylor. I wince as I open the door and try to step out of the car. Let me help you. I grit my teeth, not waiting for her to come around to my side before I try again. Fuck, I hiss, a dull ache shooting up my leg. I did say I would help you, Annika mutters as she gets to me. She slides an arm underneath mine and loops it around my back, supporting me as I climb out of the car.
Have you always been this stubborn? I shrug, flashing her a grin. You tell me. She smirks as she reaches into the car and retrieves my cane. Yes, my cane. I have to use it for the next month in conjunction with the walking cast on my leg. After that, and a million hours of physical therapy, I'll have a second surgery so they can remove some of the pins currently holding together my shattered fibula from the bridge. I fucking hate it. Fumi was kind enough to tell me it made me look distinguished. Gabriel immediately observed it might help influence juries by appealing to their sense of compassion. Alastair, the fucker, told me I should try out for the role of Tiny Tim in an amateur theater production of A Christmas Carol. But I push all of that aside for now as Annika and I slowly climb the hill to the grave. It's right up here, I grunt, wincing a little as I totter up the rocky footpath of the cemetery. I know. I roll my eyes as I glance at her sideways. There's a lot I'm learning about the sister that the fire and the explosion deleted from my memory. There never was a car crash. Well, not that I was in. No drunk driver. No secret CIA jobs that my parents couldn't talk about. Mihailo and Justine Brankovic, my Serbian father and my American mother, were killed by bullets from guns carried by Vadik Belov's men, pretending to be Krylov soldiers. They died in Serbia when I was 18, on the same night I lost my memory, which was also the same night Belov's men attacked and massacred Drazen's family, dressed as mine, and the same night Annika escaped the island, only to go crashing into the ocean when Milo's father blew the bridge as his last act of duty toward the Krylov family. We've had a few weeks now for her to tell me her side of things. After she landed in Greece, my twin slowly made her way back home to our family's estate in Serbia. When she got there, she found nothing but death and horror. A half-burned home, our parents shot dead, and both me and our housekeeper presumed dead from the fire or bullets. She picked what she could out of the wreckage of her life, and she did what she had to do. She survived. We haven't really talked too much about that part yet. I know she moved around a lot and worked some weird jobs.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. But when I mentioned that Kenzo Mori had been looking for her, she froze and shut down. And when I tried to lighten the mood by telling her that Fumi, whom Annika had already met twice by that point, happened to be Kenzo's half-sister, she almost went catatonic. She hasn't told me what's going on there, but I did sit down with her and Fumi together, where my friend swore she wouldn't mention Annika to her half-brother, whom she's really only just getting to know herself. That seemed to satisfy Annika, for now, but there's no way I'm letting that go without more questions at some point soon. Annika spent close to 15 years thinking I was dead. I spent those years not even knowing she existed. But then, a few months ago, she saw me on international news standing behind my best friend, co-managing partner, and new governor-elect of New York, Gabriel Black. She saw herself on that TV screen and immediately came to New York to investigate. I haven't been going crazy. The stresses of my life were never making me lose my mind or do crazy things in my sleep. It wasn't me at all. It was my invisible friend. It turns out one of Annika's several weird jobs is professional thief. She says she did it to survive when she was first on her own, but the ease and skill with which she does it suggests that's not entirely the truth. It was her who broke into my apartment at night, going through my taxes to see who the hell this Taylor Crown was who looked so much like her dead twin. It was her who slipped into my office at night to poke around. And yes, it was her who made a sandwich in my kitchen one night while I slept and didn't clean up afterward. That one, she claims, was a total oversight on her part. I've asked her if the stolen yellow Lamborghini was an oversight as well. Still waiting for an answer on that one. In a lot of ways, as I've gotten to know her again, I've realized how ridiculously alike we are. We think similarly. We have a lot of the same mannerisms and quirks. But in a lot of ways, we're very different people. That said, she's still my sister. We finally get to the headstone at the top of the little hill. I grunt as I stoop to place the bouquet of flowers on Florence's grave. Florence wasn't my great-aunt. She wasn't my blood at all.
But in the end, she might have been closer than blood relations. The woman who saved me from the fire and the violence the night our house was attacked had actually been our mother's nanny and housekeeper when she was growing up. Justine Brankovich, née Michaels, was the only daughter of a congressman and his socialite wife. Needless to say, they were appalled when their daughter informed them that she was going to be marrying the Serbian crime lord she'd fallen for while backpacking through Eastern Europe after college. They threatened to cut her off, she called their bluff, and they followed through, disowning her and deleting her entirely from their lives. Her nanny didn't. Florence Crown, who'd raised our mother since she was a baby, came with her to Serbia. She found a new life in our father's house and helped our parents raise their twin girls. When Vodek's men attacked our house that night, she was the one who pulled me from my bed. She was trying to get me out through a side door to escape to the woods when a grenade went off, partially collapsing the room we'd been in and burying me under rubble and fire, knocking me out. But Florence didn't leave me. She dug me out with her bare hands, hauled me to the woods, and carried me to safety. She bribed a few officials at a local government office, declared me her great niece, got me fake papers renaming me from Tatiana Brankovich to Taylor Crown, and then went to the U.S. Embassy, claiming we'd been victims of human trafficking. The U.S. government flew us back home, and Florence spent the next 6 months helping me remember how to live. She put the money that Annika had sent her into a trust in my name, and used the cash and jewelry she'd dug from the wreckage of our home to bribe school officials and anyone else she needed to bribe to get me into NYU without a transcript or any real background information. When it became clear my memories weren't coming back, she started the story about my spy parents to shield me from the horrible truth, especially since she thought Annika had died in the attack on the Krylov island. None of this has come back to me. Whatever damage was done to my brain in that explosion during the escape is definitely permanent. Maybe that's a good thing. What I know all comes from Annika. She's pieced all of this together, and she's the one who's told me fun stories about our childhood, leaving out the bad parts. My favorite so far has been about the first time I met Drazen, as her. She'd been betrothed to him by then, but they hadn't actually met. We were playing in the pool house the day he came over with his father, and I went to go hide out in Ruslan's cottage. But then Annika apparently completely chickened out. I was terrified, she explained. I didn't want to meet the scary dark-haired boy with the blue eyes and the vicious family name that I was going to have to marry one day. So she didn't. She hid in the hedges while I pretended to be her. That day, she played the invisible friend, and I got to play the princess. I watch in silence as Annika places her own bouquet of flowers on Florence Crown's grave. "Thank you," she whispers quietly. "Thank you for saving my sister. Thank you for everything that you did for her." My hand finds Annika's. I squeeze, and she squeezes back. Epilogue. Drazen. I used to exist for revenge. It was the fuel that drove me and churned through me like molten lead. I was savage and brutal, ruthless and unflinching. I had a single-minded approach to life and treated each day like it was a dragon I had to slay. In many ways, that still summarizes who I am. I am still ruthless, brutal, and at times savage. I am still single-minded in my approach to life. But I no longer subsist on a diet of vengeance and malice. I no longer feel the need to vanquish every single day that has been given to me. I want to savor them now. Because now, for the first time in a long, long time, I can appreciate how precious a day is, how valuable each and every moment is. That is, how precious each day with her is, how valuable every moment with Taylor is. I'm not completely done with my vendetta against those who slaughtered my family. I have not chosen a path of compassion and forgiveness. That would be like asking a lion to stop its desire for blood. But I don't have to rush it anymore. I don't feel the need to pour my everything into destruction and inflicting pain. Fuck it. Let the few enemies I have left out there wait around nervously, dreading the day I'm ready to seek them out again. I have far more important things to do right now, like attend my own wedding, which begins in about, I lift my wrist to glance at my watch, 10 minutes. At the altar, as I drop my wrist back down, I glance over to where Gabriel and Alistair are sitting in the front row, next to their respective wives. Alistair nods slowly at me, giving one more seal of approval. Gabriel smiles in a way that he'll be coming after me with a flaying knife should I fuck this up. I can respect that. I also appreciate the protective zeal of these men. They met Taylor when she was alone in the world. They befriended her. They protected her. They built an empire with her. More importantly, they were like brothers to her. Brothers and nothing more. I might be singing a different tune if that wasn't the case, but I digress. As it is, if they're waiting for me to fuck this up, or even looking forward to it so that they can get their pound of flesh, I'm afraid they're going to be bitterly disappointed. I'll never fuck this up. I'll never hurt Taylor. I'll never leave her. I never wrong her. I never want another day of my life without her in it, at my side.
And love aren't opposites. They're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My gaze shifts to the maid of honor, standing across the dais from me. Behind Annika, the waves crash softly against the shore of my island as she gives me a small smile. Taylor wasn't quite sure if this is where we should get married. After all, this is where I lost my family, and where we both almost lost each other. But it's also where I fell in love with her. We're still going to live in New York, of course. Taylor has her firm there, newly expanded in the wake of the acquisition, and I have most of my business there these days too. Plus, we've got Annika there now, living in Taylor's apartment. Studiously avoiding the subject of Kenzo Mori. I have my own theories about that. I have my own information about that too, having dug into it myself. I'll be interested to see where that all goes, but like I said, for now, I have far more important things to think about. The draping vines of flowers covering the top of the aisle between the guests' chairs part. The warm Mediterranean sun beams down as she walks through. Her eyes shining, her face radiant, her hair piled into a stunning and elaborate twist on top of her head, and her gorgeous white silk dress fanning out behind her. There's still a slight limp to her step. The bridge collapse a few months ago crushed her fibula in 3 places, requiring surgery and a bunch of metal pins. But she's walking these days, without the cane she hated so much, and physical therapy is helping a lot. The recreational running I'm helping her with, personally, seems to be helping things along as well. So much so that I fully expect to get more recreational running in this very night after the festivities. In case that isn't clear, I don't mean marathon training. I mean chasing her through the dark, catching her, savaging her. The dress will be staying on for that. She grins at me as she comes to a stop in front of me. Our hands lock as the celebrant begins to say the words. She says, "I do." I say it too, with the most conviction I've ever felt about anything in my life. Then I'm scooping her into my arms and planting a merciless, brutal kiss on her mouth as the small crowd stands and applauds. The string quartet to the side starts to play Into the Mystic, Taylor's favorite Van Morrison song, as I take her hand in mine. I tell her I love her. She tells me she'll remember that no matter what. And I'm smiling widely as we turn and face the world. Together. Kenzo and Annika's story is next in Emperor of Wrath. Same world, new series. Haven't gotten enough of Drazen and Taylor? Get their extra scene here or type this link into your browser. http://bookhip.com/BVAXT. This isn't an epilogue or continuation to Monstrous Urges, but this extra hot follow-up story is guaranteed to keep the spice going. Deviant Hearts. Thank you so much for reading Monstrous Urges. If you enjoyed the book, I'd be incredibly grateful if you could leave a review. As mentioned, the Jagger Cole universe continues with Kenzo and Annika's story in Emperor of Wrath. You can also get a glimpse of some of the other characters mentioned in this book, the Dracarson Kildare families, in the Dark Heart series, starting with Deviant Hearts, a dark enemies-to-lovers forced marriage mafia romance. There's even a sneak peek of that book on the following pages for you. You can find complete book lists and suggested reading orders on my website, www.jaggercolewrites.com. Scroll on for a sneak peek of Deviant Hearts. Chapter 1. Neve. Fuck me. He's doing it. Again. I tell myself not to look.
I tell myself to keep my eyes on the book and the study notes in front of me, because NYO seriously doesn't care what my last name is, and they'll have no issue failing my sorry ass from my government and public policy master's program if I don't focus. I tell myself it's high time I bought some fucking curtains so I can avoid this distraction, since it's clearly shaping up to be a frequent thing. But the problem with telling yourself not to do something that deep down you really want to, the deep down part always wins. Always. Or at least it does with me. Which might say more about me and my own self-control, or lack thereof. No, it's definitely easier to go ahead and blame my new neighbor across the street. Let's go with that. I mean, he's the one that keeps walking around naked in a penthouse made out of fucking glass. Mark Twain once said, "There is a charm about the forbidden that makes it unspeakably desirable." But smart as he was, it's clear Mr. Twain never had the neighbor I do. If he had, I'm pretty sure he'd have taken a whole lot of the whimsical charm out of that statement. And sure enough, despite my best, or, okay, let's be real, mediocre efforts, soon enough, my gaze shifts from the notes in front of me to the man across the steel canyon from me. Sweet Jesus, he's a freaking god. Tall and lean and as muscled as a superhero. Shoulders and arms built to take away your ability to speak. Chiseled abs and those grooved hip muscle things that I don't even know what they're called, but they seem to be evolution's way of making even smart women go fucking stupid. Tattoos for days. Deeply tanned Mediterranean skin, with a shadow on his razor-sharp jaw, and dark, perfectly tousled hair. It's like living next to a goddamn Avenger who models for Armani while he's not busy saving the world from Thanos. No wonder he seems to have a problem with wearing clothes. Heat floods my cheeks as I glance across the chasm between us. The morning light streams right through his penthouse, which is another annoyance. 2 months ago, my place was a dream apartment, a modern, light-filled loft at the top of a 38-story building, so high up that I didn't even have neighbors who could see into this place. Is it more than a little ostentatious? Well, yeah, it's 1,000 square feet of modern glass and steel on the west side overlooking the Hudson. Was it absurdly expensive? Also, yeah. But there's gotta be some perks that come with being a Kildare to offset the downsides. Issues making friends my entire life because my family is the Irish Mafia? Check. Problems having any sort of romantic relationships for the same reason? Check and double check. Aimless, drifting, utterly unsure of what I want to do with my life, because what exactly do Mafia princesses do all day? Check and fucking mate. For the last year, I've been throwing myself into this government and policy master's program at NYO. But after that, who knows? For now, I'm at least finally living on my own. But life still sort of feels just like something I'm drifting through. Truth be told, I was pretty sure my Uncle Killian was going to shut down my plans of finally moving out of the main family house and into this place. Especially with all the violence and upheaval in the last few months as the fighting between the Irish Kildare and Greek Drakos families escalated to World War III levels. But my dream apartment and the building itself are incredibly secure and easy to defend, especially when there's a rotating crew of 4 Kildare guys constantly guarding the lobby, much I'm sure to the chagrin of the other tenants. Yet that whole dream apartment thing quickly lost some of its luster when they completed construction on the building across the street, next to mine. The building with the double-height glass penthouse that rises 2 floors above my 38th floor apartment, that now blocks part of my view of the river. His glass penthouse. The man with the godlike body and the aversion to clothing. The man with the sensual tattoos and the swarthy lean look of a Trojan warrior. The man I have absolutely no business gawking at and thinking these sort of sinful thoughts about. Not just because it makes me a spying creep, but because he's a man I should have every reason in the world to hate. He's not just my neighbor, he's the enemy. But try telling that to my undersatisfied libido and clenched thighs.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. At last, he moves from where he's been standing at the windows staring out at the Hudson with a cup of coffee in his hand, and, mercifully, disappears from view. Finally. Distraction gone, I manage to pull my attention back to the study notes in front of me. Nina Simone croons over the sound system as I lose myself in the books. But a handful of minutes later, movement at my peripheral vision drags my eyes back up again. He's back. And wonder of wonders, he's dressed in an impeccably tailored dark suit. I yank my eyes back to my notes, then back to him. This time, he's finally gone. I exhale slowly, swallowing as I drag my attention back to my government policy books. I don't have time for these distractions. Not when I've got 2 weeks of notes to memorize and also a Kildare family meeting in. I glance at my phone and groan. Shit. Basically now. As if on cue, the buzzer goes off for my front door. Sighing, I close the books and pad across the living room. I glance through the peephole out of habit. Then I grin and open the door wide. Eilish's brows furrow as she looks me up and down. Neve, what the fuck? We're going to be late, and you're not even dressed. My brow scrunches as I glance down at myself. You need to get dressed, Neve, my younger sister sighs. I'm dressed. Those look like pajamas. So, they're comfy. I raise my gaze past her to the tall guy standing behind her. Cass, back me up here. But Castle just shakes his sandy blonde head and lifts a muscled shoulder apologetically. Cillian wants you dressed properly, kid. I roll my eyes at the word kid, but I let it go. Castle's been Eilish's and I suppose the word is bodyguard, for the last 10 years. Growing up, all of our friends drooled over the 6.5-foot tall, built like a quarterback shadow that was always with us. That, or they were sure one of us was going to get scandalously tangled up in some steamy, X-rated tryst with him. But no way to an ooh degree. Yes, Castle is ridiculously handsome. But to Eilish and me, he's always been the older brother we never had. And we're the perpetually annoying but lovable kid sisters he never had. Which is why he can still get away with calling me kid or doing annoying big brother type shit like messing up my hair even though I'm 24. I stick my bottom lip out, giving Castle my best puppy dog eyes. But Castle, enough with the waif eyes. Go get changed, Nia, he grunts. Your uncle isn't exactly one to mince words, and he wants you dressed up. But why? What's this meeting even about? Eilish shrugs. Beats me. Bet it has something to do with your new neighbor, though. Annoyed as I am to be forced to give up my sweatpants and hoodie, I know Castle well enough to know there's no way he's budging on this. And I know my Uncle Cillian well enough to know that, 1, there's no wiggle room here, but more importantly, 2, there's a reason he wants us looking sharp. Even if I have no idea what that reason is. I root around in my disaster zone of a bedroom, stripping out of my hoodie and sweats, and pulling on clean underwear and clothes. 5 minutes later, I emerge in a green puff-sleeve top, black jeans, and heeled black boots, shoving my long red hair up in a loose ponytail. Eilish, predictably, rolls her eyes. That's dressed up. I could go back to my extensive sweatpants collection if you prefer. Eilish sighs, reaching up to smooth the single errant lock of blonde behind her ear. She's right. I'm still fairly casually dressed. Especially next to my princess of a little sister, who looks like a modern-day blonde Jackie O in a pink Chanel jersey dress and heels, her hair and makeup immaculate. At 9:30 in the freaking morning, no less. So sue me. This is the best I can do. Finally, she grins as she rolls her eyes again. Okay, fine. Come on, we shouldn't be late. Hey, I'm not the one getting bent out of shape about the dress code. I glance to Castle for at least a chuckle. But he's looking even more grim and stoic than usual. What's up with you? He shrugs, turning away. Just don't want to be late. Come on. I frown. Cass, seriously, what's up? There's a glint in his eye when he glances back at me for half a second, but still, he gives nothing away. Let's get where we need to go, kid, he murmurs quietly. I shoot Eilish a puzzled look as we follow him out the door. But she just shakes her head and gives me an I have no idea face. Given that my sister is incapable of being anything but cheerful, talking shit about anyone no matter how terrible they are, or lying in any capacity, it's clear she's also in the dark. 20 minutes later, Castle is pulling the white armored Range Rover up to the curb outside O'Bannon's. The Midtown Irish pub has been our uncle's temporary center of business and war room since he moved to New York from London a few months ago.
After the petty scuffles between the Kildare family and the Dracos family turned into all-out war. After things went nuclear, when the Dracos family lost Vasilis, their head of operations in New York, and we lost Declan, the head of ours. Declan, as in my father. The side door to O'Bannon's, which leads up to the second floor where Cillian's been holding court the last few months, is guarded by 4 Kildare men with not-so-hidden bulges of sidearms under their dark jackets. One nods stiffly at Castle and goes to open the door to the bar for us when suddenly there's the sound of a car screeching to a stop at the curb behind us. The hairs on the back of my neck start to prickle as I slowly turn to frown at the black Escalade. And when the back door opens and a man in a dark suit with pure malice on his face steps out, my heart leaps into my throat. "Run!" I scream as I grab Eilish's arm, whirling to bolt into O'Bannon's before the bullets start flying. Because I know damn well who the man who just stepped out of the SUV is. Hades Dracos, a dangerous, certifiable psychopath and second in command of the Dracos family. Basically, public enemy number 2 if your last name is Kildare. As I yank my sister towards the door, I realize something odd. The guards aren't launching into action. Castle himself is just standing there, glowering at the second oldest Dracos brother, as he grins savagely at me. "Kaz?" I hiss hoarsely, my pulse thudding. Clearly, Eilish is just as out of the loop as I am, because she's still cowering behind me. "It's okay, kid," Castle mutters quietly. He glances behind me, his look softening, as it frequently does when it comes to Eilish, which is totally understandable. I'm the sister with a chip on her shoulder and an axe to grind. Eilish is the sweet one, the one who's arguably way too soft for this dangerous world that we live in. But that's... Boo! Hades chuckles thinly, winking at me in a way that sends a shiver up my spine. He rolls his muscled shoulders, the tattoo ink that curls up from inside the collar of his dress shirt, rippling as he buttons his jacket. "Well, Pillow Fort, can we go inside now?" The creases in Castle's brow deepen as he squares off with Hades. "It's Castle. I really don't give a shit. Are we doing this or not?" I frown as I turn to Castle again. "Doing what, Cass? What are we—" "Open the doors." I stiffen at the deep, powerful voice that rumbles behind me, a voice that causes a tingling sensation to creep over my skin, electrifying me as deeply as it scares me. The feeling grows and throbs deeper and warmer until I can feel my cheeks reddening as something wicked pools between my thighs. I turn and my core clenches tight. It's him, my neighbor, the forbidden distraction. The man with the godlike body built for sin, who I have no business fantasizing about, but God help me I do. Because my neighbor isn't just eye candy. He's Eris fucking Dracos, the brand new king of the entire Dracos family. I'm vaguely aware of more people getting out of a second and a third SUV that pull up behind the first, the other siblings in the Dracos family, and various other guards.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. As the seconds tick by, and as Ares' piercing, dark-eyed gaze continues to stab right into me, the question of why he's here fades into the background, and the question of why he's looking at me like he's trying to figure out how to swallow me in one bite comes to the fore. "Inside, all of you," he growls quietly, his voice filled with unquestioned power. 2 of his 3 brothers, Hades and Kratos, and his sister Calliope glance at me with slightly raised eyebrows as they file past me into O'Bannon's. Their guards and the Kildare men follow. Castle clears his throat, taking Eilish by the shoulders as if to escort her inside. I know I should go too, but somehow I'm stuck. It's as if my gaze is bound to Ares, or as if his gaze has me pinned to the very pavement beneath my feet. We're on a busy New York sidewalk, and yet it's as if we're suddenly in a bubble of silence, as if the entire rest of the world fades away to a low hum, until I can actually hear my throat tightening when he starts to walk towards me. I shiver when he stops right in front of me, looming over me. I want to sneer at him, or spit on his fancy shoes, or worse, but all I can do is purse my lips and glare at him. Eris smirks down into my eyes. "They haven't told you yet, have they?" I swallow. "Told me what?" One of his dark brows raises in amusement.
Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. You know who I am? Of course I know who you are. I mean, apart from being your neighbor. I stiffen, desperately trying to swallow back the heat from my face. Neighbor? My voice cracks. Not badly, but enough. I hadn't realized. The dangerous and lethally attractive man looming over me smiles ruthlessly, coldly. You don't recognize me? I guess not. Would it help if I took my clothes off? Dear God, my face turns as hot as the sun as I pray for a sinkhole to open at my feet. 2. The meeting is about to start. He lets his lips curl slightly, giving me the faintest flash of white teeth. Then, without blinking, he starts to move past where I'm still glued to the sidewalk. He pauses right next to me, and my breath sucks in as he leans down, so close I can smell the woodsy, elegant scent of his cologne and feel the heat of his breath in my ear. Oh, and Neve, he growls quietly, peach isn't your color. My brows knit as I start to turn towards him in confusion. I'm not wearing... Oh, God, yes I am. My mind flashes back to rooting around in my light-filled bedroom as I yanked off my hoodie and sweatpants, where I pulled out the green top and black jeans, after putting on the laundry day pair of peach-colored panties. I'm not the only person spying on their neighbor. Son of a bitch. Eris clears his throat, straightening up and buttoning his jacket as I melt into a puddle of mortification. See you in there, princess. Chapter 2. Easy lies the head that wears the crown. Everyone knows that. Except kings usually know they're going to be kings long before they take over the throne. They prepare for it their whole lives, train for it. They're ready when the day arrives. I wasn't, because I was never meant to be king. I'm Lancelot, burning and pillaging and fucking his way through the countryside, not King fucking Arthur. But life, or fate, or karma, or whatever you want to call it, had other plans for me. 9 months ago, my father, Aeneas, the head of the entire Dracos family, died at the hands of my older brother, Atlas. My father was a hard, brutal man, but Atlas was unhinged and power-hungry, not to mention a knuckle-dragging fucking idiot. His reign lasted less than 3 weeks. Then he was killed waging a pointless war against a man with deep pockets and dangerous friends, all over a woman. It's an absurd story. Years and years ago, Atlas had once been betrothed to this woman's mother, Sciorci, an Irish Mafia princess and Killian Kildare's sister. But Sciorci ended up having a fling with someone else, producing a daughter, Rose, who went on to end up with this man with the deep pockets and dangerous friends. Atlas decided the daughter of the bride she'd been cheated out of should be his. Obviously, the man with whom she lived and shared a bed disagreed. And when the dust had settled, my brother was dead, and I was king in his place. Sometimes I'm convinced life really is a Greek tragedy, or a comedy, depending on how cynical you are. But, heavy as the burden to lead is, I was born for this. All my siblings I were. Living under our father's rule may have been a lesson in brutality and viciousness, but it hardened us. It prepared us to lead and to conquer. When I took the throne that was unexpectedly thrust upon me, I was ready. And then, of course, life threw me another curveball. My siblings and I were all born here in New York, but my father ultimately preferred England, where he'd grown up. So that's where the real seat of the Dracos Empire was for the last 12 years, while my uncle, Vasilis, oversaw our operations back here in New York City. Until 4 months ago, when, as I say, the proverbial shit hit the proverbial fan. Our family and the Irish Kildare family have never gotten along. There's generations of bad blood between us, going back who even remembers how long. At one point, there was at least a half-truce when Sciorci was promised to Atlas. And even when that marriage fell through, things at least cooled off between our families for the next 20 years or so. Until things went sideways, badly. I've heard it started as a potential peace agreement. Vasilis sat down with Declan Kildare, Cillian's half-brother, and the head of Kildare operations here in New York City.
But whatever peace they were trying to hammer out shattered when a gunfight broke out between them, killing them both. It should mean all-out war, a bloodbath in the streets, the final showdown between the Kildare and Dracos families until only one is left standing. Luckily, neither Killian nor I is suicidal. Killian is a fucking psychopath, there's no question about that. He's been described more than once as the kind of man who wants to watch the world burn because he enjoys the smell of the smoke. And I think that's a fair assessment. But either out of self-interest or greed, we've managed to work out an arrangement. It's time to settle this bullshit between our families once and for all. And the key to settling it is currently glaring daggers at me from across the room. Clearly, nobody's told her yet. But she's it. We're it. My eyes narrow, my mouth tightening to a line as I let my gaze drag across the scowl on Niamh Kildare's face. It makes sense that she hates me. Even if neither of us had anything to do with the violence of a few months ago, at the end of the day, my uncle and her father killed each other. From what I gather, neither she nor her sister Eilish was very close with Declan, but still, blood is blood. And soon we'll be blood, joined, bound together forever. My jaw grinds as my mind flashes to other more literal ways I could bind the stunning and furious-looking redhead across the table from me. My tempting, sinfully attractive neighbor who really ought to have some curtains put up in her bedroom. The one who's been spying on me. The one I've been spying on right back. I'm just much better at it than she is. Desire makes my cock swell as my mind flashes back to earlier today, when I was standing in my kitchen rinsing out my coffee cup, staring through the windows above my sink, into her bedroom, where I watched her strip off her sweatpants and hoodie and prowl naked around her disaster of a room until she found some other clothes to pull on. You realize she's going to bite your dick off the first chance she gets, right? My jaw grinds and my train of thought is interrupted as I glance sideways at my younger brother, Hades, sitting next to me on our side of the conference table. When we were kids, I used to roll my eyes at the way our father named all of us after Greek gods, titans, and muses. Atlas, Ares, Hades, Deimos, Kratos, and our sister, Calliope.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. But as we've gotten older, we've all weirdly grown into the mythological figures we were named for, Hades especially. There's a darkness and an edge in all of us. Our father made damn sure of that with his heavy hand and strict discipline. But Hades, named for the god of the dead, the king of the underworld, always seems to revel in it. The sadistically sociopathic glint I can currently see in his eyes is a testament to that darkness. He shrugs at my cold silence. You know I'm right. What I know is this is neither the time nor the place, Hades, I grunt back. My brother shrugs again, pushing his longish hair back from his face. He got our mother's piercing ice-blue eyes. I got our father's dark, brooding ones. Behind him, and towering above all of us despite being younger than Hades and me, Kratos mimics my stern glare at our brother. "It's a good arrangement," he rumbles in that mountainous way of his. I nod to my brother. Kratos is a good, steady voice of reason, though Deimos, who's holding down the fort back in London, is the true peacekeeper of all of us siblings. A peacekeeper in the style of a nuclear deterrent, that is, not Gandhi. "Oh, I agree," Hades smiles britly. "It's good for peace and will bring an end to bloodshed. I mean, it's not my cock that's going to get chewed off. Could you attempt to not be a dick for just 2 minutes, Hades?" I turn to smirk quietly at Calliope, my sharp-tongued little sister, sitting on my other side. The youngest and smallest of all of us, and yet somehow she's the lawkeeper. She's got our grandmother Demetra's genes. Across the room, the group of Kildare men who've been talking quietly amongst themselves finally come find seats at the table. Cillian and I catch each other's eyes, and we nod. This wasn't his idea, or mine. It was Demetra who first put it forward. A way to put the hostilities between our families and our subsidiaries behind us for good.
As she pointed out, the closest we've ever gotten to peace before was when Atlas was set to marry Sorsei. What better way to settle our differences than by becoming family? But when I glance at Neve sitting across the table, still glaring pure malice at me, it's clear her uncle still hasn't told her what's about to happen. This should be interesting. Cillian clears his throat, sitting back in his seat as his green eyes slice across the room, silencing it with a look. I'm not one for fancy speeches, so I'll get straight to it. We're here because the hostilities between our organizations have reached an untenable level. Rivalries are one thing, but we've crossed too many lines, and there's too much blood in the streets. He pulls a silver cigarette case out of his breast pocket, opens it, slips one between his lips, and lights it deftly with a flick of a silver Zippo. Smoke curls around the Irishman's head as his glinting green eyes pierce through it. I'm not going to get all weepy and sentimental. The truth is, the reason all of us are here is that war will mean ruin to both the Kildare and Dracos families. It will destroy our business interests. And there are already enough jackals circling, waiting for the first sign of weakness to strike. The Bolinaro cartel, the Carvelli family, the Reznikov Bratva, not to mention their allies. Cillian's icy gaze lands on me. I don't blink. So, in the interest of not getting hit from behind by an enemy while we bicker like schoolboys, Eris and I have come to an arrangement, one that will end these hostilities forever and make both of our families stronger than ever as a united front. I watch Neve's face scrunch up in confusion as she turns to frown at her uncle. Oh, this is about to get good. A united front? God damn it, Ezio. I frown quietly as I lean forward, turning to stab my gaze down the length of the table to where Ezio Adamos is glaring daggers at Cillian. Please, go on about this fucking united front we're supposed to have with Ezio. My voice is neither raised nor very forceful, but it cuts through the room all the same, quickly silencing him. He stares at me, fury and pain boiling behind his eyes. The Adamos family is a subsidiary, tributary family to ours. Their allegiance has been pledged to the Dracos family for generations. And the way I can see Ezio about to suicide bomb this entire discussion has my jaw grinding harshly. But I get it, and I feel for him. Ezio's only son, Jason, was at the meeting where Vasilis Dracos and Declan Kildare opened fire. He was also killed. Eris, please, he hisses at me, pain glinting in his eyes. You cannot seriously be considering allying ourselves with these backstabbing, honorless micks? Be silent, I snap. I'm not completely heartless. I understand he's in pain. But this is decidedly not the place for it, or the time for him to start hurling slurs. Cillian clears his throat, eyeing Ezio across the table. What would ease your grief? Fuck. This isn't Cillian being diplomatic. This is him going for the throat, and Ezio's about to walk right into his trap. What would my fucking grief? He snaps at the Irishman. I don't believe I stuttered, Mr. Adamos. What's the going rate on grief these days? 10,000? 20? God damn it. Ezio lurches to his feet, his face a mask of seething rage as he whips his head around to glare at me. This is insulting. I will not sit here. Yes, you will. My gaze hardens on him. I'll tell him again how sorry I am for his loss later. Not here. You will. His mouth thins to a line as he points a finger across the table at Cillian. This piece of shit dares to offer me money? I lost a son. And I lost a fucking brother, Cillian snaps coldly. But here we are, and you can either get on board or go find a nice length of rope somewhere and join your boy. Yeah, they're not exaggerating when they call Cillian a sadistic sociopath. The room goes silent. Ezio's face turns purple. He looks like he's seriously considering jumping across the table and murdering Cillian with his bare hands. But instead, he spins on his heel, glares at me viciously, and storms from the room. Well, I have to say, this is twice as much fun as I imagined it would be. Hades mutters next to me. Cillian sighs, drumming his fingers on the table as his gaze drags back to me. You need to keep your dogs on a tighter leash. He'll keep to the truce, I growl back. My eyes swivel to Neve again, drinking in her fiery red hair, the dusting of freckles across her nose, and the sharp green eyes so like her uncle's, still squinting in confusion. And you, I murmur, pulling my gaze from Neve to Cillian. You'll keep to our agreement? He takes a long, slow drag of his cigarette, and then nods slowly. We will. He turns to his niece, and my eyes lock onto her as well. Neve, Cillian sighs. There's no easy way to say this, and if there was any other way, he shrugs. But there isn't, not one that doesn't end in more blood. Her brow furrows deeper. Uncle, what are you talking about, and why am I— You're going to marry Eris Drakos, Neve. That will be the final truce to forever end this bullshit between our families. The room goes silent. Neve's face turns white as she stares dumbfounded at her uncle. She blinks, frowning as if willing him to laugh at the spectacular joke he's just made. But this is no joke. This is happening. And as reluctant and unhappy as I am about it, I'm guessing from the look of horror that spreads across her face that she's twice as reluctant and unhappy. What? Cillian takes one last pull from his smoke, exhaling toward the ceiling before dropping the butt in the mug of coffee in front of him. It's the only way, Neve. You're going to marry Eris, and that's final. She blinks, shaking, as her mouth forms silent words, none getting out. No, I'm afraid this isn't a discussion, Neve, he says quietly, a flicker of regret and rare for Cillian apology on his face. Like hell it's, Neve, he growls thickly. It's been decided. Slowly, her face pale as a ghost, Neve turns to let her fierce green eyes stab into mine like knives. I stare right back.
And love aren't opposites, they're intertwined. Let passion and pain coexist without. My little peeping Tom of a neighbor. My enemy. My wife. I think you'll find, Neve, this is the best way to settle all of the bad blood. And I think you'll find yourself, Eris, with a knife in your throat if you come anywhere fucking near me. She stands abruptly, her eyes wild with fear and anger. Neve, Cillian hisses quietly. It's done. Oh, we're done, all right. Without another word, she whirls, storms to the conference room doors, and blows right through them. Shit. So, Hades sighs, his voice dripping with amusement. You ready to discuss body armor for your dick yet, or do you want to talk bachelor party? Keep reading. Deviant Hearts, exclusively on Amazon and in Kindle Unlimited. Come hang in my readers-only Facebook group for first glimpses of covers, new books, RAC opportunities, and live readings. See you there. Also by Jagger Cole, Venomous Gods, Toxic Love, Devious Vow, Poisonous Kiss, Corrupted Heart, Monstrous Urges, Dark Hearts, Deviant Hearts, Vicious Hearts, Sinful Hearts, Twisted Hearts, Stolen Hearts, Reckless Hearts, Kings, Villains, Dark Kingdom, Burned Cinder, Cinder Duet 1, Empire of Ash, Cinder Duet 2, The Hunted Duet 1, The Hunted Queen, Hunted 2, Prince of Hate, Savage Heirs, Savage Heir, Dark Prince, Brutal King, Forbidden Crown, Broken God, Defiant Queen, Bratva's Claim, Paying the Bratva's Bet, The Bratva Stolen Bride, Hunted by the Bratva, Beast, His Captive Princess, Owned by the Bratva King, The Bratva's Locked Up Love, The Scaliami Crime Family, The Hitman's Obsession, The Boss's Temptation, The Bodyguard's Weakness, Power, Tyrant, Outlaw, Warlord, Standalones, Broken Lines, Bosshole, Grumpaholic, Stalker of Mine, About the Author. A reader first and foremost, Jagger Cole cut his romance writing teeth penning various steamy fanfiction stories years ago. After deciding to hang up his writing boots, Jagger worked in advertising pretending to be Don Draper. It worked enough to convince a woman way out of his league to marry him, though, which is a total win. Now, dad to 2 little princesses and king to a queen, Jagger is thrilled to be back at the keyboard. When not writing or reading romance books, he can be found woodworking, enjoying good whiskey, and grilling outside, rain or shine. You can find all of his books at www.jaggercolewrites.com.